Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to choose Mtembei TV and be part of our open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, you have it. Arap Kirwa returns the wheelbarrow and switches allegiance now to Azimio La Umoja. Things are becoming interesting even as our political clock keeps on ticking as we go towards the 9th of August 2022. What is the significance of Arap Kirwa crossing over from UDA to Azimio La Umoja? Would want to hear what you feel and think about the same. And of course, WETANGULA is at it again of campaigning for Kenya Kwanza, praying for Kenya Kwanza, but digging in to go for the Senate seat again, just in case he doesn't form government using Kenya Kwanza. Is this signs that defeat has been accepted, or what is cooking? Why should he be pursuing two things at the same time? We'll need to know what you feel and think about the same. Kenya Kwanza comes in Kirinyaga, and Baba is enjoying home calm and great celebration in Bungoma today. Let us get down to talking. Thank you so much. Those of you that are coming in fast and furious, we are glad you are out there. Please keep inviting somebody to join into the discourse. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Thank you so much. If you are able to get us, please let us know where you're getting us from and how you are getting us. And we would love to hear what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. GFHGG, hi to you. Thank you so much. Wheelbarrow Tawe. Asante sana Robert Opilu. Asante sana Jackton Ogutu. You are welcome to the show. Millicent Abiambo. God bless you. No, thank you so much. I'm glad. Jeremy Ogada. We are glad. Hillary Wamwea, asante sana. Tunashukuru. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna of course wow, the list is long. We have firstborn Wiki, thank you so much. Kuna Nikta Nyambane, alafu kuna Joseph Enonda, thank you so much. Nani huyu? Hassan Leteipa, asante sana. Patrick Kariuki, we appreciate you. Silly D Darling, we appreciate you. Is this Sly D Darling or whichever? Sorry for mispronouncing. Kuna Wilfred Arori, Fabian Kemboi, thank you so much. Kabuchi Wanjau, we appreciate you. Vincent Muhanji, we are glad. Fatma Nasimiyu, Walter Otuka, we appreciate you. Miriam M, thank you so much. Kuna Kiptum Fred, thank you so much. Luca Komen, thank you so much. Kuna Ketsi Brown and Dango. Hey, majina marefu leo. Avelindo Ogweno, we appreciate you. Zeka Edwin, thank you so much. We appreciate those of you that are coming in. Please, let's do that. And as soon as you're able to get us, invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. We are in again for another night where we're looking at the latest development on our political front and how we need to appropriate the same. Thank you so much. Now, Oga Stephen, how are you?
I'm fine, Ben. How are you?
Niko salama. Jumapili vipi?
Nashukuru, huko kuna kabaridi kidogo. Lakini tuko salama.
Sawa sawa. Arap
Okay, I want
Kirwa
to start with
akafikisha wheelbarrow.
ni ile tu tunasema kila siku, miti iendelee kukatwa. Hiyo deforestation basi ifanyike kwa sana. Tutapanda baadaye kwa sababu bado tunahitaji mvua, lakini sasa hii wakate kiasi. Yeah, I want to take first on Wetangula. I saw him today presenting his papers kwa IBC, and he was talking confidently that serikali itaundwa na Kenya Kwanza. Serikali itaundwa na Kenya Kwanza. Sisi tuko na Bungoma, tuko na Trans Nzoia, Western counties zote tuko nazo ni Kenya Kwanza. And you are wondering, so why are you defending your senatorial seat if you are very sure about forming government next the coming elections? Saying that we have 30% of government, that the ANC will take 3 ministers and Ford Kenya will take 3 ministers. Then you are coming back to tell us that we were not told to reach the 70% mark. These people are just double speakers, you know. Meaning, if they were told that they'll get 30%, the 70% target is there. Hiyo sasa si uongo. Going by what Weta was saying today, hiyo ni kitu iko. Sasa si ya tena, ni target wamepewa, na wasipofikisha whatever the outcome, ndio hivyo itakuwa imekula kwao. Waswahili wanasema hivyo. Okay, the other thing is about Kipruto Arap Kirwa. Going by the recent appointments of the agriculture ministers, I don't think if there was a guy who performed well more than this guy, Kipruto Arap Kirwa, during the Kibaki era. This guy was a performer. That's a fact. Hatuwezi ondoa hiyo kwake. Okay, him being an assistant chairman in UDA and quitting UDA because of autocratic issues, there's no enough democratic space. It's so telling. If a chairman can quit because of such issues, it shows that Ruto is just the person who controls everything. He's the one-man show in UDA. So we need to avoid this person, because even if he forms the next government, hizo ndo vitu atafanya. The roadside declaration za Moi zitarudi Kenya. We don't need that. Hiyo ni kitu tumesahau, na iende kabisa kama venye Moi alienda. Mungu amweke mahali pema, japokuwa mahali jichagulia pia anajua. Tusahau hizo mambo kabisa za roadside declarations. We forget about that. Okay, the other issue, finally, I want to speak about my governor, Kingi, the outgoing governor. I saw him in Narok yesterday, and he was saying, kama Ruto ameweza kusuluhisha shida ya mashamba coast, itakuwa hapa Narok Kedongo. Amesuluhisha nini? Ni ipi amesuluhisha? I'm not sure kama amesuluhisha kitu gani. Farida Karonei, the Minister of Lands, is the one who picked her. He hasn't done anything. Hakuna kitu amefanya. So for Kingi to stand on a podium to say Ruto amesuluhisha shida ya mashamba coast, it's so telling. Kwani hao watu wakiingia UDA akili wanaacha kwa nyumba? Ama what's happening with these people? Credible people cross over that side and they become useless people. So sad to say that. Wacha niachie hapo kwa sasa Ben.
Asante sana Steven, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Ndio mwanzo wa ngoma huo. That's UDA will survive ukiwa na your own mind. Only one person does the thinking. The rest of you do the reporting what has been thought, and you're forbidden from thinking in your own way. So you're given a script, enda usome hii ama enda useme hivi, na hivyo ndio itakuwa. Lakini mbivu na mbichi itakwenda kujulikana. Uongo uwezi kudumu milele. Nani huyu? Joseph Mwamburi. Vipi lakini? Joseph Mwamburi, unasikia kweli?
Nakupata vizuri sana. Na wewe wanipata?
Kabisa, karibu.
Asante, siku nyingi kweli. Leo naona angalau mnaniangalia.
Hiyo ndio sheria mpya.
Basi ngoma kweli. Ya, sawa sawa, asante. Ngoma kweli ishaanza. Leo nimeona kwamba Kipruto Arap Kirwa ametoka kule Uda. Unajua is not a joke. When somebody like a vice chairman from the party akitoka chama, kumaanisha kuna jambo kubwa sana kule ambapo inatendeka, na unajua anatoa sababu zenye angalau ziko na weight kwanza nimefuatilia kwamba akisema mambo ya huyu Gachagua wakati alichaguliwa. You know, inauma sana wakati umekaa mahali hata mnapiga kura, mwenzako anakushinda mara hata sijui ni mara 20 ama mara 10, kisha nyinyi bado tu mwachukua yule ambaye alikuwa ndio kuna kura chache, kumaanisha hata hiyo chama yenyewe haina democracy. Hiyo ndio unaona kitu ambacho ameniniwa pale. Na Kipruto Arap Kirwa has been a very good minister, na he has been in very many government. Na unajua sasa huyu Kipruto Arap Kirwa, next government, you see there are those people like Henry Kosgei, they are coming to the government. And ukifuatilia somebody like Sally Kosgei. Sally Kosgei, halo mwanipata?
Ya, endelea.
Haya, ukiangalia huyu mama ambaye anaitwa Sally.
Subiri. Uko na koti kweli wewe? Sheria ya YouTube inaitaka mtu ambaye at least t-shirt.
Mazee joto kweli, lakini ni sawa.
Tutaleta kizaazaa hapa. Tutawekewa red nini. Jiandae alafu tutakuja. Asante. Mama Selina, namna gani?
Poa Penat. Leo tunasherekea.
Naona.
Leo ni kusherekea. Mama alikuwa kanisa Kiambu. PCA akapatiwa nafasi, akasalamiana. Tukafikiria anakaa kidogo, tunamuona Bungoma huko Sirisha. Tukafikiria ni mama pia ameenda kupatana na baba. Kidogo tukaona ametuambia mambo ya Kipruto Arap Kirwa. Acha nikwambie Penat, watu wengi wanaweza kuwa wajui Kipruto Arap Kirwa. Is a reformist. Alitengeneza agriculture wakati ya Kibaki, na Kipruto Arap Kirwa na deputy president wakati ya Moi. There were 2 young men wakati ya hiyo serikali ya Moi, na wakati walipochunguzwa Kipruto Arap Kirwa was a very disciplined assistant minister. Sasa leo ametuambia ya kwamba ametoka pale kulingana na maoni na demokrasia yenye iko kwa nyumba ya UDA. Kuna wengi, wacha nikwambia wale wote reformist na kila mtu mwenye anapenda Kenya na wenye walifanya kazi kwa serikali ya Kibaki na baba, utawaona wote. So within 5 years ile baba ametuambia tumpatie nafasi. Hakika we are 100% sure ya kwamba Kenya itaenda mbele. Haya mambo ingine hata imetuchekesha ni the principle. Buy one get one free. Amesema tosha. After all sikukula kitu. After all nilikuwa bure. We endelea na 70%. Mi nimerudi kiti yangu ya senator. But still kulingana na vile mambo ya Bungoma, sijui vile kitakuwa, but wacha acharibu, na sasa atasimama na chama ya Ford Kenya ama yes, kwa sababu KKA ni chama moja, so hakuna Kenya kwisha. Hapo tunaangalia, lakini napenda watu ya Bungoma wamesema hawajaipigia baba kura 100%. Wamekuwa wakikawanya, lakini wanasema this time round kama Bungoma wamesema yes, hakuna mtu ingine. Wacha twende Kirinyaga. Naona watu wameimba huko Kirinyaga, naona na hii picha Penat, kwa sababu sisi wengine nafikiri picha kama ile tuliona baba akiongea, tunaona live Martha Karua, tunaona viongozi. Hii Uda inatushangaza, tunapatiwa pictures alafu mara wanasema crowned hawakukuwa pamoja na hawa. So sijui hii mapicha tunaonyeshwa, Uda I think wako na style mingi sana lakini pia macho setu inaona vizuri. Kwa nini tusiwaone wakiongea badala tunapatiwa mapicha na wakati wanaongea ni tofauti? Naona Waiguru alikuwa nalia, lakini sasa hayo ni mambo Kirinyaga wanajua. Watu wanataka kukula hiyo pesa kidogo kidogo iko, wacha waendelee, lakini kura tayari. Kama unaona Wetangula ametoka, tungoje Mudavadi. Nasikia wanasema amepigia baba simu, anasema hiyo kiti Kalonzo amekataa kuchukua kama angepatiwa, lakini sisi tunasema la, kiti ya Ukambani haitaiende kwa Kivuta Kibwana ama mama Charity Ngilu. Mudavadi wewe, kiti ya pesa imekuja kwa Oparanya, Marenda amenyakua kiti, Eugene Wamalwa ako naye na kuna singine. So hole wako na ile earthquake ulitafuta imekupata wewe mwenyewe. Wakalenjin wanasema usichimbe shimo mrefu kwa jirani ukifikiria mtoto ya jirani ataingia na kumbe mtoto wako wewe ameingia. Mudavadi alichimba shimo akifikiria anangoja baba mtoto ya jirani aingie, ameingia yeye mwenyewe. Hile dictatorship. Na mimi nataka kuomba watu tusifananishe. Yes, ndugu yangu Sif, nakubaliana na wewe, lakini tujue pia Baba Moi alifanya mambo mazuri na alikuwa na mambo ingine si mazuri, lakini hakuna haja, kwa sababu hiyo miaka alituongoza kuna mambo ilipatilika. Kuna watu wako na tabia mbaya. Kama huyu Deputy Rais angekuwa na Baba Moi mpaka the last minute, mkumbuke ya kwamba hata alimukana Moi. Mzee baba alilala bila kusalamiana na yeye kwa kujua hakukuwa mtu mzuri. So sometimes it feels so pained, kwa sababu tuko hapa sisi wote. Wale wamelala wacha tuwache walale, wale tuko uhai wacha tutengeneze inchi, kwa sababu kuna mambo mingi Moi alilete na kuna mahali alifanya makosa, na makosa ya Moi ni wale walikuwa wanafanya kazi pamoja na yeye. So mimi nikiongea ni ya kwamba yes, kuna makosa ilifanyika serikali ya Kenyatta, serikali ya Moi, hata kuna mambo kwa serikali ya Kibaki imekuja kwa uhuru. Tusiende sana, kwa wakati ya Moi imeenda mbali, imetoka kwa serikali ya Kibaki mpaka ikakuja ya uhuru. Hile madharau walipatiwa huko wakipeana kiti, wengine bado tunakumbuka. So yale tunataka kusema ni ya kwamba let him rest in peace. Wacha tungangane na wale watu wako uhai, kwa sababu ile miaka yote alituongoza Kenya ilienda mahali. Otherwise Penat, sitaki kuongea sana, but naomba tu sana, wacha tuseme tabia ya mtu. Tunaona watu wengi wana uchungu na Moi, na kuna wakati watu wengine walikuwa na uchungu na baba, lakini walisameana. Na kama mtu ameomba msamaha na akasamewa, nafikiri pastor unaweza kunisaidia. We don't have to repeat, sababu hayo ni mambo Mungu alimaliza mwenyewe. Asanteni sana.
Okay, asante sana Marcelina kwa ushauri wako, mchango wako, wasia wako. Tunaamini kwamba unaeleweka vizuri na Wakenya wanakupata kwa njia safi. Nataka kushukuru kila mmoja anayejiunga nasi mahala popote ulipo. Hii inaitwa Mtembei TV na tunapatikana sehemu zote za dunia, bora tu unaweza connect kwa internet. Kwa hivyo endelea kukaribisha mtu ili tukamakinike kwa pamoja, tukichambua siasa zetu na tukijipanga. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 uko hapa, uchaguzi wa kihistoria. Usipatikane on the wrong side of history. Make sure you're on the right side of history. And things happen, like Mama Selina said. Things happen, and all of those things happen for a purpose. One of it is to offer us, like the Bible says, an example. And examples are both for what to follow and what not to follow. The Bible talks about the things that the children of Israel went through were written for our example, so that we can be warned. So kile tunachokiona katika serikali ya Jomo Kenyatta, serikali ya Moi, serikali ya Kibaki, serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta, kuna mazuri ya kuchukua na kuna mabaya ya kuavoid. So ni lazima tu balance ili tumakinike tunapoendelea mbele, tusirudie yale makosa. So it's important that we draw lessons from history, lest we run the risk of repeating the same history. Well, on the comment section, thank you for keeping it civil. Please, let's keep it there. Na wale ambao mnatazama, tafadhali endelea kukaribisha mtu, usitazame peke yako. Tumakinike katika kukaribisha kila mtu ili kila Mkenya apate nafasi ya kuelewa kile kinachoendelea na afanye uamuzi ambao unatokana na kuelewa siasa, sio tu kwa kupupia au kustukia mambo kama haya. So naomba tusikilize hii alafu tutarejea tena. Let's get this yeah.
Asanteni kwa hiyo heshima. Kabla ya kusema chochote, nimekuja na ndugu yangu Kipruto Arap Kirwa. Nataka awasalimie, ajisemee kwa mdomo yake, halafu tuendelee. Asante ndugu yangu.
Haya, wakaaji wa Bungoma, mjambo. Yangu ningependa kusema hivi. Okay. Ningependa niseme hivi. Yangu ni safari ya wiki 2. Jumapili iliyopita upande wangu walitoa uteuzi ya yule ambaye atakuwa running mate wa ndugu yangu, na hiyo ndio mlikuwa mwisho ya misururu ya dalili ya kuwa na shida ya demokrasia. Nikaongoja keshoe Baba Raila akasindua mgombea mwenza Mheshimiwa Martha Karua. Ikafika wakati wa kutafakari. Kwa hiyo siku 13 nimekuwa nikifikiria ni vipi nitaendelea kukaa upande ambao naona demokrasia inaenda kusulubiwa msalabani. Ndipo jana usiku nikapigia Mheshimiwa Kirwa simu kwamba kesho uko wapi. Akasema anakuja Bungoma, na nikajua Bungoma ni jirani ya Trans Nzoia ninakoishi. Bungoma ndio chanzo ya siasa ya Western Province. Nikasema nitakuja hapa niungane nanyi, tuelekeze huduma ya nchi hii katika hali ambayo inatakiwa. Kwa hiyo kwanza
Sorry, the tape seems to have a problem, but I think you got the information. Bantu Warrior, namna gani?
Habari mzuri sana bwana Bernard. We nikiona wewe basi siku yangu inakuwa mzuri kabisa. Na asante sana bwana Bernard kwa kunipatia nafasi. Na wasalimia nyote. Ndugu Stephen, kama kawaida nafurahi sana. Thanks bwana Bernard. Nikiona hapo naona engineer. Toa maneno engineer, tunakusubiri. Na mama Queen. Mama wetu. Asante sana mama. Tuko na Stephen mwingine pia. Asante sana Joseph. Stanford. Hapa mzee wangu mwenzangu Jakindube. Hawa watoto haiendi hii platform bila wewe. Niko na huyu tutamweka kwenye kiti kikubwa, ndugu Alex. Asante sana ndugu Alex. Mimi najua kwa nini umekuja hapo. Me and you we can talk, we know why you are here. Asanteni sana. Yangu ni machache kwa sababu sahihi mimi na Alex kazi zetu zinakuwa ni ngumu sana, lakini nitaingia nitoke. Ni hivi tu. Martha Wangari Kirwa, ile phenomenon yake bado inaendelea. Na tunamshukuru sana mzee wetu baba kuwa na ujuzi na utulivu, na akaweza kumleta Martha Kirwa. Na Martha Kirwa bila ya kujiuliza maswali mengi alijua she's in the right place at the right time. Alafu sasa nikirudi kwa wale those wise people with wisdom, ni Arap Kirwa. Huyo ni big fish. Huyo ni big fish ambaye anajua mengi sana, na ameamua. Amekaa siku 13 na ameamua kuja kwa baba na kwa timu yetu. Alafu kitu kingine nataka kusema ni ile wheelbarrow. Unajua hawa watu wa scrap hawa wa kuvunja mavyuma wanataka hiyo wheelbarrow, na hiyo wheelbarrow tutaipeleka huko kwa scrap yard huko. Inatakikana kwa metal scrap huko. Huko ndo maskani yake huko. Itapelekwa huko kavunjwe itumie kwa mambo mengine huko kwa jua kali. The war is not over until it is over. Kwa hivyo tukae ngangari, tusifurahie sana mpaka tuhakikishe tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 kila mtu asubuhi na mapema tusikie baba akipiga parapanda, tuwe tuko tayari kwenda kwenye war. Na kitu kingine nataka kuongea ni huyu blogger huyu ambaye sijui analipwa pesa ngapi, anakuja tusumbua sana. Asante sana bwana Alex, narudia tena. Nilikuja usiku kwa sababu kumsikia yeye. Na Alex, fanya bidii sana ujue, upate uchunguzi, ujue Mombasa vizuri, na siku nyingine ukija matembezi kuja Mombasa uone. Tumeacha for long time. Mimi nimegrow Mombasa. Nimeanza kazi nikiwa na 12 years port, na baba yangu amefanya kazi paka amezeekea port. Wao ikiwa nataka kuchukua hiyo bahari ya Indian Ocean waipeleke Naivasha, wafanye bidii waipeleke Naivasha hiyo bahari. Wacha hiyo port na bahari kabisa. Mombasa ndio the gate of Kenya. Tuko na bahati sana Kenya, sio ni inland country, ni country ambayo iko na mlango, na wametusahau sana. Vijana wengi sana hawana kazi. Kulingamana maswali hayo, sahii siwezi kuongeza long story, lakini tunaomba baba atafanya mambo kama hayo. Kwa hivi sasa sina mengi, lakini Martha Karua anafanya vizuri sana na ameanza kushika momentum, na anaona sasa ni kama anaweza ongea hata akifunga macho. Sina mengi sana bwana Bernard, natoa nafasi kwa wengine. Asante sana Alex, thanks.
Okay, asante sana Vandugoria, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi huo. Tunasonga mbele. Thank you everybody. Let's keep on inviting. Thank you those of you who are inviting and sharing in various groups, Facebook groups, WhatsApp groups, Twitter, and every other social media. Please, let's keep it up so that we have as many people tune in and get the right information beside and against all the deception that is happening all over. Thank you so much. Mama Selina aliuliza swali, anasema kwa nini picha za UDA zinakaa tofauti na mikutano zao. Picha inakaa imejaa, lakini mikutano inakaa vingine. Alafu mwingine akauliza basi zilikuwa zina mikutano ya ilikuwa Narok jana, ilikuwa Masai bila fimbo. Na wote wamevaa yellow. Hii inakaa hii ni Masai gani hii? Kwa sababu nilienda mwezi jana, mwezi juzi nilienda wedding moja huko Kajiado. Zile fimbo niliona kwa wedding. Sasa kama kwa wedding watu wanaenda fimbo, itakosaje kwa mkutano wa kisiasa? So, tunashukuru. Lakini Engineer Robert, vipi?
Salama Bernard, habari zenu?
Tuko fiti. Subiri hapo tusikilize Bishop hapa, alafu ukuje.
Okay.
Iko Bishop hapa ako na ujumbe.
Kanisa na kaomba msamaha. Neno hili linalingana ama inashikana na wakati huu tuko nayo. Ni Alhamisi ambayo iliisha, ambayo tulikumbushwa Yesu alipaa, Ascension Day ya Yesu. Ni wakati huu tunakumbushwa Yesu mwenyewe alikuja, hata akasema niko hapa, akatumwa, akafanya ile alikuwa anafanya, akamaliza na akaenda. Mungu anakuanga na mipango. Akona big picture ya kila mahali na kila mtu. Na kuna wakati anaitisha watu wa kufanya hiyo kazi yake, na wakipatikana anafanya na wao mpaka wanafaulu. Wale wanafanya na Mungu wanafanya mpaka wanafaulu vizuri, na kazi yake inaleta utukufu kwa Mungu. Kwa hivyo siku ya Jumapili ya leo tukiwa na viongozi wetu na tukiwa hapa, tujue kila mmoja wetu ni mtu wa maana. Hakuna mtu bure, sisi ni watu wa maana. Na katika hii dunia hatukuletwa kuharibu, hatukuletwa kuleta hasara. Tuliletwa katika hii dunia tulete faida. Na ndipo hasa Mungu anauliza ni nani nitatuma katika nchi yetu ya Kenya awe president wetu. Ni nani nitatuma? Kulikuwa na poverty level ilikuwa juu sana, na pia spiritual decline, moral decline, changamoto mingi sana, lakini akateki hiyo risk. Kwa nini akateki hiyo risk? Kwa sababu ya Zaburi 121 ile tulisoma. Alikuwa anajua nguvu yake, uwezo yake uko kwa Mungu. Na kwa hivyo kila mmoja wetu, maisha yanaweza kuwa ngumu, context ambao tunaishi inaweza kuwa hatari, lakini tusiogope. Tusike msimamo huyo ndugu yetu Isaia kusema niko hapa Mungu, nitumie katika hii kijiji, nitumie katika hii mamlaka, nitumie. Lakini huwa unaangalia mahali uwezo wako unatoka. Na uwezo wa kazi ile unafanya na huduma si mwingine ni Mungu. Wakati Uzia alisahau hiyo, ndipo Asa aliacha kuchanganyikiwa, na tunaona maisha yake ikakaa mbaya. Wale ambao wanamtumikia wanaamini Mungu kwa nguvu zake anawapea na wanafanya kazi kulingana na mapenzi yake. Ndipo tumesomoa pia tukakumbushwa kulikuwa na mfalme Daudi. Huyu Daudi alichaguliwa na Mungu akiwa tu kijana. Na tunaambiwa Mungu alikuwa anampenda, Mungu anatupenda. Na mwishowe akatoa Sauli akaweka Daudi. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu alikuwa ameona Daudi atatimiza ajenda yake. Na ajenda ya Mungu ni wholesome living, well-being ya watu. Watu wakae wakijisikia wako ni watu wa maana, watu wanaheshimika, na watu ambao wanapata mapato kulingana na vile inatakikana. Na tunasikia kuna wakati pia ilifika wakati Daudi alimaliza kazi yake yote, hata kutoa pesa kujenga hekalu, yeye akalala pamoja na mapapa wakati alimaliza kazi. Hiyo inaletwa kwetu ili tujue kuna destiny. Kuna watu ya kumaliza na mtu akimaliza kazi anaondoka na mwingine anachukua yule Mungu amechagua. Wakati watu ama mtu anaweza kuingia mahali akiwa ameingia na Mungu akumuingisha pale, shinda mingi hutokea. Na zilitokea wakati wa wafalme wa Israeli, walipata changamoto mingi wakati walipata viongozi ambao hawakuwa wametumwa na Mungu. Nimesema sisi sote ni watu wa maana kupitia Yesu Kristo, na kwa hivyo kusikia kuna nafasi mahali huo unasema huko. Na huo unajua kuna changamoto, utapitia changamoto kubwa, lakini hiyo haitakushida, usipate wasiwasi, Mungu atatushindania. Ni jukumu yangu na wewe tujiangalie. Kuna vitu vitatu, moja ni presence, hiyo ingine ni availability, hiyo ingine ni engagement. Unaweza kuwa uko hapa lakini uko tayari kutumika kitu fulani. Mungu aliona huyu ndugu Isaya, he was pleasant kwake. Kuwa available ni vile tu alijitoa, kaona shida yake na kasemewa, na mwisho akawa engaged. Wale wote tuko hapa, tafadhali kila wakati always seek the presence of the Lord. Because hata Yesu alisema kwanza tafuta nini? Ufalme. Hiyo ingine tafanya nini? Ndio nimesema nimeshukuru kuona viongozi hawa na deputy president na wengine wamekuja. Wakitoka hapa naenda mahali, si ndio? Lakini wamesema kwanza watafute ufalme na watafute uso wa Mungu. Hiyo ingine wataongezewa. Always take a priority Mungu kwanza. Mengine ambao unahitaji hata Mungu anajua. Lakini ni Mungu amekutuma ama amekuchagua, ingine atafanya. Kwa hivyo kutafuta ufalme wa Mungu na righteousness ni mtu kuwa anajiangalia. Ukiona unakaa na mwenendo ambao ifurahishi Mwenyezi Mungu, unamwambia sorry, si ndio? Ukiona unakaa na njia ambayo ifurahishi mwingine, unamwambia sorry. Na msamaha mwingine si lazima uitishwe. Ingine mtu anasema tu. Si Yesu alisema wasamehe hawa kwa sababu wanjui vile wanavaa? Si lazima kiongozi ati aombe msamaha. Hata wanaweza sema hawa wasamehe kwa sababu wanjui vile wanavaa. Na kwa hiyo msigo sasa kuwapepa inatoka. Wakati unapepa watu kunakuwa shinda mingi sana. Mimi niliangalia runinga siku ya prayer breakfast. Nikaona ndugu His Excellency Deputy President aliomba msamaha, hataki kupepa misigo. Na wewe usipepe misigo. Unapepa misigo ya nini? Misigo, ukipepa misigo utaremewa. Na hiyo misigo itakuwa power kwako, inakuwa ukuta. Lakini wakati umeitoa, safari unatoanga sawa ukiongozwa na Mungu. Kwa hivyo mimi na wewe tuseme niko hapa. Tuseme niko hapa. Niko hapa. Nitume. Kwa hivyo najua tukimalizia imbanda, wale viongozi wako hapa, tutauliza kama wako hapa. Na kiwa wako tutasema Mungu watu.
Engineer.
Yes, Bernard.
Mungu amekutuma. Ama umejituma?
Mungu amenituma, niliomba msamaha tena dakika kitu after 1 hour tena nikaanza kurusha matusi.
Pole. Endelea tafadhali.
Wacha nianze na hii mambo ya Kirwa. Bernard, a whole assistant chairman. Hata kwa hizi vikundi zetu hizi ndogo ndogo, kama maybe unaweza kuwa hata na kikundi hasa za kanisa ama hizi za chama hizi ndogo ndogo. Ukiona a whole assistant chairman ametoroka, my friend, hapo jua kuna maneno. Hapo ni kumoto. And I want to tell my friend, ametoka mapema, amefanya vizuri, ametoka mapema. It's not too late. Karibu sana Mr. Kirwa, na akuje na wengine. Sisi bado Azimio mlango imefunguliwa. The door is wide open. Kila mtu amekaribishwa. Akuje kabisa. Nikiongelea mambo ya Wetangula. Wetangula alisha sense viz kitambo. Hawezi wakapata zile 70% walipewa. Ashaanza kurudi huko nyuma, aanze kungangania kiti yake, hataki kubaki kwa baridi. Na hiyo ni vizuri, asha sense na ameona hawezi wakapata hii kiti. Na hataki kubaki kwa baridi. So heri ajaribu mapema, anganie hii kiti yake na abaki kwa hiyo kiti yake. Nikiongelelea mambo ya Uda kurudi tena Kirinyaga. Juzi hapa Wangira walituambia the leaders wa Mount Kenya, wengi wao wenye wako kwa UDA, wengi wao wana campaign wakisema wanataka tu viti zao, and it's true. Mambo na president, waona mahali utapiga kura yako. That's why unaona hata Ruto tena leo amerudi Kirinyaga. Kirinyaga ilikuwa juzi, it's like a week, hata week ni mingi, amerudi tena huko leo. That's mean huko ni kumoto, na hakuna kura atapata huko. Round hii I just want to thank mama Karua, amefanya kazi mzuri Mount Kenya. And Mount Kenya, tukiongea right now, Mount Kenya wengi wamebadilika kusema ukweli. Hata mimi niko na warafiki wangu wengi sana wa Kikuyu, wengi wamebadilika, and it's very true. Sasa ukiangalia example wa Iguru, kila mtu akikampeni anasema tu mimi kiti yangu ndio at least muniangalilie. Mambo ya presidency, angalia mali utapiga kura. Nikichangia mambo na Kalonzo kidogo tu Bernard, hiyo mambo nayo ulisema imekufikia hapa sasa, sijui unataka kutapika, but I'm very sorry. Kalonzo tumeona ashapeleka makaratasi zake, IBC wamekubali. Wacha tuache Kalonzo aende polepole, tukutane naye debeni. Akishinda yeye pia ashinde. Asante Bernard.
Sawa, thank you Engineer Robert. Tusonge hivyo mbio tukiokoa muda. Alex, are you ready? Alex, are you there?
Ruto ni akina nani marafiki zake? Niliuliza Samoei Ruto rafiki zake akina nani, alipotaja majina yao ilikuwa aibu kubwa. Mbele yake Rigathi Gachagua, nyuma yake kijana Sudi, Ruto katikati, Wetangula upande, na Katiti Masi kanashangilia.
Penda tunatua, alafu utuwekee
Katiti
moja
Masi.
Wakalenjin.
Yes.
Kuna Wakalenjin wamesema Gachagua atoke, utuwekee hiyo baadaye.
Sawa, acha nitafute. Jakindube. Karibu, inaonekana huyo Alex kakamato.
Asante sana. Alex amerudi.
Alex, what is happening? Kama wewe umekuwa Katiti Masi.
Hapana, niko. Yangu yatakuwa.
Wacha nikuachie basi uendelee. Endelea Alexa.
Yangu yatakuwa mafupi sana Bernard. Nataka nimshukuru Bwana Kirwa kwa decision that he has made today, kwa sababu Kirwa katika wale ambao in public service I have really admired in the way they carried themselves ni Bwana Kipruto Arap Kirwa. Kwa wengi ambao wanamjua Kirwa, Kirwa hajawahi danganya kilengo chake cha masomo. He actually did a diploma, a higher diploma, and given the fact that he was given a Ministry of Agriculture and how he carried it at a moment when every major corporation from KGGCU, Kenya Planters Union, and all agricultural corporations in Kenya were in their deathbed. The man really tried. So today I will look at these things here, Kirwa kurudi, in three parts. The person Kirwa, Gachagua, and the phone call to Karua. So I will start with what he said, that when Gachagua was nominated as their running mate. Bernard, the choosing of a running mate is not a sole responsibility of a presidential candidate. As a party in UDA, there is an ad hoc committee that involves the leadership and the members of UDA. I want to be aware that Kirwa was among the people who sat down and probably told William Samoei Ruto that Gachagua is not the right person. I also want to say that when the vote was taken 3 times and Kindiki won, and Ruto decided to go ahead and choose Gachagua over Kindiki, I want to believe that Kirwa is one of the people who told him that you are making a grave mistake. Now, from the words of Kirwa, tunagundua alisema after that decision was taken, alitafakari. Mimi sijui Kiswahili vizuri, lakini I think kuna wenye wajuaji wa Kiswahili hapa kama mzee Jakinube, atatuambia kutafakari ni nini. I think that is deep thinking into why somebody is making a decision that is against the will of the people. Na akatuambia kutafakari kwake haukuchukua siku moja, kulichukua siku 13. Kwa mwanamume kukaa chini na kutafakari siku 13 inakuambia kuwa huyu mwanamume alishtuka kwa ile decision ambayo the DP alichukulia. Kwa hivyo unaona kuwa huyu ni mwanaume ambayo his character cannot be swayed or be bought by money or by a persuasion that is unpopular or that is not good. Baadaye akasema ilipofika juzi akachukua simu, hakumpigia Raila, hakumpigia mtu yoyote, akampigia Martha Karua na akamuuliza uko wapi. Sasa hapa ndio nataka nikubaliane kuwa na mama Selina vile amekuwa akituambia, huyu mama anaitwa Martha Karua, hako na base yake, hako na watu wanampenda, hako na watu wanamuadmire. Karua has friends that we do not know, we cannot compound, and we cannot even regulate. This is Kirwa saying hakupigia mtu yoyote except alipigia nani? Martha Karua. Akamuuliza uko wapi? Na Martha akamwambia kesho nakuja Bungoma. So I want to say that Karua hako na support ya men who have the most reputable character in our country. And we need to agree that. Those people who keep on saying that Martha Karua has no base, now you are seeing his base coming together and they are looking for her. And one of the people who is looking for Martha Karua is Mr. Kirwa. What does that tell us, those who are in Azimio? The coming of Martha Karua to Baba has given us a value addition. Because of Martha Karua, this ticket has been seen as a ticket that will liberate Kenya. And therefore, that is why I'm saying today that the coming of Kirwa is something that we must celebrate, that the forces of the second liberation do not want to be left behind and cannot join the forces of the status quo. Now, what does the choosing of Gachagua tell us? The choosing of Gachagua, unlike that of Martha Karua, tells us that it has made people who are supporting the deputy president, even in a fanatical way, to now search for an alternatives. And there are people who do not have the quickness of thinking like Mr. Kirwa, who has used 13 days. With his vast knowledge, amechukua 13 days. So we still have most like 60 days to go to the election, which tells us kuna wengi that are going to change their minds because bado wanaendelea kufanya nini? Kutafakari. Now, in an overview, Kirwa is a man of character, and his character is what we need in Azimio. But unfortunately, Bernard, in the same sentence of saying that, it was unfortunate to receive a man of character in a constituency of a man of no character like Waluke. That is still disturbing me. I don't know how we can reconcile that. But nevertheless, at least that cancels it out. Now, to finish, I think the people in UDA must agree that Gachagua has subtracted a lot of votes from you. This is a man, whether you like it or not, is himself a demon and a Satan devised person, because in the manner that he speaks, he does not speak for the whole of Kenya. And therefore, we welcome the man called Kipruto Arap Kirwa to the forces of the second liberation so that we can truly liberate our country. Those are my words for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante sana Alex. That is a good one and a very good way to look at it. We need to ventilate on these issues and get them critically so that everybody appreciate what is happening. And this is Kenya, where certain things take place until you wonder what happened where. Listen to this one. As Jakindube.
Nimeenda paka USIU. USIU is an international university. Inaitwa United States International University. Nasikia
naona hapa.
Mimi
una mwaka gani mheshimiwa?
Nilimaliza hiyo degree 2019. Ndio nilipewa hiyo degree.
Ulijoin lini?
Nilijoin 2007 nikamaliza, nikagraduate 2011, lakini degree yangu nilichukua 2019. The date that degree was printed.
Kwani ilikuwa miaka ngapi?
Na si ni printed date.
Ilikuwa miaka.
Sikia Ken. Kuna serial number. Ndio nakwambia kama ukifanya degree hauwezi jua degree gani.
Mheshimiwa, sasa unajua hautatufunika tu.
Nakwambia
usitufunike tu na hiyo.
Sikia Ken.
Tunaangalia time yenyewe ulianza form 4.
Mimi niligraduate. Sikia.
Na time yenyewe uligraduate.
Sikia Ken. Niligraduate in 2011. 2009, 2010, 2011. I don't remember. Na graduation yangu ilikuwa ya uko nzima. In fact, kwa graduation party yangu ndio nilisema nasimama UMCA. Nilileta uko yangu nzima. Sasa wewe Ken na Toto mmoja
Yes, Jakindube. Wewe ulienda mpaka UIC.
Bernard, saa zingine unatuletea vitu vya ajabu sana. Watu mtu una graduate hujui siku uli graduate. Unawezaje kugraduate 2011 na unapewa certificate 2019 ndio inakuwa printed. Hiyo ni jamani. sijui usomi wa sasa ni
iko na serial number.
Na wasalimia wote, Mama Salina wote na wasalimia mjambo. Mimi nataka kwanza na kusema Mama Salina nakupongeza sana. Sijasema hii kitu. Nakupongeza sana kwa sababu uliwaambia watu hapa kwamba kiongozi ambaye unataka Raila achague ni Martha Karua, na watu wengine wakajaribu kusema na wewe ukasema pana ni Martha Karua, na vile ulisema imefanyika, na hiyo chaguo lako inabomoa ile misingi ilikuwa imewekwa, mawe ile ilikuwa imewekwa, inabomoa, hizo zinaanguka peke yake. Kwa hiyo nakupongeza sana, na nataka kuambia vile vijana, ukisikia mzee amesema kitu, mama amesema kitu, umsikilize tafadhali, usimwrite off, umsikilize. Hapa tulikuwa na wengine walishuku, lakini sasa tunaona chaguo la mama. Vile nasema
nimekaa na Martha Karua tangu 2006, very close, na nimemfuata na siasa yake tangu 2006, si mambo ya jana. Nimekuwa na yeye karibu kabisa, so namjua na principles zake na yale mambo anatenda na vile yote inafanyika. I'm really close, najua ni mama wa nguvu sana.
Asante. Kwa hiyo kitu nataka kusema ni kwamba ni jambo la muhimu kwamba tuchague viongozi ambao wana ujasiri wa kuongoza. Alex alikuwa amesema kutafakari ni fikra ambazo wewe mwenyewe unakaa pale ukiangalia, ukidadisi kuangalia kwamba huyu mtu ama sehemu ambayo tunaenda ni ama kitu ambacho tunataka kufanya ni kina faida gani na kuna matatizo gani. Hiyo ndio Kirwa alifanya katika hizo siku. Alikaa na akiwaza na kuwazua kwamba wa upande ule yuko itakuwa namna gani. Lakini mimi nataka kusema kwamba Arap Kirwa nilimuona kwenye interview fulani, alikuwa akihojiwa, alipoulizwa mambo ya Gachagua alishindwa kujibu. Vile alijibu ilionyesha kwamba hakukubaliana naye. Ukiangalia vile alijibu hakuwa na uhakika, na kwa hiyo mimi nilikuwa na shuku kwamba huyu anawezaje kuwa ni makamo wa msaidizi wa makamo wa mwenyekiti, na anajibu swali, hawezi kujibu hii swali vizuri. Kwa hiyo ni kitu ambacho nafikiri haikuwa imemfaa. Hiyo interview ukiangalia, wote mtu akiangalia na ujuone kitu amefanya sasa, ni kwamba alikuwa anatafakari wakati huo katika roho yake. Na mimi nataka kusema kwamba kutoka kwa Arap Kirwa kujiunga na Azimio, tunarudi, mimi hii kitu inanirudisha pale 2002, na hii ni kwamba wale watu ambao ile timu ambayo ilikuwa katika serikali ya Kibaki ya kwanza wakati 2002 ilikuwa ni timu nzuri, timu ambayo ilikuwa kazi yao ilikuwa ni kufanya kazi. Kitu ambacho walishindwa kufanya ni kwamba kule mtu ambaye alikuwa anaongoza alikuwa anaongozwa tu na kwamba economy, lakini hakujua kwamba economy lazima uongezee na ujenzi wa taifa. Sio kujenga nchi peke yake, unajenga taifa, na taifa ukijenga hiyo msingi inakaa sawa sawa. Na sasa hii timu mimi nataka niwahimize na kuwaomba wana Kenya wote tuunge timu ya Azimio mkono, kwa sababu hii timu inataka kutujengea hiyo mambo watu wanalia sana economy, lakini jambo ambalo wanataka kufanya ambalo wengine hamuelewi ni kwamba wanataka watujengee taifa, tuwajengee wajukuu wetu, watoto wetu taifa. Tukiwajengea taifa thabiti, economy itakuweko. Hata kukiwa na msukosuko, economy yetu itabaki salama na nchi yetu itabaki salama, kwa sababu tukijenga taifa nzuri haina sijui niwaeleze kwamba kuna kujenga taifa na kujenga nchi. Kujenga taifa ni kujenga watu. Kujenga watu ni kufanya watu wawe wamoja. Watu wawe wamoja, wajione wote ni wa Kenya bila kubaguana kabila. Hiyo ni kujenga taifa. Kujenga nchi ndio unajenga mabarabara na nini na hizo vitu kama hizo. Kwa hiyo nikisema kujenga taifa ni kujenga watu. Taifa ni watu. Taifa ni watu. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri tuunge mkono hii mpango ambao Bwana Raila na Uhuru wanataka, na wale ambao wako kama sisi tunajua kwamba taifa inatakiwa ijengwe. Tujenge taifa letu ndio iwe thabiti. Jambo lingine ambalo nilikuwa nataka kusema na nataka kuwakumbusha, nilimuona makamu wa rais akisema kwamba Bwana Raila hajui, kwamba Raila anaposema kwamba kuna maadui watatu. Wakati tukipata uhuru tulikuwa tunaambiwa tuna adui watatu. Moja ni ujinga, ugonjwa na umasikini. Bwana Ruto alisema kwamba Raila hajui, hakuna wajinga, mambo ya ugonjwa hakuna, mambo ya umasikini hakuna. Sasa mimi nataka kuwauliza Wakenya, hiyo ni kweli? Hiyo si kweli. Ujinga sio kwamba mtu, hii kitu nimesema hapa tena, nimesema tena hapa, nilisema kwamba kusoma sio kusema umetoa ujinga. Kusoma tu, kusoma sio kutoa ujinga. Lazima uwe na elimu. Elimu ni wisdom na ubinadamu wako. Hiyo ndio elimu. Lazima uwe na elimu. Kusoma, mtu anaweza kuwa amesoma lakini hiyo ujinga haijamuisha. Sasa kama mfano kama yeye anapozungumza, unamuona huyo kweli mtu ana wisdom anaposema kwamba hayo maadui hakuna, hatuna masikini, tumefukuza masikini, tumefukuza ugonjwa. Hizi vitu zote hatujafanya, na Wakenya wanapiga makofi na kusema hao ambao wanapiga makofi ndio hao watu ambao bado tunasema kuna ujinga, kwa sababu ujinga ni kwamba lazima tuelewe ni kitu gani, kwa sababu hatuelewi hata haki zetu. Hatuelewi haki. Hao wote wanapiga makofi pale, ukiwauliza haki zao hawaelewi haki zao ni nini. So ni kitu muhimu sana mtu anaposema tunataka kutoa ujinga. Ujinga ni kwamba tunataka Wakenya wawe watu ambao wanajua haki zao, wasivunjiwe, wanajua haki zao na wanaheshimiwa. Hiyo kabisa. Mambo ya umasikini, tuko na Wakenya wengi, hii tunasema hatuna kazi. Hiyo maana yake ndio hiyo. Tukiwa na makazi, hiyo unasema tumepunguza umasikini. Magonjwa ni kwa sababu mahospitali zetu hazina madawa, unakuta kuna hata waganga. Sio kusema hizo vitu zinatakiwa tuzifanyie kazi. Hatujazifanyia kazi. mpaka leo hii tunasema tumekosa kazi. Watu wetu sasa hii watu wanasema hatuna kazi. Hospitali ukienda utibiwi, watu ni masikini. Ni kwa sababu hizo vitu, hao maadui watatu hatujapigana nao. Lakini sasa mnaona makamu wa rais anasema ati Raila ambaye anasema hivyo hajui kitu. Nani kati yake na Raila nani hajui? Ni yeye hajui kabisa. Na ndio maana tukimpatia uongozi atatupeleka kwa shimo. Na hata juzi amesema atarudisha, jana alikuwa anasema atarudisha port kule Mombasa, atoe kule ilipokuwa. Na kulikuwa na jamaa moja anaitwa Black alikimbia hapa jana kwa sababu anasema mambo ya uongo. Mimi na bado tu nitarudia hapo tena, bado nawaambia vijana na watu wote wa Kenya, uongo ni jambo la aibu, kwa sababu makamu wa rais anasema uongo kila siku na Wakenya wanapiga makofi. Ndio kusema Wakenya sisi tu hatujui uongo na ukweli, na hiyo ni makosa. Hiyo ndio ile ujinga tulikuwa tunaambiwa kwamba hiyo ni adui, kwa sababu ni adui inakufanya unachukua jambo ambalo halifai. Hiyo mimi naomba sana tuache hiyo. Mimi nimefurahi na chaguo la Bwana Raila, kwa sababu chaguo la Bwana Raila ilikuwa ni chaguo ambao watu wote wengi, hata kwa hii Mtembei tulizungumzia na tulipigia kura, watu wengi sana tulipigia kura. Ndio kusema ni kiongozi ambaye anasikiliza maoni ya wananchi wake. So huyo ndio kiongozi ambaye anatufaa. Hii nyingine ni kiongozi ambaye mkiangalia mtu yule amechagua, inaweza kukwambia ni kiongozi wa namna gani, kwa sababu amechagua mtu ambaye sifa zake ni za kunyanyasa watu, wa kupiga watu. Hao ambao anasema Wakikuyu aliwapiga wengi sana, na akiulizwa anasema alikuwa anafuata amri. Hiyo ni uongozi mbaya. Kwa hiyo Wakenya, tafadhalini mjue hii tiketi mbili ni kama mchana na usiku. Asante sana Bwana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Jack Ndubei, we appreciate it. Ni muhimu kila Mkenya amakinike kwa kutofautisha hawa viongozi. Tumesema hapa mara nyingi kwamba tusichague sera, tuchague tabia, kwa sababu sera mikononi mwa mtu mwenye tabia mbovu, haijalishi hiyo sera ziko nzuri kivipi, zitafuata tabia huyo kiongozi. Kwa hivyo kuweka katika mizani ni kiongozi na tabia yake kwanza, alafu tusikilize ana sera ipi. So kama ni mtu ambaye ni muongo, basi afai. Kama ni mtu ambaye aminiki, ndio hivyo. Huwezi kumwamini na nchi, atauza nchi na tuache hapa na madeni. So let us watch out and not just be sycophants trying to push for what can't be. Yes, Kabuchi, what is it?
Unaweza nisikia?
Yes, we can get you. What is it?
Niko Dar es Salaam, Tanzania.
Yes.
Na naweza sema kitu najaribu kusema ni ya kwamba Raila is the best bet. We need Raila in our lives. Because sisi watoto wa Nyayo, majority of us ni watoto wa Nyayo. Tumekula shida. We are now parents, most of us. And we need to change this country of ours.
Okay. Thank you, Bwana Kabuchi. I agree with you.
Na tujenge nchi yetu kama wa Kenya. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Please keep your mic mute every time you're on the screen because it provides a feedback that irritates and creates noise. And then let us observe our standing orders, please, and move with speed. Stafford, quickly, tukisonga hivyo mbele. Stony PK, wewe unajua the deputy speaker. Before we confirm.
Yes, I'm here. Hello. Hello, everyone. Good evening once again. I'm doing good. And you? Yes, Bernard, I'm here now.
Unatusomea taarifa ya habari kwa nyuma.
Salamu zangu ni za kitaarifa Bernard. Nashukuru sana the panelists. I greet you once again. Happy that tunaendelea bado tunasonga mbele. I was following an interview with Murathe somewhere here on television, na ninasikia akieleza maelezo Kalonzo ako bado Azimio. So nilikuwa na sana, you know, Murathe, whatever Murathe says is the hajui kudanganya. So I was following the interview. That's why I was away from the screen for some time. Lakini nataka kusema kwanza, nataka kuongea Kipruto Arap Kirwa. Uamuzi ambao amefanya ni wa busara. That's like now the rift is shaking. It's doing the right team now. Najua most of the tukishangaa hapa the rift ni kama strong candidates are being intimidated. Wale wengi, kuna wengine wameenda independent. That's what Murathe has been saying, that wengine wameamua hata even muting the photos of the DP. That's why wanajaribu kujitetea even in the same that aspirants are going and they are muting the photos of the presidential candidate. You know, that's a very sign. It means that people have come where they should go and thing to do. As in it has reached a point. This is a point of no return. Saa hii tukiteleza tu tutajikuta babaya sana. So ni kama watu wamesoma. Kipruto amefanya vizuri ya kuhamia Azimio. Again, ukiangalia agenda, najua watu wengi walikuwa wanasema sijui Martha ana following. Kwa nini Kipruto aliamua kumtazama hakumpigia Raila simu? Hii ni kuonyesha kwamba akona ufuasi mkubwa na watu wengi wanadhamini siasa yake sana. Ndio maana kupitia kwake umeona hata rais amepumzika siku hizi, hapigi siasa. It's not that he hasn't quitted. Remember, the president is the chairman of Azimio, so for anything that has to happen, he must be aware. But Martha kuwa running mate wa baba imemsababishia rais akuwe na kazi ambayo si hapo mbeleni. Tulisikia walisema atakuwa anauza sera wakati anazindua miradi. So it means that the government has gone as far as this. Azimio is the government, and we don't need to question our position. What we should be talking about how we're going to make this government of Azimio a success. That's the matter we have at the moment. Not arguing about lose. Hao wengine gasi imewaishia. Ukiangalia mikutano yao wanaenda ni videos. Wamekubali wao ni upinzani. hata hatufai kuwashughulikia sana, tusiwapige sana. Hiyo kiboko ya madha tu imewatosha. We should be focusing on now how to make Azimio government a success. You know, I feel wameishiwa, mbinu zimeisha. Gadi si mtu anaweza hold public rally ambie watu what Kenya kuisha can achieve. Unlike mother, you know, mother can hold a rally, can watu wengi awambie this what we want from you for supporters, you know. That's the way we hao wengine kama Ruto hayuko bas. They only need Ruto for them to succeed in any rally. So what does this mean? It means that the government now, we have the right government. We see where we are headed. Elia huyu Senator Cleo Marara hata amegraduate sema was it 2000 ajui akagraduate on Sunday. The first person to graduate on a Sunday in fact ni Malala. So hata ajielewi. Ukiona imechanganyikiwa, in one way they are prepared to lose. Wanataka kutafuta mahali wanashikilia miti, hata tusiwasi sana, tusiwape time. In fact tunakuwa sasa hivi eneza injili ya Azimio, injili ya baba, because we know what he and mother are capable of doing if they take the government. So that's what we should be spreading now. We should try to convert hao. Kuna unajua before kuna ile ilikuwa watu walikuwa wamekimbia kwa naibu rais wengi sana. Sasa ni kuwafikishia ujumbe polepole, wengi wanabadilika, sound is shifting slowly. As I'm talking right here from Kisii, vitu zinabadilika. Sasa hii ukiingia ni Kisii town, hiyo ni ngome ya baba Azimio. Wanaelewa kitu wanafanya. So everywhere I see Ruto anaendelea ku lose. So we should not be worried. Let me hope that in other parts like in the mountain where people Ruto had taken over the mantle from the president. Tulikuwa mingi unajua mountain hapo wakiamua kupigia mtu watampigia, but now we are seeing mothers changing the waters, the colors are changing. Now we are happy, you know. We can have a breath. You know that now the government is going. Kipruto huko ameingia upande mzuri. You know, sometimes kwa uongozi ufai kulazimisha watu waingie kwa mtu ambaye unataka. Kama waliamua ni baki Kindiki. Lakini sasa jua haiwezi baki basi. Tunacheza ngoma vile tunajua, unajua. Kila mwana sema Waswahili wanasema kila mwamba ngoma, sielewi. Wanaokimanya Kiswahili watanisaidia hapo. Sisi watu from Nyanza na Kiswahili wao tunapigana nayo sana. Lakini tunaona mambo ya kuwa mazuri. So we love the way it's moving. So Bernard, I feel now hii timu imechanganyikiwa. Tunaona wame tayari. Waje sasa wao wakufe polepole, wazame lao lizame polepole. Mada hapa mambo, unajua nyumba inaendeshwa, wanasema a successful baba, a mother must be there. And now baba got the mother. This time round tuko ndani. So shukrani kwa muda wenu. Nafurahi sana vile mambo yanaendelea. Ni marathon ile yenye Uhuru Kenyatta alisema rais wetu eti ni usikimbie. Sasa unajua imebaki kama tuseme 100 meters to go. Hii timu nyingine imegeuka imeanza kukimbia. Sasa sisi waje tuendelee hadi tumalize. Asante kwa muda wenu lakini.
Okay. Asante Stafford, we appreciate it. Mwamba ngoma uvuta kwake. Kila mwamba ngoma uvuta kwake.
Asante. Asante.
Msemo wa Kiswahili huo. Charo huyu ndio anakielewa kabisa kuliko mimi. Charo vipi?
Charo yuko sawa hapa. Asante sana bwana Bernard na watu wote hapo kwa panel. Namuona mama hapo amepiga maski. Bado corona inaendelea huko?
Bado tuko nayo.
Okay, poleni, corona itaisha. Ni hali ya hewa na hali ya dunia. Mimi huwa nasikia raha saa zote nikiingia kwa hii panel kabisa. Nasikia raha kwanza, nimeona ule mzee wa huko kwa kina Kenya Kwanza amerudi huku kwetu. Nimesikia hata nywele imenisimama. Nikasema hai, mambo ndio inaenda sawa sawa kabisa. Na hata upande mwingine huyu mama Martha Karua, yeye hata hahitaji kufatana sana na mzee wetu Raila. Saa nyingine mzee Raila anamwambia wewe pumzika, yeye anaenda makazi peke yake. Na anachapa kazi huyo mama, anachapa kazi, anajua kuongea, ana heshima. Hata ukiona movement zake utakuta mambo yake, unajua huyu ni mama ambaye anaweza ongoza taifa. Nimemwangalia leo akiwa kanisani pale, dakika kidogo nikampata kwa hiyo mkutano, amwangalia. Sasa hilo jambo ambalo limebaki saa hii ni kuhakikisha tumechunga kura za baba vizuri, manake kuna hao wajua kwenye msafara wa mamba hakukose hao mburukenge, hao wako pale ndani wanataka kujifanya ni mamba na ili hali ni mburukenge. Kwa hivyo tupiganie sasa kura za baba, tuzilinde vizuri, tuzidi kusawishi watu katika hii platform, watu waingie, tuje wengi na tuhakikishe tunaelimisha watu karibu wote. Kitu kumoja tu ningetaka kuomba kufikia sasa ni mama na baba wakanyage wote Mombasa pale Tononoka grounds, wakapatengeneze laini pale, manake kuna huyu mamba aliingia kule akaanza kusema atatunulia viwanja, atarudisha vile alibeba huko, alibeba poti, sijui alibeba na matangi na bahari, anasema atairudisha tena huku. Sasa kuna watu anakuwa anawa confuse na yeye wataka pale watu wa Coast awachanganye, na sio wote watu wa Coast wana ile understanding ya kuwa huyu jamaa anatudanganya. Sasa kuna watu saizi ameweka 50-50 kwa sababu hawana kazi, wako mitaani wamekaa, wanasema basi kama tumesikia poti itarudishwa, yeye anasema basi mimi naweza kufikiria kumpigia kura huyu anaitwa huyo Samuel Ruto. Lakini hiyo yote ni uongo, manake ile poti ilipelekwa kule na SGR, ilienda na mikataba, na sidhani kama ile mkataba wanaweza ivunja wairudishe huku, na sidhani pale watu vijana walioandikwa kazi kule ambao pia ni wa Kenya watawachishwa kazi waletwe huku, ama watachishwa kazi wapeleke wapi? Lakini sio wote watu wanaweza kufikiria deep. Kwa hivyo tujaribu sana kuelimisha. Mimi huwa najaribu sana, napiga simu huko, mpaka leo nimepiga simu Eldoret. Jua kuna ile siku ya mpira ilikuwa inachezwa timu ya England huko Champions League, kuna hoteli zilikuwa zimewachiwa watu waende wakule chakula ya bure, angalie mpira. Sasa leo nikaona huu mzee alipotoka huku, nikapiga simu huko, nikauliza je, huko ground inasemaje? Watu wakanambia ground iko kimya, lakini machungu yako. Kwa hivyo tuhakikishe tumechunga kura ya baba na tumeeneza injili ya baba na mama Martha Karua. Kwa hivyo sote hapa, kama una familia yako, jamii yako, wafanyie bidii, kama ni kura na vitambulisho wapate, ili wapigie kura baba hiyo mwezi wa kura ukifika. Lakini nawaomba sana tujaribu, kama ana uwezo, kama mama Selina, ongea na mama Martha Karua, waambie wakanyage Mombasa na baba. Mimi natoka Mombasa, na huko Mombasa ndo nimeona vituko ambavyo bado kuna sita. Yaani mambo ya Mombasa ukiona, maanake wamekuja wamedanganywa. Hata Kalonzo amejaribu kutuletea paka Sonko huko. Sasa tuko na vita kupigana na Sonko, na tuna wasiwasi, maanake hao watu ambao wanaangalia hizi karatasi wanajua hizi karatasi zingine zao wengine ni fake na wanaziona, lakini bado wanawaruhusu. Hata hatujui wanaruhusiwa vipi. Na wengine wamekuja na karatasi zao za DD huko, wengine hata amefika form 2 anasema ameenda akafanya PhD. Sasa sijui kama form 2 huko nyumbani inaruhusiwa siku hizi kufanya PhD na form 2. Sasa imekuwa hiyo ndio shida yetu, manake watu kama hao kutoka mwanzoni walikuwa hawaruhusiwi, lakini sijui ilikuwaje mpaka wakapitishwa, na hivi wameanza wanajisema wenyewe. Kama wakina Malala wametoka pale akajisema mwenyewe, kama yeye hangejisema pengine kitu ingeenda chini ya maji. Sasa vile wamejisema wenyewe, tuhakikishe hawa watu hawapawi uongozi, manake wameforge papers, na ni sheria ya Kenya, ukipatikana umeforge papers huruhusiwi kufanya chochote, unakuwa tunapelekwa chini ya maji. Leo nimechunguza, kuna mwingine hapo wa Azimio alikuwa ameenda polisi na anasema vijana wake walikuwa wameshikwa, siwezi kukumbuka alikuwa ni wapi, lakini ni huko kwa kina huyu mama huyu wa catwalk, huyu anaitwa Waiguru. Kuna mzee mmoja hapo kubwa tu wa Azimio wa Kenya Kwanza amepelekwa polisi na watu wake pale, ile ameteta pale kwa SOS mpaka nimejua sasa hawa watu wakiingia kwa serikali kutakuwa hakuna serikali. Wale wengine wanasema polisi ni wasisome, wengine wanasema hawataki kusikia mambo ya askari, watapeana shilingi 500 na wanaachwa. Sasa watu kama wale tukiwapisha nafasi wapate uongozi, nafikiri sijui mambo itakuwaje. Hatuwezi kusema zaidi ya hiyo, lakini kutakuwa na shida wale watu wakiingia. Kwa hivyo tujaribu kuleta watu wengi. Mama Selina, hiyo kazi imekupatia, uongee na mama Martha Karua, mwambie na baba wakuje Mombasa hapo Tononoka grounds. Tunawangoja kwa shangwe na nderemo, waje watoe ile wasiwasi kidogo ambayo tumeingiziwa ndani. Tumeingiziwa Songo, tumeingiziwa mambo ya mashamba, tumeingiziwa mambo ya port. Sasa tumekuwa ni watu hatujui tuende wapi turudi wapi. Kwa hivyo na hakika kabisa mama na baba wakikanyaga pale, ground itabadilika, itakuwa hiyo ya 90%, tunataka iwe mpaka 100% kama inawezekana. Ni hayo tu.
Stone PK, si ni wewe? Yeah, nimesikia tutaambiana report. Stone PK, naona Bernard ilikuwa amesema Steven alafu ni wewe. Stone PK. Bernard haonekani, nilikuwa nimesikia kama alisema Steven Charo alafu Stone PK.
Bernard ameenda kukula dinner.
Ataenda kukula dinner. Stone PK
Maybe
kama
Mr.
yuko Wangila. Shikilia. Oh, amerudi Bernard.
Samahani, kwa Stone PK ameenda wapi? Siende alikuwa kwa chairman, amekwama, poleni. Bwana Wangira, how are you?
Yes, how are you, Bernard?
I'm well. I had left the chairmanship to Stone PK. It's like network yake imejam naye.
Okay, that's still fine. How is everybody? How is everybody?
We are good. Go ahead.
On Kipruto Kirwa, I think he has just returned to the flock of birds where he just belongs. So it's nothing surprising. He has just gone back home, you know. He couldn't fit in this Kenya Kwisha alliance because of, I think, his principles. And now he's just back home. It's nothing much there. He's just back home. On Wetangula, Bernard, Wetangula is a funny guy, and I think some 2 or 3 or 4 days ago, I was discussing this guy called Wetangula. Wetangula is the only guy who calls himself principal, but still goes running for these small seats. You know, Principal Kalonzo Musyoka does not run for even governor. Principal Raila Odinga does not run for even senator. The other principal with Musalia Mudavadi does not run for the MP for East Sabatia. How come that Wetangula is the only principal who goes running for these small seats instead of allowing other people in Bungoma to become senator for Bungoma? You know, I tend to think that Wetangula, you know, uses this position of being a principal, like now he is a principal in Kenya Kwanza Alliance, to only raise his stakes so that he can be re-elected. And you know, now because he's the Kenya Kwanza Alliance principal, you know that now his stakes are high and his chances of being re-elected are also become high.
You know, it's just a matter of him raising his tax. And funnily, you know, I've been observing the development in Bungoma, and you know, the scenario in Bungoma seems to be the same scenario in Ukambani. You know, a person who has ever voted for this old man called Raila Odinga, you know, converting him back to where you want him, you want him to go becomes very, very difficult. And you know, that could be a big disadvantage for Wetangula, even after he was cleared today to run for senator for Bungoma, because majority of people in Bungoma seem to be stuck in that old NASA, which is now Azimio La Umoja, and you know, they don't see how they will be they will be made to follow this gentleman called Wetangula. And you know, that disadvantage him, that if he's not very, very careful, he could just lose it. This could become his first time to lose an elective position in Bungoma, because even after raising his stake, there's no certainty that he will be elected in Bungoma, Bernard. Kenya Kwanza Alliance meeting in Kirinyaga, Bernard. First thing, you know, the gatherings, just like it was yesterday in Narok. Today, if you watch that gathering in Kirinyaga, it looked more very artificial, you know. Like yesterday in Narok, people were asking, how come that this is Narok and we don't see people in the red shukas? You know, it was the same thing in Kirinyaga today. That gathering was not that organic as it's supposed to be, Bernard. And you know, today, William Ruto said some funny things, that even if Raila Odinga tries to hide behind Martha Karua or behind President Uhuru Kenyatta, you know, he's not going to win this particular election, Bernard. You know, those are just indicators of a guy who is now just panicking, you know. You know, he knows that Martha Karua was in Kirinyaga a week ago, and he has now run back to Kirinyaga with an organic crowd there, and telling that organic crowd that, you know, even if Raila Odinga hides behind Martha Karua, Uhuru Kenyatta, he is not going to win this election. And William Ruto is now being very careful. You see, when he's in Mount Kenya, he's not attacking Martha Karua one-on-one. You know, he's only attacking Raila Odinga. Like today, when he was in Kirinyaga, he was not attacking Martha Karua. He used that particular opportunity to attack Raila Odinga. And I remember huyu naibu wa rais huyu naibu wa rais wake was saying that the competition is not between him and Martha Karua, but the competition is between Raila Odinga and William Ruto. So the way things look, Bernard, you know, it's pure firefighting in Mount Kenya, Bernard. It is pure firefighting in Mount Kenya, Bernard. And today I observed this lady called Martha Karua in Bungoma, Bernard. You know, the way she's not presenting herself, Bernard. You see, you know, she's coming out as purely deputy presidential material, you know. The way she expresses herself, the way she presents herself, you see, she's coming out as purely deputy presidential material. And, you know, she's even proving that she can be subordinate to somebody, you know, to be subordinate to Raila Odinga, you see, Bernard. Finally, Bernard, on this issue of Malala and his academic papers, Bernard, there are two things in this country that even if you told me, unless I'm very certain of, I'll not take it to the bank. If you told me your age, Bernard, today, unless I'm very certain that I've read your birth certificate, I'll not buy into it, because majority of Kenyans cheat on their ages. And a person who is 50 years will tell you is 40 years. A person who is 40 years will tell you is 25 years. The other thing that Kenyans cheat on so much is on their academic qualifications, Bernard. You know, even if you attained a D plus at your KCSE examination, you should just be proud of those grades, because those are what you genuinely got. You know, why should you struggle Bernard, to acquire what you did not get, like in the scenario that we are seeing in this country. In this country, things are becoming so funny that on the streets, everybody is doctor, Dr. Wangira, doctor. I think you are, Bernard, you are the only guy who is not doctor in this town. Eh? Because people, they want to look so plastic that if you are called Dr. Wangira, people think that you are. So, we are in a very, very sorry situation where people are faking everything. People are faking their academic qualification. People are faking their lifestyle. People are faking everything. If you go to social media today on people's Facebook pages, everybody in this town attended the University of Nairobi. So if everybody in this town attended the University of Nairobi, who is this guy who never attended the university, Bernard? So, it's a sad scenario that we are living plastic life, and at the end of the day, it's not going to help us. Let us encourage people to live, to be what they are. Not every person is gifted to become a university graduate or to hold a PhD, Bernard. Let us just encourage everybody to be what he is. Kama we ni mtu ya class 8, we kuwa tu mtu ya class 8. Kama we ni mtu ya form 4, kuwa tu mtu ya form 4. If you have a university degree, be proud of the university degree, and life will be easier for you than what we are now seeing for Malala here, Bernard. Asante.
Thank you, Bwana Wangira. Kama wewe ni mtu wa class 8, kuja omba tu kura kama mtu wa class 8.
Kabisa.
Profesa, sema tu mimi ni mtu ile ya class 8, lakini kizungu yangu inaendanga na mimi akili yangu inafanya kazi vizuri, naweza kumanage mambo vizuri. Tuelewane tu, tukupatia kitu tumekupatia. Badala kututisha hapa wewe ni profesa ile hali university ulihudhuria kando ya barabara, kisha makaratasi ukachukua miaka 10 baadaye, alafu iko na serial number. Lazima tutakuchunguza. All right, thank you so much everybody. Thank you all of you that are inviting others to join into the discourse. Bwana Njiru, mbona uingii back office? I'm looking for the shortest cut out of here. Find for me Wekesa, Bwana Njiru, find for me Wekesa. Amemaliza na president. Okay, thank you. Naomba sasa tumsikilize nani gender sensitive Lamek, ngoja kidogo tu tumsikilize Penny kwanza alafu turudi kwako. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, my fellow panelists, Bernard, our very able Madam Selina, Wangira, I can see Njiru, and Lamek. Yeah, it's a very interesting discussion, and I'm glad to join you this evening. Now, I can see there is something about Honorable Kirwa joining the Azimio team. I think that is a plus to the winning team, because when you make a comparison between the departure of Honorable Mutua from Azimio and the departure of Arap Kirwa being the vice chairman of UDA, this has made a very big impact. I don't think Azimio had a lot to lose by Mutua leaving compared to the way, to the impact that Mr. Kirwa's departure has made in UDA. And even perceptionally in politics is all about perception. And I think this is a very, very big blow to the UDA team. Because when you look at Arap Kirwa, he has reform credentials just like Martha and Raila and other good men and women who have fought for the democracy of this nation. So he was actually in the wrong place, and it was just a question of time. And now we can be rest assured that the Tower of Babel is coming crumbling down. So Kirwa is someone whose background is purely reformist, and there is no way he was going to be one and the same thing with a group of people whose common denominator is master forgers, just like I think someone has mentioned here about Malala's papers, and everyone claiming to be a doctor. We know a whole bunch of people who they belong to one side, and they are master forgers. They have forged their academic papers. We know people whose common denominator is corruption and stealing and even killing, you know, people who are fighting a lot of court cases. We know people whose common denominator is misappropriation, ranging from national youth funds money to various kinds of monies that were meant for particular projects. So it's a thumbs up for Mr. Kirwa, and he's welcome to the winning team. So in the Rift Valley region, I think there are still a lot of disgruntled people, though they have not come out and say that they are they have divergent opinions to their leader or to the ideology that is being prescribed by the Kenya Kwanza. There are still a lot of disgruntled people who do not share the same ideology. And I will just but mention a few, not to spoil for them or to make them be suspected by their leaders or anything. But I think there are a few clips or there are a few happenings in the past that has clearly shown that these people do not share the same ideology as their leader, their presidential candidate. So we are in fact waiting for people like Isaac Ruto. We know that he's a very sane person. He's very level-headed, and is a man of integrity. So he cannot fit into the UDA team. And we are still waiting for Honorable Isaac Ruto. People like Mishra, we know that they do not share the same minds with their presidential candidate. And I can assure you that even though they have not come out clearly at this time and say that they have defected, it is just a question of time. People like Buzeki do not share the same ideologies as Kenya Kwanza, and we know that actually they are on the way to Azimio. We have people like, I've mentioned Buzeki, I've also mentioned Alfred Mutua. He's quite independent-minded, and you know Kenya Kwanza is not for people who are independent-minded. You're supposed to leave your brain at home and be upangwe, you know. But from the look of things, people like Alfred Kiter are people who know what they want for their constituents, and therefore they cannot afford to be ordered left, right, center just because someone is a presidential candidate. So mine is just to warn our opponents from the Kenya Kwanza team that though it's only Kirwa who is brave enough to come out now, but we expect a mass exodus. By June, we are expecting a mass exodus from Kenya Kwanza to the winning team. And we would urge our dear able madam here, Selina, to continue preaching the gospel of Azimio. Yeah, continue preaching the gospel of Azimio to our comrades and open their eyes. Let them see that they are being manipulated into voting in a government that is dictatorial, a government that is full of thugs and hooligans, you know, and one that lacks democracy. And just the other day, we were discussing about Honorable Ruto, his apologies. In fact, it is an established fact that his apologies were just mere political rhetorics meant to gain political mileage. He was not serious with his apologies, because after that, they are still engaging in a lot of propaganda, the use of insulting language. So we knew it was just a question of time, and it's not even one week since he apologized. So we have actually known that his apologies meant nothing. They were just meant for him to gain political mileage and probably to hoodwink the Mount Kenya team that now he honors their son, you know. So maybe I'll leave that one at that and proceed to the next discussion, which is about Wetangula defending his senatorial seat in Bungoma. Again, I will say that, these people are very wise and they are very self-centered. So WETANGULA has sensed defeat, and he knows very well that they are not going to form the next government. On top of that, the target of 70% of the votes that they have been given by Ruto is not practical. They are not going to meet all that, because looking from the way Baba has combed out the western region, you can be rest assured that these people are not going to get any meaningful votes from there. So I think WETANGULA is just playing wise, and is trying not to keep all his his eggs in the same basket. He's trying to diversify that, just in case they lose and he was given a promise of being the speaker, at least he will have a soft landing, which to me is very selfish, you know. He should have relinquished that seat for someone else, because someone else has put it here, well, that being a principal, what business does he have going for small seats like a senator, you know, and stuff like that. Then there is also the issue of the Kirinyaga. Yeah, there's also the issue of the Kenya Kwanza being in Kirinyaga and doing their campaigns there. So one thing that I would like to assure the rest of the nation is that currently the Kenya Kwanza team are playing defensive politics. So they're actually trailing behind Baba and Martha and making sure that they run after each and every place where Baba and Martha have campaigned. So to me, the Kenya Kwanza team being in Kirinyaga means nothing. They merely went there to defend themselves, because they initially thought that they had the keys to the mountain, only for them to be challenged by, you know, one iron lady, Honorable Martha Karua. So their kind of politics for the last 1 week have been defensive. There is no single one time they've woken up to a new place. They are just trailing behind the Azimio team and playing the defensive. And we know that the Azimio team are in the scoring business. So congratulations, the Azimio team. Keep on scoring, as these people are scampering left, right, center, trying to defend what cannot be defended, because as it is, they're already overwhelmed. So they can only but defend, but the writings are clearly on the wall that they will not manage, you know. Azimio has already taken a grip of the mountain, and it's so clear. So I think I'll stop at that to give my other colleagues the opportunity to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Thank you for that. Probably I'll respond on something somebody has commented on the comment section. How many votes will Arap Kirwa add to Azimio? This is not about votes per se. I believe that Baba and Karua are working out on that dream team that Kibaki had in 2002, specifically for the recovery of the economy. So it may not necessarily be being after the votes, but after the expertise, after the capability of one Arap Kirwa being on the team of the recovery of the economy. And of course, he must have 1, 2, 3 people he can influence and add to the votes. So being dismissive may not change much. Of course, that is the usual way of Tanga responding to everything. They dismiss and write you off. They dismiss Uhuru Kenyatta has no influence in the mountain. They declared themselves the kingpin of the mountain. And now the mountain is running away. They are still running to hold it. Very dangerous crop of thinkers. Yes, Elijah, what is it?
Okay, first of all, I want to say hi to everybody. And I want to come to this conversation of the day by saying, Kirwa, by joining Azimio, it's not a very big deal for me because Kirwa was not
Elijah,
even with us
you are
since.
breaking the standing orders. You only lift
Okay,
your hand if you
there
want
is
to
an
ask a
answer I want.
question.
Okay, I want to come out to answer something that the lady there, Ben is saying.
Kama una swali unauliza tafadhali, kwa
Okay, I want
sababu
to ask you the question.
kuna watu ambao wamekutangulia. Hao lazima wafanye submission kabla yako.
Okay, let me ask you the question.
Yes.
The question is, Baba caning in Western part of Kenya is Baba stronghold since, as we know. For us to say now that Baba is caning there, I don't see if he's caning, but he's trying to get back what was his own. Don't say it's caning, but he's trying to get back what was for him before. It was not like Baba was already loose Western, because this is the next step we are taking now. Before 2017, 2013, that's Baba's stronghold, as we all know. So it's not gaining nothing. What we see there in central Kenya is that now Mother Karwa is trying to take from UDA. But what can I say there? Mother Karwa, she's only there. She's only the one that Azimio is trying to gain votes from a mountain there. But as we all know, she don't have any MP. She don't know. She don't have any support. And now you are telling us that UDA is trying.
Bernard, that's not a question. That's not a question. That's submission.
Yes, that is what I'm saying, and we will not allow that for now.
Thank you.
Let's just be patient. You will get an opportunity to make your submission. This being clever about it is not helping much. About Mother Karua and the mountain is simple. You said Uhuru aondoke ili mpambane na wale watu wanakombea kiti. Uhuru akakaa kando, okay? Akasema hasa wacha niwachie mama. Sasa mama amewatesa tena, ameanza kuteta. Ninyi kumbaneni na mama. Gachagua na viti vingapi? Gachagua ana kiti kimoja tu. Na yeye ni mbunge wa kwanza. So Martha Karua amekuwa bunge 20 years as Gishuki MP. An experienced politician. You can't compare him to Gachagua. So kama ni kuhesabu viti, tuanze kuhesabu za Gachagua kwanza, ndio tuanze za Karua. Lamek, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard, and good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Okay, mine I have to start with the debut, the running mate of Azimio. She started her day at Togoto, the PCA, when the women something they had a celebration. And Bernard, if you could see the face for those women, they were happy. And even after the speakers who were there, they said this is the best thing the presidential candidate for Azimio did for women. And actually, if you see, since Mother Karua was nominated, you could see the happiness among the women. And this is the way to go. And I think they have achieved one way or another. A friend of mine whispered to me a few days ago that as much as they're in that stronghold of Kenya Kwanza, whatever they are going to vote is a secret. So you will see surprises in the month of August. Again, the running mate for Azimio went all the way to Bungoma. You could see the happiness. You could see the environment. She's a game changer in this country. Apart from that, I got the second point is Kipruto Arap Kirwa. No doubt about him. He's a man of track record. People from his own village, his own area, like Richard, they can dismiss him, but that's a guy who's a game changer. I said in this forum 3 days ago that now this is the time you are going to see politics. This is the time you are going to see really politics. All along, Kirwa knew he was in a long camp. but it's the right camp now. You look at those places like Mukisa Kitui, those people served during the coalition government and they performed. And be assured that the Bernard, those Kebuto Kirwa from Trans Nzoia, the many votes Azimio already have, he has already added many votes for the step he did today. So I think that's the achievement during this week when the presidential candidate for Azimio had a very successful tour in the Western. Thirdly, people need to look at the things practically. If you saw the crowd in Narok, and I wish Wangira was there, and I have to echo him, today I happened to see people transported to Kirinyaga. From my neighborhood, people transported to Kirinyaga to go and attend meetings. That's a strategy for Kenya Kwanza, where they believe they have stronghold in the Rift Valley. They believe they have strong in the mountain, but now those strongholds are being threatened. There's a decline across the board. So let them continue transporting those many people who most of them actually they don't have votes. Thirdly, because I always say I'm a very objective person, I want also to always be very brief. It's about the qualifications. This country sometimes is rotten. And again, if you look at the chassis system, we believe with the new government coming in place, we are going to have justice in every aspect. And I believe this time around, IBC, they are not going to clear jokers. The qualifications, the minimum qualifications in terms of academic, in terms of integrity. This is the time we Kenyans, we want to judge IPC. How they are going to clear all those people who are going to contest for any political seats. So people may say this, people may justify this, but the true picture will come out. For the case of Marara, I think those are things we not even want to dwell on. He has his own fallback. He will sit in the ballot wherever he is going to be cleared, because there's other elements which has come in. The Papa wa Roma, Wetangula, I don't need to dwell on that. I don't need even to waste my time discussing Wetangula, because a big joker. Mudavadi, I didn't want to bring Mudavadi here. That's a guy who had brains. We could see a future in Mudavadi. But when he went to a long camp, he has been reduced like an MCA. I'm sorry to say so. So me, I'm saying you are going to see a lot of dynamics until August. But this is the time for Azimio. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Lamek. Let's share this as we bring in Njiru. Njiru, are you there? Okay, shortly.
Azimio on presidential aspirant Raila Odinga, who is on his last day tour of the vast western region, where he's expected to preside over 5 rallies in Bungoma County. Our senior political affairs reporter Kennedy Mureithi is still on that campaign trail and now joins us live to give us more details. Kennedy, good afternoon.
Well, a very good afternoon to you, Zainab, there in our Nairobi studio as well. I have been out of town for so long, I even don't remember how Nairobi looks like. But yet, where I am in Chwele, Bungoma County, this is how it looks like. The campaign fever is already hitting fever pitch. And just as you've asked in one of your questions is, if what they have been doing is not campaign, then what will they do in the next 60 days? Remember, this campaign starts from today, according to the IEBC, and go all the way to the 6th of August, when just 2 days before the official day when Kenyans will go to the ballot. But right here at Chwele Market, they're expecting Raila Odinga, who will be landing anytime from now, as he had gone for a church mass in Misiku, where he was also supposed to address another rally just outside the church. But this has been the situation all along here in Kabuchai constituency, where they will be expecting that he will come to sell his agenda. All along his trips where we've been with him, starting Vihiga on Tuesday to today, well, there has been a message that he is ready to work with the people of the Western region, asking them to support him one more time. Remember, Zainab, the Western region has been one of those regions that have supported Raila Odinga, either by proximity or either by being with the leaders from this region. But remember, this time round, Raila Odinga is facing quite some challenge with the absence of Musalia Mudavadi of ANC and Moses Wetangula of Ford Kenya. Actually, here in Bungoma County, Raila Odinga is spending 2 days. Yesterday he was in the rural Bungoma, and today he is bringing himself to the towns, where we are about 20 kilometers from Bungoma town, and he will be going round. There is no major rally that has been organized, but we also do expect that his deputy president nominee Martha Karua will be joining him as they will be campaigning, and that is one of the things that they'll be saying, that they'll be doing their different campaigns, then congregating on Sunday. So what is important? Yesterday, Raila Odinga spoke to a number of issues, including the sugar sector here in the Western region, the pan paper, and he says that the people who've been given that job have actually not been doing a good one, insisting that even the leaders have been calling on, tafadhali shuka wewe. Even some of the leaders have been accusing some of the leaders of bringing their family members into this particular business. So Raila Odinga will be speaking to that even here today, even as he hits out at Moses Wetangula. Remember, Moses Wetangula and Musalia Mudavadi were very close allies of him. But this time round, they have insisted that they want to pacify the Western region and bring at least 90% of the vote to Kenya Kwanza. Is it going to be possible? We've been hearing leaders in this region saying that it is not possible. They cannot do that. Even as other leaders, including Wycliffe Oparanya, the governor of Kakamega, hopes to outshine Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula as the region's supremo. So we are keeping tabs in what is happening here. This is one of the rallies. It will be the second rally after Misiku. There are 5 more rallies even as they go on, probably as they wind up the tour. It will be very key to hear what message is this that Raila Odinga will be giving on his last day. Already he has given about 3 cabinet positions to some of the people here. One of them is the one that was given to Wycliffe Oparanya, and that one is already saying that if he takes government, Wycliffe Oparanya is going to be the Minister for Finance. We've also seen Eugene Wamalwa probably also being promised another cabinet position if Raila takes over government. We've also seen Kenneth Marende being given the position of Speaker. So this thing, even as they move on, it will be very interesting to hear. We've also seen other regions, Zainab, where Raila Odinga has had to sacrifice members of his ODM party in the supporting of the Democratic Action Party of Kenya, DAPK, even as they say that Azimio is one big house and everybody can be accommodated. So we are looking forward to this rally and the number of rallies that we'll be doing here in Bungoma County as we wind up this trip and come back home to Nairobi. Zainab.
All right, thanks Muredi there on that campaign trail also.
Okay, that's how Western is responding to the Azimio Brigade and signifying different things. It seems this Njiru is not around. Okay, Paul, make your submission. Desmond, Paul, how are you?
Okay, can you hear me? I just want to, yes, I'm good and good. I hope everybody can hear me. Okay, can you hear me? Very good. So I just want to, yes, good and good. I hope everybody can hear me.
Bwana Paul, if you can get
Bernard,
me, you have
you
you
have
are
to get
listening
one of the
from both
gadgets.
the studio
I want
and the feed.
I want
Mute
to
the
that
YouTube so that you listen from the
to-
studio.
In the first place, I want to say that Kipruto Arap Kirwa coming to Azimio to
Paul, if you're able to get me, you cannot be listening to on the feed as well as the studio. You must pause or switch off the YouTube or Facebook link. So organize that so that when you get back in the studio, you'll be able to talk and there will be no feedback. Thank you. Let's bring in Mike quickly as Desmond sorts out.
Thank you, Bernard. Good evening, all.
Good evening, karibu.
Asante. Kipu endelea kukata miti, tulikubaliana. I gave up on that. Now, I'll be very brief. This year, I said a while ago that careers are going to be made, and it is the same period careers are going to be closed. There are also some careers that are going to be rejuvenated. And one of the people whose careers are going to come back is one Mukisa Kitui, one Arap Kirwa, who has joined, and a few others. But you'll also notice, I'm speaking of Kirwa because it is one of the topics. You'll also notice that Raila has deliberately sought to get the minds of people who think well for this country and who think like him. He is not assembling mobilizers of votes or people who know how to mobilize votes. You can call it a weakness, but it is somebody who stands for something, for an ideal bigger than populism. The reason Raila has taken that approach is he wants to assemble people who have very strong ideals that will then, at the end of the day, appeal to the electorate to now follow the party that stands out to be the party that is going to deliver the change they have been looking for. The other side has taken the approach of mobilizing people and promising people what they'll deliver. So you can see the two teams have different approaches. One is assembling people who have already stood for something, done something in the past. Martha Karua fought for the multipartism. Is a human rights person. He has been fighting against corruption. He resigned in the Kibaki government because of what he believed in. People like Mukisa Kitui are not known to be people who dish out money in funerals and in churches. People like Arap Kirwa have no record of any criminal or corruption cases. So what Raila is trying to tell you is that I'm assembling a team, and it is up to you to look at the two groups and see which groups appeals to you. So I think the onus is on us Kenyans, because there's this statement that the difference between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza is as day and night. And it has never been clearer than it is as days go. Every other day, things are becoming clearer and clearer. While on the other side, somebody is telling us that once they get into power, they will practice tribalism, they will practice nepotism by recruiting KDF officials from their village, from their parties. The other person on the other side is saying, I will fight corruption. So we have a very clear demarcation. It is not as fluid, it is not as confusing as the other periods were. between Kibaki and Raila, you would struggle to choose one because Kibaki stood for something, so did Raila. But this time round, the line is so clear. You don't have, there's no confusion. You have to choose your devil. You cannot wake up at 3 and choose a thief and come back on Twitter in September telling us that go home, the way people are shouting at Uhuru that he should go home. This time round, we have the privilege of being given a very clear direction that this belongs to this group and this belongs to this group. So for me, I've just that simple advice to Kenyans that election this year has been made very easy. Your choice is not as difficult as it was previously. But the other thing I want to say as I finish is that, and I'll keep pleading, and I do this on Twitter, I want the mainstream media and this forum to document the lies and the fraudulent statements our politicians have been making in the last 5 years, or let's say in the period they have been in power. Joho was able to play a video in public of what Ruto told him in a function, calling him illiterate, stupid for asking, for telling off the government to move the port to Naivasha. We also played that here. But mainstream media should invest in their data that they have collected since 1970 and play us the truths and the lies these people have been telling us. If if there's anything we can go by is the character of our leaders, and the character is known by what you say and what you stand for. You cannot say this today and tomorrow you come and tell us a totally opposite thing, and you say it straight with a straight face. You know, one thing that bothers me, Bennett, is how somebody very senior can lie through on a national TV with a straight face without blinking. That one has really baffled me. You cannot steal 2,500 acres and then tell us tomorrow that the government will buy land and distribute to squatters. So it tells us that you have taken land in advance, so that once you get to office, you start selling it back to government. The 2010 Constitution, and I now remember, one of the things it tried to do is to stop state officers and government officers from doing business with government. But Jubilee government, through Ruto and his people, destroyed Chapter 6 and made it nonsense. And that's why T2 can do business with the county government, with his daughter, and say on national TV that there's nothing wrong with me doing business with county government. The other thing I want to say is that this wealth declaration that is done, I think, and that is where Martha Karua will come in. You cannot declare wealth of 500 million and in 4 years you have 5 billion. We need such geniuses to tell these youth, jobless youth, how they can triple their wealth in 1 year, so that everybody in Kenya can be a billionaire, because our leaders are very, very entrepreneur minded. They can, you give them 100 shillings, they bring you 10,000 shillings in 1 week. So we should get these ideas, and they should disseminate this information to the public, so that we stop struggling. But I know we are in for a very good period at the end of this year. I'm seeing Kenya getting its third liberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. That's a good one. If they had a way of giving that entrepreneur mindset to every Kenyan, they should have done by now. The entrepreneur is something else altogether. It's not entrepreneurship. It is something else beside that one. And like the gifts for land. I have said, if it's an anointing, I want that anointing, that anywhere you go, you get a gift of land, and it is in thousands of acres. I was in Masai land. Nobody gave me land. I went to Marsabit. Nobody gave me land. Is it that there are specific people who appear and land appear, or all the same? Now, I would want Paul, have you sorted out your sound issues?
Yes, I've done.
Please, yes, and make your submission quickly. We are getting into another session of cracking numbers, and the number of people are here. We want to make use of them before we chase them away. They go and do the numbers from elsewhere. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I want to thank you because I think this is my first time I'm doing my submissions here. I think I've also joined today, but obviously I've been away. But I've always followed your submissions. Very, very creative submissions. Very important submissions. I must say that they are very informing. Number one, I want to go to Kipruto Arap Kirwa today. I want to say this, that reformists attract reformists. Thieves group together. That can tell you that if you look at the team that Baba is that is actually bringing together in Western, it will be such a tall order for Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Masika Wetangula actually to face this team. Remember, Western was one of the region where Baba has actually been getting a lot of votes, and by the Baba assembling this super team, and this super team is kind of even iced by the speakership of the Senate that has actually been given to Kenneth Marende. I don't even know why Baba would not actually consider fronting Kenneth for the National Assembly. This is one of their houses that have been read by a drunkard, and you can see the kind of the results that have actually come from this house. I think the last time I enjoyed Parliament, it was when it was read, the 10th Parliament led by Kenneth Marende, and this is whereby you would see brains actually thinking and discussing issues affecting Kenyans. Today, you only talk about, and this is a kind of the house you find that it has actually given us a lot of trash. It's only the house where a cabinet secretary was actually vetted with only a birth certificate. Only the house. And these people were there. It is very shameful. It was the only house where Kenyans consumed sugar with funny chemicals, and the people could only do it is to sweep the report under the table as far as they were actually bribed with 10,000 in toilets. It's very shameful. I wish and I know that with the kind of the pick that Honorable Right Honorable Raila Odinga has picked as the Kenneth Marende, we're actually going to actually take us to a big place in the Senate. Again, if you look at the character of Muhisa, I don't know, because you can see that Raila has a pool of qualified leaders. For example, if you look at Muhisa can easily replace Wycliffe for Paranya in Treasury. It's it's a clear, that can tell you. Kipruto Arap Kirwa, it's such a brain. And actually, Raila bagging Kipruto Arap Kirwa, it was a clear indication that the brightest of the Luya nation can see where the nation is headed, and not actually the Luya nation as per se, but because of where maybe Kipruto Arap Kirwa actually comes from. He always comes from Cherangani, which is actually in Trans Nzoia, in the Rift Valley. Personally, I do not want to go to the free-propping politicians. You know them. Mutua, Alfred Mutua, Amason Jeffa Kingi, Ruto. That is why I told you that the people who free prop, the people who talks without engaging their brains many a time, you'll always find them grouping together. Kingi, the lesser we talk about Kingi, the better. Personally, Malala is a no issue to talk about because obviously a fraud will always attract a fraud. So in the first place, you find that if the moment you deal with people with very questionable academic qualifications, you also find that they also group together with people with questionable academic qualifications. Malala should actually know the moment he embarrassed our police officers in public, that is the time he was actually attracting very dangerous, or he was actually treading on a very dangerous path. And for your information, he will be soiled. He will be soiled. And he has to tell us how, whether they attended the same class with the lecturer, or how he actually, there are some things that you do not really understand, unless maybe you have never been into a class. So on this matter, you find that Malala is again, I saw that again opinion polls are showing that Fernandez Barras has actually overtaken him in Kakamega. For heaven's sake, there is no way Malala will win that election. That I can tell you. Finally, as I come to an end, I want to go to yesterday. I don't know whether some people realized this message in Narok yesterday, that the whole brigade of the Kenya Kwanza, they actually concentrated on the election rigging. I don't know whether some people realized that, whether they were saying that sisi tunakaa watu wa kuibiwa election, sisi kura yetu haiwezi ibiwa. There is one submission I want to make in this forum today, and I wanted to go on record. One is that the IBC and Wafula Chebukati, I have never trusted that chair. Personally, I've never trusted Wafula Chebukati, because Wafula Chebukati is one person who has never told Kenyans, and the Commission for a Record, they never told Kenyans why the presidential election were nullified in 2017. Two, they never told Kenyans what they have done not to repeat the same in 2017. However, I'm finding it very strange that the Kenya Kwanza is kind of, they are now pretending to talk about election rigging. It's kind of, there is a fishy plan that is going on, but they are actually want to now project the issue in terms of the election rigging, so that they may be able to disguise their evil plan. There's one thing that the Azimio coalition cannot assume, that all is well in IEBC, and they should never trust Wafula Chebukati. This is the same person who declared presidential election in 2017 minus 10,000 from 34 A's. The same Wafula Chebukati. When that question was asked in the Supreme Court, under what basis you actually declared the presidential election without Form 34 A's, 10,000 of them, they were inconsequential, according to him. So this is the same person in charge with the three commissioners again. They should never, the coalition should never trust these three commissioners in the IEBC. And they should actually have their tabs intact to make sure that the credibility of the election must be upheld. The election must be simple, must be transparent, must be verifiable, and must be fair. In that manner, then the coalition must keep tabs. Anytime you hear Duale talking about election malpractices and election rigging, you know that there's something they are disguising. And actually, I don't know even why the Azimio coalition is actually mum on the transparency of the election and actually holding the ABC into account to make sure that the election are free, fair, simple, transparent, verifiable. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Asante Desmond, that's a good one, and I believe every Kenyan is following. Tunataka switch gears, but before that we must let where is nyumba? Mundu wa nyumba. Naomba utusaidie kukaribisha Kirwa kwanza, alafu ndio tulete hao watu wa hesabu. Wako karibu kwanza kutuletea kichwa ya hesabu. Unajua hesabu ilikuwa na wenyewe. Then watu wa comments nao wamenivamia. Yani Wekesa bado na interview yule Madam President ama kunaendaje? Kipindi kilisha. Sawa. Mundu wa nyumba, make use of this 2-3 minutes to we bring in these mathematicians.
Asante Bernard, lakini nikitumia dakika moja ni mbaya baada ya 3. Sijui.
Hiyo ingine 2 unipatie, nataka kusomea watu kadhaa hapa ukimalizia yako.
Panel zinawasalimia wote, mmesalimika. Ni vile singesema pass, ningesema pass tu na mambo yaendelee, lakini wacha nikaribishe Mheshimiwa Kirwa. There's a man I've always liked. He's a brainy man, very effective, productive. He's a performer, Kirwa. And if I'm not mistaken, he was actually the presidential advisor for some time. First time ya Uhuru. I don't remember very well, but he has been a presidential advisor on matters. Now, so we are very happy. And these are the people who are seeing the boat is sinking and they are moving out in time. Some are still stuck with the boat and it's sinking. Some are just like ticks, that the cow dies and the ticks are still going on, sucking blood from the dead cow. Kirwa is a bright man. Welcome back home. He was wrongly placed. Now he has come back to the right place. Those are the brains we need. Karibu sana Bwana Kirwa. And this shows that the Kenya Kwanza, they have agreed, most of them, the people who has got foresight, they have seen that they are going nowhere. They are already defeated and they're moving in time, in good time. Kirwa being one among them. And we expect more within the few remaining days. And the performance of Kenya Kwisha will be very, 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 very bad, actually. I remember Roba predicting a 43 for Kenya Kwanza and 57% vote for Azimio. And I whoever sees him, tell him I agree with him. I'm not differing with him at all. Now, then we go, the next item, that is WETANGULA, actually tallies with the first one of Kirwa coming back home. WETANGULA has realized that they are going nowhere, and just like he did last time, and the others they lost, kina Kalonzo na wengine, sasa he is taking a safety valve, and he wants to become the senator again. So he has already realized that they are going nowhere. Yeah, he can read the times. KK in Kirinyaga, no comment. The other one, in fact, I was misreading the last one. I had read it, Baba buy out. I was wondering who has bought Baba out, but it's BUOYANT. Yeah, as I explained yesterday, Selina nakuona tu, sawa tu. Is BUOYANT, yeah, BUOYANT, see, yeah, it's true. And as yesterday corrected me, Mr. Wekesa, Bungoma was the last frontier in Western, where there was some resistance or some division. So this being the last frontier, Baba is through. All the others were in the pocket. Is only Bungoma that was still outstanding, and he has already put it in the pocket also. So as I finish, Bernard, are you seeing Mama Selina there?
Yes. I've seen her hand, but finish what you are saying first.
Yeah, I can see she wanted to distract me. Thank you for protecting me from her. Now, I think I'm through. The only thing I want to say is to congratulate somebody called Black. We have not met on this forum. Whenever I'm in, he's out. Whenever he's in, I'm out. But today we have met. Black, I think I like your perseverance. With all these other people now saying Kenya Kwisha, and you are just here persevering. I like your guts. A strong man, keep it up. But we can change the words. The name. You can become Nyumba, become Black. You can say I'm blacker than you. Black. But I like your persistency. Thank you, Bernard. I say I'll be brief. I think I've taken even less than a minute, not even 1 minute I talked about. Thank you, panelists.
According to your clock, but it's okay. Thank you, Mdu wa Nyumba. Mama Selina, iko nini?
Niko na report moja ya Nyumba. Kimani Ngonjiri anataka nini? Munafanya nini Nakuru? Hamwezi wacha Kimani Ngonjiri kwenda kwa TV, ameongea maneno chafu sana. Napenda tutuweke hiyo kipindi. Nakuru. Please, wa Nyumba. Tengeneza wasee wakomeshe hiyo uchinga ya Kimani Ngonjiri. Anatusikia. I am happy. Tumeambiwa anasikia. Hawezi kuja kutusi rais, ametusi baba, anasema Raila hawezi kumuita baba, amelete ile uchinga ya machina mbaya, na kwa sababu amepanic kwa mkutano Martha Karua amekuwa Nakuru. So wa Nyumba tunataka hiyo report tusikie. Wewe unajua vile tunafanyanga Nakuru.
Asante Selina. I can assure, wacha niongee English tu kwa sababu unaongea Kiswahili. Kiswahili ni ngumu sana kwangu. I can assure you that something is going on. One of my best friends and rika yangu na hata mwenye alikuwa kampeni yangu 2013 anakaa hapo Bahati mailo 10, na today walikuwa wameitwa wazee 10, him big among them, na Jubilee is in Jubilee now. Yeah, I talked to him over the phone today, the friend of mine, not mention the name. What's happening is that Kimani Ngonjiri amekimbizwa na huyo mama, sijui anaitwa Njoki. The thing is done. So it just those are kicks of a dying horse. Yeah, the lady called Njoki is taking that seat. So you just want to spoil and make nuisance of everything else. But this is information I got today. I talked to my friend at Mairokumi, and he is out. Yeah, we can just ignore him, you know. There's a guy like Cosmo. Is he Cosmo or something over there? It's the same stuff. Very small. He is very big in his size, but the head there's very few grains of whatever, you know, the matter, gray matter. Thank you, panelists. Selina, be assured that we are handling properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Nyumba. Asante kwa hiyo habari. Alafu ni kama ni utamaduni wa UDA, kama hauwezi pinga point, unaidharau ama unaidhalilisha kwa sababu iko juu sana, na utaki kubali kwamba iko juu sana, unaivurutia kwa matope, uite majina mengi ili kupumbaza wa Kenya. Na hiyo ni siasa ambayo haifai, kwa sababu haisaidii nchi na haisaidii mtu yeyote. You cannot be, demonizing the cure that Kenyans have when you're offering them nothing in terms of dealing with what is ailing them. We ni kama ile daktari ambaye uko na dawa ambayo inapaswa kuponya watu, alafu watu wakikuja kuulizia hiyo dawa ambia hata hii ni mbaya sana. Watu wakikunywa hii utakufa mapema kuliko hii. You are keeping them from the solution, yet you're not offering them the solution. That bad politics has been around for a while now, but I believe it's time we looked at it critically as young people especially, that going forward we need better solutions to our problems. Let somebody offer a better alternative, not to despise and demean and call names what is there when you're not offering the solution. I read a statement some years back that if I don't get the mathematical, about 78% of the people who don't like the way the world is can also not tell you the kind of world they want. Okay, they don't like the one that is, and they can also not tell you which one they want. And so we are so quick in dismissing everything. Yet when we say now provide the way out, you can't. Now unasema utaenda kununua mashamba kugawia watu, na yale yalichukuliwa, yale yalikuwa grabbed. So somebody grabs land, then sells it to the government, then the government distributes. Then grabbing is now the legal way of acquiring land, and then you sell it. Naomba sasa tu
na utuwekee hiyo clip ya Kirinyaga ya pesa Kirinyaga pesa ya Waiguru, na utuambie hiyo msimamo vile watu wamechoma makofia.
Ngoja kwanza. Unajua leo niko back office peke yangu. The people who feed me with videos in the back office kina Wekesa hawapo. Mimi nimewatafuta siwaoni. So mambo mengi inanisumbua. Wacha tufanye hivi. Nataka wale watu wamebaki ni wale watu wa kuvumilia, watavumilia tumalize hesabu kwanza, alafu ndio warudi kwa submission. So let's when I get it, Mama Selina, I'll play it, but in the meantime, let's switch to Bwana Njiru. I sent you to find for me Wekesa. What happened?
Ni kama sikusikia hiyo, lakini naweza tafuta yeye
naomba nikutume uende kuniletea yeye.
Sawa, nakuletea Wekesa.
Asante sana, thank you. Then Jose, where is Kip?
Hello, good evening, everyone. I believe Kip was already in the studio.
He was here and
you throw him out.
He said something.
Bernard, sorry for interrupt. I think Kip dropped. He just texted me that he's waiting for the studio to have an open slot so that he comes back.
Where is he texting from? Tell him to come now.
Bernard, as we look for Kip, there was a summary for the entire country. Would you the screenshot? Would you display it for everyone? Rift Valley all the way to.
Okay, shortly the overlay.
Because it is our starting point. Yes.
Ingiza Alex pia tafadhali. Ingiza Alex.
Okay, and then one person needs to surrender. Kama umemaliza submission yako, tunaomba kanyaga nje kwanza.
We are 9, Bernard. Tuko 9.
Mnajua nyi watu mnakuwa expert mpaka sasa ile nikisema mtu mmoja atoke na maanisha hivyo hivyo. Hata ukihesabu hao 9. Unless nitoke niwaache peke yenu.
Pana. Lazima ukue.
Aya, hiyo ndio hesabu. You can speak over that.
Well, I can speak over that. Basically, the presentation we are doing today is to do with the coast and eastern province regions. Now, I need to point out that from those figures, you can all see that coast controls 9% of the total entire vote in registered voters as at February 2022 in the entire country, 9%. Now, Eastern, that is where you have Makueni, you have Kitui, and you have Machakos. They control 14%. Now, if you are to go through that list, you'll see that the biggest chunk of the entire voters in the country is controlled by Rift Valley province. Or rather Rift Valley region, followed by Central at 14%, followed by Nyanza at 14%, followed by Eastern at 14%, Nairobi at 11%, Coast at 9%, Western at 10%, and Northeastern at 4%. Now, the total registered votes, according to the IEBC, as of February this year, was 22,152,498 voters. Now, that forms then our introduction of the picture we have for the entire country. 22 million votes, 152,000 come August 8th. So we can then now proceed to
okay.
Next,
is Alex able to enter? Because this is his presentation also. Kama mtu anaweza mwachia space inaweza kuwa mzuri.
I volunteered. I can watch from behind.
No, thanks a lot.
Okay.
Can I just see that again for a minute?
Sorry?
Can I just see that again for a minute? Just for a minute.
Sorry?
You want to see the chart?
I can show you the dashboard.
Do you need another space? Penat, I can go, or it is okay?
Some of us will be coming off after Mama Selina.
Nani, keep just to add on as you come on, just to add on those figures. As we are all aware now, IEBC is in the process of cleaning the register. So you may find some slight changes here and there after they have done the cleaning. I think they have a period of, is it 2 months or 1 month rather, to do register cleaning. So those figures are likely to change, but slightly. I don't think it will be of significance when it comes to doing our analysis anyway.
Jose, is that directly sourced from IBC database?
Oh yes. Bernard, you had the other screenshot, which was on KTN News. You have it with you. Just for the purpose of black.
Which one? We are already sharing data from KIP. Let's flow with the one from KIP.
Let's start with the provinces. The way Jose has said, Rift Valley is quite high. And what I have here is the March numbers in terms of which counties had been given. So this is out of Rift Valley. So this is what we had in March, and they had said who has what. And this is now the one that Jose sent me, Dr. Tumia Sasa Kasema, the percentage by county. To Kasema Rift Valley, remember that in this specific one, Trans Nzoia is being counted as part of Rift Valley, and Eastern itself, as you can see, it's at 1.6 million. It's just the Ukambani people only. So the likes of Isiolo, the likes of Marsabit have been sent up to northeastern.
Kip, can you zoom in? Kip, can you zoom in, please?
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Can even get rid of the chart for now. So we can look at the numbers purely.
Yeah, target the pictorial. Yeah, there.
Yeah. Okay. Oops, sorry. Let's target the numbers, the pure numbers here. Okay. So can everybody see clearly? Yeah. All right.
No. Just bring the map, and then I think the map will be able to show the figures, because now those numbers are too small for them to see.
The figures, just bring the map. I can quote the
just bring the map, and then we will. Yeah.
Okay, let's. There's a reason for my madness. I'll bring the map back. So we're looking at just by provinces first, because the map makes more sense when we go down to counties. Central, by the way, includes Meru and them lot. Meru, Tarakaniti have been pulled from Eastern and been put here according to the IBC. So we can see Rift Valley is the largest and the lowest is Northeastern. So let's move very quickly to the chart for counties. And we were looking at what our discussion was coming into was the coastal region. Now, oops. The coastal region is split into the 6 of them. So before we had the last 2, which is Tana River and Lamu as the battlefields. But as for the figures that we have right now, Tana River has 86%. That goes to Raila.
Please just give us the map. We'll give them the figures. The clarity is too.
It's too far.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you.
Give the map, and then we can read the figures.
Yeah.
Okay. If you settle on coast region, on coast region, it's made up of the 6, the way my keepers just said: Mombasa, Kwale, Kilifi, Tana River, Lamu, and Taita Taveta.
Yeah.
Now, if you go back to the introduction where I started, you realize that coast region, the total was what? If you
1.9, 1.7.
It was 9, is it?
Yeah, 1.9 million.
1.9.
Yeah, 1.9 million. Now that 1.9 million, it is distributed. The control in terms of each county, it is controlled in Mombasa Mombasa takes 33% of the 1.9 million in terms of votes.
Yes.
Kwale takes 16% in terms of votes. Kilifi takes 30% in terms of votes. Tana River takes 7% in terms of votes. Lamu takes 4% in terms of votes, and Taita Taveta 9%. Now, all that total will total to the introduction percentage, which covers now the entire country. Now, if we now settle down to county county by county, we had tried to rank the coastal counties. So number 1, of course, is obviously Mombasa. Number 2 is Kilifi.
Yes.
Which is 33 and 30%. You realize those are very, very close. Very, very close. No wonder whenever the DP goes to coast, he always just goes to Kilifi.
Because according to the latest poll, Kilifi is 69% to Raila and 31% to Ruto. And I think Alex had said something. What did Alex say about the IBC? Alex, if you could.
Alex, maybe you can tell us. Alex. Oh, Alex, not there. Alex, are you there?
I think my net is doing poorly. I don't know. It's coming in and out.
Give us the caution regarding the coastal region.
The Kilifi factor as.
So the Kilifi is the fastest growing electoral population that now we are having. Compared to last time, Mombasa was at 33 or something about 35. Now, I think so far Kingi made a formidable registration, which almost put Kilifi and Mombasa at par, at the same level. The new registration in Kilifi is putting us almost at 58,000 new registered voters, which makes Kingi boast 74.
74,000 new voters.
74,000, which makes Kingi boast of the numbers. Now, when we look at last time, we controlled Kilifi man to man. All MCAs and members of parliament and the governorship and the senator was controlled by us. Now, given the fact that we have lost Aisha Juma and Kingi, the target level of William Samoei Ruto is very simple: to disrupt and take the 25% so that the target of the 24 counties can be taken away. And so far, he has succeeded by getting us into 31%. So Ruto has already taken the whole of our Kwale, because Kwale, remember, has only 16%. So if he targets 25% in Kilifi, that means we should not lose Kwale even by 0%. So by him winning 25% in Kilifi, he has truly destabilized our zone in the coast. So I think that is the problem now we are having. The battleground in the coast lies in one place, and that is why you find him going there over and over and over. He has succeeded from zero, about 2-3%, to a record high of 31%, giving the margin of error 2 + 2 + 3 - 3 + 2.
Yeah, for information, in the last election, 2017, Uhuru got, okay, call it Jubilee, 99,000 votes, 190, while Raila got 238,809. Now, that was in Mombasa. In Kilifi, Uhuru scored 49,575 when Raila scored 274,179. Now, it would have been our wish that that trend might continue. But as you have heard, what is happening, is it in Tana River? What's happening in Tana River?
Tana River is scary. Tana River
the opinion polls are showing that
Tana River is going.
No, Tana River is
going
okay.
to you there. As we speak, as it stands, as it stands, it's
Black. We'll give presentation and then we'll ask questions.
It's Lamu. It's Lamu that's the problem, because it's not Tana River. Tana River is still safe. Lamu is the one that is almost completely going half-half, which is 42% to Ruto.
And you know, Lamu, that is good news, given that Lamu is only 4% of the coastal region vote. If Lamu is bringing problems, well, then the figures might be small, in the fact that Lamu only controls 4% of the 1.9 votes in coast.
Because the ones that are scary for me are the middle ones, which is Kilifi and Kwale. Those ones were strongholds, and it's between 69% and 31%, and then 65% and 35%. And last time with Uhuru, Raila was leading quite heavily, you know.
Exactly. What was the turnout? Do you remember the turnout?
The turnout for
the entire coast, yes.
For the for the two counties, it's 700,000.
In percentage turnout.
The percentage increase.
Yes.
Percentage turnout. Oh, yes. Okay.
Percentage voter turnout.
It was between 69 and 72.
In terms of numbers, in absolute figures, it was 1.1 million 04,189. In other words, 1,104,000. That was the turnout for the valid votes in Coast last elections.
Yeah, I had the turnout.
Yeah, Kip and Jose. I still have a question. Remember, we were talking about the 7, 4, and 9 for Tana, Lamu, and the other one that counters the 16% of Kwale, because on this 7%, 4%, and 9%, that's 16, that counters the Kwale. I still feel like we're still safe if Kwale goes haywire.
No, it's okay. Now, this is what we are doing. It's not a question if you are safe or not. We are presenting figures as they are. We are not in a contestation here. We are statisticians. We are giving the numbers. So then we'll come to the politics later on. The numbers shows that we have lost by a bigger percentage in Kilifi, more especially in Malindi within Kilifi, which was not the case last time. The PAA, the PA party, and the UDA is eating the 25% that really Ruto wanted, because the 25% covers for him in Kwale, Tana River. Remember, Lamu is 4%.
Yes.
Tana River is 8%. And Kwale is 16%. For him to take 30% to 35% in Kilifi, he is going to make us to take away 3 counties at a go. That is why you find him going to Kilifi all the time. He has targeted it. And that is why Kingi, we are so mad at Kingi. So the politics will come. Let's just give the figures as they are.
Yeah, Alex, I wasn't doing politics over there. I was telling you the math of it that we did over there with him. I was just saying the percentage of it. This is numbers. We're doing numbers here. 60% plus is a 16%.
So basically,
well, I agree with you. What in terms of turnout, if I give you the absolute figures, the entire turnout for coastal region was 1,112,805 entire turnout. That works out to 65% turnout. Now, going forward, then we have to ask ourselves if Azimio, for example, is to increase the turnout, that might be to our benefit. If they encourage more people to come out and vote.
Okay.
Because 65%, you can imagine if 35% of the people did not vote.
Those 3 are the most scary for me. But for me, I want to also do a little bit more analysis on the 3. So I think hapo Makayadi utatusaidia. Mombasa, I don't want to look at.
No, just go to Mombasa. Let's look at the numbers.
Let's look at Mombasa at the gubernatorial.
Okay,
yeah.
So Mombasa, for me, tutaangalia sasa the strongest senators there. So the strongest senators in Mombasa are actually a straight ticket. Kuna moja tu inatusumbua hapa na 5%.
Keith, that is in terms of the opinion poll?
No, this is actual votes for last time.
Okay.
2019. So
Mombasa, there were how many new registered voters? About 58?
7%.
7%.
I'll give you the figure in a short while.
Yeah, okay. So Mombasa did not register as much.
IBC direct. So it's 7.9%.
Yes.
Just for information, the total new voters in Mombasa, in Mombasa was 73,419.
Okay, and the total now we have in Mombasa right now, according to IBC, give that figure.
654,063.
Okay, previously, how did we do in presidential?
How you did in presidential, you got 99,000 went to Uhuru and 238,000 went to Raila.
In percentage, we kick Uhuru got less than 25%.
That's right.
Yes, and Raila was almost at something like 78 above.
Yes.
How can it be 78 above but Uhuru gets 25?
No, we are doing maths. We are coming there. That's why we want to give that figures.
Fine.
Black, we are giving figures and then we'll come back. Yeah, and that is why I want everybody to understand the figures that we had last time. So presidential, Uhuru got less than 25%, and Raila got more than 75%. Then when we came to governorship.
Okay, I'll go to governorship right now.
Gubernatorial.
Gubernatorial, Joho alienda na 64%. Jubilee went with 20%. Wiper went with 12%. Unless
yes, and that is where now we wanted to spell out that with the coming in of Sonko and the bickering between us and this guy called Musyoka, we have a big problem now when it comes there, because I think according to the statistics I saw, 15%, we can say that Musyoka has a solid and a formidable 15% of canvas within Mombasa.
That's right.
And that is the figure that now we are fearing that without Kalonzo in, we should be worried. Okay, and then when we came now to MPs, now let's do the MPs. How many MPs did we have in Mombasa, apart from Nyali, which was an independent? How many MPs did we have?
I don't know the total, but I can click on the ranked one. Let's see. The ones who are ranked one.
I think you own all except two, okay. Wiper and Independent.
Exactly.
So kulikuwa na Wiper, Jubilee, it was Jubilee, Wiper, Independent.
There is background noise.
Forum for Restoration in nani yao?
That's a Ford.
Ford, Kenya. Vibrant Democratic Party walichukua pia.
Yeah, okay. And then bad news is that the Likoni, which is Mishimboko.
Likoni is in Mombasa. Likoni.
Correct.
Yes, in Mombasa.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we are having a hard time in Likoni because it's bordering Kwale, isn't it, Mr. Black?
Yes, correct. Yeah, so, and Buria is very influential there.
So the Nyali one, we are not afraid. And the Wiper one, we are not afraid. What we are afraid in Mombasa is the Likoni for Mishimboko because of the influence from Kwale. And that is where now we will go next. So you can see that Mombasa is not that bad still for one side. But we can say that in Mombasa, Ruto is eating 10% of our votes so far, according to the latest opinion poll, which Hosea should tell us how much was the latest opinion polls by Tifa.
In Mombasa?
Yes.
I'll give it to you just 1 minute.
I don't have the Tifa one, but no one up
I have it. It's the one that
Hosea had the, yeah.
It's 83%.
The one Mombasa.
Mombasa, is that one the one? Is that on that slide the one that
Mombasa,
we sent?
Just let me give you the figure. In Mombasa,
yes,
the latest poll that was on May 23rd, Raila had 83%, Ruto had 17%.
Yeah,
the 17%.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And that is why we were saying that we must work so hard in Likoni. Okay, and I think now somebody else should present the Kwale now. Let's go to the Kwale because our time is running out. Bernard has to kuza kabla tuja. Makiadi or who is ready for the Kwale? Yeah?
That Nyali also you should be worried about.
No, Nyali we are not worried. Nyali is showing it's very... No, we're coming to the politics. We are just saying...
Hold on.
We are saying the opinion polls. Yeah, we are saying the opinion polls that we have had the three or four of them. So we will come to the to that. We are just putting the average of the opinion polls. We figured out and put all the opinion polls together. So we are just giving out figures. Okay, now let's go to Kwale. Kwale is where we should be most worried. We have a person that is holding Kwale with his both right and left hand. Mvurya has even given his deputy governor to succeed him. There is no actually competition there as we are talking. There is a smooth succession. And we had a couple of seats there. How many members of parliament do we have so far in Kwale, Mr. Black?
I'm going there right now.
You had past tense. You had Moshetani.
How many more?
Tulikuwa na Amani Congress.
This guy Ujama wa independent alishinda phase 1, that constituency. That you're asking about how many MPs totally. I mean, regardless
How
of
many
whichever party
MPs
they
does
are.
Kwale in total? Black. No. How many members of parliament does Kwale have?
4.
The ones that I can think of at the top of my mind.
As a county.
As a county, I can think 2, 3.
Constituencies?
4.
Yes, exactly.
Matuga.
4.
4.
So in that 4, it looks like we are only holding 1. How much?
Tuna 3 kwa sababu ya Jubilee. Si Jubilee is with us.
You already 2 are lost already because Mashetani and Faisal already UDA.
But technically, Mashetani voted for BBI.
No, Faisal is. Sorry, against it.
Okay, now let's go now to the figures. In presidential last time, how did we do?
Presidential, give me a moment. Presidential, Uhuru had 43,694. Raila had 138,564.
Kip, is that the one from NIS or the one from IBC?
This is IBC.
IBC.
Okay. Yeah.
So which put us in what percentage? We had more than 75%.
That's just about 75%. Yeah.
Okay. And is that Kip? Is that minus the spoiled ones that we said we'll take out?
No, that one I want to do later. Okay. We'll do that one later.
Okay, and then gubernatorial, Mvurya won by how much?
To be precise, it is 31%. Uhuru had 31%.
Yes, and then now the matrix where it failed us was gubernatorial. How much did Mvurya get against the NASA brigade?
So Mvurya alichukua 64%. That is big.
Now that is where now you see the big problem is. Now you can see the table turns around. And
then Alex unakuja hapo ukasema even more. The person who was closest last time was a Wiper person with 16%. Orange
exactly.
Last time. So this
Samboja,
is sorry?
Was it Samboja or who?
Samboja is in Tana River, my friend.
Oh, sorry.
Huyu anaitwa Chirau Ali.
Ule chairman wa Wiper.
Chairman wa Wiper. That's what I'm saying. This is a problem. This is a Nukambani area, by the way. Looks like it.
Okay.
Are you saying that Chirao is a governor? He's not a governor.
No. He came second in that pool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Then the senatorial. How did Jubilee versus NASA? Because now there was a confusion. The governor won, but the senator I think came from the NASA side.
So it looked orange. Orange with it was really low. It was really seriously low. 39% with Jubilee. That is Isa Juma, not Aisha. Isa Juma, boy Isa Juma, orange senator. Alafu Jubilee alikuja na 18%. Sasa hapo ndio niko a bit confused because
so that is where one of the counties that was cited by the Supreme Court in irregularities was Kwale. So we put a big question there because it doesn't add up. But all we can say is still Mvurya has a big base and support over there. So we should really be worried. But in terms of statistics, we can say that IBC never gave us correct statistics when it came to Kwale, because the statistics of the senator does not match the statistics of the governor and the presidential. So we still have question marks. But in all, we can still say that William Samoei Ruto has made big inroads in Kwale.
Furthermore, it looks like the women's rep was ODM with 47%. So how can the governor be Jubilee? So that is
Kip, just a minute. I just want to point out something here. If you go back to look at the total garnered votes for the senator, Just look at the total garnered vote. Yeah, the senator. There's something I noticed there. The total votes for senator, you see, it's 190,000, right?
Yes.
And then go to the women rep. You can see the discrepancy there. You have 184, so it shows 6,000 votes. There's a big difference between the senator and the women rep, which means here we have either 6,000 spoiled votes. I'm not sure if we look at the numbers we saw the spoiled
which
votes.
county are you? Which county are you?
Kwale.
Kwale. In
Yeah.
Kwale, you had spoiled votes. You only had 1,300.
No, he's pointing out.
Spoiled
It's comparative, Mr. Jose. He's comparing the women rep and was it the governorship?
Senator.
And
the senator.
And Makiu, these people are running on the same ticket, right?
On the same ticket. Yeah.
So you can
they're both what? They're both ODM, right?
No, you don't get the total number.
They were both NASA.
No, wait, hold on. Wait. The total number.
Of course, yeah, they were NASA, yeah.
Let's look at the total number again. So the governor was 184,000, right? Kikuja senator, it goes to 190. It just jumps up out of nowhere. Alafu tukikuja women's rep, tunapata 184. That is very inconsistent.
And then
yes, but Keith, the explanation is that you see, like now people are gathering around. They don't want to vote six-piece suit.
No,
that may well be what happened.
Jose, you do not understand what we are saying here. We are saying here there's a ballot paper that has been given. So you're telling us that one person took a ballot paper for the governor, and then there were some extra ballots for the other seats.
My group, let us give numbers and then we'll come back to analysis. So what we find in Kwale is that
you have individual ballot papers.
Jose.
Yes, and remember all these people are
let us give figures, please. Let us give figures, and then we'll come back to the other issues. So Kwale, we are seeing it's a battleground, but it's not a red battleground. It's a green battleground. Ruto has not really taken it, but if you give him time, he might, given the fact that the transition between Mvurya and the deputy is very smooth. Now let me ask. It's very narrow.
Let me ask you something.
And let's go to Tana River.
Let me give you the opinion rating for both.
The latest opinion polls for Kwale.
Yes.
Both for Let's get that.
The latest opinion.
The May 23rd one.
Yes. You have Kwale, Raila got 65% and Ruto 35%. Kwale.
Okay.
Yeah. That is increasing the 24 counties that Ruto was not supposed to get to lock him out from going to the Supreme Court for contestation. Okay. Which he never had last time. Let's go to Tana River.
In Tana River?
Which is 8%.
Tana River is 7% of the total coastal votes.
Yes. Yeah.
Amount to, yes.
But Tana River is
Tana River is 9%.
I thought so.
No, that's Taita Taveta.
Taita Taveta is 8%.
Yes. Taita Taveta is the one that we should be worried about.
Okay, let's go to Taita Taveta anyway, Bas, because Taita Taveta is a little bit so. And Taita Taveta, the present governor is from Wiper, who is Samboja, isn't it?
Yes, and he is in.
No. Taita, Samboja. But he has shifted camp. He has shifted camp now.
No, we are only saying that the present governor for there it's in Wiper. Yeah. We are stating facts. We are here to state facts and give figures. And the politics of it will go there later, Abuya. So last time, the total votes in terms of percentage, how much did Raila get and how much did Jubilee get? The NASA versus Jubilee.
Okay, that
Well,
would be...
in Taita Taveta, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Raila had 79,000. You remember the total votes in that place?
In percentage. Just give us the percentage.
Well, I don't seem to have the percentage right away.
I can do
39.
It was 79,990 against Uhuru's 31,000.
So
that was about 60 something.
Yeah.
22% up. 22%.
It's about 60 something, Raila 30 something.
More than 25.
Yeah, I think he did that. When if it's 30 something, that means, yeah.
It is more than 25.
But that's almost 80,000 over there for Raila. 80,000 plus 30. So that's 25.
Somebody do that math
Yeah, I
quickly.
just
So
did the
that
math. That's 70.9%.
70, and that means Uhuru had about 20 something percent.
Yeah, that should be 20s. Yep.
To 20, almost 28.
Oh, okay. And how many constituencies that
Taita Taveta
has?
Give me a moment. MPs. Taita Taveta on 4.
No, now we don't have a problem there because Mama Shaban, who has been very popular in that place, is also now in Jubilee kabisa. Samboja has shifted base, as Nania said. So iyo iko sawa kabisa. We have no problem. Now let us go to Tana River.
Samboja is in shifted to UDA.
No.
He's in Azimio.
Jubilee.
Yes, that's why we are saying Samboja, and that we have no problem in that county totally completely, because the person who was very popular is Madam Shaban. Shaban is
who's in
very
Mwatate?
much in Jubilee.
Who's in Mwatate? Because that's a lot of numbers. Mwatate, because I think they have 15,000 or something voters.
Was it Tana River?
Among the 45, over 50 people who overwhelmingly voted Kalonzo to go back to Azimio are the people from Taita Taveta. So we should not worry about that. There are too much in Azimio. The only people I should be worried are the Kambas in Mombasa.
Tana River?
Tana River.
Okay.
Tana River is safe.
Tana River can give you the
Okay,
score.
go ahead,
Go
Jose.
ahead, Jose, because of time.
Raila got 45,000. 06, call it 45,000, and Ruto got 40,000. Almost a 50-50 kind of status.
It was a 50-50, almost 50-50 something.
Oh, yes. So that means that at least there is some 25 there. But if we are to argue that Uhuru is supporting Raila, maybe I don't know how the figures.
No, let's not go there. Let me do this. Skip. Can you show us? Can you just show us the governor's votes, valid votes? And
Keep, you are doing a very poor job. Can you keep those maps big? Don't put figures. Just show the map, please.
A huge map.
Hold on.
I mean, don't show those figures. Nobody is able to read those figures.
Okay, sawa.
Yeah, because last time we didn't do what you're doing. I mean, just show the real map.
So that we can see the blue or the red and yellow, if at all.
So
there we go. So let's go.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Just go.
Put it full map. Keep, my friend. Unataka kupembelezwa? We don't want to see any letters. We just want to see the map, and then from there we map it out.
Sorry, the 2 opinion polls. Which one do you want? The May
23rd.
Sawa, tutatoa hiyo. Unanigonga man.
Yeah, because you are showing people things they can't read.
They can't read those tiny things.
Let me get rid of that. Okay, boss. That's all.
That is our the so-called the counties, or the coast,
Yeah.
Let's go to Tana River. Keep. Let's go.
Okay.
Point it.
Leo unafanya kazi ingine. What's wrong with you, Keep?
Point it with your nini where it is.
Tana River, there it is.
It is the white one,
Yeah.
That's Tana River. Yeah, that's Tana River.
Okay, I'll click on it.
And for the record, Tana River controls 7% of the entire coastal vote. 7%.
If you click on it, we should see the numbers, right?
Yes. So no, it will not show here the numbers.
Okay.
So what I will do is then go to your governor.
Yeah.
So give us the figures for the governor.
Governor tunaona akona 29% orange Democratic.
Don't mind the orange or whatever. Number 1 to 3 is the same party right now. So that's what I wanted to look at. The same party, Dado, Hussein, and Nur. Those three, Wiper, Jubilee, and it's okay.
That is about 70,000 votes out of the 87,000.
It's the same party right now. Okay.
86.
86. The valid votes then were 86,000. No,
so which put the what percentage on the NASA against Jubilee?
Jubilee, wait.
For Tana River, it is 50-50.
Yeah, it was 20,000 against 20-something thousand. So
20.
So that was 50-50.
It's 50-50.
Now, 25 against 24,000. So that's about 50-48. Around 50-50.
But Richard, that is Lamu, where you have 23,000 against 24.
No, what are you?
Lamu.
What are you looking at
So
right
we
now?
were
Tana
in Tana River. Ose, you are going to Lamu before we finish Tana River.
The you are referring to was a figure for Lamu.
Ose, I'm looking at what Kip has on the screen right now. It's 25,000 for Orange Democratic Party. Then Jubilee follows with 24. So that's about 29-27%, of which you are saying it's like a 50-50.
50-50.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, for Tana River.
Lakini kuna hiyo inaniscare hapo na hiyo ni ya Wiper Democratic.
Don't worry about that.
Don't worry about your scariness. We are giving figures, my friend. You are a statistician right now.
Now, last one should be Lamu.
Yeah, let's go to Lamu, which is predominantly Mount Kenya.
And that's a 4%. That's a total of 4% on the coast.
Just a 4%, yeah.
Yeah. And it was also a 50-50. Uhuru got 23,000, Raila got 24,000.
Hey,
okay, now
my friend, it looks like Mudavadi was here also.
Of course, yeah. At the beginning, at the 2013-2017, he won the governorship. That's the only governorship he won.
Yeah, but that was the previous election.
Very close numbers. Very close numbers with the governorship for
now.
Amani.
Before you leave that section, I need to take you through the void votes and some to just make a comment on the same.
Exactly. Now,
these void votes, most people don't pay attention to them. But the truth of the matter is that the total number of spoiled votes was like 8,700.
Wow.
Now, what did you deduct from that? What do you deduce from this kind of situation? Now, when you look at the void votes, you may need to ask yourself, how do they come about? Some of them are intentional. Others are whereby there is misguidance.
Instigated by the
they misguide the voters to spoil the votes. If I come to let's say Richard is contesting and Alex is contesting, and I know that Alex is popular.
Just a minute,
and I'm managing for Richard.
Yes? Just a minute. Can you just write that number down? We finished these.
Yes, we finished the numbers. Then we go to the analysis.
Then I'll just give you the numbers.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Mombasa, you had 2,830 spoiled votes. In Kwale, you had 1,316. In Tana River, you had 2,181. In Lamu, you had 711. No, sorry. In Tana River, you had 711. The 2,181 was actually Kilifi. Sorry, I skipped it. The figure I've given you up there, 2,181, is for Kilifi. Tana River is 711, Lamu 894, and Taita Taveta 736. The total.
Jose, can you repeat for Mombasa?
Mombasa 2,830.
Now the turnout and
the total spoiled votes is 8,676.
8,670. Okay. And
70.
the total voters turnout was how much?
Total voter turnout was 1.1. Let me get it.
It was 1.1 something, I think.
Yeah.
1.1 million. Keep. Can
1.1.
1.1.
Okay, 1,112,865.
So in terms of percentage, that is 0.7%. That should not even worry us.
It is 65%.
65%?
Turnout.
No, turnout, but spoiled votes. It's below 1%.
Yeah, you are right. You are right.
Yeah, spoiled vote is 0.788%.
Yeah, it's so small anyway.
Yeah, that's negligible.
But not. I mean, not so small to to just say it doesn't matter anything. Anything close to 1% should be really worrying to you, because that's a lot down there.
Given it's a given the fact that from the Supreme Court the problem in costs were more than many other places. Now, let's come to the conclusion of the coastal area, which is coast as a region.
We still have Eastern to go to.
Yeah. So, Ndeto, wait a minute. We are coming to the conclusion of there, then we go to Eastern.
Yes.
Before we move there, Martin.
Yeah.
I want to confirm the strongest people in Kilifi right now. So Aisha.
So you do that when we wrap up the conclusion.
Yeah. Let's just give the figures. Okay. So in total, in the coastal region, as a region, last time NASA had how much in percentage?
I can do that.
It was 801,031 in terms of absolute figures. Then Jubilee had 287,606 in percentage. If you work that out,
so 8 what?
801,031.
That's one. Which was 72%.
72%.
I think so.
Yeah, 72.
Yeah, that's 72%. So last time we had 72%, and then the other side was about 27%, or margin between 25 and 27%.
Yeah.
But that's just NASA and Jubilee, right?
Yes, that is what. Yes. Because those were the main competitors.
Are we going to consider the split that we have right now?
We are giving last time.
Which split?
Yeah. No, I'm saying the split. Are we going to consider the split that we have right now? Because we have Jubilee and the other guys also have.
We are giving the statistics for last time. We are coming for now.
And that's what I'm asking.
We are giving for last election.
Okay.
So we must give the numbers for last time, which is 72 versus about 27, with the margin error of 3%, plus minus. Okay.
Yeah.
So now let's come this time around. Do you have the 23rd coastal region?
I have the individuals. I don't know whether have you done that? Have you Jumulisha the numbers?
73% for Raila and 29% for Ruto. These are your numbers from 23rd May.
No, it doesn't make sense. 73 plus 73 plus 29, that is 102. It statistically that's wrong.
What I've given you was county by county, not the total.
Yeah, because if you put 73 plus 29, then you come to 103. I mean, that's not being statistically
Alex,
right.
It's 27, 73, 27.
Oh, okay.
Oh, for this time around. No, somebody said 29.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. It was 73, 27. Sorry. Apologies.
Oh, okay. You said 29 before, and that's why I was disputing. That was bringing us to 102.
And we see our target is that it should be less than 25.
Yes, so 3% needs to go down.
So 3%.
But the turnout for Coast was good from last time. It's an increase of 7% new voters.
or new registration?
Yes, 7%.
Okay.
So the new registration is 70. No. The new registration when you add Kilifi and other areas and Mombasa is how much?
I'll give you in a short while. It is 230.
239.
Yeah.
430.
Pending the cleaning of the register.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So by the end of 3 weeks from now, we will have the true figure. So what we are doing is hypothetical because when the registers get cleaned up, at least they are going to level up. So now we will know how many we lost, how many we added. So we are doing a hypothetical.
Yeah, we hope Chebukati
Alex,
will remove.
did you keep the NIS one?
Sasa
Are we
unatakuwa vitu zingine
using the
hapa.
IEBC or NIS?
Wewe achana maneno ya NIS.
iko na statistics kweli. Sisi tunatumia vitu ya IBC.
This is FIFA.
Tunatumia vitu ya
This
IBC.
is just FIFA.
Martin, hakuna kitu kama NIS bana.
Hakuna kitu kama NIS.
Kusikia hiyo, sisi tunasema gani?
Okay. We have a conclusion. For me, I was doing the part for Coastal, and I've done justice, even though it hurts me so much, especially in Kilifi. I've given you the true figures. It was a painful experience to me, but we'll leave it there. We'll do the politics of it later on. Now let somebody do the Eastern, whereby I think Ndeto will be happily contributing. I don't have anything to do with the Eastern one. Let's go to.
Before we jump
shift.
Before we jump into that, I just need to look at two things together, just very quickly. I'm not going to even politic on it. I just wanted you guys to see something interesting here, which is the governorship for Kilifi. Jamaa alichukua 65% of the votes. So Kingi had 65. Alafu tukikuja hapa kwa MP mwenye anapigana na yeye sahi, Aisha Juma.
No, Aisha Juma was not in the ballot last time. Is this guy Mungaro ama anaitwa nani?
No, as an MP. She was there as an MP.
Oh, as an MP for Malindi.
Yeah, 52%.
Yeah, it was a little bit tough for Aisha Juma, I remember.
Yeah, 28,000 votes. So she's fighting with the lion.
Let me hold on, Kip. I can see the total votes for MPs was 162,000. Let me see for the governor. Let me see what the governor got. 218. Wow. Okay.
No. These are the people who won. No. Wait. You see, nimekuja hapa NP, nikasema the ones who are ranked number 1.
Okay,
so if you put all of them, it becomes more.
So that's 326. And going back to the governor, the numbers.
Hapo ndio tunaweza sasa complain. 300.
Okay, yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
And remember, Kilifi was one of the best performing for NASA because it won almost everything, or everything for, I think, ODM.
Yes.
It was purely ODM. And this time we are having a battle over there. Okay, let's not go to the politics. Let's go now to Eastern.
Purely ODM.
Let's go to Eastern.
Okay.
Let's go to Eastern. Fungua map ya Eastern. Usifungue any letters. We want to see the map and the counties, Makueni, Kibwezi, whatever it is, Machakos.
Sasa Martin, are you ready?
Now, Martin there.
I don't have my nini. I left my numbers somewhere. I think Jose, you can help me on that one.
I'll
Nani.
I'll take you through.
Thank you.
In Coast, I think in Eastern, if you look at the entire Kenyan map, you have.
Can you zoom, Mr. Kip? Just zoom it.
Zoom, Mr. It's zoomed.
I'm saying if you look at the entire country, that region controls 14% of the entire register. And
Please
if you distribute it, you find. Hello, yes.
Please confirm what we call Eastern as IEBC right now.
That is, by the way, I think that's important. For according to the IEBC structure, Kitui, Machakos, and Makueni is what makes what they call Eastern. And between them, they control 14% of the entire register. Now, divided between the respective counties, the total vote that they control after the new registrations, which amounted to 178,000, the additional, this after the IBC registrations, was 178,643. Now, if you add it to the previous registered, it comes to 1.6 million 697 and 3 votes, 003, that is 169,687, sorry, 697,003. Now, if we go to each county, Kitui had additional votes 57,704. Machakos had the highest at 69,880. Then the last was Makueni at 51,059 votes. Now, in terms of percentage control, it amounts that Kitui controls 31%, Machakos controls 41%, and Makueni 28%. Now, if you quickly flip down to the previous election, in Kitui, Uhuru got 64,652. Raila got 287,293. Now, total valid votes in Kitui came to 359,560. Spoiled votes, maybe I can give it at this point already. That's the last item here. It is 2,793 in Kitui. Now we go to Machakos. The current registered voters after the addition of February, it comes to 690,243. That works out to 41% of the entire 1.6 new registered voters. Now, if you quickly go to the previous election, Uhuru received 82,629, and Raila got 380,018 votes. Total valid votes, 469,665, and spoiled votes, 3,294. Now, the last one being Makueni. Current registered voters, 474,493, which represents 28.
Kuonesha numbers up. Sorry.
Come again.
Watu wameitisha numbers.
See the one I'm reading, huh?
Yeah, go on, sorry.
Yeah. It is Makueni, the registered voters, as we speak, 474,493, which controls 28% of the 1.6 total for the region. Now, quickly back to the previous election, Uhuru got 27,388, and Raila got 301,126. Valid votes, 332,461, and spoiled votes, 1,398. I don't know. Can I give you the total total turnout was 1,169,171. 1,169,171, which represented a turnout of 77%.
Jose, can you talk about the switch that we saw between I think it was Kitui and Makueni, the cost factor?
Yes. You realize that in Kitui, no, in Machakos, for example, no, I think it is Kitui. In Kitui, 532,000 votes, which we are up for. And if you check the score between Uhuru and Raila, Uhuru got 64,000, Raila got 287,000. But if you slip down, you realize that in Makueni, the registered voters is only 474,000 compared to Kitui 532. But interestingly, in Makueni, Raila got, remember I said 301,000. So it means that as much as Makueni is the controls the lowest number, in terms of voting, he got the highest number of votes there than Kitui, where the registration is over 530,000.
And
there are more voters, in other words, there are more voters in Kitui, but Raila scored much less, 287. But there are fewer voters in Makueni, but Raila got over 300,000.
So it all points out to the voter turnout in Makueni, which is better than the one for Kitui.
Precisely, but then we were trying to link it with the Machakos, with the Kalonzo factor.
Kitui looks like, in terms of the polls.
Okay, another thing we have to spell out in Ukambani was that, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, another factor that was interesting in the whole of Ukambani is Raila won overwhelmingly, but all the governors were not from Wiper or ODM. That is another very interesting thing.
Oh yeah, that's
the other interesting thing is that in that Makueni, I think my audio is not doing well. I'll log out then come in well.
We can hear you.
We can
Alex,
hear you.
tunakusikia.
You are loud and clear.
Very clear.
He has gone. Has he gone?
Yeah, he's left. Can you go back to Makueni, and then go to the governors?
Yeah, I'm on the governors.
Yeah, I think you have the governors, Kid.
Yes. Maendeleo Chap Machakos 53%. Kivutu Kibwana is the most performing governor in Eastern,
in the region.
In the region. Like I would think he's the most powerful, followed by Mtua, lakini tunajua hiyo ni Kifaranga. Then Gilu comes in last. In terms of the amount of votes.
You remember Kibwana won a by-election recently.
Oh
yes, in Makueni.
Let's go by statistics now. So we give the figures, then I think we will be able now to come back. Then Leto can tell us now the politics of it. When it came to Makueni, the governor was from another party, but the senator was within NASA, and the senator won overwhelmingly. How much did now? Let's compare the figures. The figures for Kibwana in terms of gubernatorial was how much?
Okay, let's go back again. Sorry.
Because Ukambani is very interesting.
So Kibwana won at 85%.
85%, yet he was not in the NASA brigade. And then
No, he was. Kibwana actually won that seat on Wiper ticket.
Yes. He's a wiper.
He was in NASA.
Yeah, I think, Alex, you're confusing the first term and the second term. The second
time.
Oh,
I'm confusing. Okay, I'm sorry. And then the senator also won even more better than anybody in Kenya. I think the senator from Makueni was the best performing senator all over the country, isn't it?
96%. 96%.
Yes, and that is why we are worried there. Mutula Kilonzo is too popular in that country. And that's why we are saying we can't lose Makueni. because the guy who won by 96%, that is man to man. So that's why I'm saying it's very interesting. Okay, now let's go to Kitui. Kitui, that is where Mamangilu was, and this other guy who is coming out very clear, the Wiper guy, the first time, Maloba. Let's look at Malombe. Malombe. Yeah, let's see how they performed there, and then we look at, yeah.
No, I don't see them. This is only, you're confusing the two terms. There are only 3 candidates. Charity, David, and Dr. Julius Macau.
Oh, David Musela, is it?
No, it's Malombe. The third guy is Malombe. You are on the right.
Yeah, the third guy is Malombe, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Malombe, Dr. Julius Malombe. Macau.
Yes. So can we compare who won? And Mgilu won, but by how much percentage?
47%.
And then Malombe?
20%. Malombe was last by 20%.
And then Musila?
31%.
Okay, and that is where Raila got how much in terms of percentage against Jubilee?
I think Raila should have been on 80-something% on that one. Am I right?
Just a moment.
Well, I'll give you the absolute figures. He got 280 in Kitui, isn't it? 287,000 against Uhuru 64,000.
So give us the total, and then we put Raila's. The total was how many?
The total value.
So Raila was 287.
359, 560.
So Raila was about 80%.
80%.
Yeah. So let's go to Machakos, another very interesting place in terms of percentage. And then we'll look at Mutua, and then we will look at the senator also. The senator was in another party, the senator that died.
So
he was not in Wiper?
No.
Was he not in Wiper?
The senator that died was in Wiper?
He was actually an independent candidate. I think he depended.
Yeah, he wasn't in Wiper.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Are we looking at Machakos, or who are we looking at? Sorry.
Machakos.
Mutua.
Mayakos.
Yeah, that's governor. What you're looking right now.
Mutua's percentage was what?
53%.
53.
Alafu Martin Delto's cousin alikuja na 44%.
44.
Okay, the lady came at 44%. Now, the most interesting thing is that now when we come to presidential, that is where now we won overwhelmingly. How much did Raila get plus the total votes, and then we put the percentage?
Raila got 380,018.
Okay. The total votes?
Total votes was 469,665.
That was over 81%.
Something like that. Then Uhuru got 82,000.
Yeah, and that is where again Vifaranga via computer comes in, because we just don't get that.
Just a minute. By that time when Mutua was winning this election, was Maendeleo Chap in Jubilee, right?
Yes.
No.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was in Jubilee.
It was in Jubilee.
An affiliate of Jubilee, correct?
It was an affiliate of Jubilee.
Yes.
That is why Vifaranga's count here.
Yeah, and then the senator, let's put the senator was which party? I don't think it was independent. It was a certain party. Let's see how much he won also. Because Mudama decided not to run.
And
he left the field day.
Chama cha Uzalendo, that's
CCM. No.
CCM, that's Kibudha Kibwanas, if I'm not wrong.
No, Kibwanas is Muungano.
Oh,
Muungano.
Muungano, okay.
Let's look at his figures now.
34%.
He won by 34%.
Very close to your wiper, Jackson Musyoka. Ilikuwa 32%.
Yeah, so Ndeto, now you can have a talk there.
Can you see while you're there? Can you see what Jubilee had? 9%.
9%, and even how can Maendeleo chap, the senator comes completely last. Ranking number 5.
Let's do this. Keep
numbers.
Just give me a minute. Can you just run through Maendeleo Chap's numbers, if you can? That's in Machakos, Kitui,
everywhere,
and Makueni, the 3 counties. Maendeleo Chap.
Maendeleo Chap for the senator walikuwa na 54%. This is across all counties. And then
no, it can't be 50 something.
No, that is for the senator peke yake.
Maendeleo Chap, no. That's the governorship.
No, the governorship walikuja na 249%. 249,000.
They won in Machakos. They won
in Machakos.
Yeah.
So those are the numbers he wants. 200 and
that's 249. Did they have a governor candidate for Makueni and the other one?
I see nothing. No.
You don't see anything.
Okay.
It's the senator that they went for all of them. And for the senator, the numbers are too low. Like across all of it is 55,000.
Wow.
I even want to see the women's rep to confirm if they had anybody. Women's rep, they only had 2, and it's 16,000.
Motua number was not making sense. It was a doctored number. Even if you try to balance, you'll not get anything.
That is why we are saying, Hiru, that we have a problem, and that is why it went up to Supreme Court. His numbers were not making any sense to anybody.
In fact, if there was another Supreme Court, it would have gone ahead.
16,000.
So, but anyway, we are looking at the numbers for NASA in presidential in the whole of Ukambani, and you're getting that Uhuru did not get anything beyond 25%. The Ukambani denied Uhuru totally, completely, the 25%, isn't it?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
In the whole 3 counties.
Yes.
Yeah, and that is why we are saying that now with Johnston Mudhama from Machakos and this guy Chap and the UDA, we need Kalonzo. Now let's not go to the politics of it. We have given the numbers. We have given the numbers as we want to give the numbers, because our work was to give the numbers.
Hold on, before you go anywhere.
But he was cleared today. How does he come to Azimio and he was cleared?
No, hold on.
Let's give the numbers and then we start going there.
I'll answer you that when we go to the politics.
Wait.
Thank you for the numbers.
About the clearance.
Yeah, Bernard, from me, I think we are done with the numbers.
Keep is trying to do something.
One last thing. Let's look at the total numbers for Wiper. Then you see how serious this is. So Wiper for the senator is 700,000. For the governor, total walichukua 575,000.
They never won any governorship.
Yeah, but the numbers are still strong. Look at that.
Of course, yeah.
Women's rep walikuwa na 670. Machakos walifanya vitu mbaya huko. Ukambani walifanya vitu mbaya huko IBC. We look at MPs, 400,000. Very inconsistent.
And remember, they had how many seats for MP within Ukambani? They had the majority.
16, if I'm not wrong.
Out of 20?
So I can't count them now.
Okay, Yeah. No, we need to give that figure because that's the most important. Now, when we come to the numbers in parliament, you must see why Kalonzo is bargaining so hard. Okay, Machakos, Ndeto, how many constituencies do we have?
Keep help me here. You know, I'm working, so I don't have my numbers right.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, 8. Makueni, how many do we have?
Okay. Makueni, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Those are 13. Then Kitui.
22 is big. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Those are 21. So they won 16 out of 21.
Yeah, and the numbers were skewed a bit. Yeah, I understand now.
Yeah, so I think, Bernard, in terms of numbers, we are done. Now you can allow us to go to the debate to answer siasa. We have given you the numbers as we did it at Sunday Sana, Dr. Jose, our data analyst, Mr. Kip, our political commentator, Mr. Ndeito, and our chief negotiator, Mr. Makiadi. And our lovely Mr. Bernard, back you to the numbers.
Thank you.
Robert Abuya, take off.
Thank you for cracking those numbers, but that analysis, I doubt it, because you're using figures from IBC. IBC is yet to open the server. Those figures you're using are not accurate from where I sit. Until you open the server and give me the accurate number of people who voted.
No, that is politics. That is politics. Data and research is done with numbers.
That's why there are those desperate. That's why there is that differences. Okay, you see, a governor has 400, then the MP has this, then the women rep has this. It's all because if we don't be sitting down and cracking those things and putting them into the IBC records, and then he wants you to believe that that's the pattern of voting. The really figures are in the
server.
They're in the server. But for now, we can just use that as an approximation and estimations of what actually could have taken place. But really figures, we must crack and get into that server, get the real records from the server, then we'll be analyzing properly. The same thing goes for 2007 elections. The way people voted, the results, and all those figures, because of the interest of the overturning of the result of the elections, those figures are not available, readily available. And so whatever that is available is scanty and inaccurate, of course. But thank you for that. That was a long session. It took almost 2 hours. Huh?
That is why I think Julia...
40 minutes.
So,
yeah.
Wait 40 minutes, Bwana Jose. Do you have a wristwatch?
My watch was slow.
Bernard. Yeah. Hold on, Paul. Hold on. Where is Julia?
Julia, people are asking for central numbers. Julia, central. Njeru,
central is the next one.
Yeah. Central. We'll do central on its own.
So Wale, Central, and where? Those
Central
are the hotspots.
Central is next,
Those are
followed by Western,
place.
followed by Rift Valley, then followed by Nyanza and Nairobi. Western is combined with the Northeastern.
All right. Yes, Paul, what are you saying?
Oh, I was just our data experts there. Ukambani has 23 constituencies. 23. Dick McQueen has 7, Machakos 8, Kitui 8. So there are 23 constituencies. If they won 16, then they lost 7. They lost 7. That is Wiper lost 7. Again, as Bernard, you were saying, this is exactly what I was asking. And in fact, if you remember, there was a question in Supreme Court. You are given 6 ballots. So if you decide to vote only for the presidency, the governor, the senator, then you don't decide, maybe you decide not to vote for the MP, for the women rep, for the MCA. Where do you take the ballots? Where do you take the extra ballots? Do you throw them away? Do you walk away with them? That was the question. If you go to the Supreme questions, this was one of the questions that even the lawyers were unable to answer in the Supreme Court. And that is where these numbers don't make sense.
All right. Thank you. Now, Julia is not there. Let's have, yes, Richie.
No, my question is to Paul. You said that Wiper lost 7 seats. Would you mind telling us which ones went to affiliate parties and which ones went to Jubilee, if you have the numbers there?
No, I don't have the numbers as per se, but if you look at the numbers that were being done, but I think it's a data that is there. We can actually get them.
Kip, do you have it?
Get that data.
Yeah, I can open the ones that Wiper did not win. Let me do that now. While you're still discussing, yeah.
Yeah, because Bernard, just a minute. My issue is if the numbers were not very consistent, especially in Machakos County. I actually wanted to know how many seats did Wiper lose, especially in Machakos County, because that is where we had an issue.
Yeah, Richie. Yeah. You look at Machakos, Jubilee won a number of seats. So I think that data
in Machakos Town.
Yeah. Yeah, if Kip can actually be able to give us those details, we can look at them. Well, Victor Munyaka is a member for where?
No, Jubilee didn't win anything.
For Machakos Town.
They didn't win.
Machakos.
In Ukambani, Jubilee has no seat.
Are you sure? Really? Machakos Town?
Machakos, hold on. So Machakos tuko na Kagundo went to Muungano Party. Machakos Town went to Jubilee. Mwala went to Maendeleo Chap Chap. I'm surprised about that. And then Yatta, mahali ya Kalonzo. Ilienda kwa Kalonzo mwingine. So Machakos, they lost 3 seats. 4 seats.
4 seats.
4 gone. Kitui they lost 3. Makueni Njoni moja peke yake walipoteza. But all in all, they lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Gone.
See?
But Machakos was the highest casualty, which is a surprise to me. But it's metropolitan, isn't it?
No, you cannot draw. Don't say it is a surprise to you, because Machakos Town is where we had an issue with the governor also. So this goes back to how the governors performed vis-a-vis the MPs. And you know the numbers don't crunch. The numbers don't add up. And that's why we had this thing even going to the Supreme Court.
But also, Makia, do you remember Machakos is very, very metropolitan?
Yeah.
And the impact of the Vifarangas.
I mean, there was something big over there. We're not
in fact, that is one thing that we need to debate. This is the Farangas, how they were hatched. So, because what we have so far are just the allegations.
But this is raw data from them. This is actually
that's why I'm telling you, forget those things are from Itumbi. The raw data is in the server. The process of hatching these chicks is what we need to get to the bottom of it, because there is an allegation that there were ungazetted polling stations.
Bernard,
that were able to release results.
Bernard, na bado wenye server bado wamelala.
Now that's the issue, that you number crackers, you need to crack for me those numbers, or you want me to go and hack the system ni walete. Na mimi vile ni reverend hivi.
Are we open for comment?
We can comment. Bernard, are we open for comment? Hold on, Njiru kwanza wewe nilikutuma kuniletea Wekesa hujaniletea.
Na Njiru niko na namba zake za Central, atakuja kuongea na Julia wafanye hata kwa vernacular nitawasaidia.
No, you are next.
There's no problem. Let's do this. Njiru, Julia is not there. So Njiru, what do you want to comment before we go to Abuya?
Yeah, vile nilikuwa nikitaka kuongea story ya hizo numbers, I wanted to say that what we need to analyze now is the combination between the original NASA and part of the Jubilee, which has crossed over now to Raila Odinga. What is the mixing factor? How have the votes now crossed over? Like for example, pari kama Ukambani, even if mtu kama Mutua ako pande ya Kenya Kwanza, with a Kinangiru intact and some other influence, na nimeona pari kama Makueni to Kibuda Kibwana got 80%, almost 87. Raila Odinga alipata 80%. Can still Raila hold on to 80%, that number? That is the critical thing we need to ask ourselves. Is that number going to go down or go up? That should be our question. We need to talk about today. Let's talk about today. Can we still hold on those numbers, or can we improve those numbers? Even the fact that Kalonzo is a bit neutral now. What is the influence of Kalonzo the way he is now? Is he affecting those numbers, or what is the effect of Ndeto? Can you tell us Kalonzo can affect these numbers, Aji, and you know him?
Let me tell you what's happening. You see, earlier on in the beginning, Kalonzo, after their NDC, it's like they had already foreseen what was going to happen. They approached IBC that he has been nominated by his party and that is the presidential candidate. The only thing that remains is to bring you on board the running mate. And that is why, even as Kalonzo was going to sign things in Azimio, they already presented his name as a presidential candidate, as Wiper, ahead of time, before the IBC on deadline. Now, you remember when Azimio was unveiling their deputy, the running mate, Kalonzo and his group said that they were going to go to court to contest the issue of Azimio agreement. Now, it's reliably learned that what happened there, they were told that when they presented Kalonzo as a presidential candidate, the political parties bill under which Azimio was formed was not in existence. Now, there was the question now between Wiper and Azimio, which agreement will hold the day? They were told that nobody has complained about Azimio, so IBC will go according to the law. That is what IBC themselves say. They say they'll go according to the law. And according to the law, Kalonzo was presented as a presidential candidate, and there was no question about that. And the law which the Azimio, which brought on board Azimio, was no longer in place. Unless somebody comes up to say that some law was violated, IBC will wait for that. They'll cross the bridge when they get there. And that is how things are as we speak. Now, political analysts explained that what's going to happen, Kalonzo will be forced to make a choice. Either you remain with Azimio, or you go ahead with drop the Azimio arrangement because it was not in existence and proceed with Wiper. But you see, as things stand now, Kalonzo is using this status to bargain.
Why is he bargaining, and he has still been given goodwill by Azimio? He is already the chief minister, and they were promised close to 20% of the government. What else is he negotiating? That's what I'm not understanding. What is he negotiating? And he was even mentioned by Azimio.
Let me answer you. Because there is a price for going alone. There's a price tied to it. So it is a question of which side is better. You will eventually choose whichever side is better.
Let Kalonzo be sponsored by whoever. Let him go to the ballot. There is no need of going to look for me. Mwiba wa kujidunga hauna pole. We mwiba ushatolewa kwa mwili wako. Unataka kuurudisha. Unaurudisha vipi? Hakuna haja. This race is ours to win.
My question
is not on those Kalonzo figures It's not on those Kalonzo figures. As much as we would want to put that in consideration, this is a different ball game altogether. The only time we had this kind of election is 2002, where they were not determined by the figures of the kingpins and who was brought what and what. The team that was put together brought about victory as a team, not necessarily of who followed who where. Remember, by that time we had Omalo Kijana. Mudavadi had gone back to Moi as usual. The way he has gone to Ruto is usually like that. Every time we have historical elections, you study Musalia, you will always go the wrong direction. Now, if Kalonzo wants to follow suit to that, they are both of them. They sucked the breast together at the same time. Let them be left alone. The moment this campaign hits the road and the wherever what is it called? The momentum is built with the Mother Karua phenomena narrative. Hizi mambo ingine mnasumbuana nayo ya kutafuta koti la Kalonzo is not necessary. Wacha Kalonzo aende kwa Ruto. Ruto will pay for him to go and run, and he will be paying for his doom. Let him go and be doomed alone. How the Ukambani will vote is not in Kalonzo's control, number one, and it's not in anybody's control. Anybody claiming to have that control, anajidanganya. And so many other places. The inroads you are saying that Ruto has made in the coast and all that, those are subject to other factors. Why would Ruto still be transporting crowds if he has made all these inroads? Why would he be, everywhere, having campaigned for 4 years? Kwani hujawezi kupata following like at least to reduce your cost of transportation of crowds? He wouldn't be doing that if he had that huge following and that threatening of the Azimio victory. So let's keep right perspective. Anajua nyinyi watu wa hesabu mnataka kuhesabu vidole, lakini mimi mtu wa imani. I have a hunch.
My
that
question
when the Rolirero sweeps from the north to the south, from the east to the west, for the remaining 60 days, I don't see anything remaining.
I have a question for you, Bernard. My question is this.
Yes.
Kalonzo Musyoka, what is he looking for? And he already has a deal in Azimio. That is my question, number one. Then number two, the issue of transporting people is an accusation on both parties. Watu wa Kenya Kwanza wanasema watu wa Raila wana transport watu, especially in places where they want to create inroads. So ile kitu ningetaka uniambie, how can we confirm that people are really transported? What is the indicators to show that people are being transported? Because hiyo ndile kitu sijaielewa, sababu ni accusation ya kila mtu. When I'm in Embu, nasikia watu wakisema watu Azimio wanaleta watu hapa, wametoa watu Nairobi, Kibera. So it's an accusation from every divide. So how do you know the real people who are in a political rally ni watu ya hapo na wajabebwa? How can I know that hawa ni watu wa Embu na sio watu wa Meru, ama sio watu wa Kakamega wameletwa hapa? How can I judge a crowd is an indigenous crowd? That is my
one history. History has a way of proving it. Who is known for transporting crowds? Secondly, transported crowds appear in uniform. They appear in uniform. Look, there was somebody who gave the picture of the Maasai, the Narok meeting by Baba and the Narok meeting by Ruto. Okay? Anywhere you see uniform, you know these people have come from one secondary school or one primary school. They were passed through one kiosk. They were dressed up to go and appear in that festival. In the matter of transporting people from Kibera to Meru. Now, can you look at that kind of proximity? Kibera to Meru, to go and do what? I think it's just a matter of trying to deny the obvious. The person struggling with getting crowds and he really wants to give an impression that he has crowds is one William Ruto. Why? He has invested 4 years and what he has invested for 4 years is not visible. So he needs to craft all those photoshops. You see the photoshops on their posts. They are not natural. Where three Rutos appearing in the same rally on the same vehicle. Why should that be happening?
You saw what happened in Kibaki's funeral.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the crowd there was transported, and there was earlier videos showing them being mobilized.
And that's what won Gachagua, the deputy president.
Does it have an impact?
For being a good mobilizer,
crowd have an impact?
How would you give somebody a deputy president because he's a good mobilizer?
Okay, my question is: does transported crowd have an impact in Kenya? Does it decide They
just give an impression. They just give an impression. What is there is they prepare ground for rigging. Prepare crowd for rigging or rejecting whatever election result. Nothing more. You give an impression that you are really a serious competitor. In fact, that is the lie that most of our political analysts have bought in. William Ruto has been able to convince most of our political analysts to convince them that he is really strong on the ground and he really has a huge following. And if Raila does not take care, Ruto can take the presidency. That is political perception created by one William Ruto. If William Ruto is put on the ballot and Raila Odinga is put on the ballot and Raila does not even go to campaign, William Ruto has no chance of challenging Raila's ballot on the presidency in Kenya as at now. He's green. Look at the political blunders he has made. He's running for president for the first time, and all the decisions he has made, most of them are blunders, from the running mate to the style of campaign to the narrative. Look at the reason. Look at the messaging. The messaging. What is he selling to Kenyans? What do you buy in the UDA rally? When you leave the rally, what convinces you that these people are really serious about leading this country? Bottom up, tuanzie hapo chini, tupanda hapo juu, tuachana hii kitendawili imemaliza. What is that? He doesn't have the message. He doesn't have the narrative. He only has a created perception that people want to buy into. And so, in my opinion, he has no chance. He needs to go back to the drawing board, and it will take him 10 years to recover from the blunders he has made for now. The apologies he was giving to Uhuru Kenyatta at the prayer breakfast is part of the blunders. I mean, how does it take you 4 years to realize that you are walking on the wrong road? It is obvious when you are challenging Uhuru Kenyatta, you are poking your finger in the eye of the mountain. And you expect after that, the mountain to embrace you and say you are a better son than their own son. You can't get that. So relaxing tafadhali. Don't be scared. The only thing we need to kukamata Chebukati vizuri. Kama hawezi kazi tumtimue. Na hiyo inawezekana. Inawezekana. Sahi tuko na quorum. Okay, we have enough commissioners. 3 are enough. We have 6. So we can kick out anybody. We remain with 3. They will conduct the elections and the elections will still be credible. So Chebukati asitusumbue. Kama ameanza mkutano ya kwenda Sugoi usiku akinyonya Murisiki kuja hapa kutuharibia elections, hiyo mambo yote tutakamata yeye, tunafungia nje. He knows that we are specialists in men in black. Let him be warned.
My question, algorithm imetolewa kwa computer. Unajua hiyo vifaranga ya computer bado iko. Hiyo algorithm iko ama tuko na algorithm nyingine? Can you tell us about that? How is the algorithm?
So one vile wanalia Kisheru, wanalia Matiang'i.
Tenda bado haijachukuliwa.
Will they be crying for nothing?
There's a tender, there's a new tender for ABC. Wajasema ni nani anachukua.
So the hustler narrative is not enough to sell in this country. The dynasty narrative is not enough to to overturn the tide that is against them right now. Look at the way Western is behaving now. Malala hata picha ataki, okay, ataki sponsorship. Na nyinyi mnaniambia Ruto akona numbers za kuoverturn election ya Raila Odinga. Akipitia wapi? Akitumia nini? Okay, narrative imekataa. Western yote tumlifunga Trans Nzoia, tunaenda kufunga Kakamega, Bungoma ndio hiyo inafungwa, Busia hiyo ishafungwa tayari. So where is he going to get? The 24 is trying to get. I don't think even he will get 16. 16 he will have tried. 16 counties that he will get 25%. He will have. I don't think he will meet the minimum threshold of 50% of the counties getting at least 25% in each. Without rigging, without cooking figures, William Ruto has no chance in these elections. Yes, Abuya. Tumsikiliza Abuya kwanza na Paul, mute your mic. Keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak.
Yeah, I want to just touch on two particular areas that regarding the data we have just exchanged, and there is one county, Makueni County. Makueni County is a bit tricky, and in as much as I don't know whether it is Makiadi who mentioned or Alex, Mutula Kilonzo Jr. having garnered one of the highest number of votes. If you look at the contestants, there is one gentleman who is called Dr. Patrick Mweu Musimba. That gentleman is extremely popular on the ground. And one of the reasons that Mutula Kilonzo Jr. is, which I believe one of the reasons Mutula Kilonzo Jr. is pushing for Kalonzo to go it alone is he may ride, so that he may ride on the wiper ticket and the wiper wave. But the competition on the ground, I've spoken to a few people, is neck to neck. And there might be just a surprise if Wiper joins Azimio, because if Wiper joins Azimio, the guy Musimba is running on a ticket which is affiliate of Azimio. He might be swallowed. The Mutula Kilonzo might lose that seat, in as much as he appears eloquent and popular. He is riding on the popularity of his late father, and I'm informed that the people on the ground see him as a kind of a project. Yeah, and I wanted also to assure Alex on the Likoni, not to get worried very much about Likoni. Likoni, the most populous tribes, let me call them tribes, are Kambas and Luos. Luos are leading. In fact, in Likoni, there is a small Kisumundogo, which is very populous. And the current MP has done very good work there. She's extremely popular among the locals, the indigenous, and with the support of the Luo community there, I think we should be able to bag the majority of the presidential votes from that constituency. This is a gentleman who came from Wiper. What is his name? Gubernatorial. Sonko. Sonko, the other day, using his finances, tried to get hold of some Luo elders. They even have Luo elders in Likoni to endorse him for the gubernatorial seat, which was a fake Luo elders thing. The actual elders in Likoni denied that stunt that Sonko was trying to pull. So, Alex, I think you should not get very much worried about Likoni constituency. Thank you for now. If there is somebody who has contrary information on Makueni, you can let us know.
Okay, Makueni, my friend, there is nobody who can beat Mutula Kilonzo. He's sitting pretty comfortable there, extremely comfortable. He cannot even go to campaign and he will win it. First and foremost, you have spelled out the reason. His father was so much respected and is riding high on his father's popularity. Among the elders, even remember the person who introduced Kalonzo to the Makueni people is his late father. Now, secondly, given the fact that Mutula wants to succeed Kalonzo, and you see that's why they are pushing him so hard, you must understand the target of Mutula. Mutula is scheming on how to take over, and he's doing it so effectively, and Kalonzo is going on blindly. And according to the word on the ground is the only reason is because Kitui is a little bit tricky for Mutula Kilonzo. You must understand how these three counties work. One is the mother county, the other one is a sister county, the other one is the child county. So Mutula is coming from the sister country, not the mother county. And that is the only thing that have prevented him from taking over Wiper. And he's playing it so safe, and the people are watching him keenly. So Mutula is sitting pretty well. And that is why Maanzo is riding on him to win that senatorial seat. Without Mutula, Maanzo cannot win that senatorial seat, period. And that is why everywhere you see Mutula, you must see Maanzo. The person that we are worried about is Kibwana in terms of that senatorial seat. But Mutula cannot lose that seat, come rain, come sunshine.
Do we opinion poll on that?
Say true, the three Kamba senators antagonizing and holding Kalonzo hostage are town dwellers with a lot of media PR. They are not popular on the ground. You can't ride on your family popularity forever.
Do we have any polls, recent polls on the Makueni?
Martin,
Yeah,
let Martin respond.
Jose, can you read the TIFA for Makueni for the governorship and then for senatorial? Because I think Wiper is still riding high, and even Kitui, that is what is worrying, because last time, who is there? Nani, Wekesa came and told us that according to the opinion polls and the ground popularity, it looks like Maloba is doing extremely well, more than Gil. And that was the worry about it. But I think let's look at the 23rd. I didn't look at the 23rd popularity between the two people that he's saying. And I don't even know the other guy that he spoke about. I don't think he's the one who is the main challenger, by the way, Abuya. There's another person who is challenging Mutua. Can you give us Mr. Jose Daktari?
No, it is, keep, do you have the gubernatorial? What I have is the presidential.
So I only have the presidential, but I can see who won last time by how much. So if you're looking at Makueni, I can tell you which senators won last time and by how much. So Makueni, tunaona Junior won by 95%, so that one you already know.
Yeah.
And then let's go to the next county. just a moment. Kitui, we have Wambua 70%. Alafu Machakos, we have Boniface, Kabaka. That was very low. Kabaka is weak, 34%. As usual, tunajua ni Kifaranga. So there's only one weak senator there.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention the fellow I'm talking about in Makueni is a two-time MP for Kibwezi.
Yo, Dr. Musimba.
Yes.
So you're looking at him from an MP point of view. Okay.
You're muted. Unmute.
Okay,
Alex, unmute.
Order. Let's do this. Let Martin give us the figures. Martin, you are closer to this Makueni people. Tell us, what is it?
Sometimes, and I said I'll not do that much, company politics for a while. I gave myself 2 weeks, but you guys are really rattling my nerves. Sometimes I laugh a lot when I come over here and people are talking about Ukambani. I'm not saying it's bad to talk about it. Like some people, you come in and you think somebody actually knows politics of Ukambani so much. But I'm not going to argue anything about Ukambani. I'm just going to wait for my 2 weeks. I gave myself sabbatical about that. All I'm just going to say I'm just going to comment a little bit about the Mutula factor. Mutula Kilonzo, and if you remember, Kethi was supposed to get that thing. When the dad died, there was a talk in Ukambani, which was a revenge. It was a revenge because it's not believed and it's still not known how Mutula died, the father. So people wanted to revenge that because there is still rumors that he was killed. So when Mutula came in, he was given that seat out of that revenge. And that was the talk. And we were saying, mumekata Mutula, tunawapatia Mutula tena, mtakula Mutula kama mnapenda ama mpendi. In Kamba, that's what they were saying. But then, with time, you also cannot ride on that thing for so long. It starts to die. Now you become yourself. You cannot ride your dad so much. So Mutula Kilonzo is actually in bigger trouble than anybody knows. People out there now, they're like, oh man, sasa tumemaliza revenge. Now we gotta get a leader. And that's why he's fighting a lot. Trying to be on to be there, on the upper area, trying to talk on TV, trying to be on the upper table of, what Kalonzo says is what I am here and that. But Mutula Makiu, he might not come back this one because everybody now is tired about, there's not that revenge thing. Now is judged by himself. And he doesn't really do anything in Ukambani anyways. He's always in Jeff Koinange or in Nairobi. He doesn't go anywhere. And if there was a Makueni person here, will tell you the same thing. So, Bana, that's all I wanted to say. Mystery Ukambani niliwaambia munipatie 2 weeks. But next week, I know something is going to be changing somewhere. Mutaniambia. Anyway, I'm hoping for the better. I'm not prophesying or anything. I'm just contributing. Thank you, sir.
Mambo mengine ni wait and see. We will wait and see how it all comes. Yes, Richie.
Thank you, Bernard. I had hoped that because we've spent so much time here giving people data, I would have hoped that at least we would try to dissect what the absence of Kalonzo Musyoka in Azimio would mean for us, and also try to see down at the coast there what the influence of the outgoing governor for Kwale is, and also this other guy, Kingi, joining William Ruto. Thank you.
Let me give you an input on that.
Jose.
Yes. Just to add to comment on what Richie has brought up, which is very important. You know, to begin with, if Kalonzo let's take it as the worst case scenario. You remember the performance in the previous elections in the three counties, Makueni, Machakos, and Kitui. Raila was able to lock out Uhuru completely. And what does that mean? It means he did not get above 25%. He did not get about 25% in any of these three counties. Now, in the event, in that worst case scenario comes to reality, there is a high chance that, given even the latest opinion polls on what is happening, there's a very high chance that Ruto may actually, with the Mudamas and Machako and Mutua, he could actually get more than 25%, which I think would be very, very harmful to Azimio. That's my take.
Just keep.
So yeah, I was waiting for this. I know Martin is taking a sabbatical on the wiper effect. So to may concentrate on what he has in the eastern provinces. Mi naona sasa kuna inju itakuja kwa Alex. Huyu mtu ako Nyamira, the MP Nyamira, is he getting back? Ule mtu ako Embakasi for Wiper, is he coming back? And then for you, Richie, the person who is in Tana River, who had last time in Tana River had about 25% na kushinda for Wiper. Then I think we've got Sasa Wajir, there's one more person who took 39%. So Wajir and Taita Taveta are the two MPs that have some strength in Wiper. So Wiper effect is not just Eastern. He's got a bit of influence in Northeastern. I don't know about Nyamira County. The Nairobi one, I think is going to be Azimio Tolewa. So outside that, tunaona Wiper has a bit of way. So you're at Tana River, where is it? You're Makueni. No, sorry. You're at Tana River. Is the percentage for that person was really low, 25%. So that one, I think we are safe. We know that constituency, he can lose it. So I think he's looking to lose at least 4 MPs if he goes it presidential. So Apo, I don't think is an issue for Azimio. As for the Machakos and Kitui factor, we need to look at the governors. I did not know Kivuta Kibwana was that powerful. Kivuta Kibwana is really powerful. Angilu, if she's given the CS thing, Chief CS thing, there's going to be the woman factor, another wave. So if it's played that way, whereby Ngilu is given the super CS and Kivuta Kibwana's power there, it's all right. And I think what we've seen with Machakos, the governor who's left, ilikuwa Kifaranga. So for me, analyzing the data today, I've seen a lot of inconsistencies, especially in Machakos. So Machakos, for me, there's a way that we will throw the 2 governors there, full throttle, and a few strong MPs that came in second there. And I think we would have Azimio strong, because you can see how many was it? 45 out of how many people in the national gallery for Wiper decided that they wanted Wiper to come back to Azimio. So there's a lot to come in. The other question was the Kwale. Was it the Kwale question? Was it the Kilifi? The outgoing governor for Kwale or the outgoing Makiadi? Which one was the one you're concerned with?
Are you talking about the coast or Ukambani?
Yeah, the coast. The coast. So Ukambani nimemalizana nayo.
Oh, I wanted to make a comment before you move to. I wanted to make a comment. Actually, I wanted to make a comment on Ukambani. So if.
All right, go for it. Sorry, I just.
So my issue here is especially with Machakos County. You know, Machakos County. When you look at Machakos County, and as we said here, Machakos County is a cosmopolitan county, and you know, with cosmopolitan counties, most of the time the voting really changes in terms of immigration. You know, migrating from one region to the other. But of most important issue, the most important issue here is if Kalonzo Musyoka decides to bolt out of Azimio, then we have a bigger issue not only in Machakos but Kajiado County. If you look at what Kalonzo was doing, you saw Kalonzo moving to Kajiado County to campaign for Olelenku, right? Yeah, Olelenku, if I'm not wrong. So the Ukambani factor does not just stop at Machakos County. It also spills over to Kajiado. Kitengela, you know, Athi River and Kitengela, the biggest tribe right now is the Kamba tribe. Although now Kajiado also has other demographics, but then, I mean, Kitengela also has other demographics. So my concern with Machakos is, as much as we say here that Kalonzo can go it alone, Mutua has his following in Machakos. We can dispute. Hold on, Roba. You cannot shake your head because he's the governor, which means he was voted in. He had numbers. The numbers we just read. I think you missed that part, Roba. We looked at Mutua's numbers. As to whether the numbers will move with Mutua to William Ruto, that's disputable. We can always argue about that. But he has numbers, whether it's 50,000, 20,000 or 50. Our goal here is to see if the effect of Mutua moving on to Kenya Kwanza Alliance will give William Ruto the 25% that he needs in that county. Is it tenable? Is it achievable? That's a question that we will discuss another time. But I think Kalonzo Musyoka remaining in Azimio is a must for Machakos and the Kajiado counties. The two counties, these two counties are like sister and brother. They intermingle. So if we keep Kalonzo Musyoka, we are assured of Machakos County and we are assured of Kajiado County. But Mutua factor, I know he will get some votes. As to what percentage, I do not know. Thank you, Bernard.
Now that's where the I don't want to use the word fallacy or folly lies. Okay, Mutua has a following. Okay, he has his own cluster that he controls. Then, of course, Kibwana has his own. Then Ngilu has his own. And then you come and say, if we keep Kalonzo, we have all this locked. I don't see that adding up because there's no guarantee that Kalonzo will give you what Ngilu has and will give you what Kibwana has, will give you what Mutua has. So from where I sit, that Kamba block is already scattered, and if there is any galvanizing it, it is not Kalonzo, okay? It is for the Azimio people to come up with a proper narrative or message that will make these people go and vote for that particular ideology regardless of their kingpin, because the counting of votes based on the kingpin is not working, especially in these 2022 elections. Previously, yes, but now it's very different. Now, like people, like for example, in the bunge la wananchi, Wakamba wanasema sisi tuliingia Azimio kabla ya Kalonzo. Okay, so Kalonzo hawezi kutoa, sisi tutangulia huko, alitupata huko, so hawezi kututoa. So the dynamics are so different that if you want to count in Kalonzo before you factor in the Ukambani vote, you may always end up with the wrong whatever wrong figures. You are counting the eggs that you already have or may never get. The same goes for the cost. Like Kwale, they may be with Muvuria all the way, okay, and they will influence the local politics. They can vote in everybody Muvuria recommends, but at the top, the choice between Raila and Ruto, I don't see anybody in Kwale going to choose Ruto over Raila at the presidential level. So the local politics can be different, but at the top, there is how that choice is so what? It's so painful, huh? that you have made that as a decision as an individual. So let's not dismiss things based on who is who where. Kingi can be where he is, but the people of Kilifi voting, choosing Ruto over Raila, I don't see that happen. The majority of them, of course, will always have the few that would want to hold the alliance of following whoever they want to follow to the end. So let's not be too quick at this. I think the best way to analyze this, let's give it the 2 weeks. Okay, we have the 60 days of our campaign. Let's give it the 2 weeks, the 14 days. Then after that, we can now begin to see when everybody has now, the transfer window is closed, everybody's gazetted, everybody's confirmed, and now let the ball begin. But as at now, Kalonzo achana tunaye. Kalonzo, the best for me, Kalonzo aachwe mahali yuko. Akiamua kwenda kuchunga ng'ombe, achunge. Akiamua kukaa chini, akae. Akiamua kupanda kwa mti, mtu asimsumbue. Okay? Mtu asimsumbue. As at now, zile simu alikuwa anapokea. Unakumbuka Bitange Ndemu? Bitange Ndemu was minister for ICT, and then he was dismissed. He said he reached a place where he felt like his phone is spoiled. For the first time, his phone stayed without ringing until he went to check whether it had battery or not. Let Kalonzo be left alone, okay? The moment he's left alone, nobody's calling, nobody's begging him, nobody's talking about him. He will come back to his senses. Lakini mkiendelea kumsumbua ati, oh, we can't do without you, we need you, please stay with us, don't leave us, and all that. Ninyi ndio mnampatia kichwa ngumu. Wachana na Kalonzo. Aende kula anataka kwenda. Kama anataka kwenda Sugoi, aende. Kama anataka kwenda kwake kule kuchunga ng'ombe, aende. Kama anataka kukaa Nairobi, akae. But nobody should bother him at this point in time. When he comes back to his senses, it will be too late for him to constitute anything that is enough to tilt any side of the elections. Naomba hivi sasa tusikiliza hawa watu ambao wamekuja sahi, alafu tusonge mbele. Roba. Tusikilize Roba, alafu tuende kwa PK.
Sawa. Kwa sababu PK anataka kutoroka. He had something urgent. Lakini
PK anataka kwenda wapi?
You always cut me off. I don't know why.
You are campaigning for the same seat. You just haven't declared which one.
Yeah.
Roba, it is the other PK. It is the other PK, not this one.
There are two PKs.
I'm going to be very short. Yes, I've been Makieta. I was watching all these numbers. I didn't want to come to the studio. I was watching everything from how you started. You might be right, by the way. You might be right about the reason why I was shaking my head is just like to show you how much I don't like Mr. What's his name? The governor of Machakos, because I told you I live in Machakos County. But the politics of Machakos County, they are kind of tricky. The one thing why what's his name, by the way, the governor? Why he was able to win?
Mutua.
Yeah, Mutua. The reason why he was able to win is because of the so-called people from the other parts of who have moved to Machakos County. And remember, Machakos County is just bordering Nairobi. We are talking about Ruai, then you come to Tawara, where I live there, just opposite the Embakasi Airport and other places there. That's how he was able to win, because people thought from the beginning he was kind of the way he presented himself. But if you look totally on the Ukamba side, because, okay, there's this side of the Machakos and the other side of Machakos, he performed good, but not very good compared to other people. So now that one brings me with a root of factor in Machakos. Just let's narrow it to Machakos. I think it's going to, most people, I mean, the way they got the percentage they got is because of Uhuru. And that's the way I feel. And I've watched your numbers so far, what you presented. Now, I'm just kind of starting questioning, how did these people win the election? I don't know whether we have even the right numbers right now. I mean, like somewhere, that 6,000 people, 6,000, walienda wakapigia everybody except the woman representative. That's not true. Something is not right. And if I was anybody from Raila's campaign or anybody, I would demand those guys to open the server. I mean, now I've come to know, because I didn't know this. Now something's not right. Something's not right. Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked. So another thing, the numbers from Kambani, man. Let me tell you guys, you need to kiss Kalonzo. It looks like Raila was getting 90s, 80s. That's the kind of numbers you need to win it. If Kalonzo comes back, William Ruto has no chance. He has no chance. He'd be like a dog just trying to get even a bone. He will not even get a bone. He has no chance. But if Kalonzo decides to do other things around, I still have confidence of the people, because the way I see the way they are voting, I mean, the patterns is kind of tricky too, because you can see the governors are from different parties. They kind of mixed up a little bit on the MPs. I don't know about the MCAs. So I can say this way. Kalonzo and Mr. Mutua, they turned all the people who combine votes on their pockets. Just because what they say. That's the confidence I have. Because their patterns, I like the way they fought. I think Baba is going to prevail. But at the same time, we need Kalonzo. We need Kalonzo, you guys. If Kalonzo comes on, he just slept. We wake up tomorrow, the election is over. Thank you. That's all I got, man. That's all I already listened. But I like the numbers. You guys, you are just like more than CNN, KTN combined. You are the best. Watch this clip here. This show here, when people wake up, it's going to hit even 15,000 people trying to see your numbers, because people like watching numbers. I mean, you can come here and say some things, but people, when they see real numbers, I mean, I was here, I couldn't even move until you guys get finished. That's when I moved from where I was. So it's very good. Congratulations. We want more numbers, because it's exactly 70 days if you are in Kenya. 70 days left before election. 70 days. Then now you want to tell me Kalonzo want to campaign 70 days to be a president of Kenya? No, he just wants that to mess up. He wants to spoil. Thank you.
Okay, quickly, let's have PK.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I've been following on the background. I listened to the numbers, and I have a few things to comment. But just before I forget, one thing I want to mention about the 70 days Roba has mentioned is that if you follow Kenyan politics, today was the first official day of politics, of campaign. So anybody starting now is not late, because today is the official first day of campaigning. And I guess that is why even the president has been holding back, because he did not want to contravene or break the law. If he has to campaign and maybe put his weight on anybody, that is his choice, but he will be doing the right thing by starting to campaign any day from today. So for Kalonzo to start campaigning from today up to election time, he's not late, because it is the official time. What they have been doing was outside the law. It's only that we have turned our eyes on the other side. We don't want to follow the law. And Kenya is known for not following the law. People have been campaigning outside of the campaign period. Anyway, back to the figures. I do not hold brief for Kalonzo. I do not support his kind of politics. And I have voted enough times, and I have never voted for him, even though I come from his backyard. That said, Kalonzo is not to be dismissed at all, at all. Those advocating for Kalonzo to go away and that we can win, that is true. We can win this election without Kalonzo. That is a fact. And that is why Baba picked on Mother Karua. He knows he can win the election without Kalonzo. That is something, they know more politics than we do. They are inside there. They have these figures. And Baba is not a small timer. Baba did not start politics yesterday. He started politics before some of us. And for him to put Mother Karua on his ticket, he is sure he can get the numbers he needs to win an election without Kalonzo. Otherwise, if he had any doubt, he would not have picked Mother Karua over Kalonzo. Coming to Kalonzo, why Kalonzo is important is you cannot underestimate Ruto. If Ruto was able to give Uhuru so much headache when they were running in the same government, it tells you why Kalonzo has been handled with very soft gloves. Because there is no other person in Kenya today who can put more than 10 MPs on the table. Tell me one person who can carry more than 10 MPs and put on the table and say these MPs are going to vote with you in parliament. There's none. Not Ford Kenya, not ANC, not any other party. And that is why Kalonzo is important. We should not dismiss Kalonzo. Kalonzo is very necessary for Raila to achieve his goals that he has given us, that in the first 100 days, he is going to achieve so much. Without Kalonzo, Raila may have a very hard time if this election is going to be a close election. Because by any chance, if Ruto gets a majority in Senate or in Parliament, which is not far-fetched from the numbers you've given, Baba is going to have a hell of a time governing the country. Dismissing Kalonzo this early is like throwing in the towel. We need Kalonzo, and the only reason we need Kalonzo is because he can marshal numbers in Senate and in Parliament. That is why we need him. You cannot dismiss all those Wiper members of Parliament or senators. They are very important. Otherwise, we are not going to have a government that is going to run smoothly. There is nobody
So
among...
Bwana PK,
Yes.
You want to tell me that if Kalonzo is on board and he comes with his 16 members of parliament, those members of parliament are under hostage to always vote for the government?
They are not under hostage to always vote for the government, but
they still have a choice to either vote for the government or against.
Tell me, were ODM members of parliament under hostage when they were being controlled by Baba?
They were not being controlled. They were not being controlled by Baba.
Yes, they were not being controlled by Baba, but we know they are. Yeah.
They were called and were told what is at stake at this point in time and why it is important for them to vote for the government. But they still had a choice. That is why Aisha Jumwa and the other Tanga Tanga people went to join the Tanga Tanga movement, even after Baba said so. So having people voted into parliament doesn't guarantee that you have numbers that will always support you. And that is why all government bills or government proposals in parliament are lobbied for. There will be no lobbied if you have no choice except ile ilikuanga ya KANU. Kama mzee amesema na hata ukipatikana unafikiria vingine. Wacha kuongea, ukifikiria tu vingine unashikwa. If that is the case, yes. But as at now, you can vote in 40 members of parliament, wote wamekuja na ODM, kuingia ndani, wakalipwa pesa na tangatanga, wote wakaruka wakaenda huko. Utawafanyaje?
They don't even they don't
sorry,
have to
can you give me some latitude, please? I was building on something here. I am not saying they will be held hostage. All we need is for Kalonzo to come on board. Once he comes on board, we are assured of a majority members of parliament from Wiper voting with Azimio. Once they are inside, because politics is very crafty, some of these people will be given committee membership and stuff in parliament and all those things. And even if Kalonzo talks from outside, he cannot control them then. But tunataka waingize kichwa tu kwanza. Wakishaingia, we know how to control them. I don't know whether you are getting my point. Once Kalonzo comes on board and we have these numbers in parliament and in Senate, he can go to hell.
Now,
if you know what I mean.
That is not true. I will remind you, mimi nafuatanga history, recent history, okay? Yeah. You remember Government of National Unity? Constituted by Kibaki?
I remember.
Yes, that he gave even ministerial posts to people of KANU until Orengo had to take a matter to court. Watu walipewa vyeo wakachukua na wakaendelea regardless of their party affiliation.
But that is what I'm saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying. What you're saying is true. We can have these people voted in. We can have Kalonzo bring them in. But as soon as they get in, they go on the other side. Everybody will choose the side of the bread that has been buttered.
Yes, like Aisha Jumwa.
There is no guarantee that because you came in by Wiper, you will have to vote by
a guarantee using the political bill that was enacted, Bernard. There is no party voting anymore. That discipline within Azimio, you can't serve in a committee if you are not on this formation. That is why we made that political bill, Bernard.
No, there is pre-election and there is post-election.
Yes, as of now, and that's why he's explaining, let us have pre-election. Once we have pre-election, there is also modalities on how you can get out. You just can't get out like that. So what he's saying is that, wacha tu, unajua ametumia jina mzuri sana. Kichwa haijawahi ingia peke yake, Bernard. Wewe wacha kutusumbua. Wacha huyo aendelee.
Alex, you are spoiled. But it's okay. but what I'm saying is there is still a way around that. I'm not against Kalonzo coming back to Azimio or working with Azimio. What I'm against is Azimio to look desperate that they can't do without Kalonzo. Kalonzo can be done away with, and there will be nothing that will be so bad that Azimio will not be able to function. Even if the opposition has the majority, they will do their frustration, but will find a way to get them. Tukiwa bora tuko na serikali, tukiwa na serikali tuko na bahasha, tuko na file, tuko na visitations, tuko na powers. Wewe, we are not that desperate.
If there is one man I have watched and studied closely, is Baba. Baba works very well under pressure. Huyo mzee ukimpatia pressure ndiye anafanya kazi vizuri. Watu wamemletea pressure, hawakujua mahali alitoa Karua. Alikuwa amewekewa Kalonzo hapa, amewekewa Sabina, amewekewa Peter Kenneth amefanya, lakini he pulled out the card that he wanted. Kule aliform committee ya kuchagua VP, vile aliwatoka hawakujua. Kwa hivyo Kalonzo hawezi kuwa anamtia Baba pressure. Baba hawezi kuwa ati leo anakosa usingizi kwa sababu ya Kalonzo. That is one thing I know. But that said, we need Kalonzo for the reasons I have given you, because we need those numbers. Ruto si mtu wa kuachilia tu hivyo. Ruto akipata the right number.
Kuogopa Ruto. Ruto is under control. It's in fact under Siege. You should not worry about Ruto. Ruto is under Siege.
Ruto, let me say something here for the record. If Kenyans were not running under Ruto, Mount Kenya would be having a presidential candidate today. Today, Mount Kenya would be having a presidential candidate running to beat Ruto. But they know, and everyone who is very serious in Kenyan's politics knows that the only challenger for Ruto is Baba. Without Baba, nobody in Kenya can beat Ruto. That is a fact. And I am not an Uda or Hustler subscriber. So let us not dismiss Ruto. There are very few politicians who can beat Ruto today, apart from Baba. None. Ukitoa Baba kwa hiyo kadi, uweke mtu mwingine, Ruto State House asubuhi na mapema.
Haya, wekeni hapo Kalonzo basi. Wacha Baba achie Kalonzo.
No. I think Bernard, you're not getting my point.
We need Kalonzo. We can't do without Kalonzo. Wacha Baba achie Kalonzo. Tuone kama Kalonzo later your ticket.
I think Bernard, you are not getting my point, and I think
I'm just joking. Don't worry about that.
Bernard has gotten your point.
What I mean is, if it's that important, let him go to the ballot.
And PK, give us the numbers for Makueni. We had spoken earlier, and you had given us the matrix of Makueni and the Mutula Kalonzo factor and his father's factor, because I think Ndeto was saying otherwise. But what Wekesa was saying earlier when we spoke with him and asked him the numbers, because he lives in Ukambani, was relating to what you had already said earlier. Mutula Kilonzo.
Yes.
And the Makueni factor.
Mutula Kilonzo is the next governor of Makueni. There is nobody who can beat Mutula Kilonzo in Makueni right now. There is somebody who was saying, oh, he got sympathy votes from Makueni people because of his dad. That is right, because people did not know Mutula then. But if you ask people in Makueni, Mutula has even outperformed his dad. Mutula is his own man now, even in the Kenyan Senate. The fact that Mutula is not seen to have done much on the ground, there is what people call pride. People pride, the Kamba people in Makueni pride in their son. It is like Kibaki when he was the MP for Nyeri. He never used to do anything for Nyeri people, but the people of Nyeri used to pride in their son, because when he stood in parliament to deliver any motion in parliament, the people of Nyeri were proud. The people of Makueni are proud of their son called Mutula Kilonzo Jr., regardless of what he has done on the ground. And that pride alone is enough for them to vote for Mutula. In the Senate today, apart from Mutula, Olekina, and Sakaja, and maybe Orengo, there is nobody else who matches Mutula. It is like, even minus those people, I don't know the next Senate, tutawachia Sifuna tu, ndiye atakuwa anatawala huko, sioni mtu mwingine. Pengine mrudishe Boni Halwale. But the Senate will be almost very cold without those people I have mentioned. Dr. What's his name? The one who is running against Mutula, Musimba. Dr. Musimba has issues on the ground. And this is a bit, I don't want to sound like tribal or anything, but on the ground, people say he's 50-50. He's not a real Kao. He has some Luya blood and all that. And in local politics, that is very important. People in Makueni want their own to govern them. They can give him MPship, they can give him senator, but governing the people of Makueni, they need their own blood. That is what they are saying. Because it is like a small president in the region. And they want Mutula. The only other person who had made Mutula get a bit of some challenge is Kaloki. And Kaloki, the votes that Kaloki would have gotten are all going to Mutula. They are not going to Musimba. And that is why they worked so hard, because that seat, that governorship, Kalonzo needs it so bad. And the reason Kalonzo needs it so bad is because Kalonzo is building a party that should qualify to get funds from the government. Anataka hiyo kiti ya Makueni sana. Both Senate na governor, and the number of MPs that can make him qualify to get the funds. So he will not let that seat just go away. Musimba is gone. Maybe he might have gambled that the votes from Kaloki and Mutula will go to one side and then apite hapo katikati. But kura za Kibwezi peke yake haziwezi fanya ashinde Mutula Kilonzo. So
how
Mutula
many governors does he need to qualify?
Three governors.
Yeah,
or three governors?
Yeah, the list is 3 governors.
Yeah. And the 3, the one in Kitui is already done. Ngilo is not coming back in Kitui. Then he takes Makueni. And then there is Machakos is 50-50.
I thought Ngilu is on the ballot. Is Ngilu not on the ballot? Ngilu, she's on the ballot.
Yeah, Ngilu is on the ballot, but Ngilu is she's not going to come back as the governor, as much as she has done so much.
It's 50-50.
People are dismissing Kalonzo, but
say she may not. Say she may not. 50-50. Don't say she's not coming.
No, it's 50-50. She
said
hasn't decided yet.
I said it is 50-50, but most likely she's going to lose. The former governor is coming in. But all is not lost, because the former governor is an Azimio person, and he is already campaigning on an Azimio ticket. Even as Kalonzo is just dilly-dallying around, people on the ground are going for Azimio.
Okay, network imekataa. Ama ni kwangu?
Pengine kwako. Mnanisikia?
Yes, you are now back.
Yeah.
Can I come in?
Okay. Richie.
Thank you. There's a few remarks I just want to make with regards to what PK has said. First of all, what Bernard, your argument is hypothetical. When you say that there's no need of having Kalonzo because some MPs can move away with that, I'll give you the number that ODM has. ODM has over 70 MPs. So if you have 70 MPs and 3 or 4 or 5 of them move away, you still have the numbers. And if Kalonzo gives us 16 MPs, of which he can control at times, and we can allocate duties in terms of parliamentary groupings, we still have some leverage as compared to if Kalonzo runs alone. All right. Number two, there's one thing here I want to mention, and this is particularly what we were looking at in terms of numbers of Kitui, Makueni, and Machakos County. Look at Raila's performance in the 2017 elections. Look at the percentages that Raila was getting. I think he had a 90. There's a place he had, the lowest he had is a 88, Hosea. I think 87 or 85%. Then there's another one, I think in Makueni. Is it Makueni that he had 90 something, Kip? So I just want you to listen to what I got from Mizani. I know, Bernard, you might be an enemy of polls, but polls are there because people look at their performance, gauge their performances using polls. Whether you like them or you don't like them, that's a debate for another day. Now let me talk about Kitui, for example. Kitui County, before Kalonzo declared that he's going to run for president, in the coming election, on 29th March 2022, there was a poll that was released where Raila Odinga was polling at, no, that's 29th April 2022. Raila Odinga was polling at 76%. William Ruto was polling at 21%, and then 2.3% were undecided. Now, Kalonzo Musyoka comes out and says that he's going to run for president. Look at the change. That's on 20th of May, 2022. Another poll is released where Raila Odinga drops his percentage from 76% to 37%. That's a 39.0 drop. And then William Ruto gets a boost of 9.4% from 21 to 31%. And then the rest goes to Kalonzo at 26.9. What is the effect of that? It shows that William Ruto has attained the 25% that is required in that county. Let's move on to Makueni. Makueni, 29th April 2022, Raila is polling at 72.8%. William Ruto is polling at 27.2%. Kalonzo is not in the picture. Kalonzo declares he's running for president. 20th May 2022, Raila drops his percentage by 34.8%. He's polling at 38.0%. William Ruto gains plus 9.8% to 37%. Kalonzo Musyoka gets 24.0%. What does that mean? William Ruto has gained another county in terms of 25%. The last one, which is Machakos County. 29th April 2022, Raila Odinga is polling at 76.6%. William Ruto is polling at 22.7%. Kalonzo has not declared he's running for president. Raila Odinga on 20th May, after Kalonzo declares that he's running for president, Raila Odinga is polling at 44.6%. He's dropped 32.0%. William Ruto gains plus 10. He's polling at 32.7%, and Kalonzo is polling at 19.8%. 2.9 undecided. So look at that. This is the kind of maths we are telling you. Without Kalonzo Musyoka, these are just numbers. I don't do polls. These are just numbers that I picked from the polling company. Without Kalonzo Musyoka backing Raila Odinga, you can see we are gifting William Ruto another county that he can use even to go to the Supreme Court.
Exactly my point. Sorry.
That's why those your numbers are confusing. So,
that's fair.
If Kalonzo joins the race, William Ruto gains. If Kalonzo is out of the race, William Ruto does not gain. How does that relate to Raila? Jose.
Hey, Roberta kuwa leo, I'm telling you.
Now. Richie, I agree with what you are saying, except you should know that before this running mate issue was sorted, Kenya Kwanza would go to any length to sponsor these things to persuade you. Look what Kalonzo is going to bring on board. Look what you lose if you don't have Kalonzo. That is there. It's just that it is so exaggerated from the figures which have come out to an extent that you start looking at them suspiciously. There is an element of losing something without Kalonzo, but it is not to that extent, no. Because remember, if Kalonzo was about 2 months ago, if you have the opinion polls, Kalonzo was hardly going above 5%.
It's you who's freezing. Sorry, Jose. Bernard, it's you who's freezing.
Bernard, you're frozen. Yeah. Jose, let me cut you short.
I didn't hear what he said.
Jose, let me cut you short. Jose, please, let me ask you. You are saying that Kalonzo Musyoka had not been named for this position.
What I'm saying is this. If you look at the opinion polls, Kalonzo on board, Ruto on board, Raila on board. Kalonzo hardly goes beyond even 4% nationally. You see? Now, but they have created this narrative that Azimio needs Kalonzo. Azimio needs Kalonzo. And you remember the push Kenya Kwanza had been trying to push that these people should have Kalonzo. Those polls, to me, I suspect they were stage managed to try and convince Baba that, look, you need Kalonzo.
Is it I again?
Bernard, you're frozen.
I think you are, yeah.
Yeah, you are frozen. Okay, Jose, when was the last date for the running mate to be named? When was the last date?
I think it was on 10th. Was it on 10th of May? All right.
And the numbers that are 16th, the numbers I'm giving you are numbers that were produced on the 20th after the running mate had been named already. After.
Yes, the narrative was to show you. The narrative was to show you. Look, just this narrative that Kalonzo is very important. You remember how the other parties were trying to say how Rigathi is spoiling things on the other side. What would you say if you sponsor a poll to prove otherwise? The difference in those numbers are lots of over 40. Just a minute, Bernard.
Not even sponsoring the poll. The issue is this poll, the way it's coming out. How does it translate into Kalonzo being in the race, okay, and is still beaten by Raila and Ruto gains more by Kalonzo running? That's what I want you people to break for me down, because I want to understand how that become practical.
This pool was done with the idea behind that if Kalonzo, the way he threatened that if he's not the running mate, he's going to run. Now, the pool was released in the intent that if Kalonzo is going to run, Raila is going to run, and Ruto is going to run, okay? That was a provisional. And remember, we warned you earlier, we said, there is added, the people, the more votes that people registered, but the register hasn't been cleaned up. So these are provisional, and they have an effect of even up to 10 to 15% of falsehood or effectiveness. But we were using the current numbers that we have based on the last pattern to come up with hypothetical numbers. So that pool, when it was taken, we can't depend on it entirely. It's still hypothetical, Bernard. Everything we are doing here is hypothetical. Until the register is cleaned up and Kalonzo is running, we are giving a view of if, not when.
Can I say something?
Hey, now you are becoming too much. Roba, what is it?
Pardon, I still raising my hands up. A couple of things here. Just give me like 2 or 3 minutes here. Makiadi, where did that ball? That's fake. 9, 9, 10, almost 9. That's fake. We have done a lot of balls. That's fake, man. That one, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Never. I mean, the way it's coming out, that's why we have been saying here in this network, there are some things in Kenya need to be corrected. I mean, this is somebody going to guess. Somebody drinks beer, wakes up in the morning, comes with numbers, and they release it. And I think that's what happened there. Something has to be done. Let me go back to PK. PK, you were talking about Kalonzo. Remember what I was saying is, if Kalonzo, he has these guys called Mutura and Manso. They come up and tell us, oh, Kalonzo is going to run for president. So that's why I brought up these 70 days left. So are you going to start putting things together to win a president in 70 days in Kenya? And people have been running this campaign for all these years. And that's why I was saying Kalonzo is there to spoil. So the one thing I agree with you, Azimio needs Kalonzo. But the problem is Kalonzo is behaving like as if it's like a fucking girl who nobody knows the status. But I don't know when she's going to come up and say, you know what, I'm ready to go. But you see, sometimes people get tired of him. We are tired of him. Even me, I was supporting before. But I'm just exhausted. So let's see what happens the week tomorrow, the day after. But if he just goes to run as a president, then I think Baba has some issues, some places where to make up. But according to the numbers, you get the numbers, you put them out there, it's there. It is needed. Is needed. Thank you.
PK?
Yeah, I just want to support the hypothesis that Makiadi was giving about the polls with one other example. I don't want to go to Makueni, Ukambani, and all that. Let us go to Tharaka Nithi. When Professor Kindiki was not picked by Ruto, do you know Azimio gained? Why did Azimio gain? Because there was voter apathy in Tharaka Nithi. There are people who feel that they were betrayed and they would rather not vote for UDA but vote for Azimio because their own son has been betrayed. And that is the kind of figures that you get. The 9%, the 10% that is going to UDA or to Kenya Kwanza is because of some people feeling like they have been betrayed. It's not about the campaign or it's.
Can I add something? PK, can I add something on that? Can I add something on that? Because even Kirinyaga has gone up to 45% because of the Karua factor. It's gone up to 45% for Raila. Kirinyaga County. Tharaka Nithi is 37% to 63%.
Where was it before?
This was on the 3rd. I didn't see the before. I don't have the one before, but the numbers look crazy because Ata Nyeri may increase to 38%. He's gaining in central Uhuru because of the Karua factor, but we need to do the central number separately.
Okay.
Okay, Richie?
Bernard,
Just to give you the figures I have on the opinion poll.
Order, Jose, you're out of order. Richie?
Jose, just a minute. I won't take much time. Just I was looking for the poll for Tharaka Nithi, and I want to assure you that what PK is saying is right. Even the Tharaka Nithi governor right now, the current governor who is running under UDA, Muthomi Njuki, is trailing, I think the other guy is Jubilee, if I'm not wrong, a Jubilee governor. So what we were saying is this: these numbers, Roba, might not look realistic to you, but the thing is, people were expecting Kalonzo, people in Kombani were expecting Kalonzo to be named as a deputy president candidate. Unfortunately, the poll was taken after. And you know, emotions are very high. So if you take a poll, you can even, like you said, some people wake up, people take beer and they go drunk and wake up to give the result. It's okay. You can, polls don't have to be very perfect. You just pick a phone or you call Roba, you call Ose, and then you take their result. So this was an emotional time. So what were people doing? People were reacting to what had happened. Martha Karua being named as Raila's running mate. And so majority of the people will tell you, you know what, if Raila Odinga did not pick Kalonzo Musyoka, then we are not going to vote. Afadhali tupatie William Ruto kura. That is what we are looking at. That factor of afadhali tupatie William Ruto kura. And that is what we are saying here. Ruto gained in the margin of between 8 to 10%. And you know, other people will say, now you Kalonzo nae hakuangi make up his mind. So I'm not even going to go to vote for him. Others will say Kalonzo is still our son. So we are going to stick with him. And that is why you can see the numbers that William Ruto is gaining compared to Kalonzo Musyoka. That would be an effect of indecision on the part of Kalonzo Musyoka, and on the part of William Ruto, the increase will be a reactive nature to the people saying that we will revolt if you not give Kalonzo Musyoka this position. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay. Osero?
Yeah, the impact of the running mates. The running mate issues really translated to a number of juggling of figures here and there. For example, in Nyeri, according to that poll of 23rd, it's showing that Raila was 38 and Ruto was 38. And in Tharaka Nithi, the way PK is saying, Raila 37, Ruto was 63. So at least Raila's rating went up slightly in Tharaka Nithi, and in Nyeri, Ruto's numbers seriously went down, and they just had a nosedive downwards. And next week, when we do the central, I think all the polls would be analyzed.
So when you talk of Nyeri, I thought he picked up the guy from Nyeri. So how comes it went down? That's
No,
kind
I'm
of
talking
weird.
about the presidential vote support in
that's what I'm
Nyeri.
saying.
The Rutos came down, Raila's went up.
Yeah, but remember where the presidential for UTA is coming from Nyeri.
Yes, the only difference is what Richie had read. The difference, you see 76 all the way to 30.
That's a big number. That's why I'm doubting.
The poll has faults. There is no way you can have, just because of the president, even in places where the changes were due to the running mate, you realize it was not that drastic, all the way to less than half, from 76 to 30.
And
something is wrong there.
I won't be interested to see how other countries reacted after this from what it was before, how it went by. I'll be interested to see that. And you know what it tells me? We are still a tribal country.
Let me ask you a hypothetical question.
It's okay. From the explanation given, it's valid, because at that time when Martha Karua was named as running mate, the Ukambani went into a revolt, a very serious one that was even had some pressers and had some street. I think we almost had some street demonstrations. So if the poll was taken at that time, it explains that rightly. But is that the current state of affairs? Can that steam be sustained? I don't think so. So it was just within that week, and all everybody has come down, everybody has come to their senses. They will not make their vote based on that particular experience. Despite also the Martha Karua ticket is such that the women vote, the women constituents is such that we will have people in UDA voting for Martha Karua. We'll have people in Kenya Kwanza voting for Martha Karua. We'll have people in Wiper voting for Martha Karua. So that in itself makes even the Kalonzo factor become more minimal. That will have people including you know, wives of of candidates voting for the Raila ticket simply because of the Martha Karua factor. So when all that comes into play, kutakuwa na surprises. That's why I believe this 2022 hii itakuwa na mstuko. Kateni miti na msikate sehemu moja peke yake, kateni kila mahali, kwa sababu kutakuwa na mstuko almost everywhere. Ngoja kwanza sasa.
And Bernard, that's why after Nyanza and Nairobi, we were going to combine, and now we do the male voters who voted for Baba and the female voters who voted for Baba, then for the Jubilee, okay? And then now we bring the mother effect, because we thought that if you do that too early, there are going to be complaints from people like who? Like Black, that we are putting the mother effect early enough. So that one comes last. Who has value addition and who has value subtraction? And you know very well who added value to a ticket, who subtracted. So we didn't want to put that into factor. But those are the main factors now you put. After you have done all the polls, now you start looking which candidate added, which candidate subtracted.
Okay.
That one will come for sure.
Thank you. I am waiting for that. Let's quickly in half a minute, PK and Richie, tumsikilize Maggie and Andrew who have just come. Start with Richie. Half a minute.
Okay, hata sitachukua yoyote. Mimi nataka kuambia Roba, hypothetically, today something happens and IEBC disqualifies Rigathi Gachagua, and then William Ruto goes for Kindiki. What do you think will be the effect in central Kenya? Will the numbers of William Ruto go up, or will the numbers of William Ruto go down? And what effect will that do on the other side of Mount Kenya, Tharaka Nithi, Embu, and Meru? Will the numbers go up, or will the numbers go down?
Okay, let me answer that question. Because from what you just given us, we are a tribal country. So I can assume in the area, Ruto's numbers will just nose down. And when it comes to the other side, where the other guy comes from, it will be just something, it will be trending up. So perfect tribal country, Kenya.
PK?
Yeah, there is something that I wanted to insist on here. I started my argument by saying that even without Kalonzo, Baba can still win the presidential election. And there's a very critical number here we are looking at, the 25% of locking out Ruto. That is the only point that I think we are missing out. We are looking at the presidential numbers. That is where we are talking of Ngilu bringing this, the women vote bringing this, and all that. But we are not looking at the critical number of locking out Ruto, the 25% in some counties. That is where, if you look at those numbers, is where you will realize people like Kalonzo really matter in this election. And it's not that I'm rooting for Kalonzo. I just want Baba to have a good win and lock out Hustler completely. Thank you.
Okay, sawa. On the question that Richie asked, let me give my thought. Kindiki coming in as a second thought has that will not have the same impact if you would have been picked against Gachagua in the first place. So when it comes in as a second thought, even the people on the ground will not celebrate it and will not take, in fact, it will be counterproductive for one William Ruto. Secondly, the mountain is traditionally known to have one leader at a time. And right now, when everybody's footing in for Mother Karua, the Kindiki coming in later will make very minimal difference in terms of swaying which direction the mountain goes. So that's why we're saying the blunder of picking on Gachagua at the expense of Kindiki was a dire one. And it is one of the things that is going to break UDA, or is breaking UDA right at the center. And the crisis they are having right now is not going to end any soon. That thing alone was the final stroke that broke the camel's back. The ripple effects from it is going to last until on the 9th of August. So I wouldn't see any much difference coming from it. Is there any other person that Ruto would pull that may change the tide? It is very difficult. Even if he goes to pick a woman as running mate, it will still be looked at it as hypocritical, trying to copy Azimio. So ngumu from that end to overturn the tide right now, from where I sit. Can we hear from Maggie, then Andrew? Maggie, how are you?
I'm good.
Hii ni kusema goodbye kwa sababu nilikuwa nataka kwenda.
Oh, sorry Maggie. Okay, keep you endeleeni kucrack hizo number. So can we make provision for that in our everyday analysis until we are done?
Yeah, so tunataka kufanya hivyo.
But not for the 2 hours you got today.
No, it was because we did 2 counties. I mean 2 areas. Sasa tutafanya central.
So prepare for tomorrow too.
The next is central.
Later on in the evening, we'll do that until we are done with that. Because before we even through with this, we'll have a new poll, and then you will need to crack those other numbers. So let's do this daily until we are done with them. The sooner the better.
Good. And then I would also, just a final thing, because Mizani has put it on public domain, that is data for us to consume. So if somebody could help me curate it, because we have to copy the data one by one, county by county. So for the Mizani one, after it's cleaned up, because I'm interested in comparing the data. So tutaongea hiyo baadaye when we have a meeting, guys. But thank you very much. That was.
I suggest create your WhatsApp group of your analytical team, share responsibilities, bring us finished product.
So
me, I'm a pulpit manager. Pulpit manager, we only take finished product. We don't want us to be given any processing work.
Sawa. Good night. Thank you, guys, and thank you.
And then the other guy who contacted me about his interest, all the people interested in that, you can even open an analytical class there. Mwanze kufundishana. Mtatu guide mpaka tarehe 9.
We are there to do that.
Ile server tafadhali, ile server.
Si tumekuonesha leo, hiyo ni raw data from
find the key to it. We need it, because hii uongo mwingi tumechoka nayo.
See, we proved it to the public today by just looking at the data. Everybody's eyes were opened that, hey.
No, we want, there is the result from the server. Find it. You can find it. Thank you.
Oh, I know.
Then use that to analyze.
So ataongea na Daniel Chirchir basi.
Asante sana. Thank you. See you later.
Bye.
Maggie, karibu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. Habari zenu wote?
Tuko salama. Asante.
I came in as you were talking about Kalonzo Musyoka. I want to talk as a Kenyan mother. In the house, all children are not the same. but does not mean that every child is yule mbaya sio wako. I think Azimio should treat Kalonzo at that child ambaye ni mkorofi sana kwa familia. Bring him back pole pole tu, because atatoa line. I think Azimio na watu wa Kenya wote, hata kama mutakataa, we really need Kalonzo. He is ours, because I know the doors are locked for him in Kenya Kwanza. Watamdanganya na akifanya tu makosa awe huko, aende huko, mimi najua it's going to destroy him. He is our child. Hata kama ni nini, mimi najua hata even me, I used not to be for Kalonzo. But come to think about it, he is Raila's buddy. Don't say that walikosana. Hawakukosana. Azimio needs Kalonzo. Azimio ni yule familia kubwa. Kwa nyumba iko watoto wengine kichwa ngumu, watoto wengine korofi, watoto wengine wa kuvuta bangi, but all of them are yours. So the only best thing we can do for Kalonzo, tunajua yeye ni yule kichwa ngumu, but he has to be with us. He's gonna be with us, and he must be there for us. Talking about the topic today, Arap Kirwa drops Uda Wheelbarrow for Azimio. Okay, drop. He has come to Azimio. Hata yeye alijitangazia, amekuja na kura moja tu, because Kenya rules zao ni 50+1. So yeye amekuja na hiyo 50+1. Amekuja tu na kura yake. It is a big deal because ni kabila la wakina Ruto, and amewacha Ruto na amejoin Azimio. Vile amejoin Azimio, at least it is a little gain for one person, maybe na familia yake, we don't know. But already Trans Nzoia has been Azimio, has been Baba's bedroom, I think so. So we tunashangilia amekuja na hizo zote akunazo. It's gonna be okay for us. It's gonna be good for us. Let us just welcome him. Good. Amefuata nani? Amefuata Martha Karua. Let me hang on that.
Okay, asante. I'm still asking PK and Andrew, ni my brothers. I don't know. Okay, Frederick Otieno nauliza Bernard, I'm still asking PK and Andrew, ni my brothers ama? So Andrew, tafadhali tuambie.
Inaweza kuwa, so unajua sasa wasasi saa zingine hatujui wanakulia wapi.
All things are possible.
Sawa lakini so nakupata ama sikupati?
Yeah, one moment, I'm coming to you. One moment, we have talked too much. Let's hear this.
Mtu wa kitendawili asiwadanganye kwamba anaweza kufanya chochote. He has no capacity. He has no capacity to do anything. Kwa sababu yeye ni project, ni mradi yeye tayari ametekwa nyara, ni kibaraka. Kama mnataka hiyo kazi ifanyike, lazima muongee na mwenyewe. Huyu ni kibaraka tu. Sasa niwaambie, kikaragozi ama kibaraka anaweza kufanya chochote. Si lazima utafute mwenyewe. Na mwenyewe mnamjua. Mnamjua mwenyewe. Hata mwenyewe hajulikani, ni mtu tu kibaraka ambaye haelewi anaenda mbele wala nyuma. So I want to say without fear of any contradiction, my competitor has no capacity to do anything about the port operations. He has no capacity to do anything about the land question because his sponsors are actually the problem. So how can a project, how can a stooge claim that they can do anything before they report to their masters? Hata akijaribu kufanya hiyo kazi atazimiwa mataa na wale. Nyinyi mnanielewa? So yule ni kibaraka tu, mwambie wachana na yeye. Ndio unasikia anasema TB Mtialala ajielewi. Ajielewi kabisa. Ndio unajua anachanganyikiwa kila mahali. Unaona anaenda hata kwa mkutano, anazungumza, alafu anauliza mtu mwingine hapa, nilikuwa nimesema nini? Ama hamjaona hiyo story? Sasa jamaa, I mean surely. Yani mambo ya kuwa kibaraka imefika hapo. Mpaka uambiwe ile unasema. Kichwa yako haifanyi, inafanywa na kichwa ya mtu mwingine. Mimi nataka niwaulize kwa unyenyekevu watu wa hapa Kilifi, ya kwamba hii nchi wenye kuamua ni nyinyi. Ya ati ile kazi wanatembeza hapa wakisema, eti wanasema ya kwamba ati wako na kitu inaitwa deep state. Sijui wako na kitu inaitwa system. Ati ndio watatumia kushinda uchaguzi. Mimi mnanielewa? Mimi nikisimama hapa, si mimi ndio naibu wa rais wa Kenya? Si walishindwa kuniondoa? Mimi nataka niwaulize, ukiniona hivi, mimi nakaa mtu ya kuibiwa kura mimi? Yani tuambiane tu kweli. Yani mimi nakaa mtu ya kuibiwa kura? Hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana bwana. Hiyo haiwezekani. Hiyo is not possible. Tunaelewana? Kwani kuna system ambayo mimi kama naibu wa rais sijui? Ama kuna deep state yenye mimi sijui? Hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana. Tunaelewana bana? Kwa hivyo hawa watu hakuna kitu watafanya. There is nothing they will do. Si tulishindana pale Msambweni na ndugu yangu Mvuria hapa? Si tuliwashinda pale Msambweni wakiwa na system na deep state? Si tulienda kule Juja? Si tuliwashinda? Si tulienda Kiambaa? Si tuliwashinda? Walifanya chochote? Sasa hii tutawashinda asubuhi na mapema. Na hakuna kitu watafanya. They will do nothing. Mnanielewa? They will do nothing. So hii ni story tu wanaongea tu hapa kwa sababu wamekosa, hawana agenda, hawana plan. Sasa wanauza tu porojo na propaganda. Ati wataiba kura. Wataiba kura ya nani? Those people are just jokers. So
Bwana Andrew.
Haya ndio hayo sasa. Hata sisemi kitu mimi, sisemi kitu, lakini kitabu kinasema Waibrania 5 mstari wa kwanza kwenda chini. Najua huyu muungwana alikuwa muinjilisti, na wakati aliwacha uinjilisti mambo yalienda vibaya, na mtu kumrudisha ni ngumu, ni ngumu. Nahitaji mkono wa Yesu. Anyway, hata Kibwana alisema atakuwa associate, which means anamuelewa. Kuna mahali amefanya mambo hapo. So hiyo kiburi ni hali ya juu, my friend. Hiyo ni kali. Hiyo hakuna mahali inaenda. So anaelewa, anajua kimfuko ako sawa, na hiyo ndio nasema. Na unajua ukiwa kimfuko uko sawa, lazima utapanda kidogo, utaonyesha hizo dalili. Kwa hivyo, lakini sasa inafikanga mahali hiyo mfuko, mahali pesa hii ikisaa hujulikana, inakuwa ngumu tena kwako. So kwangu mimi nitasema hivi, kuna kitu imemweza hapo. Wakati Arap Kirwa amefutwa, najua ukitaka kuchukua chuma kwa nyasi huwezi kuiona, unapitiza magnet, Arap chuma inachomoka hapo, inashika magnet. That is what is Karua, Martha Karua. Sasa zile magnet zote nzuri, hiyo metali mlikuwa nasema sitatoka, na jamaa itakuwa kwa shida kwa. Na those are the people for this coming government wanatakikana, ili wanyoroshe maneno. So for him, hiyo anaongea juzi, si aliomba msamaha, alikuwa anaomba yani. Unajua kwa nini? Alikuwa anajua he has been sidelining on National Prayer Day. Only the president comes to break the protocol. He will never say from the position on other people because they are not in the government. But now, because of the women factor and the way he mentioned about Karua, he knew the votes are going. So he came to sort cuttings to show that to impress that I mean well with you, but in the reality, that's not the thing. Why now? But anyway, for me, I can say he was welcoming in the incoming deputy of his level, which is okay. That is a square. You deal with your level. That is the office you need to deal. Hand over Mapema. So he was handing over the incoming. So he could have said, because he's saying these people, they are going nowhere. They are a project. He could have said, this is our project. Where is he now? To who is he talking about? But anyway, for him, just wait and see how things will turn. It will be shocking. The Martha Kirwa, he performed very well during his time in the office. The best example for me, that time I was even around, and there's some areas we were working on, like distribution of food to people who are suffering of drought. He was the key person. He could release food for people, the Kenyan people who were suffering. He did a wonderful job. And I even remember participating in Kieni, somewhere in Kieni forest. Those people were displaced from their areas. There are people staying there even up to now with the animals there. They don't have a place. So he could support. So he's a good person and very smart. Good governance, actually the best practice. So for Martha Kirwa, that one is again, and for Azimio, we are good to go. And Kalonzo, I would only say sometimes, with Kalonzo, you remember he mentioned from his, let's talk what he said from his mouth, other than what we hear people talk. When there is a time we said, now I can see the road is open, straight to the parrot. That is, he declared that why he knew to bargain from Azimio, he needed to have a ground whereby he would only he would say, unless you give him this, you cannot be able to win. That is when there is what we call 5+1. That's what he was looking for. And remember, the incumbent has some things with him. There's some language they speak. They want to also rule him out. They could it be that somehow our leader also, we cannot take everything from the incumbent advice much. However much you know, you are going to have your own office, you are going to make your own government. You can't take everything. Some things you have to have a stand. Like one of us said, when he was given Sabina Chege, Peter Kennedy, he ended up what? To pity it, because you will be weakened sometimes, even during your leadership. So there are some things you have to see. So for him, could it be if we could get a leeway, then the Azimio arrangements could be in a way that they could not be able to perform well. But we need him. Why? During policy making in parliament, members who can pass laws. So it is important, but he will not be that much powerful. And so he need to be there. He has the Ukambani sisters parties, they need to stand representative so that the area also can be represented for development and the share of resources in terms of resources policy, like the 35% to the resources. So that one will be a corporate because they are sister parties. So we need him, but we can manage him. It's not that much that he can, there are some areas he cannot, because he also is looking 2027. He needs our support. So he can't be so much hard on him. He may try, but he can't. There are some, you know, parameters he cannot go beyond that. And also from the other side, they are telling him, if you run alone, we will support you, so that he can be a bargaining. He can make us run 5+1, so that the other people also will have something in a tangible to sift the parliament, especially legislature, to maybe they can have something to push on the government. So it's also some advice and some other things here and there. But the most important is let him come back. His post is there, and numbers, as you have been talking about, I've been listening. Numbers, yes, and that's why the architectures of, you know, this the IBC or presidential candidates are stakeholders. They go there, they can see what is on the ground. They have access, they are stakeholders, so they talk candidly where and what to do. So they have that. And on the same note, I want to tell Bernard, the servers are already open. You saw the other day they were interviewing one commissioner called Nyongeza. If the servers were not open, then why we could be going for this election? We know, but even the wrongs are known. It's only that they don't want to cause this kind of something. So as I can say, the servers are not open. That's why everything is going on, because it was a court order. By now, IBC, if you could not comply, somebody will go again to court to let them open the servers. Who will wait? Mutata will not be there sitting waiting for that. So I think everyone is sorted out, because even Soviet Wanuna was interviewing one of the commissioners of IBC, and they ended up saying, and the good bit is true, because even our the lawyers who were there, those are the areas that they stood for. That was standard for proof. Standard of proof was that. So I think that one is okay. So for me, I can only say that we need, there are some areas about, you talk about the crowd and everything. The crowd is there just on a perception to make people think that somebody is popular, like the talk you hear, and then so that they can make people run or riot or do something. But the reality, most people at the ground, they may not vote. Some youths, they don't have votes. They don't have votes there. They just only go there, they get something, and that's why they are making noise. They know they will not vote. So if they can't get their 50 shillings, they have nothing to lose. So those are the other things. From the ground, even me, I speak with people on the ground, they say these young people are making noise, they don't have votes. So those are our areas we can talk about. So for me, I say for Kirwa to come on board, this is good. It's a good show, and we are heading in another direction. So for that, I say thank you so much, and let's continue. I'm still listening from the panels.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Andrew, we appreciate it. Let's keep talking. Anaitwa Muga mwenyewe. Muga mwenyewe, your device is not well connected. It's not well configured. That's why we can't add you to the screen. Please allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera and the audio. That's the only way you'll be added. As it is now, hatuwezi kukuongeza, utaweza kuongea because your device is not well configured. If you're using phone, if you're able to hear me, Muga, restart your phone and then click on the link again and try to come in. What, Mama Selina? Yes, Abuya, what are you saying?
Can I make some little contribution for a minute or so?
Make it fast. Make it fast.
I was just I'm trying to analyze the video you just played, and I want to point out that it is not the first time the DP has been displaying a lot of bravado and a know-it-all attitude, because you can remember even when he was in Nyeri and he was trying to tell tell his audience that there are no cows in Congo. The gentleman, I think, is a loose talker, and he doesn't weigh the consequences of his statement. And in addition to that, we all know, he's trying to put a brave face that he is in government. On the other side, when he goes out there, he says that he was thrown out of government. And some of the things that would enable anyone to mess around with even elections or have any influence is intelligence reports. I highly doubt, I'm not privy to that, but I highly doubt that after the differences they have had with the president, he would be privy to any intelligence reports. I don't think he can be. Those are things that can come near him at this time, because he has proved that he's not loyal to the president because of his impatience, or rather the greed for power. So for me, I find it like it's somebody who is lost it psychologically. He's down and is trying to put a brave face, and also on the ground, the Martha Karua effect has really affected him. He has is getting more annoyed, especially after the naming of the deputy, the running mate. He's very apprehensive. He's easily irritated, and always on the defensive. Anything that Azimio comes up or mentions in their rallies, he is keen to challenge. So for me, I think there is something going on with him that is not normal for a confident presidential candidate who believes that he's going to win. Lastly, I want to comment on Kipruto Arap Kirwa. Yeah, he's a good catch. However, in politics, and we are kind of inclined to believe him. It's not that I'm saying I'm trying to be negative about him, but in this high stakes politics, you need to be very careful on some of the catches we can get, especially defections of or something of that sort. Yeah, he might not be running for any posts, but considering that he's a deputy chairman of UDA, which is the main challenger, I want to believe that a good Azimio organization they should keep an eye on him and keep him on tail, like they did with the likes of Mutua and Kingi. They all along they knew the meetings that they were having. So he's one man who needs to be given some grace period of about a month before we can be comfortably say that this gentleman has got nothing to do with UDA. And lastly, I also believe if he has come genuinely to join Azimio, we know his strengths. He has been in the cabinet. He's a good performer. And other than the one vote that he was talking about that he has brought, because he came very humble, and that is the kind of politician I would want to trust, that he comes and he says that he has only one vote, and that one vote is very important in terms of crossing to the finish line. But considering that he's coming from Trans Nzoia, and with they are very good friends with there's this gentleman, this young gentleman who is in Trans Nzoia, I've forgotten his name, Kutunyi. I don't think he has only come with one vote. I want to believe that Kipruto Arap Kirwa must be having a constituency. I've been close to MPs, and there is that constituency. Even former MPs, even when they retire, they still have some influence among. If you look at in the Western Kenya, some clans there. Might not be much, but I want to believe that we have gained at least 10,000 plus votes there. So I think I'll leave it at that, and over to the next panelist. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Unless there's any matter rising, tutarudi kwa nani? Mama Selina ali drop out. Jakindu Bay, vipi?
Kama sana Bernard, mimi nimerudi tena na mimi nataka kuuliza Wakenya wote wale sisi tuko hapa kwamba tuacheni uongo, tuacheni kudanganywa. Sijui kama mmeona ninyi leo kule wakati Bwana Ruto alikuwa akikampeni kule Kirinyaga. Inafaa Bernard, ukipata hiyo unaweza kuweka wenzangu waone. Ruto anasema ati Raila ametoa billboard yake Kisumu, na ana hali billboard iko billboard iko tu pale, haijatolewa na mtu yeyote, lakini anasema imetolewa kwa sababu wale nafikiri hawa watu ambao ni wasijui wanaitwa bloggers wamepiga picha ile wakati ilikuwa inawekwa alafu wamepiga hiyo nyingine ambayo iko, alafu wakapiga ile wakati ilikuwa inawekwa na kusema kwamba imeng'olewa na billboard iko hapo. Sasa anasema huyu jamaa wa kung'oa kutupa mawe jiwa kujiepisha. Kwani huyu sisi wa Kenya tunakubali kudanganywa macho hivi? Ndio maana mimi nimewaambia mambo ya uongo, ati unasema ati propaganda. Hapana, propaganda kwa sisi wa Afrika it's not si vizuri kwetu. Kama kuna watu wanasema propaganda, wacha iwe wazungu wafanye hivyo, lakini unaona wazungu wanaposema propaganda huwa wanataka kuumiza mtu, huwa aidha wanataka kuua mtu au kuvuruga nchi yoyote au kwenda kuvamia nchi. Wanaanza kusema huyo ni mbaya, sijui amefanya nini, sijui ili wapate njia ya kumfanya nini, aidha kumua au kumchafulia nchi. Na hiyo sisi hatuwezi kukubali. Ndio maana nasema mambo ya uongo ni mambo ambayo hayafai kwa nchi yetu. Lakini vile vile mimi nasema uongo ukisema sana, mwisho unasahau hata jana ulisema nini. Ruto amekuwa akisahau hata kama alisema jana atakuja, leo anasema nilisema nitakuja kesho, na anarudia tu yale mambo ambayo alisema mpaka mwishowe. Angalieni hawa watu ambao wako kwa UDA wote wanajilipua wenyewe. Malala amejilipua mwenyewe, anaulizwa alisoma lini, anasema hata haijulikani. Mtu unawezaje kusoma miaka 19 na una mimi hata sijaelewa. Wanajilipua wenyewe. So mimi naweza kusema nimefurahi sana leo kwa Kirwa, Arap Kirwa, lakini yeye nafikiri alikuwa in the wrong group. Hawezi. Na tunaona mtu ambaye amechagua kwa running mate wake wa Kenya, mnaona ni mtu wa namna gani, mtu ana sifa gani. Kama mtu huyo ndiye anachagua, alafu sisi hapa wa Kenya anachagua mtu ambaye badala ya kusema hana experience, ni mtu mkatili. Mtu mkatili. Hata vile anazungumza sasa kwenye mikutano yake, anaenda kuambia watu kwamba wanajeshi watachaguliwa tu wale ambao ni wa UDA. Hiyo mambo hiyo ni kusema nini? Anapozungumza anasema watu wa mlima hawajafanyiwa kitu. Yeye amechaguliwa kama vice president wa Kenya ama vice president wa mlima Kenya? Aone mwenzake Martha Karua vile anasema, vile anahutubia watu, anasema mambo ambayo yanahusu wa Kenya wote, si ati mambo inahusu sehemu fulani. So hiyo ni kitu ambayo inaweza kuambia sisi wa Kenya. Tumeona chaguo za hao watu wawili. Mmoja amechagua mtu ambaye hastahili na mmoja amechagua mtu ambaye anastahili. So hiyo ndio inatakiwa tufuate, yule mtu ambaye anataka kutujengea taifa. Raila amechagua kiongozi ambaye atamsaidia na kusaidia kujenga taifa, kulinda maslahi na haki ya kila mtu. Yule mwingine amechagua mtu ambaye atatunyanyasa, na walitunyanyasa wakati ule wa utawala wa zamani. Na mimi nataka kusema hivi, nimesikia watu wakizungumza, Selina alikuwa anazungumza wanasema juu ya mwenda zake President Moi. Moi alifanya kazi vizuri sana for 10 years. Na ndio maana mimi nikiangalia 10 years ni vizuri, ndio mtu anaweza kufanya kazi vizuri. Kwa miaka 10 mtu anaweza kufanya kazi vizuri. Moi alipoanza miaka 10 alifanya kazi vizuri. Kila mtu tulifurahi. Tulikuwa tunafikiri hakukuwa na haya mambo mengine, lakini mambo yalikuja yakageuka, alafu akakaa muda mrefu. Sasa ukikaa muda mrefu huwa mambo mengi sana yanaharibika. Lakini mimi naweza kusema kwa muda wake wa miaka 10 alikuwa anafanya kazi vizuri, na mambo tulikuwa tunafikiri hasa miaka 5 ya kwanza tulikuwa tunafikiri mambo sasa yataenda vizuri, kwa sababu alianza na vizuri sana. Alikuwa anasaidia hata kuzuia mmomonyoko wa udongo. Ni hamjaona hiyo? President alikuwa anaenda kila sehemu zile kuna mnyonyoko, kama huko kwa sehemu za Ukambani, alienda sehemu nyingi sana kujaribu kuzuia mmonyoko wa ardhi. Na alikuwa anafanya kazi kwa mikono, si eti alikuwa anaenda tu anasema na mdomo. Alikuwa anafanya kazi physically. Na mawaziri wengi sana wale walikuwa hawawezi kufanya kazi, walikuwa na shida sana, kwa sababu kila mmoja alikuwa kama president mwenyewe ndiye ametoa amekunja mikono shati lake, lazima na wewe ufanye bidii. So watu wengi mnafikiri minister wengine wali struggle, lakini haya tu yaache hivyo. Mimi nasema tu wakati huu kwamba ni wakati ambapo inatufaa sisi tugeuke, tusikubali mambo ya uongo, na mtu ambaye anasema uongo ni Bwana Ruto. Amezoea uongo na amefundisha hata wale wote ambao wanamfuata wanasema uongo, na hiyo haitatujengea chochote, hiyo itabomoa tu nchi yetu. Asanteni sana. Bernard, tafuta hiyo clip uonyeshe watu vile Ruto alikuwa kule Kirinyaga, na utafute hiyo nani billboard iko tu Kisumu, imewekwa tu billboard iko, lakini anasema ati imeng'olewa.
Yes, Maggie.
Bernard, in regard to that video you showed us, that's okay. What I'm going to say, probably it will not be taken soundly by some people, but I'll say this. You know, those who wale wenye walivuta bangi wakiwa wadogo ndio wanaongea ovyo ovyo the way Ruto can speak, can talk. Ruto, you know, even when he's opening his mouth, he does not know where he is, what he wants to talk about. He's nowhere. Actually, huyu mtu musipochunga vizuri is going berserk because he does not know himself. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. All along ni mtu anataka tu kuweka watu mfukoni. So alikuwa nafikiria hata huyo Uhuru alikuwa anaweza kuweka mfukoni, na tena alikuwa nafikiria anaweza kuweka hata Raila mfukoni, lakini imekataa. So he is still on denial, and that is why he's talking all those nonsense. Ruto ni yule alivuta bangi sana akiwa shuleni, I think secondary school mpaka high school hata university. So musifikirie ni yeye, hizo ni bangi ndio zinaongea. Poleni sana. Thank you.
Mimi nataka kutuweka katika matatizo. Oseros.
Akona evidence, I hope.
Wenye wanaongea hivyo hivyo, wanaongea ni wale walivuta bangi walianza wakiwa wadogo. 20 years alikuwa ameanza kuvuta bangi.
Yeah, hata umesema poa, umesema inaonekana. Hujasema alifanya. Inaonekana alifanya hivi.
Yes.
Yeah. So the disclaimer is in order. Now, let me make some comments today.
Bernard, just a minute.
Yes, Rob.
No, I want Abuya to be there because part of
Ngoja wase, Abuya, what is it?
I just wanted to mention what Jakendube was saying. You know, Kalonzo Musyoka was introduced to Daniel Arap Moi during that ile mambo ya momonyoko wa udongo, if you can remember. When there was soil erosion in Ukambani, that is how he got to rise close to Moi. For those people who do not who might have missed that history.
Was he part of the legal representative for him as well?
No. You know, he was a young politician, and Mulu Mutisia, when he was inviting Moi to come and deal with the soil erosion, the momonyoko udongo. That is at that point is when he pulled Kalonzo's hand and told him that this young man is going to be the next kingpin of Ukambani.
Yes.
Okay.
I can go.
Good information. Yeah, Hosero, ebu njoo mbio mbio, tuna watu wameingia hapa. Unaona ile sana pewa na Penny.
I just wanted to say this. You know what was going on in Western was very encouraging, and I thought it was a pickup never to go back. What happened to the steam that was built in Trans Nzoia and Busia? When Wanjala was taken to the bench again. Anyway, you'll answer later. I just wanted to point out that there's this issue of corruption, and that's why, Abuya, that's why I was thinking that you need to be around. You see, saa ingine wanasema tembea uone mengi, isn't it? So if you know more about other places, then you will understand very nicely how the corruption in Kenya is such a serious matter. You only need to consider some of the good things that are in Kenya and some of the bad things. It follows that if you try to go around, you can go round and round and round. You still come to the conclusion that the biggest problem in Kenya is corruption. Unlike other countries, there is a mix. There are other things like unrest, this, governance, and what have you. But in Kenya, I think it is very serious. And the reason being that you can detect corruption at all levels, everywhere. It doesn't matter, including the private sector. It's just that the level, the degree is that what varies. But you see, from where we are, your main concern must be the public sector, because that is where all the so-called cake is. So if you are in the private sector and you are mismanaging your cake, we may not be very strict on you. We say, oh, well, that be it. Now, corruption in Kenya, you see these public servants and state officers. All these people are entitled, are entrusted with a lot of resources and what have you. Now, I've seen the kind of stamina that Martha Karua has brought on board regarding corruption. But for those who think about the solution on a daily basis, the task they are up against is very, very high. And you see, if the cabinet, for example, where most of these important decisions are made, is going to be based on some of the people we know, like, okay, make a good example. Take somebody like Kalonzo is most likely going to end up there. Now, it is the same Kalonzo who was moving Sonko from here, from Nairobi, to go to Mombasa, in complete disregard of the accusations against him. Now, the other day we discussed a bit this corruption issue, and some member panelists were trying to argue that corruption would be sorted the moment you have goodwill. That is so, but from where I am, goodwill is just a fraction of the solution that you need to have on board. Remember, I did mention here that the previous 3 consecutive Auditor General reports have always pointed out that, for example, our representatives, these elected MPs, I think the nominated ones, then they don't get CDF, but the elected representatives, they are always getting CDF, and I think now even the women rep are getting it. Then, of course, there are a lot of resources entrusted on the governors. Now, 80% of those MPs, you look at the audit reports on each of them, they are all culprits. The last time I checked, only 12 MPs, they didn't find serious issues against. All the other minus 12 had issues. Now, we are going into another election here. And these people are all presenting themselves, and some of them without blinking even the eye, they want to be there again. And all of them are eyeing the same CDF funds. Now, as much as Martha Karua's and the Babas would be so serious, they are saying that corruption is their number one, corruption is number two, isn't it? Sometimes they raise our hopes so high, I wonder how they are going to sort it. When push comes to shove, chances are that we may be in for disappointment. And for me, having looked at the issue day in, day out, I came to the conclusion that the laws give the corrupt a lot of loopholes to escape. You remember even people who are taken to court with very serious issues, the following day is out on an injunction of sorts. Now you try to challenge the judges will tell you that is what the law says. Well, I keep saying that as Martha Karua comes, the other time I had suggested that we need some wish list kind of some items. Certain actions should be done. For me, chapter 6 need to be tightened, and the anti-corruption laws need to be seriously tightened so that people who are obviously guilty do not use the same law to get away. Now, the other day, a number of panelists was saying...
Manage time, we are closing.
The other day, a number of panelists were saying that once you have goodwill, this should be done. I remember when President Uhuru was there first term, you remember the issue of the public officers and state officers who are accused of corrupt activities. Now, if you remember the speech he gave in Parliament, we can't say 100% that there is no goodwill. We can't. You remember when he went to State House and was so frustrated, mpaka akasema what? What do you want me to do? He did say that. So the issue of trying to imply that goodwill could be lacking, far from it, far from it. Those are the sort of things sometimes we say excuses, tired and lazy excuses only. Now, I tend to think something has to be done about chapter 6. To begin with, I would propose that any MP who has issues with their CDF funds, they first of all clear before they can contest again. We need Parliament to enact that law. Unfortunately, since the same MPs are affected, they are unlikely to pass that law. So what do? We are left with no option but to go to a referendum. For you to have some of these things in place, you are left to go for a referendum. And I think we'll get some like-minded, let me say that, like-minded minds. We do a paper for the Karuas, how we think they can pursue this corruption thing. I think I'll end it there for now that my time has run out.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Let's hear from Muga. Muga, are you there?
I think it's
Muga
Andrew.
is not there. Wycliffe?
It is Andrew.
Muga, man.
Wycliffe? Bwana Wycliffe, are you there? Mama Kwama.
You hear me? I hope so. So I'm gonna try.
Wycliffe, we can hardly hear you. What's the matter?
Unanisikia?
Uko mbali sana, songa karibu na microphone. Kama unatumia earphone toa ama Bluetooth.
Can you hear me? Trying to find out what the matter is. Let me do this. I think this will be more direct.
Yes, Bwana Wycliffe, are you talking? I think Wycliffe has issues with mitambo yake. Rekebisha mitambo yako. Andrew, ulikuwa unasemaje? Nataka tuanze kutamatisha.
Yeah, one nilikuwa na tu kujibu hiyo huyu ndio ameongea, amesema juu ya sheria.
Nadhani unanipata sasa.
So it's still on. So who is speaking?
Go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay. So the Kenyan laws, the constitution, when it was drafted, basically was on political settlement. So most of the things, those people who are involved in their interest contributed a lot. They even argued, disagreed many things because of the interest. So those things we are talking about is that, for example, look at Chicken Gate. IBC was conflicted on something, but in UK, people were arrested 1 year and the others wherever, but in Kenya, no one was taken to court. You can see the interest. So how do we solve that? That's the thing you are talking about. And you mentioned about Sonko. Sonko may have told Kalonzo, I want to run on this ticket on my own. I have my own money. So Kalonzo cannot tell him no. He is not he is not giving me anything. So that's why he was telling in the court, he gave 50 million. Whoever want to challenge him has to pay more than that. So that is money interest. So what does that tell us? The problem goes back to the drafting. Our constitution need to be looked into again. Fines to be raised. If you are found this money, no negotiation, nothing, every judge should follow that. That is from the Chief Justice or the judges and magistrate should be independent. If it is, you take 10 million, 100 million fine, 10 times, then no one will do that nonsense. It will end. So those are areas where we have weakness. So the thing tells us now, what do we do? For now, we cannot do anything. But we have, it's like opening an hotel. And you cannot start from no workers. So what you do, open the hotel, come up with a mechanism, go and bring the captain orders, and which is authentic. Put the person in the restaurant, put the one in the suspense and the kitchen in charge. So any order coming from the guest, one order coming in and giving food. Those people who try to maneuver to get a copy, they cannot because the numbers are checked. So you have people who are going to monitor. That's what Matiang'i they are doing now with the ICT and other things. Procurement is rotten in Kenya. That's how they are stealing the money from one area. They know where there is a loophole. That's why they are even people are selling hair, supplying hair material to a company, to a parastato. That is how they are doing it. So the best thing is put the people there, the right people, then they can clean that and let the law strictly to that. Then that's the three government, the arms of the government has to cooperate. Those are where the goodwill will come in. The three arms of government. You send somebody to parliament who is ready to serve people, but not his interest. Not because he used this money. No. That's why voting is important. That's why your vote is important.
You see, the pain is they are using the same law to get away. That is me what really worries me.
That's why we are saying, look, like for example now, there will be no person from the law.
Now, you people, do you know you're opening another debate?
Okay.
That way you will never come to an end. The law use the law to escape.
We will talk someday. We have some time and we talk about
the law to escape. We will remain there forever. Let's
Could you pass a contract, please?
Sorry?
To pass a contract.
I didn't follow that. But let me hear. Wycliffe, have you sorted out your name?
For phone contact, to Andrew to pass a phone contact to you, you can pass to me.
You can exchange phone contacts hapa kwa nini kwa private chat. Just share from there. Wycliffe? Bwana Wycliffe, it seems your network is not consistent. Abuya?
Yes. Amanda, I don't think I want to add much more than what I've said today, unless something else crops up. But I just wanted to mention that to Jose that the goodwill of fighting corruption. I'm not sure whether you were in Kenya in the year 2002, but after that election, there was the mood in the country changed, not only for fighting corruption in terms of the civil service and the private sector, but even the citizen itself was upbeat, and everybody kind of wanted a departure from what was happening during the Moi era. And for the last 9 years or so, that zeal kind of was lost. And if you remember the other day, I was very saddened that when the DP was in Eldoret and he was campaigning for the UDA candidates, and while at Langas, I don't know which constituency it is, but Langas is a place where I think the title deed is a problem. The citizens there or the residents there, they want individual title deeds. And I think it was it Sudi or one of the UDA brigade talked of in his actual words, he said that si tunajua shida iko hapa na tunajua pahali title liko, tutafanya maneno namna hii kule kwa lands tutapatia huyu mtu kitu kidogo. You know, when a whole leaders that is what he can say on the campaign trail, kupatia mtu kitu kidogo alafu atatutengezea hiyo title. You know, what are you trying to tell the citizens or the public is that kitu kidogo is the order of the day, yet we want to depart from this. Yes, we know everybody somewhere, someplace, even myself, sometimes I've been caught up in the traffic by a traffic policeman, and it is not, sometimes you decide to part with the 100 200 shillings, not because that you really want to bribe this fellow, but when you think about it, you are on a journey. I'll give an example of myself. I'm on a journey and along Narok I'm caught for overspeeding, and I'm going for a funeral, and somebody is telling me to go to court tomorrow in Naivasha. You know, if the systems were working and you are able to be fined and you pay your fine and move on, it will be easier. There's a time I was also caught in Kilifi, the road Mombasa Kilifi, and I insisted because I had read a certain ruling that driving between 100 and 120 is not overspeeding. But they caught me because of I was over 100, and I insisted. I refused, and I was given a bail, a cash bail. I went to court, Kilifi, for almost 2 months, and I won that case. I was not represented by anybody. I tried to talk to the the prosecutor, and I mentioned to her that there was a ruling in the High Court of a certain motorist who was acquitted because of who was driving in the Southern Bypass in Nairobi, and was acquitted because he was driving at 100 and below 120. The judgment of that judgment was stating that when it says 100 or 110 plus or minus 20 is admissible. So because I had read that ruling and I knew I could get away with this, despite the fact that they felt I was overspeeding, I stood my ground. But when you hear a politician talking about giving kitu kidogo, that is telling our young people that things can only work with a kitu kidogo. So the mood of the country I believe, will change with the an Azimio government, and people will want to be held accountable. Thanks.
Abuya,
Let's hear from Maggie.
Bernard, nilikuwa nataka kuongeza juu ya hii corruption. I think Hosi is really doubting that corruption will come to an end. In fact, as we are speaking, corruption is ending. It started to end in 2020. I was in Kenya in 2020 and I saw it ending because the corruption which used to be in the government offices, I think it's no longer there. And everybody are crying. These days, they are just depending on their salaries, not those marupurupu as it used to be before. And that's why you see those Ruto's allies are so mad with Uhuru Kenyatta, because Uhuru realized that whatever is happening in this country is wrong. And they stopped so many areas which has made the people like Gachagua, the people like Ruto, all those corrupt people mad. And they are so mad with the Uhuru Kenyatta, whereby they don't know what they can do with him. It's only that he is the head of state, and surely he has stood at his feet and says no to corruption anymore. So, Hosi, just be rest assured with Martha Karua and Raila Odinga there, and you can see they are being backed up by Uhuru Kenyatta, who has seen surely the country was going to a different direction without any name or without any value, and things are gonna be okay. As Baba is promising that in 100 days, so many things are gonna change, and they will change. They have started to change right now as I am speaking, because I used to work in a government office. The corruption of hiyo kitu kidogo was just too much. But these days, when I call them, they say hiyo kitu kidogo ilikwisha. Watu wanafanya nini? Wanateseka. They call it teseka. And yet they don't know that these people are just trying to make the country to be in a straight line. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. Yes, Joseros, in less than a minute, please.
I agree with Maggie. My only concern is that it is at a snail's pace. You see, when you have 80% of your representatives, 80%, year 1, year 2, year 3, they are pending cases which have never been resolved. And unfortunately, as I've indicated earlier, maybe next time I come on panel, I'll have to give quote for you the cases why the current laws are failing. Unfortunately, we are saying that tighten the chapter 6. The people who are supposed to tighten it are the same representatives, and they are the culprits. You remember what happened when they were trying to increase their salaries? Misuse of government resources.
What is the meaning of tighten chapter 6? What is loose about chapter 6?
For example, you see right now they say that if you don't have a case, you have a case in court which has not been settled, it cannot stop you from being, let's say, elected again. Now, in other countries where that law was borrowed from, they don't do that. They have proportions. If you are 50%, more than 50% probability, they don't allow you. You sort your case first before you can seek any public office. In Kenya, you are innocent until the matter goes to the Supreme Court. There lies the problem. And then what happens in the judiciary?
Is
It takes 10
it in
years.
the specification of the law or in the implementation of the law?
Both, all over. You see, if you take a case to court, it can take more than 10 years there. By that time, you have even either died or you have gotten away with whatever you had stolen. You see, remember when BBI was coming in, they wanted to put 6 months as the legal time for all cases. You need that adjustment.
Yes, Bwana Abuya.
There is something that Jose is trying to bring in, that of the idea, the idea of allowing some of this of these candidates to run even when they have cases. It is because we have a robust constitution, and our robust constitution, in as much as it had the chapter on integrity, the foundation of our constitution is one of the foundations of our constitution is natural justice, and natural justice demands that you are innocent and proven until proven guilty. You have to be given a fair hearing. So there are those chapters that might be they might collide, but the foundation of the constitution being natural justice, you will have to find another way, and that will be trying to alter the constitution, which might even require a referendum. But because when you the rights of an individual are not negotiable, so those ones, the issue of integrity, you'll have to find another way to navigate that issue. But you cannot touch the constitution on fundamental rights.
Bwana Themba.
Yes, Bernard, vipi?
Salama. Over and out. I'm on my last breath.
Umechoka, unataka kwenda kulala.
I was closing the show. If you didn't come in the next 3 minutes, you would have found here a blank screen.
Naona kweli umechoka.
Menifanyisha overtime. I nimeshinda church, alafu mkanishindisha hapa, so
You just did 6 hours.
Yeah.
You just
carry on. There's still a lot to be said and to be done.
So ucheze video mbili hivi alafu tuache tukiendelea.
Video zile nimeba. Let me see. Do I have a video here? 1, 2, 3. Ile niko naye, I don't know if you'll appreciate it.
Karibu Nandi, umerudi mara ya pili in 2 weeks. Wiki mbili umekanyaga Nandi, wiki mbili. Wacha nikwambie mheshimiwa. Huku kwetu tunapanda mahindi na tunafuga mifugo, ng'ombe sana. Ng'ombe haitakangi kelele ya helikopta. So tunashangaa kama umeanza kukuja mara mbili, na hata hao watu wa independent hawajaanza campaign. Mumesikia tu jina, mumeona majina. So mheshimiwa, nataka nikuambie, for one, hapa Nandi watu wanaenda independent si kwa sababu hawapendi chama ama hawapendi William ama nini. Wanaenda independent kwa sababu wanatafuta haki. Na nataka waambie watu ya Nandi ukweli, ule mtu uliachia kiti yako, ile siku ulichaguliwa ukuwe running mate ya William, ikabidi waache ile kiti ya nini? Ile kiti ya Badhira constituency. Nataka waambie Wanandi ukweli, hiyo kiti uliachia mtu wa independent. Na hata huyo mtu si ati alikuwa rafiki yako. Ni mtu aliamua kwenda kitambo independent kitambo, ulijaribu kumununua, hakununulika. So mheshimiwa, wewe umekuwa mzigo kwanza kwa hii chama yetu ya UDA. Wewe ni mzigo, wacha tuseme ukweli. lakini vumilia tafadhali, usiongeze. Wewe enda nyumbani unyoroshe huko nyumbani. Martha Karua anakukanyaga huko bwana. Wewe utafanya tupoteze kura ya mlima bwana. Unakuja Nandi kila siku nini unataka? Haya, sikia maneno yenye uliambia Wakamba, sikia.
Wacha tuongee ukweli. Kura ya Kitui, Makueni, Machakos 1.5 million. Sasa 1.5 million kuna pali inaweza enda.
Wacha nikwambie, tunaomba kura zote. Hata za Wakamba tunataka William apewe ya Wakamba. Sasa wewe uko na shida ya loose mouth, mheshimiwa. You have a loose mouth. And you have become a baggage to us. Huku mitandaoni ni ngumu sana kukutetea. Ile siku tu ulichaguliwa pop, wakasema dio. Na unajua sisi tuko na, we have very bad memories ya madio. Madio walitutesa sana, kwanza ile wakati ya Nyayo. Walitoa hata magazeti waliandika wewe ulikuwa unaendanga ukisanya tax kwa watu wa mabaa. So bwana Rigathi Gachagua, you are already a baggage to us, sisi kama Wakalenjin. Na tunaona tuweza hii kiti hii tukiendelea hivi itabidi urudi nyumbani uende unyoroshe kura, uombe kura nyumbani ya mlima. Kwa sababu unaharibu ya Wakamba dini. Na unaona Kalonzo anataka kurudi Azimio. So wewe nataka nikuombe usiharibie William kura. Usiharibie William kura kabisa. Wiki moja tu. Wiki moja. Ile vitu umesema in 7 days pekee. Huyu mama anakunyorosha bwana. This woman is beating you. Nataka uelevate conversation yako. Ongea level ya Martha Karua. Ndio tusipoteze hii kura. Sasa in 1 week peke yake Rigathi Gachagua akasema tutaletea wananchi mchele na nyama. Martha Karua akasema we are determined to fulfill the promise of a socially and economically just Kenya. Gachagua akasema Raila ni mzee sana. Martha Karua akasema I will continue to fight for the interest of the mountain. Anakupiga nyumbani, sikia? Haya, Gachagua tena siku nyingine huyu mama asitulete. Martha Joy akasema we are coming respectfully to seek the support of Kenyans. Haya, ndio huyo Gachagua, watu wanaleta nyoko kama nini, kama kanini kega tutawazima. Martha Karua ndio huyo akakuchapa tena. Ours is about the quest to achieve economic and social justice. Ndio huyo running mate wetu ndio huyo. You are mimi nilikuwa dio. Najua kutii. Kazi yangu itakuwa yes sir. Haya, Martha Karua ndio huyo. We will use the law to tame corruption. No country can achieve a stable economy when corruption is thriving. Huyu mama unaona anakupiga kwanza. Mazungumzo yake iko juu kukushinda. So I want you to really help us. Saidia William tafadhali. Funga mdomo. Speak only when you are spoken to. Na uache kudanganya watu. Ati huyu mama independent tutawapatia kazi. Hapana. Wacha tuone mpaka kwa Kamba. Wakishindwa kwa Kamba muwapatie kazi. For now raia waamue. Na kitu nye ulifanya leo Nandi enye wanaume wafanyi. Hauwezi enda kuanzisha mwanamke vita. Huyo mama anaitwa Sara Wakoserai. Hapo ulianguka kabisa. So bwana Rigathi Gachagua, please chungia William kura, chunga mdomo. Hiyo mdomo ni hatari. Hiyo mdomo yako ni hatari sana bwana. Hatari. Na mjue leo uliona Didmas hakukuja, Sudi hakukuja, alipeana simu wa record kwa ndio ionekane Facebook live, ndio watu wafikiria hako huko. Sudi hakukanyaga huko kwa nini? Ground imekataa watu. Na nataka usikie vitu nye Murkomen aliambiwa kwao.
Senenga tata yenye timu independent kya mwangila kagaba independent kago ugecha. Because mami otajwa sisa na agibete independent. Matamega saka wewe mjomba. Mami otajwa sisa ngoka hii. Ngondo mamu ngale bachama. Mamu wana kastabit kilo. Kagije nunye wewe hiyo.
Sasa Murkomen kwake kwenyewe kumeharibika. Independent wameamka. Na huko aliambiwa wazi akaambiwa Matamega senge, yani ground vitu ni different. So Gachagua kio Kipchumba ile wave imeanza Nandi imeenda mpaka Elgeyo Marakwet. Na watu wataangushwa. Hamwezi kuja kukoroga kura hivi alafu mnatuambia independent ni adui. So mheshimiwa, come slowly, kuja pole. Enda uombe kura huko mlimani, enda kwa Wakamba uombe msamaha, na tutafutie kura William. Hii maneno unakoroga huku. Hii ni stronghold ya William mzee. Hakuna kitu unaomba huku. Huku iko tayari kwa store. Ni kupiga tu. Hii ni kura iko tayari kwa mfuko ya William. So wewe kuja polepole, usifuruge sisi bwana. Kuja polepole, come slowly.
Bernard.
Yes.
Nichezee ile Ruto alisema leo.
Yeah, hata Olame niambia nisicheze tena.
Sio ile ya Ruto. Ile aliongea tena. Ile aliongea.
Okay, let me find it. Ruto is running mad.
Mnagonga Ruto.
Mtu wa kitendawili asiwadanganye ya kwamba anaweza kufanya chochote. He has no capacity. He has no capacity to do anything. Kwa sababu yeye ni project, ni mradi. Yeye tayari ametekwa nyara, ni kibaraka. Kama mnataka hiyo kazi ifanyike, lazima muongee na mwenyewe. Huyu ni kibaraka tu. Sasa niwaambie, kikaragozi ama kibaraka anaweza kufanya chochote. Si lazima utafute mwenyewe. Na mwenyewe mnamjua. Mnamjua mwenyewe. Hata mwenyewe hajulikani, ni mtu tu kibaraka ambaye haelewi anaenda mbele wala nyuma. So I want to say without fear of any contradiction, my competitor has no capacity to do anything about the port operations. He has no capacity to do anything about the land question because his sponsors are actually the problem. So how can a project, how can a stooge claim that they can do anything before they report to their masters? Hata akijaribu kufanya hiyo kazi atazimiwa mataa na wale. Nyinyi mnanielewa? So yule ni kibaraka tu, mwambie wachana na yeye. Ndio unasikia anasema TB Mtialala ajielewi. Ajielewi kabisa. Ndio unajua anachanganyikiwa kila mahali. Unaona anaenda hata kwa mkutano, anazungumza, alafu anauliza mtu mwingine hapa, nilikuwa nimesema nini? Ama mjaona hiyo story? Sasa jamaa, I mean surely. Yani mambo ya kuwa kibaraka imefika hapo. Mpaka uambiwe ile unasema. Kichwa yako haifanyi, inafanywa na kichwa ya mtu mwingine. Mimi nataka niwaulize kwa unyenyekevu watu wa hapa Kilifi, ya kwamba hii nchi wenye kuamua ni nyinyi. Kia ati ile kazi wanatembeza hapa wakisema eti wanasema ya kwamba ati wako na kitu inaitwa deep state, sijui wako na kitu inaitwa system, ati ndio watatumia kushinda uchaguzi. Mimi mnanielewa? Mimi nikisimama hapa, si mimi ndio naibu wa rais wa Kenya? Si walishindwa kuniondoa? Mimi nataka niwaulize, mkiniona hivi, mimi nakaa mtu ya kuibiwa kura mimi? Yaani tuambiane tu kweli. Yaani mimi nakaa mtu ya kuibiwa kura? Hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana bwana. Hiyo haiwezekani. Hiyo is not possible. Tunaelewana? Kwani kuna system ambayo mimi kama naibu wa rais sijui? Ama kuna deep state yenye mimi sijui? Hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana. Tunaelewana bana? Kwa hivyo hawa watu hakuna kitu watafanya. There is nothing they will do. Si tulishindana pale Msambweni na ndugu yangu Mvuria hapa. Si tuliwashinda pale Msambweni wakiwa na system na deep state. Si tulienda kule Juja. Si tuliwashinda. Si tulienda Kiambaa. Si tuliwashinda. Walifanya chochote? Sasa hii tutawashinda asubuhi na mapema. Na hakuna kitu watafanya. They will do nothing. Mnanielewa? They will do nothing. So hii ni story tu wanaongea tu hapa kwa sababu wamekosa, hawana agenda, hawana plan. Sasa wanauza tu porojo na propaganda. Ati wataiba kura. Wataiba kura ya nani? Those people are just jokers. So
Haya, waliwashinda Msambweni, wakawashinda wapi? Juja na Kiambaa.
Lakini hizo si za leo.
Si za leo? Hiyo ilikuwa Kilifi leo. Kwani ilikuwa lini?
Leo alikuwa Kirinyaga.
No, zile za mimi hizo ni refu sana. Can't play the 1 hour and above. They need to be worked on.
Okay. No problem.
Lakini mwenye ana agenda ni Ruto. Poleni sana. Huyu amelewa na bangi, alianza kuvuta akiwa mdogo. Amelewa kabisa kabisa kabisa.
Mama Giwe. So I wanted to say that hajatuambia vile alishindwa Kibra, Kibichai na Matungu. Amesema tu huko kwingine.
Na alishindwa Langas.
Lakini Kabuchai si alikuwa na watu wawili.
Wapi?
Kabuchai
alikuwa na watu wangapi?
His candidate na ule mwingine mwenye alishinda, si wote wali alikuwa wana finance both of them. So alikuwa na bahatisha tu, yoyote atashinda ni wake.
No, he had UDA everywhere. They had their UDA candidate. There was Ford Kenya. There was ANC.
Yeah, but the Kabuchai
and
MP,
he wanted to stamp authority. He wanted to win. It was immediately after Msambweni. So there was no way he was chancing. He wanted to stamp authority to use that as an avenue to silence the people from asking him to step down.
Bernard,
you remember the Kabuchai MP confessed that he was sponsored by Ruto.
Bernard.
Yeah?
Najua nataka kulala, lakini now that your friend Wetangula, I know he's not your friend, but he comes from your village. Now that ngoja useme, now that he has moved to Senate, sasa ataacha Mudavadi asukume 70% peke yake.
There is no 70%. Not in dreams, not in reality, not in wishful thinking. It is not there. They would have been 2% would be more realistic. Most challenging would be 5%. 70 from where? The person who asked them for 70% knows it is not possible. That's why he even asked for it. And to make matters worse, that they signed for it. That in itself is an issue. If they cannot hold a rally without their master, is it 70% will they deliver? Hawezi kwenda hapo Chebukube market wakakusanya watu. Wanapita na gari, watu wanaangalia tu wanacheka. So it's not possible. So that's why Weta is going for Senate and begging, probably he will be voted for. He wins the Senate, ya kona mshahara wake, pension yake inaendelea. Mtoto wetu wa Mululu ndio ako ameachwa kwa mataa.
Kwa sababu unajua Bernard, if Weta goes for the Senate, it means that now clearly he will not be running around the country because he has to defend his seat. So
he's through with running around the country. Mama Selina ametuambia hapa mara nyingi, wakati duka zitafunga, okay, kila mtu atarudi nini kwao. Saa hii ni hiyo time ya duka kufunga. So walikuwa wakitembea around the country because they are facilitated, they are on payroll and all that, but sasa pesa zimeaccumulate ya kutosha, so he can go and concentrate on his campaign. This time now, from the remaining 60 days for official days for campaign, he will not be featuring everywhere. Kila mtu aende kujitetea. So and the campaign for UDA in Western is about to close. The way they close shop in Trans Nzoia, they are going to close in Kakamega, close in Bungoma. It will be unattainable because unajua your facilitation fee is no longer there. Mobilizing people are busy now, the stakes are high, wanataka kuwin visits zao. Utapata wapi mobilizers wa kuchangia watu wakikwekea kwa basi wakikuletea kwa stadium? It's not there.
Haya, we enda lala, tuonana kesho majaliwa. Kwa sababu nashangaa mbona watu Azimio wanaingiwa baridi. Ruto alisema ya kwamba walinitoa ODM, hawatanitoa Jubilee, nimekataa. Na alitolewa. So whoever knows Ruto, if you have watched and if you have followed Ruto all through, he puts out, in fact, the more he is in a place where hana choices, the more confident he wants to sound. When if you have studied Ruto's politics for a while, when he is very sure of something, he doesn't sound very confident. But when he's threatened completely and he has no option, that's when he wants to give you that sense of confidence. Watch Ruto on the things that he was confident, things that came to pass, things that he knew that this one I have it. He was never that mouthy and loud about it. Go and study Deputy President William Ruto. You can know when now he's already cornered. When you see him so confident, that's when he's completely cornered, and he knows it. Remember when they lost the petition, and immediately he came out. What did you hear about Ruto? He was speaking so confidently, and yet inside of him, he knew that even within Jubilee itself, he did not have many options. So Ruto, when you see him coming out, giving you a persona of someone who knows everything, that's when you know that he has been cornered. If you want to know he's cornered, look at the way he's trying to talk, the way he's trying to tell you. The things he's telling you are actually the things that he's aware that hana nini. Unasikia alisema nini siku ya kufukuzwa kwa Jubilee? He came out and said, si walinifukuza kwa ODM, wanafikiria wakinifukuza ODM watakuja wanifukuze kutoka Jubilee. Hapana, hiyo haiwezekani. By that time chuma ilikuwa ishaingia moto Jubilee. He was not a welcome guest by that time. So I can confidently tell you by now Ruto is cornered. But what he's trying to do, he's playing now the psychological war. You know, when you're going to play the war, you got to give confidence to your people, to your troops. If you are the captain in front, you cannot afford to show your troops that actually tumefika mwisho. Remember Ruto in Kenya Kwisha, he is the one who strategizes, he's the one who decides, he's the one who picks, he's the one who does everything. Now, he's faced with a very serious problem. Gachagua was not
Bernard is going.
Hold on. Gachagua was not a choice of many
Bernard
people.
ametoka.
Hold on, Osea. Hey. Haya, ongea basi.
Bernard goes, I wanted him to make a clarification. Matungu and Kabuchai. You remember the money that was with Malala? And then the Kabuchai candidate, the person who won, he confessed that he was Ruto's candidate.
Confess to you?
When Ruto visited his home country for his, I think, homecoming, he told the rally.
No. Kapchai, it was for Kenya. Matungu was ANC. And the sponsors of ANC in Matungu was the Oka. Gideon Moi, to be specific. Although the election of Matungu was rigged in favor of ANC.
Okay, can I continue now?
Yeah.
I want to give you 6 times when Ruto has talked confidently and he has lost the war. Ruto talked about having 160 MPs. When it came to voting on very important matters, that number disappeared. We couldn't hear it anyway. That is 1. 2, Ruto talked of he is not going to take any small parties. Any person coming with a small party must fold it up and join him. That did not come to pass. Eventually, he took smaller parties and he allowed them in. 3, I want to give you times when you can watch when Ruto is talking. Ruto said that you cannot chase me out of Jubilee. Mulitoa ODM, amwezi kuja munifute Jubilee. He has been chased from Jubilee and he has done nothing. In fact, he was declared persona non grata in Jubilee. Look at all those times when he's talking. The confidence in him, the way he expresses, and the way he tells the crowd, hapana, hiyo ni mchezo, hiyo ni ndoto. But look what happened. Number 4, the same Ruto had cried the way they are organized. Kazi ya mambo ya deputy president, hiyo ni kazi kidogo, hiyo hata si kitu tunaongea. Look at the drama. 17 hours later, there was no deputy president, only to emerge and give us another thief in the name of Gachagua to be his deputy. But when he was talking and every time he was saying something, you could see the confidence in him. Ruto, when you see him confident, when he's talking with that confidence, know that there's a weakness he's hiding. That's the time that the guy has completely been cornered. Number 5, Ruto had told these guys that I have everything written. We don't even need to write anything. He came out and in rallies was saying, if you come and join Kenya Kwanza, you don't need to write anything. Our gentleman thing is our bond. Eventually, what happened? He had to write the thing down. He had to give other people 70% requirement. He had to give others 30% requirement. He had to post something. So where was your word is my bond? I can go on. And if you have studied Ruto, if you want to know when Ruto actually is at the corner, look at him when he's coming now to tell you guys, hii kitu hatuwezi. One time Ruto told us that he is the deep state. But what happened the next day? Veronica Maina is writing letters to IEBC that, we are wondering there's some election that is going to happen. The CS so and so is going to interfere with the election. CS so and so. The next thing he's busy telling us, the first time he was busy saying that hata wakiweka Oburu Odinga as IEB chairman, tuko tayari. The other person is coming and saying that, these people are likely to steal from us. So this man Ruto, for those who are imagining that now you fear that there's something he knows when he speaks that way, I want to suggest to you that is the time his options are running out. And let me tell you, if it's indeed there's something he knew that is going to work out, Kipruto Kirwa would not have run away from UDA today. Kipruto Kirwa was the vice chairman, UDA. You cannot run from a house that is going to win. And the vice chairman in UDA knows so much. They know even the things that he knows, even the deep details. So if Kipruto Kirwa was so sure that this is the side that is going to form the government, how do you run to form an opposition? That is unthinkable. This is not the time you run away to a side that is not going to form the government. So if that is not sign enough that that's the house that is crumbling, what else do you need? If it was true that they are going to form the government, what business would Wetangula have going to defend his Senate seat? There's a house that is crumbling because he is betting. You know, he's going to put his bet right. Hataki kuchoma bet. Siwezi enda hapo. Mi nafuatana na watu naenda around, alafu naenda kuchoma bet ati kwa sababu nitakuwa Senate speaker, which is not assured. So if you want to look at Ruto and see someone cornered, see him when now he's trying to, what he's now trying to do is giving a psychological assurance to the people. Now he has moved away from the systems to telling people, unaniona mimi kama naeza kuibiwa. You see, that's already a sense of now the other options are on. We have nothing else to talk about. Let me now use vitisho. And that is a concept, that is a psychological thing that is used in a Machiavellian principle. The more people fear you, the more likely they are to follow you. So what is the message that Ruto is trying to give his supporters? He's trying to tell them that ule jamaa tunamuogopa. So it's like he wants to send fear on both sides. So that even if you're going to vote, you vote out of fear, not out of love for him. So the fear that he wants to create is, huyu jamaa unajua akiibiwa kunaweza leta shida. Huyu jamaa unajua hata akianguka itakuwa ni kuibiwa ameibiwa. Na kama ni kuibiwa ameibiwa italeta shida. Haezi kubali. So the narrative that is supposed to come out, Ruto vile mnamuona, unajua ni mtu haezi kubali. So kwa sababu ya uoga na kwa sababu ya whatever, we want peace, so let us vote for him. Unfortunately, tunamwangalilia 18. Hiyo narrative tunaijua. Hiyo narrative tunaijua. Ladies and gentlemen, do not look at Ruto talking and imagine he means what he says. Right now in Kilifi, he's telling them, I know more of port activities than the other person. He is the same person who brought the port and even talked about it, moving from coast and coming to Naivasha, and he defended it. So how can you tell the same people that I know more of port activities than the other person? That is already a lie. And then now, because he's lacking content, then now he comes with what we are seeing there. So for those who are thinking that Ruto is knows much, watch his body language, watch his voice. You can see the desperation. You can see the anger in his voice. He's moved from the Ruto who was going to woo the masses to the Ruto who now wants to send fear to the people. He's not now telling them about what Kenya Kwanza can do. He's now telling them, he's now mopping up their fear so that you can go vote out of fear. That huyu jamaa akiibiwa kutakuwa na shida. So that is supposed to be the narrative. But you see, when you start moving away from content, you're moving away from policy statements, you are now going into wipe up emotions, then it says that there's something that is not working. And indeed, kitumbua kimeingia mchanga. The other side is crumbling, and let's see how it pans out. Yes, Jose.
I wanted to ask you something regarding this Wetangula case. Does it mean that Wetangula is on a plan B because he has seen something which the rest of the Kwanzaa team have not seen. What exactly is he trying to do? He's like, either way, akipoteza huku, he should have option B. Or what is he trying to do?
Yeah, like I said, I just said a few minutes ago, you know, you cannot bet. You cannot bet on, if you have been told, bring 70%. Once you bring 70%, I'll give you 30%. You cannot run away from 70-30 to go and defend your seat. But clearly, he's seen something. And you know, being told to bring 70%, what did it mean? It meant that Wetangula had to go to every president. He is now in the presidential team, so he has to go to every county in Western campaigning, right? Campaigning for Kenya Kwanza. So he had to go around, and you see, Wetangula has looked at it and they realized that this is the wave in Western towards Azimio is so strong. And if you want to know how strong it is, listen to the song by our friend Mukiza Kitui. Nilitazama nikaona Ruto, you know, Kivigadhi Gachagua pale nyuma. You know, the missiles that are being released towards the end of the campaign, you know, the missiles. And then when you watch Wanjala, you know, Wanjala naye unachukua unaweka, when you release that, that's already, there's something about campaign and music that captures the imagination of people. And if you have people who are good in using music in campaigns, they wipe up the people and the wave is so strong. Wetangula saw that. And he realized that if I'm going to stay here, bet yangu itachomeka. I'll not bring the 70%. And if he doesn't bring the 70%, he doesn't get the 30% and he walks away with nothing. So what does that mean? You don't have the Senate. You are not a senator. You don't have anything to claim, you see? So anybody in their right mind would make a decision like Weta did. At least let me use my resources to try recapture my seat. I'm seeing as time goes by, like someone is saying, Weta might very soon move to Azimio as the campaign starts, because this was just a test of the waters. And you can see the wave, the way it was moving. Wanjala aliwasha na tawe, you know, Weta tawe. Anayekupenda pendana naye. If someone is giving you seats, big seats, the treasury is in Western, the Senate Speaker is in Western, defense is in Western, and he's not telling you 70%. Now, nani anakupenda? Yes, Abuye.
Yeah, I want to mention that to Jose particularly that there is lack of confidence in Uda or the amorphous KK because one example is that Weta, the fifth, Papa wa Roma. Another is Mutua. Are you aware that Mutua is running for MP for Mwala? Jose, are you aware? He is going for the Mwala seat. So that tells you that there is lack of confidence in Uda or KK. They are putting on a brave face, and I'd said it earlier. What exactly Kemba is saying, the body language of the DP is a very challenged man. Is apprehensive. Is easily annoyed by small issues that are just mentioned on the campaign trail by the other side. So he is on a very defensive mode and is ready to attack anything that comes from the mouth of anybody in Azimio. That tells you a lot about the confidence that he has. He's also a master in reverse psychology. He has been using it for quite some time. So I want to agree with Themba that I believe he's losing it, and I really fear for he should be working with a shrink. Sometimes he needs to be cooled down because he gets to a point where it becomes worse for him when he knows he's lying. He knows he's simply displaying some bravado. And then when the people clap for him, like the one in Kilifi, yeah, you heard somebody say, "Waambie, waambie." You know, when a cornered man is cheered by some people from the crowd, he gets that confidence that, hey, these guys believe in me. Yeah? Let me tell them more. So I think he's losing it, as Themba is saying. Yeah, thank you.
And we need to appreciate.
Let me ask you.
Hold on, Osea. We need to appreciate that the Kenya Kwanza is bleeding from within and without. So they are receiving attacks from outside and they're also bleeding from within. One serious decision that they made, and I think is the deputy president, because of pride or otherwise, is a decision he's fearing to undo, is the decision to pick Gachagua as his deputy. So he's struggling because the rank and file within Kenya Kwanza did not agree with that decision. But you see, and you remember, let me give you an instance so that you can pick the dynamics within that decision were not as rosy. Immediately after that, one Gachagua had to go to wherever he could speak to defend why he was chosen. Karua has not defended why she was chosen. She has just spoken that she has been campaigning. I and my principal, we have done this, we have done this. She has never at any time said that this is why I was chosen. And my principal saw it fit to choose me among others because of this and this. She has not said that. She went straight to her, whatever number one was to campaign. Gachagua, for the first 2 days or 3, he was now explaining why he was chosen. If you have to defend it, then there are questions about it. The moment he had to come out and start defending that this is why I was chosen, that one already in politics, we say there's something that that we need to find out. And so he was extremely aware that people don't like him. But now he's out to prove that there's a reason, merit for him to have been chosen among the rest. Now, one thing that he said that I found very interesting for someone who had been chosen as a deputy president to run for the country, he said that one of the things was he is able to mobilize in the vernacular radio stations. How can you use that as a strength for being for being chosen as a deputy president, because you can mobilize in vernacular radio stations? How many vernacular radio stations can you speak in? And you're going to be the deputy president of the country. So you wouldn't want to pick that as a strength. But when he said that, I realized that he was still stuck or fixated in the previous way of mobilizing people, using hate. But the Kenyan masses, remember 20 years ago, a child who was 20 years ago is voting in this election. I mean, who was 2, who was born 20 years ago is voting in this election. A child who was 5 years is voting in this election. Some of these people, they are the ones who are saying they are devoid of tribalism. These are people who are coming out and they are interrogating stuff. These are people who can listen. They're not just people you'll come and start telling that you see the other person, you start wiping them against the other community. These are people whose world is no longer as limited as probably Gashagua's was before. These are people whose world is open. There's TikTok, there's Facebook, there's YouTube. So whatever it is they want to access, they can access it in their phone. You don't have to travel to Kisumu to know how people of Kisumu live. You simply click on your phone, go to YouTube, and know how people in a particular place live. So these are people who are traveled without traveling. They have open minds without even going to those places. Some of them have gone to America without going there. They can tell you the streets that are there. You can easily learn from the other people. So it's a different generation. But you see what Gachagua and where he is still at, he imagining that the people that he's going to address are people who have a closed community, that you can go to them and tell them that Luos are bad, Kikuyus are bad. And these are people who are just going to say, yes, you are right. In 2007 and in the 80s and 90s, you could do that because there was no Facebook, there was no social media. People were close to the world. Right now, you tell me something, I go online, I confirm. What have you said? So Gashagua's perspective and way of mobilization that he was coming with from the previous, regime cannot work in this time. Ruto, the same thing. He's lying and he's forgetting that YouTube has records. Whatever you said yesterday, 2 years ago, 10 years ago, we have it. It's there. We can play it and see what you said. But you see, now they are stuck and fixated. They are trying to call Azimio guy at he's the one who is, old and all. But for them, their thinking is still old. You are coming to tell people of Kilifi that, I'm not the one who took the pot from here. Yet they can go on YouTube and they'll see what you said. Now, who is fooling who? So I think there's a sense in which they are confused, bleeding from inside and bleeding from outside. So managing that kind of, it's perforation. Everything is moving out. It's becoming difficult for them, and that's where you see the discomfort. So what do? We clutch on anything that we can clutch on. Oh, wanataka kuiba. Unafikiria mimi naweza kuibiwa? That's a desperate comment. What will you do? Will you tell people, even, okay, assuming it is 9th August, and Ruto says that, okay, maybe Wakura, then he calls people to demonstrate. Which people will go and demonstrate? People from Central don't go to the streets. Nyanza people will not demonstrate. Coast people will not demonstrate. So North Rift, Kajiado, South Rift, people will not demonstrate. The whole of Northeastern, people will not demonstrate. So who will go to the streets? Even you say now, let's decide that now Ruto has lost, and he has said that maybe Wakura. Where will people demonstrate? Sometimes we need to be factual and check, okay, fine. Where is Ruto's stronghold even right now? Even what you have just heard a few minutes ago. Watu wa Rift Valley wameanza kumwambia independence walienda kwa sababu ya your problem. Watu wa Central wanasema, according to Moses Kuria, he said we need to ring fence our counties. So the counties there, TSP has said, huko juu chagueni ule mtachagua, lakini huko chini tupatieni. There's Jibebe, there's TSP, there's chama cha kazi. All those people have people. So it means, therefore, it's likely that by the end of the day, those counties will be having their governors not in UDA. Coast the same, Nyanza the same, Western the same. So if he says maybe Nairobi also, if he says maybe nani wataenda, hata akisema sasa naitana maandamano, nani wataenda? Let's be realistic. It's good for him to speak and give that because he's giving some psychological strength to his supporters, but I really don't see it. Makiadi, karibu.
Thank you Ndemba. Unajua sisi tumeshinda hapa the whole day, hata hii ni round 2, sione ni kama niko na kitu mpya kuongea. But what I want to say here is this. We were making remarks earlier on, and I don't think I touched on today's topic. I just want to go over this issue of Kirwa. Kirwa is a person who was out of place in Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And what we should be asking ourselves is what benefit do we have by having Kirwa on our side? I don't think Kirwa is a person who has so much influence in terms of following. But then I think in terms of strategy, you need somebody like Kirwa who has inside information, from the other side, because he has spent a lot of time as a UDA deputy chairman, and he has the meat, the meat and the bones both together from UDA. He knows what their strategy is. He knows what they are planning. He knows which counties they want to raid and everything. I mean, every strategy that has been planned in the boardroom of UDA, Kirwa is aware of what they were talking about. And so in terms of numbers, well, maybe not. But in terms of strategy, I'd rather have that. And then he's a seasoned politician. Somebody said here he was an advisor to, I think, Kibaki, if I'm not wrong. So I think that is a plus to Azimio. Now, there was a video that was playing here about Ruto, the remarks that Ruto made in Kilifi. I think sometimes it is always very good for politicians to try and observe the words that they speak, because I was looking at this issue not in terms of lack of confidence or confidence in the upcoming election, but in terms of the ripple effect. If, for example, today something happens and then William Ruto loses the election, how does he build a case in the Supreme Court? How does he build a case? Because these are the kind of evidences that will be produced in a court of law to counter his argument that his election has been stolen. Because when you say that you have been in government for all that long, and if there was a system that can steal an election, you would have known about it. So this is the kind of concrete evidence, and it's all on tape. It's all over the place. Everybody has heard from you saying that they can hakuna kitu watafanya, hawawezi kukuibia kura. So what do I need? If you bring a case and say that the government of the day has stolen my election or has stolen my votes, I, as the lawyer of the other side, will come with the evidence right from your mouth. I'll ask your lawyer, your client is on record saying that there's nothing like system. And if there was system, because he's a deputy president, he insisted by saying, I am the DP, I am the deputy president. So if there was a system, I would be knowing about it. So it doesn't help William Ruto as a candidate who is running in this election, which is taken to be a very competitive election. It doesn't help him for him to go outside and declare that his election cannot be stolen. This is the kind of statements or the kind of evidence that will be needed very well. And I'm asking Azimio, because I'm not sure if William Ruto will be, ready to accept an election outcome, because I don't think his supporters have always been here saying that he has never lost an election. So if this is going to be his first election to lose, I'm very sure, I'm 100% sure, and we have heard from people that he's trying to form a very powerful legal team that can challenge an election. And it also trickles down to the issue of CSAs and other government officials campaigning for Azimio, because now it will come down to us. You said that the CSAs and all the other government officials were campaigning for Azimio. Now the evidence is here, because you are the deputy president of the same, and you declared that these people that you're calling government officials have no authority to steal an election from you. So what more evidence can you produce to show us that this election was stolen from you? So he should be very careful. I think his legal team, if they are listening to us or they listen to our programs, tell that guy to shut up and campaign, because you will need to produce evidence that will not incriminate you. What you're giving right now is incriminating evidence. The other thing, the DP in Kerugoya, I think he was in Kerugoya today, and hii story ya watu kusema ati ukijificha nyuma ya huyu mama. And Wetangula in Western Kenya saying that Raila ametorokwa na rais, sasa amebaki peke yake. Tulikuwa tunamtarget, tunaona rais mbele. Tunamtarget, tunaona, lakini venye rais amemtoroka, sasa I think tuko naye mundu humundu, on air, in the sea and on land. These people, if you listen to these kind of statements, it shows these people are panicking, and that is the truth. When they went to Kerugoya or whatever with Anne Waiguru there, they were talking about anajificha nyuma ya mama. I mean, the obvious thing that we are seeing right now is that they have nothing on Martha Karua. That is, they have tried to dig dirt, wamekosa, wamejaribu kuplay card ya gender, wameshindwa. So right now they are trying to attack Raila, but because they have also nothing on Raila, everything they have talked about Raila dynasty, mzee sijui kitendawili sijui mganga, people are used to these things. People never even mind, even the language that Moses Kuria uses, against Raila Odinga, no one cares anymore, because we have listened to this thing and people are saying, if this is your agenda, then we are not interested in it anymore. So Kenya Kwanza Alliance is in a panic mode. And the person in the name of Wetangula is speaking these things after presenting his nomination papers to IEBC. And now we ask ourselves, if Wetangula is sure that Kenya Kwanza is going to win this election, why is even, going back to IEBC to present nomination papers? Because he has seen. And that is where I'm trying to say here, connecting the dots, and I'm saying, even by Kirwa shifting camp to come back to Azimio, not only is it because that they share the same values, but also Kirwa has inside information. And this is not speculation. I know that he has inside information and he can tell which side has numbers. So when he comes back to this other side, Kirwa has been out in the cold for a long time. He wants relevance. And the only team that can give him relevance, political relevance, is the team with Martha Karua and Raila Odinga. So these guys are panicking. I don't think they have an agenda so far. The agenda they try to give us, the bottom-up thing, is not going. Wheelbarrow, imekata, mzee, dynasty, everything is falling apart. And the visits, the number of times they campaign in central Kenya should tell you that there's a big concern, because what they built for all those years campaigning in central Kenya, Martha Karua has just like obliterated the whole thing. The whole campaign that Martha Karua has been doing in central Kenya, you can see the response. People have a discussion. And so these other guys are trying to, try to come back where Martha Karua has already passed and try to throw this propaganda to try and counter this narrative. And, the campaigns have not yet started. The campaigns are going to start, I think yesterday was the official day. Sunday was the official day. So the campaigns will start, and now we are going to see what is going to happen, because I believe Azimio is doing a good thing in terms of splitting the campaign team. And I said here before, and I'll repeat again, if you want to keep William Ruto in Mount Kenya region, just make sure you assign Martha Karua to campaign explicitly exclusively in Mount Kenya region. That is how you will make these people not go to the other regions, because they know that the lady in the name of Martha Karua is a ground sweeper. She can campaign. You can see the number of times, the number of stopovers she makes in Mount Kenya region, how people are reacting to her information. She's not coming with the, kujipiga kifua kusema I am your daughter, or I'm one of you. She comes down humbly and says, I am begging you for votes, and I have your interests at heart. Compare that with the information that our guy Rigathi Gachagua is giving. The first time he aliitisha mchele, that thing I always say because it is funny. The first time aliitisha mchele na nyama na supu, ndio huyo ameenda huko Rift Valley, ameenda kuambia watu watawaandikisha jeshi, watakuwa nakuja kuchukua barua za kuingia jeshi kwa ofisi yake. He has gone to Nandi again, ameenda kuchokoza huko, sijui ameambia watu Nandi namna gani. Very funny statements. You can even listen to this guy making very funny statements. And there's another one. He said, another goof that he made, he said he's going to appoint ambassadors that are going to find a market for mama mboga. Mi Ndemba sijui kama wewe unajua kazi ya ambassador. Labda I don't know. Osea, maybe you guys can tell me. Ambassador ni wapi anaendaga kutafuta market ya mboga huko ngambo? I don't know. If that is the new docket, that's a new role in the ambassadorial docket, I might not know. But he said he is going to sign a contract. These ambassadors are going to sign a 2-year contract with the government, with their government, him and William Ruto. And if you do not, kama hutapata soko ya mama mboga huko nje, utafutwa kazi. I don't know. I told you this guy has the village mentality. This is the kind of village politics that I always tell you here. Because if you tell us that sasa kazi ya ambassador itakuwa kwenda, I mean, okay, let's send an ambassador to a country like where? Let's say even Somalia. Somalia utaenda kuuza mboga wapi? I mean, there are some things that you listen to this guy and you wonder if this is the agenda that they have. And then there is this other issue with the independent candidates. They have given an ultimatum to independent candidates in their strongholds, especially in the greater Kalenjin community. They have told these guys, if you do not toe the line, and step down, how do you tell somebody who has spent all the money, feels aggravated, this person feels that they have been shortchanged in the nomination process, to step down so that they can support somebody that they don't feel was elected fairly? It is not possible. You know, election does not, the fact that you are under UDA, you got the UDA ticket, does not guarantee that you'll be elected. So people, it's just people are trying their luck. So they have given these people an ultimatum. If they don't support them, then they have no business with them. When they are done with them, hawatakubali kitu chochote kutoka kwao. And you can see, I like people, especially in the Kalenjin community, and especially like Nandi. If you do not, if you feel aggravated and you feel like you are together with the ground, you can still proceed as an independent and get elected. That is why you see the confidence in the likes of Alfred Keter. And so this thing, as we also say on our side, that we have that problem, but I think on the other side, it's even more serious. On the Kenya Kwanza Alliance side, it is even serious, because in ODM, I mean, in Azimio, we have many parties, and the sibling rivalry is between parties, and that is why you see Baba walking around trying to consolidate these voting patterns and saying, look, here we have this strong candidate, we step down for this other one. But on the other side, you're giving people ultimatum. So guys, I think we are bracing ourselves for a very, very rough ride. I hope in the next few days or weeks, we will see what is going to happen on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you, Makiadi. I wish to highlight one thing though. Everything that you've said. By the way, elections are not to be accepted or rejected. That is how it is, right? Ruto has the freedom to accept or reject election. I mean, that's him. In the US where you are, you know that Trump has never accepted that he lost, and you know that does not change the process. So the process will continue either way, whether Ruto accepts. If there are people who are telling him, oh, do not accept, or it's up to them. He can set whatever team of lawyers instead of setting up lawyers. That is an after effect. Set up a team to make you win the votes. If setting lawyers, I mean, lawyers will always do their job, and a lawyer's job is to do what they were trained to do. So if they want to go to court, they can be 50 lawyers. You can be even 100 lawyers. But it's not the number of lawyers that you have that wins a case. It's a case that you take to court. In 2013, Raila had names of very big lawyers, but the case didn't go through. It failed at the Supreme Court. So it's not, you can bring all the CVs of the lawyers you want. You can create a big team of whatever experienced lawyers you have. That's a scarecrow. It is the right of the client to bring as many lawyers that they want to hire and have them ready to go to court anytime that they want to. Ruto can do that, and Ruto doesn't have to accept an election. That is not, it is not anywhere in the constitution that you must accept. Acceptance is normally out of goodwill. The law will follow its course. There's a time that an election has to be done. There's a time for someone to go and contest it in court. The court will give its decision. If it is supposed to be repeated, it will be repeated. If there's not supposed to be repeated, it will go, the law will follow its course. So whether he plans whatever, that's up to him. So for me, I wouldn't even get so worried if Ruto will accept it. He has his legal rights, and any other politician. All the politicians participating in this election, they have their legal rights to accept, reject, and of course there are ways in which if you say, I don't agree with this, there are legal provisions on what you're supposed to do. Ruto can go and appeal. What for me, I think could be the focus is win this thing so much so that even if you think of going to court, like in 2002, even Martha Karua has alluded to that. There could have been, there probably Moi could have thought I need to go to court. But you see, the win was so resounding victory that even if you wanted to go to court, what are you going to do in court? Now, in 2007, there was contestation because it was too close to call. 2013, the same thing. It was too close to call. In 2007, specifically, the CORD, I think it was CORD, it had even more, it had more MPs than the other side, than PNU, you know, than Kibaki's side, you know. So you can see the election was pretty close. So when it is that close, then it raises a situation where someone needs to go to court to try and overturn. And the same thing in 2013, it was similarly so. And 2017, it was similarly so. So while everybody has the right to go to court, they can set up the lawyers they want to set in their teams. They can set up anything they want to set as long as within the legal provision. The Azimio side needs to, as much as possible, encourage as many voters to come out and vote so that the win is so big that even if you consider going to court, you will be wondering, I don't have the MPs. If you remember, Ruto immediately after the election had been overturned, that was 2017. They had a Jubilee meeting. And this is what Ruto was telling his people, that we have so many governors, they have this many governors. We have so many MCAs, they have this many MCAs. We have this many MPs, they have this many MPs. So we have won in all the things, how can it be overturned? You see now the argument. Now you can have similar argument. Have as many MPs in Azimio. Have as many governors in Azimio. Have as many MCAs in Azimio. So that even if he's thinking that the thing has been stolen, in his own wildest view, he will have nowhere to go because the mathematics will not be working for him. But as to whether he's supposed to accept or not, that is up to him. Actually, that for me is what he'd rather even follow all those processes if he wants to. The law applies to everyone, even him. He can refuse, go and contest it. Let us go to court. Let us have all those things. If it is overturned or not, let us move on. Let him also enjoy the rights within the Constitution. So for me, I don't think that is an issue. The issue again is who other than Baba can call a serious demonstration in Kenya right now? Even Ruto can't. Even Ruto can't, and even them, they know. Apart from Baba, nobody else can call a serious demonstration in Kenya. In 2017, just before the handshake, the country almost came to a standstill because of Baba. You know, the country was now, and already some people had started even coming up with maps and coming up with flags. Yeah, and we were even telling you now we need to have the United Republic of. You know, you can't do that when you are not Baba. You know, and when Baba said that let us you know, abandon, boycott, and they had started having the constituency assemblies. In the assemblies that voting never took place. When Baba said no voting, voting didn't take place across the country in so many places. You know, so if those people were at least, there's no any other person who can do that in Kenya right now. And I doubt there will be for a very long time because nobody else encapsulates the imagination of Kenyans like Baba does. Even Ruto hasn't reached there yet. He could have, but now the mountain guys have refused. They have said no. They have gotten Wangua Makeri, who is now going to liberate them. And so life seems to be different. Now, I wish to suggest to Makiadi, don't be worried about Ruto refusing. It is his right, and he doesn't have to accept. Trump has never accepted. Someone who was sworn in as a president, and life moved on. So if Ruto will refuse, he refuses to move on, that will be up to him. And there will be, it's only no thrift that you have that kind of fanatical support for Ruto. That one is easy to manage. You corner them, put them inside there. They cannot go to Nyanza, they cannot come to Central, they cannot go to this side. They keep quiet and life stops. Yes, Osea, before I bring Julia.
You are saying that nobody can call a demonstration. Gachagua did for him to be.
You see, okay, imagine if Baba was the one telling the people of Boda Boda to go to police station and pick their Boda Bodas. You remember when Ruto told the Boda Boda guys that when there was a crackdown, and he told them that you guys go to those police stations and take your Boda Bodas. Nobody went. Nobody even dared. But if Baba told them that, okay, nimesema enda chukua boda boda yako, I tell you, the next day you will be looking for people in the streets. So don't joke with Baba. Baba's following, according to Malala, is fanatical following. Malala said it. He said the only politician in Kenya who enjoys a fanatical following. Baba does not give so charismatic speeches that everybody, but there's something about him that just endears him to the people. So let's accept it. Julia,
let me ask the question now.
Hold on.
I want to,
let's allow Julia to.
That was just a light touch. I want to ask.
Oh, hold on, Osea. Hold on. Julia, how are you?
Fine, Demba. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Bona jana mlitesa Duke hivyo.
Nani huyo?
Duke. What did you do to my son Duke?
I wasn't here. Was I here?
Wewe nilikuona. I thought I saw you.
You could have seen me, but I wasn't there. Whatever was done to him, I wasn't there.
So, just on a light note, now, Makedi, I don't know what you concluded with. I think I got lost somewhere with the analysis. I got lost somewhere, but my take is, I think I belong to the school of Themba. I don't want to be in a place where people are saying we are going to lose. The people you started, sijui Kilifi, sijui mnasema ati, sijui sasa baba kura zake zimeenda. It could be true, but sijui mlikuwa mnamaanisha hizi kura zimeenda because sijui mlikuwa mnatumia opinion polls. I think you are looking at opinion polls, and I think 2017 numbers or something. So I had that kind of a thing, and I was saying, I don't say these things because politics is perception. So I was thinking, Makiadi, when you people say those things, that's a perception you give to the audience. Jose, that's a perception you give to the audience. Kuna watu wako on the bench, and they vote depending on the person they think is going to win. So when you tell them you are losing, you tell them not to vote for your person. I wanted to say that, but I think I got held up somewhere. So when you start the debate that Kilifi tunapoteza, sijui wapi tunapoteza, you tell your followers that you are telling your followers there's no need ata kumira because you are losing. I wouldn't say that even if I see it. I'm that kind of a person. I also belong to the school of thought that what you possess, what you confess, you possess. The Bible says that what Job feared most? Is it Job? What Job feared most came to pass, came to happen to him. So I don't know. Makia, the next time you do that debate, nyinyi ni watu wa Azimio, naomba kwamba hata kama muna fununu kwamba kuna kitu inafanyika. I don't know how you put the numbers that way. But okay, I didn't follow the rest. I think it must have changed. I didn't follow the rest or say so. I don't know what later on what happened. Maybe I should watch the debate later. I didn't follow up, but I think it was Alex was analyzing that, saying Kilifi sijui kumeenda wapi, tunapoteza hapa. Politics is perception. So when you tell your people that we are losing here, there are people who are going to decide we are not voting. So that was on. Kind of not a very serious thing. Maybe I'll follow up the debate later. Now, looking at the headlines, the things that are here, I don't know WETANGULA is doing what. I never pay attention to that. I don't know KIRINYAGA. I just heard somebody saying that Ruto went ahead to say that Baba anajificha behind mother na Uhuru. Ruto confesses his sins during the prayer breakfast, and he asked us to forgive him. Then again, he begins insulting Baba, demeaning him. I want to say that pride goes before the fall. And aliyejuu mgojea chini. That he's trying to boast in Kirinyaga County. And Kirinyaga County, I now suspect, is going to Jubilee and is going to independent persons. First, the governor will be an independent candidate. That's a fact. And I highly suspect Jubilee may take over Kirinyaga County. That's why Waiguru is now walking around saying, you vote for whoever you want to vote for presidency, but vote for me as a governor. Yet, that kind of arrogance is what is taking votes away from Ruto. So he really belittles Baba. And I just hope that after 9, he will remember that pride goes before the fall. Now, about Kirwa, I think Kirwa is a good person. I think birds of the same feather flocks together. He was in the wrong side. He didn't belong to KKA. He has always stood his ground. He has principles. He has integrity. He's a kind of a person we want in Azimio. Now, I just want to wind up by saying that previously, I think DP had a fanatic following in Mount Kenya region. But the mountain is letting him down now. The mountain is flipping. The mountain is shaking. The mountain is changing. The mountain is moving. I've been talking to some people. I think earlier this year, I talked to one of my close aunties. She didn't want to hear me criticize Ruto. She was saying Ruto anaonewa, how all these things are exaggerations and all that. Then later on, she went mum and she said she's not going to vote. Then the other day, she sent me a thing. I don't know whether, Makeni, you have seen that, a prophecy. It's in Kikuyu. I think it's whoever is making that, maybe a blogger. But they are saying that there is this prophet of Kikuyus who prophesied in 18-something that the Kenya will be taken over by the white man. The white man will go and will leave the kingship to Kikuyus. And then the prophecy is going. Then somewhere he's saying the leadership will go to Luos, and then the leadership will be got to a woman. Okay, I'm not looking at that. I'm just looking at the person who sent me that thing. That tells me she has changed her stand. Now that is what she's spreading around and sharing. What does that tell you? That is what she's sharing. So I'm just trying to tell you, there are people I knew who did not want to hear anyone talking against Ruto just 3 months ago. And now they are walking around saying there is even a prophecy of Baba and Mother Karua. They are even walking around sharing such stuff. That's what they are doing. So the mountain is shaking. And Ruto has no longer fanatic following in the mountain. And woe unto William Samoei Ruto if the mountain decides to kumira for Baba. Woe unto him. Because if that happens, I think miti ikatwe sugoi. Asante Themba. So, Jose, you can tell me, what did you discuss? Did you stop saying that we are losing the coast, Makiadi? Up to what point did you stop? Or when did you stop? And how did you stop?
I think you can remember during the session, repeatedly Alex was saying that let's concentrate on the figures and what the figures are saying. in between during that conversation, many people wanted to interject to say their view as best as their own opinion according to what they are seeing. But then every other time, you remember the panelists, the presenters kept saying, concentrate on the figures first. If the figures, for example, say that the entire voting block in Kenya, the cost controls 9%, that is what the figures are saying. You may wish that the cost controls a bigger one, but keep that aside. That is your opinion. Basically, that's what Alex was trying to explain. And then based on the opinion polls and what's on the ground, that is how he was arriving that Kilifi, there is a problem. That is actually what he didn't say that you are losing. He said there is a problem and gave reasons as to why the existing regions from the ground, why there is a problem, especially around Muvuria, that governor, and his style of campaigning, especially how they managed to win the, it was called Makonge, that seat was called the by-election. And you could see what they are doing. And you hardly hear even that Muvuria coming into a public rally to speak. So Kina Alex had some people from the ground who was
So did you guys use Msambweni as a yardstick?
No, as to where the problem is in coast.
No, hold on. Did you guys use Msambweni?
No, so what Hosea is trying to tell you is this: he's just cited an example of how that governor operates. I think the point is we looked at Mvuria as a governor, for example. Let's look at Kwale, for example. We looked at Mvuria as a governor in 2000 and the other
17.
election, was it? No, the other one. 2012, 2013, right? 2012, right? Mvuria ran under ODM. He won. 2017, he switched parties. He won. And so we were looking at his performance, first of all, as an individual. And then in comparison to that, we look at how the ground has shifted from then until now. There's that issue of a governor, an exiting governor trying to install new leadership. So Mvuria is a very strong governor on the ground. Black will come here and they'll tell you from experience and what people say what Mvuria has done. He has a fanatical following, and he's not a very loud-mouthed governor like the others that you hear, the likes of Kingi who do press-ups on top of vehicles. He's not that kind of a person. I like the way Alex calls him. He calls him a submarine. This guy is a ground operator. He does his work silently, but you can see the results. So we said here, Kwale is a big issue for Azimio because even right now, if I ask you, Ndemba, who is running for governor in Kwale right now, let's say under Azimio or ODM, you cannot tell me. So the leadership that has been shifted through Mvuria to the next person, who is basically, I think, is a deputy governor right now. And so we have a problem there because if at all we say Raila Odinga, for the love that the people of Coast have for him, is going to get, let's 60% or 65%, then look at what William Ruto will eat into the numbers compared to what Raila Odinga got in 2017. We are looking at numbers that might even reach over 25%. And the issue is if the Coast region can lock William Ruto out of the 25% of the constituents or the counties, then we are counting 4 counties in the around 5, right? Osea, is it 5 coasts? 5 coast counties.
There
right?
are actually 6, I think.
6 counties. So we are denying William Ruto 6 counties at the coast. So we are very specific on what margin we would have wanted Raila Odinga to win at the coast in terms of percentages. The reason is we do not want this guy to build a case that he won 25 plus counties. Is it 24 counties with a 25%?
That will lead him to the Supreme Court. And then
what is wrong with that? You guys are interesting.
Listen,
Now, wait.
Just listen to this.
Wait a second. I've heard you. It's a point you made earlier, and I've heard it. In 2017, how many counties went to Jubilee?
In
the coast?
None. Oh, sorry, the one for
Lamu, how did Lamu? I think you had the numbers. How did Lamu go? Was it 50-50?
I may have to. Yeah, it was more or less like between at the presidential level, it was like 50-50. And even Kwale, do you know that according to before the latest opinion polls, Ruto was below 20. But as we speak now, on May 23rd, he came up all the way to 35 with the TIFA polls.
You see, what I've asked you, there's a reason as to why I've asked you that. I've asked you which counties went to Jubilee in 2017. You haven't answered that.
Let me give me a second.
Okay, as I said, tries to find those. I don't think there's any country. Yeah.
Sometimes we can concentrate too much on that, then you forget the bigger picture. What is the voting pattern? What is the voting behavior of a particular place?
Also, then there's something I want them to look at. Jose, there's something I want you to look at. I want you to look at this. I don't think William Ruto will get the support they got in 2017 when in the coast region, because now we are talking of Mount Kenya diaspora that is now getting divided. Like that they got it even because of Mount Kenya diaspora. Like Lamu, there is a lot of Mount Kenya diaspora. So this diaspora will now William is not sure they are fully committed to him. That's the point here. So I don't even think he'll get what they got in 2017.
Julia,
No,
when you talk
okay,
about...
Osea, you have it.
Yeah,
let's hear
you
it.
see what Julia misunderstood is we said Ruto has made a lot of progress compared to 2017. And in 2017, to answer Themba, they got none. All the counties went to NASA.
Kwale was 2017. Kwale was in.
Let me check for you. Kwale in 2017.
Mvurya is a governor for which side?
Jubilee. He's a Jubilee governor.
Actually, I was giving you the presidential votes.
He's a Jubilee governor. He's a Jubilee governor, and
but the presidential vote went to NASA.
Calm down. He's a Jubilee governor, and you can tell the voting pattern and the voting behavior of that specific county. Now, let me hear Abuya speak, and then maybe I can say the point I want to say. Abuya.
I just want to mention one thing. In a nutshell, because if you look at for William Ruto, one thing we don't have is we cannot just assume that the Jubilee vote has been transferred to William Ruto. We do not have, this is his first election. We don't have anything that we can claim, despite the fact that we have, opinion polls, they have some significance. But we all understand that Mount Kenya people, especially Mount Kenya, which is relying on so much, are people who are extremely clever, and they can flip anytime, especially now that they don't have a presidential candidate. So the influence of William Ruto across board cannot mean that he will inherit the Jubilee vote, despite the fact that there's a kind of a protest vote from the Jubilee strongholds, and this is mainly in the, if you break it down to the age bracket, it is mainly for the youth, and the youth, as we know, there are also factors that can counter that. Some of them do not have voting. Most of them we see in the meetings are transported. You don't expect a voter who is probably 35 years of age, or even 30 above, from Mount Kenya to be transported to Masai Land, Narok, to go and cheer there. So there are factors that we cannot just assume. Ruto is coming from ground zero. So despite the fact that there are opinion polls, I don't believe that he's going to inherit the total Jubilee vote. Thank you.
Yeah, the point I needed to make is this: when you view these opinion pollings and opinion poll and political checking out, for a more robust comment on them, you need also to look at compare it with the previous election around that time, the political behavior of the people, and other opinion pollings for a more objective comment. But if you just comment on one, say because Tifa Mizani have given an opinion poll, and then you focus your argument solely on that one, you can have sometimes bias to look. So I would also wish to suggest for those who want to keep on doing that and suggesting you have a problem in this place, I mean, by all means, you continue having it. It's an opinion, you hold it. I mean, it's for me, I'm more focused on the voting, and you have to get people to Azimio. Whether there's a problem, you don't want I don't want prophets of doom. Oh, we are going through this. Oh, we are doing this. You come out more as there's a particular prophet in the Bible. He's known as a prophet of doom. What was his name? Those people who are
He's Jeremiah. He's
yeah.
Prophet Jeremiah.
always lamenting, always looking at things in a very pessimistic perspective. Such kind of people sometimes are you don't want them in your team. You want people who are going to instill confidence and give the buoyancy you need when you're going to finish the journey. It is the right of Ruto to go to court if he wants to go to court. Now, another thing, you need to believe your team is in this thing to win. They are not in this to sleep. You're not the first one to read these polls. They're also reading these things. They also know, they have plans. So believe in your team. They don't strategize through the media. They don't come strategizing by looking at Mutembei. I mean, if you expect them to do that, then I think there's a serious trouble. They have a team. They have a team that collates and collates, probably even before Tifa or whichever opinion polling station has released that, has already reached them, and they have their own internal mechanism of getting their own pollings. They may benefit from our discussion here, but it is not entirely what they do, right? So the thing is, you need to have confidence in your team. They're in this thing to win. The same thing the other team is in it to win. Nobody goes to politics to lose. Everybody goes into politics to win. And so the more confidence you can instill on your side, the more you can look at those things. Not overplaying them like, oh, there's a problem. Ruto is doing so well here. Who talks about how well the enemy is doing? For me, he's doing badly.
Okay, then, but me, that was my main problem. And I at one point, I wanted to ask the team, what are you intending to achieve out of this? Because, you began on a tone, hapa tuko na shida, hapa tuko na shida. So I asked myself, what are you going to achieve? So it's a good analysis. Jose, you did a good job, and Makiadi and Kip, and Alex, that was a wonderful job. I mean, mulifanya kazi mingi, and the analysis was so detailed. But I belong to the school of thought. I look at my glass half full, not half empty. And I think maybe because I'm an educator, I tell my students, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. Even when I feel like telling you, I think you are stupid, but I still tell them that you can do it. you can do it, you can do it. Because that is perception. That is, this is perception. So what we are going to say in this TV, even if we are analyzing the opinion polls and what happened in 2017, can determine the outcome of this election. Because there are people, let's not forget, there are people who are neither here nor there. And they are watching the clouds and listening to what people are saying. So they are going to decide depending on what they hear. So if you tell them that Ruto is doing well in Kilifi, or is doing well because of the opinion poll, Jose, I'm telling you, I won't say that. Even if I can see it, I would say, I will say Baba is coming up. He's doing it. He's making it. He's getting it. I will keep saying that. And I will say that until after 9, until 9th. That's what I'm going to say.
And just to add on what Julie is saying, over time you realize in battles, even if your team is losing, you don't come out saying we are losing in this place. That is not the language of a soldier. You know where you go to air the other things that you think there's something that needs to be done. Because the moment you do that, you give your enemy room for attack. All right. So what you need to learn, I mean, this is not, like I said, this is not necessarily a strategic place where they gather, but I think I and Julia and I are on the same school. By all means, you guys come and air your views as you want. I mean, give it. But we possibly do not align ourselves to that school of thought. But hey, it's your opinion. You guys go ahead. I mean, jianikeni vile mnataka, kule mmelose, vile mnakula pesa ya watu. Endeleeni mseme yote. Makiadi.
You know, Ndemba, I think if you do politics, you're supposed to juxtapose between emotions and numbers. You're supposed to juxtapose between opinions and reality. What we are doing here is we are giving an opinion. This opinion is up to you to take it or not take it. But let me remind you here. There is a reason why these presidential candidates have made trips to certain counties more than other counties. The reality is this: you look at how you can, you look at your performance in that county. You look at how you can improve your performance. You look at how strategic that county is. And you see, if I can add this county into my numbers, then I might have a better chance than going to the other county where I don't think I'm going to get anything. Right now, look at the campaign that William Ruto is doing, for example. He has never visited the Greater Nyanza. I think the only time he went to Nyanza region, he went to a bit of Kisii. I know Kisii, we always argue about Kisii, but the Luo Nyanza. He's been to Migori, I think not a bit, twice or once. And he's been to Narok, I don't know how many, 3-4 times. Even as late as yesterday, we saw people being ferried from wherever they were coming to Narok. There's that kind of mathematics that somebody does as a politician to try and show up your numbers. And that is what we are saying here. We looked at Kilifi County. We looked at who are, we can call them our kingpins in Kilifi County right now. And we compared, would there be an influence if this guy who does press ups on top of cars, what's his name? Kingi. We asked ourselves, by Kingi leaving and joining hands with the Mama, anaitwa nani mwingine, I don't know, Aisha Jumwa, do they have an effect on the performance of Raila Odinga as compared to 2017? These are realistic issues. And then we looked at Kwale and we said, who is in Kwale? Who is the strongest person that is campaigning for Azimio in Kwale? Right now, I've just learned, somebody posted here that there's somebody called, I don't know, Professor Boga. I have never heard of that person, ever. And maybe I might be ignorant, but I've never heard somebody called, I mean, it's a new name to me. And that is why we are saying here. We looked also at Mombasa. We said Mombasa, there's not a lot to worry about Mombasa, because basically, look at Mombasa and the performance of Raila Odinga.
Okay, now, Makiadi, I've heard you. let me ask you, those people here in the panel, how many people called 5 people today to ask them if they have their voters card in Kenya? How many people do you call every day, Jose?
I didn't call 5 people, but because of the show, I managed to get more than 5 people.
Because that is
who have convinced to support Azimio.
That is more important than coming to analyze some figures and say who is there, who is where. You know, personally, I don't.
What's going on. It is the panelists who
What
demanded.
hold on, Osea. What I'm trying to point is you have more work to do than analyzing people who are not where or where. What we need to be doing right now is wiping out and getting people out to vote. We can do analysis mpaka the cock crows, but if we do not get out the vote, it will not help. So please, those people trying to analyze figures and nini, forget about the figures. Figures are out of people who have voted. Get out the people to vote. I mean, do the most, don't major in the minor and minor in the major. The major work right now for people is to get out people out to vote. Analysis, wachieni watu wengine. Hapa tunataka the real thing is whichever vote we can get. And for your information, each political party, what it does what you call the green, the red, and then the amber, and then the red. They have the green places, green regions, green zones. These are our zones. Then they have the amber. These are places where we are likely to hit 50-50. Then they have the red, where they know even if we spend however much time in these areas, the least we can get is this. And their strategic team normally map out the country in that way. Once they have mapped out the country, you want to, especially towards the last of your campaign as you're moving towards the end, to come and now spend your monies on your green areas to now, to form it. But essentially, you spend a lot of time in the amber areas where here we can flip to our side. The red areas, you just make an appearance. You make an appearance. Now, that is the strategic teams that do that. So you might keep on saying, you might spend your time keeping to say, oh, that one is this, that one is this. Those strategic teams have already made their calculations. Our opinions here is a good addition if they listen to. But I think we have a much more better things to do to motivate the masses, get out the voter, make the vote count. Do not spend a lot of time looking at, this one there seems to be. I don't think they call it paralysis of analysis. You can get too confused spending a lot of time in analyzing figures, and it is only Mizani or whatever has done. Yes, Moriasi.
You see, Themba?
Yeah, on the same note, actually, I was of the idea because I spoke with my cousin who's a teacher at the ground and said, those people are making noise around. Most of them, they don't have votes. Then I asked them how. We know them. Some they have never been, they don't have time to understand on a queue to take a vote. So they are only running here and there. They go and make noise. They get something. They go back. Now, on the same note, technically, the what our guys were doing is taken care of with the committee in charge, of which they know, and this is a secret for our opponent because they don't want to tell them what they're doing. And okay, for that also, for our view, it is good, but it's not that much. But there's a job we are supposed to do, which we are trying to overcome, which is important, as we have said. Let's make awareness. Let's plan my car. How many people can I be able to facilitate to the polling station at that particular day? Are you, who is ready? Where will you be? Where are you? What are you doing? Are you able to vote? Such like, are you keeping your vote properly? See, anybody sick or something to be able to be assisted, who has some challenges here and there. All those are the things we need to map according to our level. And as I say, see, Julia said, yeah. To some people, when they reason, they will say, oh my, those are who are undecided. So if these guys are going to lose, I better don't vote or I let me vote somewhere else, whereby I will be counted that we have won. You see, that is that kind of. So people are just different, pursuing information differently. And it is very hard to correct once something has sunk someone. It's very difficult. So I think, Temba, you have a point there, very important. And but I don't know about others, the way they look at it, but it makes sense.
Yeah, let me hear Makiadi and then I go to Hosea, then we
It looks like I'm looking even at the comment section. It looks like people don't like numbers. People are saying, "Don't tell us about opinion polls. We don't want to listen."
Makiadi, sorry, let me take your time too. It's not that we don't like the numbers. We are aware of that. We are aware of these things. Let me tell you something. When I began coming to this show, I was aware of the hostility in Mount Kenya region. I was aware of the hostility even from my own people. Okay, but the more I talk to them, even in the groups, we have groups for cousins and all that stuff. The more they changed, the more they joined me. You see, the more they began to see we have one of us who believes in Baba. I have seen a comment that somebody is saying Mother is going around Mount Kenya saying there's only one horse. Mother knows there are two horses. She knows the challenge in Mount Kenya region. She knows. She's not trying to be ignorant, but she's building confidence in those people who are supporting Baba. So I wanted to ask you, the team that was doing that, what did you intend to achieve? Don't you think some of the things you discussed discouraged Baba supporters more? For example, when you come and say, here we have a problem here. Really, even when we start discussing, Kisii, we have a problem, at wananunuliwa, we are telling the Kisis not to vote for Baba because Machovu will win. I don't like that talk. Let us tell them that wacha Machovu apeane pesa lakini kula ni kwa Baba na Azimio. I mean, the talk, even our talk here goes, I'm telling you, I am sure there are people from Mount Kenya region who has been listening to me talk, who have changed their mind and they are now on my side because of that building of confidence. So Makedi, I gave an example of myself as a teacher. I have different kind of students. I have those who are very quick learners. I have those who are struggling. But even the struggling one, I spend my time telling them, you can do it. You can make it. I know, I believe in you. Yet knowing they may not score an A. But because I tell them you can do it, they score a C or a C+, because I encourage them. So that was a good analysis, Jose. I'm not trying to water it down. You did a lot of work, and I really appreciate it. Give us a lot of information. But I think the next time the approach you give, let us build Azimio. Let us pump it up. I'm not asking you to lie, but there's an approach you can give and pump Azimio up. That's my take. I'm sorry, Makedi, I cut you. You can go.
Yes, Makedi.
I think Julia's put the, what do you call that? I was trying to say here that we seem to be afraid of numbers, and numbers don't lie. If you take 1 shilling or 1 75 cents or 50 cents and put it in your pocket, you'll still find that 50 cents in your pocket when you put your hand in there. What we were trying to do here is create awareness. We were trying to give you the clear picture from our own opinion. That's not the final. That does not mean that what we are telling you is what is there. What we are trying to tell everybody here is this: these are the numbers that we had in 2017. These are the opinion polls. And mark you, we did not just look at one pollster. If you go back and watch that video, we gave a lot of percentages from different pollsters, and also we did the percentages from the previous elections. And this is just a section that we were doing today. We were not saying, Julia, don't be worried about Central Province or Mount Kenya Province, because people also know that Azimio is gaining elsewhere. It is true, and you've seen the pictures. You've seen the pictures on social media. the Martha Karua effect, what does it do to the ticket in terms of gaining numbers in Mount Kenya region? So as much as we are saying that somewhere else we are not doing very well, we still appreciate that there's a place that we've made improvements. So this was just a region. This was just an issue of one region, and what we were trying to achieve, for example, in Ukambani region, we were trying to say how well can we perform, for example, without Kalonzo on board, and do we really need Kalonzo to come join us so that we have a better chance of showing up the numbers? So those are the kind of the dynamics that we were talking about.
Yes, Abuya, so that we close that.
I'll just be brief because it's like Makiadi has just said what I wanted to say. But I wanted to castigate this alliance of Julia and Themba, who do not want to operate from to attack the enemy from a point of information. The fact that we were crunching numbers does not necessarily mean that we cannot win. We simply want to be well armed so that when we are going to the battle, we have all the tools in place. So this alliance, newfound alliance of them and Julia, we must destroy it totally.
Abuya, my comments are well informed. As a political scientist, I argue from a point of information, and I can tell you for free, all these figures and anything they talk about, I do know. I have that's basically what I do. So I don't say what I'm saying out of lack of information. Secondly, I also know that no fighter will go to a fighting stance and start exposing their weaknesses. And someone has pretty said here that when you are spilling all that out here, you are saying it to everybody, right? So if you guys can have your own time in your own strategic room and crunch the numbers, then as Julia says, whatever your objective is, you come up with it. That will be more helpful than coming here to expose what you think is your weakness, right? So in my view, you guys are doing a perfect thing, but in the wrong place. So if you can go crunch it up and then sit, then say, okay, fine, what do we need to do? You'll never see Baba coming up and saying that, I'm doing badly in Central. You'll never see him come up and say, I'm doing bad in Kilifi, or I'm doing bad in this place. Is he not aware? He has a team. They know. But you see, as a soldier and as someone, far from what Makiadi is suggesting that we don't like the numbers. Yes, we do. Yes, we look at everything. We go through whatever it is that is said. I mean, every day you see, I have extremely high information from the figures and what is going on in. But you see, you don't want to come and start saying, you guys, we are losing in this, we are doing this. What is the value add? Every time you want to do something, you want to look, what is the value add? Now, you've given the figure. What are we going to do at the end when we finish this debate? So we have Kilifi doing badly. What have we done? What are you going to do? It ain't going to add much. So what we are trying to say with Julia, are you guys wrong? No, you have good information, but not every good information achieved a certain purpose every time it is released. I want to give you a case. Those who are parents, you have some of your kids that this one huyu ni mtukutu sana. Na huyu najua someone was I want to use what our deputy president Martha Karua uses. Ati hata wewe unajua mzazi, kuna mtoto ukimtuma na pesa unajua hatarudisha change. But do you ever sit with that child and start telling them, wewe nikikutuma na pesa hutarudisha change? You praise them. You know that, okay, I know how I'm going to deal with it. It is a reality, but I don't go telling them that where you uko hivi na hivi. Now, what we are trying to say here, and I'm hoping we are getting what we are trying to say. You guys do all analysis you can do, but find a platform where you can do it. When you come here, you want to hear how you're going to get out the votes. You want to hear, okay, fine. You guys have found out in your own inner circle that you have a problem in Kilifi. Now come here and say, these are the things that have happened. These are the things that are being done, and these are the things we can do. That's what we are trying to say. You guys, nobody fears figures. We don't. I mean, it's what is so much about opinion polls that are being released that are public, and comparing and looking at them, you just look at one opinion poll vis-a-vis another. What is so unique about that? It's something anyone can access. But what we are saying is, let us be mindful of politics is about optics and perception. And that's what we are trying to say. What is going to happen to that person when you come here? And I agree with Julia what she said earlier. I really didn't agree with what Alex came here and said, oh, people are being given $200. Do you want Azimio to go and give $400? You know, those are the things we are asking. So because someone is giving $200, do you want Azimio to give the $400? What did Martha Karua say when she went to Central? Wakikupatia pesa we kula, lakini kura ujue ni kwa so and so. Na ujue kwamba huyo mtu ukikula pesa yake, he will have to get his money once he gets there. So you are trying to give the people the reason why they shouldn't just rely on taking the money. So far from it, nobody fears your numbers, and you can do the analysis. But as Julia is asking, I wish to ask again, what is your end goal? Is your end goal just to portray that, oh, this can happen here, this can happen here? For me, I would wish that we don't even think about even those polls. You close that chapter. Let's focus on winning the thing, so that the polls will not even be there. The real vote will be coming out to be counted. Hii ingine ni opinion. We don't opinion polls don't vote. And I wish that we close that. For now, we can't keep mark timing on that, Makiadi, honestly.
No, mine is not even on the opinion polls. It's an overall remark. I think sometimes when we make a lot of noise, people listen, people somewhere listen. What we do is just create awareness here. And Julia, I want to quote you specifically. I think you are one of the groups that was really drumming up support for Martha Karua when people were saying the numbers are against us if we go with Martha Karua. And you see the kind of noise that you made here, and Akina Mama Selina, this is what might have, I'm not sure, but this is what might have contributed to somebody saying, you know what, we've tried this Kalonzo Raila ticket for a long time. Let's go with this new ticket and see what the reaction is. You see, that was just an experiment. It might not have been something that somebody thought, but then, you know, people make noise, and you can read the emotions, and you can read the feelings on the ground. So what we create here is just an awareness. Nobody pays us to do this. The numbers that we give here, we do not pay any pollsters to do. We just come with what is on the ground and we present here. But then if it makes people feel comfortable, I think it's also a good thing that we tell those guys, you know what, leave the numbers out of the show. It's okay with that.
Makiadi, read the comments, read all the comments on the comment section. That gives you a strong message. You've given a good example about me and Mother Karua. Then I achieved my objective. I can say that. And I achieved a good thing. If me talking every day about Mother got her nominated as the running mate, then I achieved it. So what are you going to achieve? Read all the comments. They are saying you discourage them. No. They are saying that you discourage them. You made them feel that Azimio is not going anywhere. And then there's someone saying that, guys, our friends from the mountain who are on the ground are changing, and they don't want this data analysis, guys. So they are saying when they are trying to change to Azimio, you are drawing them back.
What
What did you achieve?
What we will
was the
do,
objective?
what we will do is we will also present the numbers as we see them from Mount Kenya and see how we are improving. I mean, it's if you don't like the numbers, if you're performing badly, then you'll tell me then you don't even like the numbers when you're performing good.
No, Makiadi. If I'm doing badly, I won't gonna talk about it. I will. It's like telling my enemy, Makiadi, what you are doing here, you are telling the enemy, look here, we are losing here, we're not doing good. Don't tell them.
Even Black, hata Black amewapiga nini, anamwambia sasa nyinyi mnaenda kuanalyze vitu za 5 years ago hizi zimechange, mnakuja kuweka and then yuko na hizo analysis zenyu. Hata nimefunga hiyo chapter kabisa.
Black can only counter us. Remember, Black can only counter our argument with figures and numbers. Since he doesn't have, then he's no option. I don't think we should be listening to him.
Wewe endeni muendelee kusoma figures. Sisi tunatafuta kura zile mtakuwa mnahesabu real kuras. Si mambo ya opinion. Mambo ya opinion endeni nazo huko hizo opinion zenyu.
Mimi Makiadi, hata ukiniuliza nitakwambia you employ me and pay me nicely. I'll tell you Baba is leading Mount Kenya region and I'll convince you. I have a sweet tongue. I'll convince you. I'll sweet talk you. And you'll start believing.
They say before you go to a battle, you need to win the war first in your head. If you haven't won the war first in your head, definitely you will lose it. So you need first of all to sit in a place where you convince yourself that we are in it to win. We are not in it to look at opinions. We are in it to win. Now you do everything possible for you to win. What are you supposed to be telling us? We want to hear things like, let us do this. Let us go to this place. Let us call people. Let us get people out to vote. Let us do something to make the votes. Not analyze some interesting opinion polls. Then you start saying, "Oh, you haven't seen." Now imagine you don't know your candidate. One of the things you should be doing. You see, you don't have to wait for us to get you the videos here. You do your research, go to know who are the candidates for ODM in various places. Just go and check out. Don't always wait for us to come and tell you so and so is here, so and so is here. As you research on those opinion polls, look also for your candidates. What are the things that are being done in various places? Who is the Azimio candidate? Those are some of the things that now we need to start doing. We need to start speaking positive. You need to start speaking confidence. You need to start speaking vitu kama hizi sijui nini nini. Those are very defeatist.
You're talking as a philosopher.
Abuya, Makiadi, and Osea, you need to stop with the defeatist attitude. Do not start opening up war in your own zones. Can you imagine? What's his name? I don't discuss. Hold on, Abuya. Nitakugonga tu bado. Hold on. I do not normally discuss people who are on the platform. But imagine Alex coming in and taking a whole time to start saying, oh, so and so has given this, he has more money than these people. This thing is going to go to these other people. I mean, that's not the statement of someone who is in a serious campaign.
And then he's saying, if we are not careful, Kisii tutapoteza. How do you say fear? You say no, we are to poteza.
You have a candidate in a region and you're busy saying, if you are not careful, you need to go and do everything possible within your means to make sure that you don't lose that place. So I want to tell you guys, you failed us.
It's okay. Let me make a point here. You know,
that is my personal opinion, Makiadi. So you see, we niangu here.
Maybe I'm not a politician. I'm not a politician anyway. So there's nothing that I carry in my heart. What I'm saying is this: you said if you want to win a battle, you first have to win it in your mind. That's psychological. But then, if you want to win that battle, also you must have numbers and you must have the tactics to go out there and win. What you're telling me here is if the things that you are saying here are wrong on your side.
But you don't expose your tactics to your enemies.
No, it doesn't matter. Even if you have tactics or you don't have, you have to win the battle.
You don't expose it to your enemies. That's what you're saying.
No, you'll go to fight if you don't have the tactics.
Makiadi, if I'm going to beat you, if I have the tactics of beating you, I'm not going to tell you how I'm going to beat you.
If you don't beat me, then you don't have the tactics. That's what I'm
It
saying.
doesn't necessarily mean I don't have the tactics. You might win the battle, but lose the war. I
Right.
can allow you to win me in
So
the battle, but
let
you
me give
lose
you
the war.
let me give you another instance. We had multiple candidates. For example, we had multiple candidates, and we guys on this platform have always been complaining that we need to put our house in order. For example, in Western Kenya, we said, "Hey guys, we need to put our house in order because as much as we want everybody to run DAP, ODM, and for all the parties, we still need to have a consolidated team, one team that can run and win the election. We are not here just for the purpose of running." And that is what you saw happening. You saw Raila Odinga going to Kakamega. He told one candidate to step down and become the running mate. That's the kind of noise we make here, and things happen. So you cannot just dismiss
No,
what we did today.
Makiadi, you are extremely wrong to imagine just because we have come here and spent time talking. That's how they are responding. Azimio has a strategy team. Azimio is well. There are people that are being paid to be in the strategic teams. And all these things you see Baba is doing, he's not doing them as a result of us having talked here. This is just an addition to what they have. Azimio knew that they have so many people. They have all this planned out. And if you see Baba going to places, it's not because we have talked here. That is there's no serious presidential candidate who can be running their campaign on the basis of a YouTube show taking place.
No, Demba, you're trivializing
That is the most.
You're making it. No, you're making it. You're making it. No, Demba, you're making it sound so simple. I said here before, nobody pays us here to do these comments. We do. I mean, we just come here voluntarily, and I cannot say that any presidential candidate or any candidate for that matter makes their decision from what we speak here. We are just here to express an opinion.
Makiadi, you scored an own goal, so just be quiet. Now, what we need to do is this. What we need to do is one thing. You need to have confidence in the team that Baba has put up. Have confidence in your strategic team. Have confidence in the winning that you're going to win on 9th. Have confidence on the team that you have said, and have confidence on the move you're making. What we do here is we give our views. If any of them is used to help them in any case, it is not up to us.
Exactly.
It is not up to us.
That's what I said.
We just say, okay, fine. We hoped this would happen. We hope this would happen. But in my view, as I want to be with Julia, and I hope you guys get this. Julia has said here specifically, we are moving into a crunch time. This is from 29th today. We are moving into a very serious time. You cannot afford to lose anyone. It's gather all, scatter none. Gather all, scatter none. You want to gather everyone who can come on board. And the people who are coming, some of them could be people, ukikuja hapo mwambie ati we are not winning. Hey, sasa tena kumbe kitu ni atuendi mahali. You want to instill confidence. You know what Ruto is doing? Ruto, in spite of all, there's nowhere you'll hear Ruto saying that we are losing. He lost his chairman today, but he still goes and says that hapa hakuna kitu mahali hao watu wanaweza enda. That is the language of someone who knows what he needs. He needs to instill discipline. He needs to instill confidence. Not start talking, unajua leo tulipoteza chairman wetu, alienda kule kwa Azimio, inaonekana hii kitu inaenda. He cannot say that. It is us now coming here with our interesting analysis, and Abuya is busy telling me how the coalition alliance between me and Julia has. This one is not. Is going up to 8th, 9th.
Zemba, may I ask Makiadi some questions? Maybe after
Hold
that.
Hold on. I want to close that part with Abuya talking. Alafu to nini. Tumelemea hawa wanaume watatu sana.
Mimi hamjanipa nafasi
I've not said my part.
You've been speaking for the past 5 minutes. Hakuna mtu hata ameongea.
Unaongea peke yako alafu
Yeah,
unasema you want to
exactly.
close.
Themba unaongea peke yako. Mtu akienda kuongea unasema hold on. I've not even spoken anything.
Although mine is not on that issue. Mine is something, an opinion on
Ngoja kidogo Hosea, wacha Abuya aongee alafu wewe uongee alafu Makiadi aongee. Ndio tufunge. Tafadhali mtusirudishe kwa opinion tafadhali.
Let me talk
hata washirika haya tutapiga kura pale chini. Tutaambia wale wa comment. Watu wa comment section tafadhali tuambieni kama mnataka tuache hii story ya hii mambo ya opinion. Tuambieni hapo chini. Naona mshasema tayari lakini ni kama majamaa watatu wasikii. Semeni hapo chini chap tumalize hii story. Yes Abuya.
Wacha nimalizie hivi. Mimi nimekubali. You know me, I'm somebody who is a good listener and I like listening and I learn from that. I have accepted there are those who might be affected by that analysis and there could be some negative effect. So going forward, maybe I think we will be doing it chini ya maji. But however, I need to mention that there were sometimes when you are down, you don't turn yourself into the commentator and the critic, because you have actually spent a lot of time and not even given us the chance to accept where we are wrong and where we are going. So sometimes you should be a Democrat. Thank you.
I declared my interest and it was very deliberate. So I don't know why you're saying the obvious. Jose.
What I wanted to say is not even related to that, because you do realize that whatever we are talking about here is basically in public domain. So maybe to imply that some people are discouraged with the same. Everybody knows, for example, the analysis of the performance of 2017 elections. It is not our creation. That is in the public domain. Maybe Julia should know that. So we are not the one who said it. It's just that some people are not aware of them in that analysis. So maybe they are benefited. They have seen how they lost the 2017 elections or how they won it. So that is it. And Julia, I like your idea that you go to a D student and tell them you are an A. Then at the end of it, you are surprised. He has gone to C. Well, motivation. Motivation and inspiration. But what I wanted to bring up is actually beside the point. It is to do with the Mutua's move. And I think Pemba did say that Mutua is going to contest. Is it Mwala seat or what? Parliamentary seat?
I think Mutua said he's not going to contest. He said that's fake.
Yes, but my issue is that if he's going for that seat and he defected to the other side and he was given a target and that he was supposed to end up in the Senate, isn't it? And nominated something. And some nomination which he was promised, so long as he delivers 35% of the presidential vote in Ukambani. What does this mean? Does it mean that he has moved from Kenya Kwanza? If he's going to go for the other seat, in other words, he's no longer interested in the offer at the Senate. More or less the Wetangula style, I think.
Jose, I think he said that's fake news. He's not going to run for that seat. He clarified. He said that's fake news.
Mutua?
Yeah.
No, this evening we have learned that he's going to contest a parliamentary seat.
I have no idea.
I cannot. I thought you are the one who told us so.
I'm the one who had said that.
Okay. Hosea, it is Abuya who said it, but Makiadi said that it is fake news. So let's treat it as so until after IBC gives us another maybe different communication.
Yeah.
Makiadi, tafadhali.
Yeah, I just wanted to close on that. I know people don't like numbers as we've given, and I agree with that. But then Chui Chui on the comment section is saying here tuko na ushamba fulani mimi naosea. It's okay, we have our ushamba. The days that we speak things that you like, you aujai tutukana. He's saying Julia gave the best advice to Hosea and Makiadi, but they are so hard-headed and densely relevant. We agree with you, Chui Chui. Most of us here are very relevant. We are very relevant, and that's why we come to spend our time here. We have nothing to speak. Anyway, we have nothing to do on the other side. That's why we spend our time here. Let me say this, Ndemba. You said right now the time is to consolidate. You know, this is the time to consolidate people, and this is the time to make sure that we move forward as a group. I agree with you 100%. But then you cannot be a master of double speak when you come here and say Kalonzo akwende peke yake, and right now unaruka ile maneno ulikuwa it is you are one of the persons who say you always say here Kalonzo akwende kama anataka. You Ndemba, you on record. Angalia vile anajifanya ameshangaa. Remember, you're on record here. You're one of the people ambaye who wanna dismiss Kalonzo Musyoka. And contrary to what you say, I've always maintained here. Yes, I've always maintained here that for us to have a safe and a safe win, especially in Ukambani, and lock out the vote in Ukambani, we said that lock in the vote in Ukambani. We said that we need Kalonzo on board. When he comes and discuss and whatever he wants to be given is given, then we should have Kalonzo as a person as compared to the three governors. I've always insisted on that. So when you tell me that we are moving forward, naisi Masaya kutupa watu inje, and then tomorrow you'll come here and forget that you told me this thing yesterday and say Kalonzo akwende, then I'll remind you that you are being a master of double speak. Thank you.
Makiadi, hata mtu akikosa kitu ya kusema huwa asemi uongo tafadhali. Makiadi, hata ukitaka kujitetea, jitetee na ukweli. Even propaganda inakuanga na ukweli kidogo. There has to be some sense of truth in propaganda. I'm acutely aware of my statements in this platform every time I speak. And hold on, Makiadi, and Julia here is my witness. The last time I gave an analysis about Kalonzo, it was before even Martha Karua was chosen to be the deputy. And I came here and I give my analysis on why I thought Kalonzo had negotiated himself out of a position. I came here, you can go back to the videos, and I gave my analysis. And then after that, I said, the issue of Kalonzo, I will not speak onto it until after Baba is done with everything else. And I remember the other day when we were trying to communicate here and talking about Kalonzo.
My nini is out, eh? Bye.
Okay, see you.
Thank you.
I remember even the last time when I was here, trying to comment on the issue of Kalonzo, Julia was here. I think you're also here. I said I don't want to talk about the issue of Kalonzo. I'm going to wait until how these things pan out. And I'm going to speak to it when Baba now finally speaks to it. I've never spoken about Kalonzo after that. But if you can hear even Morad saying that Kalonzo, he had been offered National Assembly because it is in the Constitution to be the National Assembly Speaker. You go listen to Morad, But they have also told him if he thinks he wants to run, that is up to him. They have told him that, so that he is not being forced. Now, those are not my views. Those are Murad's views and what is on the table. He had also been given chief cabinet secretary, which is not in the Constitution, right? So those are options that he has on the table. But also nobody, according to Murade, is preventing him from running. That is where we stop talking stories like Kalonzo. So to come and say again, I'm a master of double speak, I don't. When I didn't want Kalonzo, and I had said it even before when he was flip-flopping, I said so. When he came and I said he had negotiated himself out of an office, he did that, I said so. And indeed, he negotiated himself out of the office, and I told you the comments he made that made it impossible for him to be considered. He actually negotiated himself out of that office. And I even came here and said, I remember there was a day I came and said that the most likely person who could have filled that position was Kalonzo, because of the numbers that was coming with him, the assurance, and also said the different kind of scenarios that will pan out in the event someone else is chosen. We'll have at least opened some 2. Initially we had only 1 battleground. Now you're opening 2 if Kalonzo is not chosen. That is what we say. And that is what is panning out. You see already, Azimio has to work out in the event Kalonzo goes, what are the other scenarios? They are playing with that. I don't come here to double speak, my friend. And it's the first time I'm accused of double speak.
No.
I'm acutely aware of what I say here. And I think even if you want to impute something on my persona, kindly be truthful when I speak.
Can I be given 3 days to table the evidence?
I will extremely appreciate if you table the evidence.
Thank you,
3
sir.
days. When you are going to the answered. That's okay.
No, I'm actually going to dig into the videos. I'll bring you the evidence.
Sure. You go ahead.
You
Yes,
and Julia.
Of course, we are all here when I
Yes,
usually
sir.
say this. Yes.
Then may I ask Makedi my 2 questions? Makedi, you read the comments, right? Are they positive or negative?
I can say majority of the people don't like numbers.
Okay, so was your discussion, what was the impact of your discussion? Was it positive or negative?
I think we made more people aware of what's happening than
okay, did you influence, did you have, they are aware. Me, we are, most of the things you said we are aware. But the question is, was the impact positive or negative?
I don't know. I cannot judge that, Julia.
Okay, if you read the comments, they are saying you discourage.
No, people say, I'm reading the comments and people are saying we should do the number analysis, the data analysis on the side.
Yes, so they don't want you to speak it to the public. So they are looking at you like you are discouraging the otherwise would be Azimio supporters. So that tells you what you did. There's nothing wrong with your discussion. There's nothing wrong with it. I think Makedi, when Chuchu is getting mad, he's getting mad because he sees that you are not getting the point. The point is, there's nothing wrong with your discussion. There's nothing wrong with the analysis. And I am not saying the analysis is not true, is not correct. I'm not saying, I'm not even refuting the numbers. But where are you doing that on this platform? You are telling people there's no point voting for Azimio because Azimio is losing in this place. That is the implication you are giving them. So the analysis is good, and somebody has commented, give us solutions, not problems. So do the analysis in a WhatsApp thing or somewhere else, and then come here and say, in Kilifi, we need to do 1, 2, 3. We can do this, we can do that. That's what I think. That's my suggestion.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with you, Julia. You know, when we did the analysis, we did not expect anybody to react negatively. That's number one. Number two, we cannot do the analysis on the side and come give you solutions if you do not know the problem. So what you should be suggesting to us is this: people should be telling us, look here, the analysis you did today was not impressive to us, and please do not do that again on our show. As simple as that. Because you cannot tell me to do this thing on the other side. Hold on, Demba, just a minute. You cannot tell me that you do not expect to see these numbers, but you want to see the solution. Solutions to what if you don't know the problem?
But Makiadi, you see, you are an honorable man. There are some things we don't have to tell you outright. You know, you want us to tell you the way you want to hear them. But that is what people are saying. You do all the others and then bring the already, ruminated food. Don't just come and give us raw data, all this and that. You want us to say that.
You know, when I come here with data, for example, when I came here the other day and told you, hey, I've realized that Azimio is doing very well. Our candidates are doing very well in Kajiado. We have these numbers. Nobody complained. Then when I come here and tell you that our candidate is doing somewhere badly, then that's a problem.
Yeah, because we don't want you to discourage our followers. We celebrate when if you blow it, the better. We celebrate when you tell us we are doing good. But if you start telling us that we are doing badly, you are telling people who are not decided not to vote for Azimio. So that's the effect, Makiadi, as painful as it is.
In the same vein, I want to ask: have you ever gone to Itumbi's wall and see where he's talking badly about the DP?
I don't follow that guy. I don't follow him. I don't read
If
anything.
you go there,
I don't read anything that Moses Kuria
now you see you are
publishes.
avoiding.
No, I'm just telling you. I don't read anything that Moses Kuria publishes. I don't read anything that Itumbi publishes. I mean, I even heard people talking about the polls from Moses Kuria. I didn't even care to look at what he did because
There's
I
even a
know.
poll that was done. Hold on. There's a poll that was done by Mutai Nguni, and it showed that Ruto had 51.3% and stuff, but he still supports Azimio. Now, what you are trying to say is, for heaven's sake, we've spent much time on that, and we are fairly agreed. You guys did a splendid job on what you did, but do it elsewhere. Then come and let's have for Azimio. Just tell us what is good in public about Azimio. In private, tell us what has to be worked on.
Makiadi, you can text me. Don't tell me on this show.
No, it's okay. You know, like I say here, Julia, nobody pays us to be here. Nobody pays us to be here. And when we come here to make our remarks, we don't make these remarks so that anybody, somebody seated somewhere can make any major decisions or, from what we are talking. But then the thing is this: if the numbers were not impressive to the audience that we were trying to address, then we can do it all, on the side. But then it will not help us as a panel to have those numbers done somewhere and then the solutions brought to the table here. It will not help anyone. That's what I'm saying. It's either we get rid of that thing, don't do the numbers at all, and then we forget about that. But we cannot say we can do them.
Don't do the numbers that will discourage
Thank
my
you.
followers.
I'll pass that information to the rest of the.
Me, I have a big following. So me, when I come here, I tell my following we are winning. There's no losing here.
Julia, what's wrong with Makiad? We have told him that we don't have the numbers. Then how well do you want us to say?
It's okay. Remember, I said we will not do the numbers here again. I agreed with you because people even in the comment section are not impressed. But the Chui guy is abusive. I don't like your language, Chui. You can communicate to a person your point without using. I mean, even if you call me hardhead and you don't know me, inakusaidia na nini. So what I'm saying is this. The numbers we did, we can do them on the side, but we do not even need to bring the solutions. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because if you don't know the problem, why do you need the solution?
Okay. I think we can let it rest. Makiadi is a wise man. He has understood what we are trying to say. And Abuya, my alliance with Julia is not ending now. It will start on 9th of August after we vote. So kindly calm down. And my comments were very intentional. We have been intentional about commenting. It was meant to make sure that you don't comment. So, it probably achieved its purpose. What is it, Abuya?
You should have done that on private chat. Hata wewe pia unaenda kutuanika huko nje.
Abuya, on what issue?
Adi?
On what issue? What issue?
He's saying that he did it deliberately. If he did it deliberately, it shows that his intention was not to. His intention was had an ill motive. He should have gone for a private chat and be kanyagia hapo chini kidogo bwana.
Yeah, but you see, this is the kind of discussions we have every day. Whether it creates a perception out there or not, we don't know, because we do not judge what this effect, the information that we disseminate. We don't have the ability to judge what it's doing out there. All we do here is we come, we say what we think, or whatever we think can be done right, or whatever is going wrong. We do not, have the power to know what's happening after that. So if the numbers were not very interesting to some people, then we understand and we cannot, keep on doing the same thing. What we did today was just try to go with the coast region and also, Kambani region. And we said maybe we'll look at the other numbers come later, but then people don't like it, and I understand.
Okay, I want to give just a little brief about Niccolo Machiavelli, the guy we are trying to study. So just a small brief, and then we will proceed on from there. So we sometimes get surprised by how sly, dishonest many politicians are. But we shouldn't be. Why? Because moments like this, there's someone who studied. We need to read his works, and these are the works of Niccolo Machiavelli. He lived in the late 15th century. He was a political advisor and a political theorist. He argued that we shouldn't think that politicians are immoral and simply bad for lying, dissembling, and maneuvering, because that is what they're supposed to do. He suggested that a good politician, in his view, isn't the one who is friendly, honest, and kind, but it's someone, however, occasionally dark and hard they might be, who knows how to defend, enrich, and bring honor to the state. Those are the views of Machiavelli. So that's more focused about results, which is an extremely important goal. So you must be able to bring honor and reach the states and protect the state. So being nice may well be a virtue in general, but what citizens most need from their rulers is effectiveness, which may well call upon some dark arts. So effectiveness does not always work, according to Machiavelli, through just, honesty, according to Machiavelli. So once we understand this basic requirement, we will stand to be less disappointed and clear about what we want from our politicians, according to Machiavelli. He was born in 1469 and he received extensive formal education and got his first job as a secretary of the city of Florence. Soon after his appointment, Florence exploded politically. And of course, it included the expelling of the Medici family, who had ruled it for 60 years. And after that, it suffered decades of political instability and turmoil. As a consequence, Machiavelli experienced a series of career reversal. He also suffered around that period of time, the period of time within which he was able to write his masterpiece, initially written in Italian, but it was translated later to what we know now as The Prince. So that's a brief introduction into that book and into the person who Machiavelli is. To know the thoughts, we need to know the person. So he's working at that point, and you'll get to hear some of the names of the people that he worked with that are mentioned in his book. So the basics, the backdrop of The Prince is on that person. So according to Machiavelli, treachery, and when you are a trickster and someone who is having very dark arts in achieving leadership and being effective is part of being a politician. So we'll continue from there. It has been nice having this discussion today. It has been nice exchanging. And thanks, Julia, for being in my corner today. Thank you for making us appreciate the numbers as having been given by our friends. And of course, They are going to go back into the dark room somewhere and analyze. Sasa sikia huyu ameamuka saizi. This must be someone from Kenya, honestly. Ati, remember, allow your panelists to express their views, otherwise you are killing the debate by making it a lecture room. Sasa huyu ametoka wapi jamani? Huyu sasa members, wewe umeamka saizi tu, kitu ya kwanza unakuja unapata nikiongea, the best thing unaona ni kutoa comment, surely. But anyway, yours is a big view. It's okay. Fungua roho yako. Let me acknowledge those people who are down there. Richard Makiadi, Robert Abuya, mko hapa na bado mnang'ang'ana na watu kwa space huko chini. Si mtosheke na kwa hapa juu. Abuya na mnaenda kung'ang'ana na members huko chini kwa comments. Si muache wale watu wameamka.
Unajua ile mambo tunaambiwa huko lazima turudishe, kwa sababu hatuwezi, we cannot engage in one on one hapa kwa studio, so tunaenda kumalizana huko, tunawacha hapa.
Why are you taking advantage? You know you are too streamed advantaged. Mko hapa mnaweza kuongea na mnaenda tena kutype. Yo. Black Abuya, an intentional goof.
Na imagine the black guy mwenye anasema ni an intentional goof. He was part of this team that was here analyzing the numbers. Unaona ametorokea huko ameenda.
Yes, because you are helping his team score.
There's nothing that they have to score. There's nothing.
No, you are helping them score, so he had to be on your side.
These guys are even confused than we were. I mean, sisi afadhali tuko confused kidogo. These guys have no idea what they are doing.
At least umekubali mko confused kidogo.
Yeah, tuko confused because like ngoja Robert Abuya, sisi tuko confused kidogo, lakini sasa Black, he comes from a team whereby nobody can tell anybody anything. Hao ndio hata wajini wapi wanaelekea.
Members, if you have been here since they started, I was not even here when they are doing the analysis. You have been here all through, then you must have noted that I haven't been here. Sasa kama unakuja kusema ati yo sijaongea, hata wewe kuna zako, lakini ni sawa tu, kila mtu ana zake. Anyway, the one goes still count. Abuya and Makiadi, mnaambiwa hapo mmejifunga mabao mbili. Yeah, analysis paralysis. Yeah, I know that. Analysis paralysis. You can be so concerned with analysis until you forget ya kwamba there's a battle to be won. There's a race to be fought. There's a cup to be, there are people to be gotten out to vote. Can't analyze too much opinion.
Black is playing a Kalonzo on us. You know, he was part of this team. He was in the studio when this thing was happening. Sasa ameenda kwa section huko anaongea mambo ya own goal. And he was still here. He's playing a Kalonzo on us.
Black is not to be taken seriously. In fact, Themba, you should be very worried when you see Black on your side.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
No, you see, when I see Black on my side, you know, they say, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. So I'm worried when I see my friends closer than my enemies, because at least you should have had that. Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. At least when they are closer, you can monitor them. Yeah. So when Black on my side, at least I have my enemy close. I can see whatever thing he says. Black, asante. Waneni Makiadi huruma. Makiadi tumemwonea huruma, hata tumemwacha ametulia, amepigwa sana. Yes, we lost our Rabai MP. The Rabai MP had just delivered these things to IEBC, and then he got involved in an accident and he passed on. So condolences. I hope mnajua hapo nyinyi ambao mmekuwa hapo. Mnajua hivyo?
Yeah, me, I got the information in fact shortly after he had been pronounced dead.
Okay. Najua maswali mtakuwa nayo. Kutakuwa na by-election? Hakuna. You cannot have any by-election. I think 6 months to an election. Yeah. Chui, umepiga Makiadi mpaka Makiadi amesalimu amri.
No,
Amesema
Chui ana lugha ya matusi. I think we can differ on points and facts, but lugha ya matusi na madharau hii haisaidii mtu, my friend. That one I don't encourage.
Yeah, let's be civil. Thank you, Makiadi. Tusigonge mtu tukaweka. Mimi unaweza nipiga, unaweza niambia ni allow panelists waongee, lakini bado sitawalao kuongea, nitaongea tu tena mara mingi. Sasa wewe tena upost tu hapo chini. Wakati ule nitaona nataka kuachia nafasi waongee, nitawapatia nafasi. Wakati ule pia nataka kuongea, nitaongea. So just keep commenting. That's a good thing. At least you are engaging and at least you are there. Olivia Kemunto, asante. Yufin Otieno, asante sana. Amazing Grace, asante. Jina safi, Amazing Grace. Freddy Fred, asante. David Olo, mtu wa nguvu. Samuel Waweru, asante. Supporters wote wa Kenya Kwanza, asanteni, lakini poleni, mmepoteza vice chair wenyu. Tunawahurumia, lakini pia iwe hivyo, iwe funzo. Mkiendelea hivyo watakuja wote huku. So na alihama siku ya official starting of the campaigns. That's a very big announcement. Makiadi, wacha story mingi za kupiga Kirwa. That's a big thing. That's a big walimweka kama deputy chair wa UDA. Hiyo ni cheo kubwa bwana. Sasa deputy chair akihama siku ile campaigns zinaanza officially. That's a big boost, my friend. Hata kama hakuna kitu kingine atafanya, kutembea tu na yeye huko tukiwaambia deputy chair si yuko hapa. Unaonanga vile wanaenda kila mahali Makiadi. Ngoja Makiadi nibadili. Unaonanga vile wanaenda kila mahali wanasema, "Si huyu Wetangula alikuwa huko, akahama. Si huyu Madavadi alikuwa huko, akahama." Na Madavadi walikuwa na baba lini? Sijui how many months kitambo huko, vile tu BBI ilianguka wakahepa. But kila wakati wakienda kila mahali, si huyu Weta walikuwa na yeye. Si huyu nani walikuwa na yeye. Na nani pia nani alikuwa na yeye. You know, ati hata Kalonzo pia wanamsumbua huko. Sasa saa hizi kwa kila mkutano ile wataenda in Western na Rift Valley wana parade Kirwa. Si vice chairman wao ndio huyu hapa na alitoroka. Huko kuna ungua, huko kumeenda. I mean, psychological boost Makiadi. Hiyo tu.
My point is this. I don't think we have those kind of people in Azimio. I don't think so. The kind of people that can run a real propaganda, campaign, I don't think we are less on that side.
Hey, wewe umeona vile kampeni imeanza kushika, my friend. Zile nyimbo zinaimbwa, wewe umeanza
tunataka watu kama wakina Wanjala. Unaona ile kitu Wanjala alikuwa anafanya, that is what moves the masses.
You need to hear Mukisa Kitui akiimba. Nilikutana na wale Kenya Kwanza. Pale mbele ni
yeah, Mukisa Kitui
Gachagua na nyuma yake sijui ni nani. Na kakititi masika naangalia.
Unajua Ndemba. Mukisa Kitui he's an orator. I like his campaign, and also
he's a good campaigner.
Yeah, and also the thing that Wanjala was doing. But look at the people that you are fighting. Look at the people that you are running against. The likes of Dio. Dio anasimama mbele watu anasema ile 4 billion ilikuwa iletwe kuweka stima hapa, ilipelekwa huko kwao. Ile mabarabara yote imesimama. Look at the propaganda, the kind of propaganda that you're fighting against. Nyinyi mnakimbia na ukweli, au watu wanawapiga na propaganda. Huyu anasema mpaka hizi mashamba zenye ziko huku wenye kununua ni wale mabwenyenye. Unaona? And he knows he's part of the 2500 acres. Akona zake hapo, lakini anasema yeye si part of the shida, au wenye mabwenyenye wenye wako Nairobi ndio wanaoni. You see? That's what I'm saying.
Wewe huko sikia Mukisa leo. Mukisa alisema mashamba ya ADC imechukuliwa na hao majamaa, na hao majamaa wa Ruto, na hao hata wakichukua hawapatii watu. Nakwambia, yani siasa ndio imeanza, siasa ndio imeanza. Manini zinakuwa release
So
pole
I
pole.
think Themba na Makiadi, we should go to the other side also extreme. We list the things they have stolen and what they look like they are planning to steal. Naona. Tuambie Kenya, chungeni. I mean, we even tell them they might take your small pieces of land in Mount Kenya. I mean, tufike mpaka huko. We list the things they have stolen and we want Kenyans, they are about to steal this, they are about. That's what I think we should also do.
You see the level of propaganda we are saying. Si huyu Kingi alikuwa pande ile, si wali mcheza, si huyu mtu alikuwa pande ile. That is what they keep on hammering into the heads, into the people's heads, until now it becomes like it's a song. Wakienda Mombasa naongea juu ya mashamba, wanasema hata SGR, the person mwenye alikuwa anasema SGR ihamishwe operations ipelekwe Naivasha, sasa ako Mombasa anasema wale watu walipeleka huko kwa sababu zinaenda kwa mashamba yao. You cannot argue with such propaganda. Yao ni extreme. It is uongo, lakini
I think Azimio, we are doing well on in terms of propaganda, we are doing well on the online platform, but out there physically we are not doing that well. We need those people. Like in the online, there is one hashtag which has been running for 2 days. Give Gachagua the mic, and it has elicited a lot of comments.
Kuna picha ingine Abuya, sijui kama umeona Makiadi ya Gachagua na Moi.
Yes. People are really insisting.
And really, he really looks like Moi. Hata mimi nimeanza kuamini your story.
Yeah, Gachagua is an easy catch. Unfortunately, he's not the only person that can produce disinformation in Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Everybody, hata unasikia Wetangula. Look at Wetangula, what Wetangula was saying today. He's saying ati walikuwa nalenga Raila, anajificha nyuma ya nani? Ya Uhuru. The Wetangula that you know, mwenye amekuwa akisaidiwa na Raila kupata hiyo kiti yake ya senator Bungoma. Sasa saa hii hata yeye anapiga propaganda, and by wakati anapiga propaganda, he standing before the office of IBC. Ametoka kupeleka makaratasi yake huko na amechaguliwa senator, amechaguliwa speaker.
Lakini nyinyi inakaa ni kama hata msikizi za Azimio ziki. Nyinyi mnakaa mna concentrate sana, hata nyinyi mnasikiza tu za hao watu. Za Ruto in cost zilishapigwa na Joho. Ameshaweka mpaka the audio, watu wakasikia, akaona kweli hapa ni fake. Alafu propaganda zao cannot stand for too long. It cannot stand for too long. That one I can tell. That's why it's crumbling. So hata mkisema propaganda, you can only hold it when you have a very short time to an election. But if you have repeated it too long, mpaka imekosa ladha, saizi kujibu, what reaction do you think they are going to have? They are just likely to repeat the same thing. But wakiunleashiwa polepole, kama what response will Ruto have to Joho vile aliplay ile audio? What response atakuwa nayo? There's no response. So even when you give propaganda, there has to be some sense of truth. The problem is their propaganda has no truth in it. Now here it's easy to dismantle. How do you dismantle? Give the truth. You don't dismantle again by even coming in and give a lie like they're doing. There'll be no telling a difference. No, give the truth. And people right now are saying, oh, kumbe, this is the lie we have been told. Give the truth. The truth is, this is what has happened. You cannot come and they say that do not fight. When a pig invites you to a war, you don't go there. It is used to it. They have nothing to lose. if you go lying like they are, you have more to lose, because the next thing they'll be, so what is the difference between the two of you? Give the truth. And let me tell you, the truth is going to stand. It doesn't matter how much you repeat a lie. The truth is going to stand. And it is standing. Right now, even them, they are struggling. That's why Black is hard to find Black up here. There's no defense he can give.
Kweli Black ameenda wapi?
Amehepa, he can't come. Unasikia hata anasema Azimio has an upper hand at this moment. Msichome zaidi Themba. Yeah, it has an upper hand at this moment. And the only thing that is going to happen right now is Azimio team to continue dismantling the lies with the truth. Consistency in the truth. You don't dismantle a lie with a lie. You will find yourself caught up, because that's where they're inviting you to. Wanakuinvite pia wewe uanze kudanganya.
Yeah, but you see, you are dealing with a person of he's a master of double speak. In the morning, he's in a prayer meeting asking for forgiveness, in Nairobi. In the evening, he's in Mombasa castigating the same person that he was telling him, please forgive me if I've wronged you. And then the other thing you should know, this guy, hata mkimpiga na ukweli, na truth, he deflects everything. Hata jali, ataenda the next place na ataenda kuongea. It's like the one you're saying here about his chairman, his deputy chairman, the Kirwa guy. You know, Kirwa has left, lakini hautasikia akimtaja mahali aliyepotea, because he's a master of, he lives in his own world.
So what's the solution?
No, I mean, we should do the extreme that Julia is saying. Hata sisi tunafaa tupige propaganda sasa ya hata kuwa
Okay, it's not even propaganda. It's I like what Mother is doing in Mount Kenya. She's going around telling them these are thieves. In fact, I think in Gilgil she was asking people, nyinyi mmejifanya watu wa kurushiwa. She was speaking, and when she wants to get them, she speaks in Kikuyu ya Geshogo. Unajua Geshogo ile Kirinyaga. You know Kirinyaga, they have subsections of Geshogo, Ndia, and all that. I mean, they again speak differently. She was asking them, mmejifanya kama kuku, mnarushiwa mahindi. She was asking them, are you like chicken that somebody throws to you maize and you run towards him? This person has stolen from you 1, 2, 3. She was listing them. That is what she's getting it from that. So we don't need to spare Ruto. Where will he take us? If I say that he robbed somebody's farm, atanipeleka where? So they need to speak. He's suspected of 1, 2, 3. And if you're not careful, he'll do 1, 2, 3 to you. That's what
they're actually doing that. If you listen to all the campaigns that Azimio are doing, they're saying the truth. If you say the truth, you don't have to remember. If you say a lie, you have to keep remembering. Which lie did I say last time at this place? So just keep saying the truth. Hivyo tu.
Themba nitakutafutia video ya William Ruto akiwa Western akiongea juu ya barabara ya kwenda Navaholo. I don't know if you've heard that video. Aliambia watu hii barabara ya kutoka, si unaikumbuka Abuya? Hii barabara ya kutoka, you have it. Tutawekea Bernard atatuchezea kesho. Bernard. Barabara ya kutoka Navaholo sijui kwenda Mushikomasi, hiyo tumemaliza kujenga. Watu wakamwambia hakuna kitu kama hiyo barabara, akasema okay sawa basi tumepatiana contract itaanza kujengwa. And he forgot about it. The road has never been touched by anybody. Even the MP was giving a brief in parliament, and he said when people heard that they almost fainted. And I'm telling you, this guy, you remember the Bishop Kamala, he said alisikia watu wakisema mambo yao barabara atimeisha karibu wa faint, because this guy spits falsehood and he doesn't care.
That's why I'm saying you cannot allow yourself to invite yourself into that kind of game. You cannot also go lie. That is, just say the truth. And over time, of course, people are wise. Kenyans are wise. Kenyans are not as foolish. He's the one who said that Kenya is has a shortage of fools. Yes, it does. It has a shortage of fools. People are seeing all these things, and I can tell you that the Kenya we are in is not the Kenya that was there many years ago, where you could say some things and get away with them.
And by the way, you know, he's
okay.
Going to be...
Okay. Now I'm giving my solution, but Makiadi is laughing. What do you want me to want us to do?
I'm saying you beat propaganda with propaganda.
No, but what I want to mention,
it's not propaganda. They are lies. So you want people to lie?
Yeah, those lies are going to be they are going to be counted maybe in the next starting the next 1 month. The
No,
adverts that
Abuya,
are going to
Abuya.
run.
Wait. How do you counter a lie like that?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that those lies will be countered by the adverts that will run in the next 1 month on TV.
No, how
and
do you
they will
counter? That's what
expose
I'm
you.
asking. How? Because when I'm trying to say how, you guys are seeming like it is not. It is not. How do you counter? How, Makiadi? How do you counter? Okay, amesema barabara amejenga na hajatengeza. So how do you counter that?
I don't know.
You do what Joho was doing. You do the Joho
Yeah.
style. You play the video
with
clips.
the truth.
If he says that at Nitainua, Mama Boga, you talk about the money he has stolen. You talk about Yare Mashamba Ameiba. You know, that is what you do. You got Coast Province. You tell them what he's doing with the government land. So, you know, you counter with the truth. You
With the
counter
truth.
with what you treat him like a suspect. You tell Kenyans, this is a jailbird.
I agree with you, Julia, because this guy was in Nairobi in the morning. He's saying, I have been your deputy president for the past 10 years. And then he goes to Mombasa and said, hii serikali yenye iko saini ya handshake. Look at that. And people believe him. Look at his numbers. People believe him.
Which
Yeah,
numbers,
but I have
Which
somebody
numbers
who is
again?
Which numbers, Makiadi, again?
is the numbers that attend his meetings and cheer.
Okay,
Yeah,
if you look at
there's
those
somebody.
people, Wameva, mostly I normally see yellow. I never used to pay attention to that, but now I see lots of color yellow. That tells me that those people are organized.
Even leave alone that. Even when you go to there's a camera they use to cook crowds. So even when you go, you can see crowds that have been cooked. Unaona hii, there was a day I actually came and said, if you watch Citizen TV and you watch NTV, the same place, the same news, you look at the crowd in one and the crowd in another is different. So when you're seeing these blatant lies that are happening and you're still coming and saying that, look at the numbers are, I mean, you guys, that are nyinyi sasa.
I agree with you. But hold on, Demba, yeah. As we finish, as we finish.
Let's close this thing.
As we
You are
finish.
hata nyinyi sasa ni kama you are a
As we
mole
finish, as we finish, these guys, you know what they were doing in 2017? The same thing that Ruto is doing right now. In 2017, Julia, and I think you are part of, you are supporting Jubilee. In 2017, especially at the coast, William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta had a convoy, I think, of lorries. Abuya can give whatever to this. They were moving from one meeting, wakitoka Mombasa naenda sehemu ingine kwenda kufanya mkutano wa hadhara. There was a convoy ya basi na wafuata, walikuwa naenda wanazunguka namna hiyo at the coast, and you think these people were really famous, were really, you know, popular, but I think the end result was rigging. The end result to all these people being ferried from one place to another was rigging. I don't know if it's going to happen this time, but
Makiadi, I think you are really so traumatized, and me spending to preach this here. People,
Julia,
I've been trying to demystify this thing of even Mount Kenya thing, to tell them, si ukweli Mount Kenya itakumira for Ruto. And I think Makiadi is so traumatized by what happened in 2017. And he's so terrified that it might happen again.
We were beaten twice. Twice. I should be traumatized. You beat us twice, but in the wrong way.
If you see me here, now that you can see me here, you can see me. Be encouraged.
I think the people who need more assurance are these panelists here, not even the people on the ground. Because
no,
I think the trouble we have is right here in this panel. Yes, Abuya.
I want to mention one thing. In the coast, believe me, I have so much confidence because in the next 2-3 weeks, even the so-called influence of Vuria in Kwale will be something of the past, because the strategy that Joe has employed, and I know a few key logistical officers of his who are going to be helping him roll out the campaign strategy. It is going to be a thing of the past. So believe me, Azimio will carry the day in cost so much.
Not just in Coast Abuya. I want to bet with Makiadi here that I don't believe Ruto will get more than 7 million votes. My reasoning is this: Baba is leading in 6 provinces out of 8. And Saizi, ata Rift Valley, we have Kajiado, we have a lot of Narok, a lot of it, Narok. And then Mount Kenya, tumenyemelea Ruto kweli kweli. He's not boasting, he's not bragging there any longer because he doesn't have the grip right now. So this guy Makiadi, have faith. Hata kama sijui kama unaamini Mungu wako, just take my word.
No,
We are winning this thing. We are needing this thing with a landslide.
Julia, I love what you're saying. You know, what you're saying here is right. And I love what you're saying because whatever we did not experience in 2017, especially in Mount Kenya region, we can see the kind of reaction with the campaigns that Martha Karua is doing there. And then the other thing that I know is I don't think the thing that I call candidate on the ballot, I don't think Mount Kenya, I might be wrong, but I don't think Mount Kenya will be as enthusiastic as they were in 2017 to have like 101% turnout in this coming election. I don't think so.
Turn out, but if they turn out, if they come out, the risk is for Ruto now. If they come out, it is because of mother, and I want to be sincere with myself here. They when mother came in, they saw a prospect of having the presidency again. So if they come out, they'll come out for mother, and they may come out kumira for mother.
Okay.
Those who will come out for Baba and mother will come out. But those now who are feeling they wanted Ruto to win are really kind of discouraged. Some will vote for Ruto and some will not come out because they are discouraged. Black was asking me what is kumira. Black, if you have seen Safarians, I don't know whether you've ever received a bite from Safarian, how they come out.
Mwambie na Kiswahili, siafu.
Siafu, kama ushaona siafu, ni kutokea kama siafu. Hiyo ndio kumira.
Okay, thank you so much, Julia. We had actually started closing until Makiadi came with his anxiety and his fears, and I think
Ndemba nilikwambia hivyo. I know what I felt in 2017. I had to go for,
Makiadi, you are so traumatized.
I know I had to go for some therapy ndio niweze kukubali kitu imeenda. So don't remind me. Those are nightmares.
I have taken people through therapy, both 2007, 2013, and 2017. So I've been in these streets long, and I know. So no, don't you worry. And that's why I'm saying you guys seem to be needing more help than those people we are trying to address down there. But no big deal. Can we give our closing remarks? Abuya, give some confidence. Let me start with Abuya, then Julie.
Yeah, I'll be very brief, and I'll touch on the trauma part, but this trauma. Personally, I started switching on the news barely a year ago. I was very frustrated from 2017, but something just told me, no, this time I think we are going to change this country. And going by what is the trend of events in the political scene, I can I have that confidence that Azimio is picking up slowly by slowly. My frustration was occasioned by the loss of 2017 and the campaign by Mr. Ruto for the last 4 years. But even that encouragement has come in the last 2 weeks after Martha was nominated. So I want us to keep it up, spread the word. This time round, we are changing this country. We are going to fix this country. Thank you.
Julia?
Asante. First, I want to pass my condolences to the people of Rabai and the family of the former member of parliament for Rabai. We are sorry. May God give you peace and strength. Now, fellow Kenyans, if you don't have faith in what you are seeing, just believe what I'm telling you. Amini tu useme hata Julia alisema hii kitu, we are winning this thing. This thing we are winning because Baba has is winning in 6 provinces, and I think in the Rift Valley he has the South Rift, and Mount Kenya we are tending to 50%, and I think within no time we'll be above 50. So Azimio is winning this thing. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wenzangu, nawaomba mvuke sakafu. Hakuna haja ya kupigia mtu kura mwenye anashindwa. There's no need to lose your vote. Don't vote for losers. Come to the winning side. The Azimio side. Asante Themba.
Makiadi?
Themba, you know, when somebody tells you tutakula nyama wewe ukimeza mate to your face, it haunts you for the rest of your life. I think such humiliations are the kind of humiliations that I would never want to see in my life again. It's a good thing that at least I can see some kind of good organization, especially on the Azimio side. I love what they are doing in Western. That's brilliant. I love their that place. I don't think Mudavadi will ever do what Azimio has done in those 4 or 5 days. I think also the factor, you know, in 2017 we did not have the Uhuru factor. Uhuru might not be on the campaign trail, but I also don't want to see that image of Kalonzo Musyoka standing like this behind Raila Odinga with the till number, M-Pesa, kuchangiwa pesa. So I hope the finances are good. I hope they have at least a team that is oiling the campaign of at least Martha Karua and Raila Odinga. And I hope moving forward we will see some change, not the kind of change that we saw last time where we do a campaign from the beginning and then midway we have some fallback, failures, and then we start at least going back again to where we came from. So I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. I just hope in the coming in the few days to come, Kalonzo Musyoka will make his announcement, and then I hope it will not cause any more drama and join the team, move on forward together. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Kwa wale ambao wako na wasiwasi in Africa, unless you have a wave, a serious wave, it's hard to win against a state. Unless you have a serious wave. And that happened in 2002. And it is Moi was not actually buying again. Raila arguably has won 2007, 2013, and 2017. It's been denied by the state. Right now, the people who denied him are happy with his candidature. So even if the Uhuru Kenyatta doesn't do anything else, he just sits there and waits. The people who voted for Raila, the kind of energy that Martha Karua has introduced into Azimio. In Central Kenya, Raila has never gotten above, I don't know, there's a time even he got 2%. So
yeah, he got only 80,000 votes, I think, 80,000 in the whole of Mount Kenya region.
Yeah, so he's never performed, it's and the kind of energy and the crowds that are turning up, it has never been like that in the history of the voting in Mount Kenya. So Mount Kenya, hata kama mtatupatia tu hata kama ni 100,000, that is good enough. I mean, it will be good enough. So I know it can get to even 1 million.
It will go to be like but it will go to like 1.5 million.
It can get to that.
And I'll not be surprised if there is a flip. Like Ruto waiting to be at the top in Mount Kenya region, and he finds himself that he lost it. I will not be surprised.
So what I can say is that we have an addition. In Martha, there's an addition. There's an addition in Azimio. Not only the votes, but also the energy. She's very forthright. She's bringing in the oomph in Central. She's speaking the truth. She's clean. You can look for things to say about her. There's nothing. Unapekua haupati. You need such a person campaigning. You don't need someone with the baggage. And Martha is acceptable across the country. Wherever she goes, you just see Martha. You know, the country, you can even see even in places where she's going that are not necessarily Mount Kenya. So we have a serious addition, Martha. Now, adding that to the charismatic nature of Baba and the following that Baba, the traditional following that Baba has, this time round, ikikataa, and then you see, Martha is ready to be a president. You know, she's presidential in nature. Even see the way she's walking. She's ready to fit into the shoes, and that is something we need. And also, I don't mind, by the way, if after Baba, Martha becomes the president of the Kenya, because we at least need to have a record of having a woman president. I mean, it's still okay. And Martha will definitely pick on someone like Matiang'i or somebody. And who knows? You know, these things, they start like that, you know?
The other day, Matiang'i in Kisii said, he was speaking in Kisii dialect. He said, tushirikiane, hii kitu mzee aingie 2027 mnaningoja. So you have actually guessed right.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind a first woman president. For me, that would be a great celebration. And then after that, we don't care who else comes in. I mean, we should have a Kenya where we don't look at your tribe now. We look at your ability to lead. You can come from Central, you can come from Northeastern, you can come from wherever. That's the Kenya we want to have in future. So thank you so much, lady and gentlemen. Really appreciate. Kama kawaida sisi ndio watu nafunga. Makiadi, do you have the constitution today? We read it and then tufunge kwa wimbo wa taifa.
Yeah, so we are reading 63. I think it's on community land. And I can just go through that very quickly before we close. So I'll read in English because of time. Community land, number 1, community land shall vest in and be held by communities identified on the basis of ethnicity, culture, or similar community of interest. Number 2, community land consists of A, land lawfully registered in the name of the group representative under the provisions of any law. B, land lawfully transferred to a specific community by any process of law. C, any other land declared to be community land by an act of parliament. And D, land that is a Roman 1, lawfully held, managed, or used by specific communities as community forests, grazing areas, or shrines. 2, ancestral land and lands traditionally occupied by hunter-gatherer communities. And 3, lawfully held as trust lands by the county government, but not including any public land held in trust by the county government under Article 62(2). Number 3, any registered community land shall be held in trust by county governments on behalf of the communities for which it is held. Number 4, communities shall not be disposed of or otherwise used, community land shall not be disposed of or otherwise used except in terms of legislation specifying the nature and extent of the rights of members of each community individually and collectively. And number 5, which is the final one, Parliament shall enact legislation to give effect to this article.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. Community land. Constitution imezungumzia hiyo yote na at least umejua mambo ya land. Bado tuko kwa Bill of Rights, isn't it?
Yeah, we are reading Article 60. No, we finished Bill of Rights. Right now we are in Chapter 5 about land and environment.
Land and environment. Good. So we want to close using through our normal prayer. Kindly, for those who are joining us for the first time, Mutembe TV, we start 9:30 Kenyan time or East African time, and we end late around this time. Kenyan time says wamelala karibu wanaamka, I think. And also the studio takes only 10 people. So you wait for the link, you come on. If you find 10 people, just wait down there. And another thing I want to add is that here we encourage civility in putting our points. We really appreciate if you can try and be as civil as you can. For every time you're civil, you show that you care about the other Kenyans. We may differ in our views, but let's not forget that there are so many things that we share as Kenyans. You can make it better, I can make it better. The reason we stay here is that we would create awareness to make everyone who interacts with this channel to be aware that their decision on 9th of August is very important. Their vote needs to count. Their effective decision making on that day to give us progressive leaders is very important. So kindly, as you come, as you talk, as you interact, know that we are here also to learn from what you're sharing with us. I always say you need only 4 things to come here: a working gadget, that is a phone or a computer, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. Respect each other. Let us keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, so let's keep talking. We really appreciate everyone. This place is not discriminatory. We don't discriminate you, whether you stay, wherever you stay, your gender, your level of education, your status in the society, whether you're working or not. Come, let us talk. Come, let us share. Come, let us reason, because that is what we need, and that is the Kenya we want. It doesn't matter which political party you come from. Kenya Kwanza, Azimio, Roots Party, or any other party, you're welcome. Now, remember to subscribe to Mutembe TV if you haven't subscribed. But if you haven't subscribed by now, I don't know what you're waiting for. And then also, I want to appeal to those who are Atitemba Linet wa Bomba, girlfriend wa Makiadi, amekuja hapa kunigonga sasa. Makiadi, nimefanyia Linet nini? Amekuja hapa kunigonga saizi, mimi nashangaa kwa nini. Kindly subscribe also to my channel, never mind Linet. It is Tember and Lulu show. If you haven't subscribed, please kindly go there and subscribe. Thank you for those who have supported us up to where we are. We are on our journey to 1,000. Hatujafika hapo bado. Nachukua muda lakini tutafika. So kama huja subscribe, enda pale YouTube, tafuta Themba and Lulu show. It is a show between my daughter and I, and we are just discussing normal stuff, issues that are going on, and lessons. You can learn. Leave a comment for us. Show us some love. Ati Linet amejaa vile nimegonga Makiadi. Linet, never mind. Ever bring Baba to this channel. Anyone who can work on that, even an hour. No, I mean, Baba is a big guy, man. Baba is a big guy. Tutaongea na Selina atuletee mama kama Selina ataweza. She said that she could talk to her so that she creates at least 10 or 20 minutes of her time one of these fine days. So we'll talk to Selina to see if she can hack that out. But sisi bado Utembei bado ni TV ndogo, hatujafika kuleta baba. What we can do is one day, maybe when he's going live, we can link up Mutembei in one of the Azimio platforms. I know some people, we can link it up so that at least CPI in it. Right now, Baba is so tight because of the many things that you guys are saying he has to respond to. So he might not have time for TV ndogo kama hii yetu. Tukikuwa mtupatie 1 million views. Tasaidika. Temba bring baba, okay. Makiadi kumbe uko na mpango. Makiadi yako na mpango na Linet wa baba. Sasa Linet amekuja kunitoka hapa.
Nimemjibu Abuya nikamwambia hatapendwa tu hata yeye hapa bure. Hata Julia anapendwa tu. Kila mtu anapendwa. Ndemba haiko mtu anampenda.
Mimi niko na mtu alisema hapa nisi yake alinipenda. Nikasema ni sawa tu.
Abuya hajapata secret admirer, utampata tu hapa. Unaangalia.
Bora aende kwa Temba and Lulu show. Akienda kwa Temba and Lulu show, subscribe. All my followers waende huko subscribe. Tawapenda wote. Yeah. So
Temba ni polygamist. Wasijali.
Mimi ni polygamist. Wakuje kwa Temba and Lulu show wa subscribe huko.
Abuya anajitetea.
Let them show their love there.
Abuya anajitetea, anagopa.
Hadi anasema amechapa.
Somebody is listening.
Abuya anasema amechapa. Mwambie hata paka mzee anakunywa maziwa.
Alafu Abuya usitumie hilo neno kuchapa, unajua la maanisha nini?
La maanisha?
We might start thinking hard about it.
No, it's okay to show love. Personally, I want you to show love. Kuja pale kwa Temba and Lulu show some love. Subscribe. That is the biggest love you can. Kama unanipenda, penda kazi yangu. Enda pale, piga subscribe tafadhali. But thank you so much. Lakini
Ndemba nimesahau kukuambia leo tumekuwa na presidential candidate kwa forum, sijui kama uliona.
Huyu anakuja hapa kila wakati.
I saw her.
Alikuwa na special session yake leo, sijui kama uliona.
Was she approved by IBC?
I'm so focused right now. Hao wengine wauze tu sera zao. I'm so focused. Wacha hao wauze tu sera zao.
Mimi pia sina saa side shows. Hizo zinaitwa side shows.
I'm so focused on Baba presidency and Karua presidency. Huyo mwingine wacha endelee tu kuuza sera zake tu ni sawa.
Nilitafuta running mate nimsaidie na mawaidha, lakini akasema sitoshi mboga. Akasema hako na mtu anaitwa Matayo. Sema Matayo.
Wacha waendelee.
And sometimes I'm wondering, what do those people intend to gain out of that? I mean, what are they trying to do, Mr. Demba Makiadi? Ama si debate narudisha lakini.
No, but kuna jamaa anaitwa nani? There's this Louis anaitwa nani Makiadi? Amekuwa is a perennial
Kukubo.
Kukubo has been buying things how many years ago. So those were hapo tu.
But you cannot blame him. You know, even Raila has tried so many times. Labda hata yeye nyota yake itang'aa siku moja.
But you see someone buys and then after hiyo kitu imeisha, if you don't hear them, you don't see them again until the next election. You see, those are just jokers. So wacha exercise their constitutional right. I think that's what we can say. I mean, it's their constitutional right to buy. Na kama IBC mwafaulisha ni sawa. Some of them are just there to have fun and feel the nini of their masters, because obviously there's someone bankrolling them.
Yeah,
And
I think someone wants the list to belong and to create confusion. So
yeah.
hapo IBC lazima jina ya baba ikwe the first one. I think if baba's name is not the first one on the, I'm going to protest.
No, it goes with alphabetical order.
Now you see what I'm telling you? That is what happens. You know, some people, I don't like that because I think someone is financing these guys.
No, they are finance. That's politics. That happens everywhere. Now, Makiadi umeaitwa wewe ni kuku wa Zambaga.
Chana na abuya. Najua leo makambo zali minene, eh? Mambo imekuwa
makambo zali minene.
Makambo zali minene, mambo imekuwa magumu, eh? Sasa abuya anataka nianze kuongea Kilingala tena hapa leo.
Bandeko,
and Black is saying bad things. Black is saying bad things about this presidential candidate. Ati aliongea Kiluya mingi.
Yupi Juliet?
Yes.
Ni Mluya?
Yeah, she said
that is what Black is saying, that aliongea Kiluya mingi.
Oh, she's Luya?
Yeah, she's Luya. Finally, we realized.
Sasa ameona kina Musali amewaangusha.
No, I was even asking sisi nani alituroga jameni.
Kwa sababu gani?
The kind of things we do. Musalia ndio huyo wanashindaga juu ya gari na ndugu yake Weta. Wamezubaa tu na wameambiwa katafute 70%. Hata sijui wataenda kutafuta.
At least Makiadi
wamekaa tu namna hii juu ya gari na wanaambiwa endeni mlete 70%. Sasa ndio huyo mwingine ametoka huko anasema anataka kuwa president.
Unaona ile picha Makiadi wanakaa watoto wawili waliiba tena.
Wameshiba. Anasema these two wakishiba wananga maneno.
with very dusty shoes.
Yeah, those two guys wamevaa overalls za yellow, sijui ni red na yellow, wakiwa wamekaa kama kids. Ati hao wakishiba wananga maneno.
Wananga maneno. Sasa unajua sasa Mudavadi ndiye atasukuma hiyo 70% peke yake.
Wetangula ameshiba.
Wetangula amechoka, amesema baze, alimwambia Mudavadi siwezi bana, wewe endeleanga hapo, wewe tafuta hiyo 70%. Mimi wacha niende nikalinde kiti changu huku.
Sasa hata before the dust settles ndio hiyo Makapila amekuja tena Juliet.
Makapila naye amekuja na zake hapo anataka kuwa president.
Anaulizwa sera yako ni gani, naona anatoa kitu kingine na kama mkia. Sijui ndiko watu wakauliza.
Alafu ulisoma hiyo kitu ya sera ya hiyo Makapila. Ukiangalia it's like a copy paste ya Azimio 10-point agenda. If you look at it. So nilipoangalia nikaona these are just a bunch of some jokers who sat somewhere. Akalipa tu pesa. Akaambiwa sasa wewe enda piga kelele kuja kabisa useme. Surely huyo Makapile hata angekaa tu hivi aseme siwacha ni support Martha Karua.
So is Makapile a real Luya name ama ni ya
Yeah, it is a real Luya name. It is a real.
Na angetafuta okay, mimi ningekuwa yeye ningeanza nitafuta hata women rep, nitafuta hata nini. People don't know you anywhere.
She wants to go for the jugular.
Kenya Orengo alijaribu hiyo kitu na Orengo anajulikana
Kenya. Hata Nyaga alijaribu hiyo kitu. This Nyaga from Embu, nakumbuka.
Na hata nani hata Ngilu ashajaribu kitambo nani.
Koigi wa Mwere alijaribu hiyo kitu, si ndio?
Na ni watu wanajulikana.
Ni watu wanajulikana.
Sasa umetoka na jina hata tunangangana kujua na huyo Makapile ni wa wapi.
Okay.
Hiyo siku hata amekaa hapo naona anaongea naulizwa vitu na bana alafu amechukua ka glass ya wine anapiga hapo. Hey, I have a very serious person as a running mate.
Nyinyi hamkutaka kunitetea. Nyinyi mmeona sera yangu hapa. Ningemtafutia support.
Sasa mtakaa juu ya nini? Wewe na yeye na mwingine mtatoa votes wapi?
Mimi ni grassroots mobilizer kama Gachagua.
Give the mic to Makiadi.
Makiadi, your strength itakuwa ni kwenda kuongea kwa village vernacular channel, eh?
You can only choose me for one reason. I'm a grassroots mobilizer kama Gachagua. Hizo zingine weka kando. But when I move, people follow me.
Wewe ni Gachagua.
Wewe Makiadi wewe.
Na sitalipa mtu.
Makiadi tuambie tu, uliona huyo msichana ni mrembo, tuambie tu ukweli.
Mimi
That's what,
namwangalia.
I'm very worried that Makiadi is saying it's a grassroots mobilizer. Which grass exactly?
Mimi
Grassroots land.
No, you guys are thinking out of the box. What I said is this: I think I can complement her agenda. I can complement her agenda.
But wewe ni Mluya kama yeye.
No, sija declare natoka wapi.
Na hiyo jina ya huyo jamaa wake anatoka upande gani?
Yeye ndiye amesema ni Mluya.
Sasa wewe mwenyewe ujulikani, umechukua mtu running mate pia ajulikani. Sasa nyinyi wawili hamjulikani, mnasaidianaje?
Mimi niko na mafans hapa kwa nini? Kwa show. People know me. At least I can reach 300 people. Yeah, sasa. Mimi niko na fans hapa. Akina Abuya watanipigia kura. They have had my agenda. Akina Julia hizi ni nyima kura nikimwambia hata wewe Ndemba utajificha tu useme wacha tu nisaidie huyu. So I have fans. At least I have an audience.
Kama yule nani alivai na Jeremiah kumpigia kura.
Ni huyu Mudavadi tu, the same Mudavadi ya 70%.
Sasa wewe umechukua umetumia Juliet sijui Makapile. Ndio sasa kuja hapo sasa tena. Kwanza kutambulisha watu, mimi naitwa Makapile. Which presidential candidate anakuja hapa? Enda kwa KTN na uende kwa hizo zingine hizo Citizen. Tafuta lipa watu huko uende kwa hizo. Media wewe unakuja kung'ang'ana ndia na sisi hapa hii space yetu ya kupiga kelele. Wewe pia unataka kupigwa interview hapa.
Sasa Makiadi, hebu anza kukampenia Makapile.
No, she said mimi alisema sitoshi mboga, akasema already yako na mtu, but to be sincere I think I can move masses. Acha ile agashago ya kulipa watu wavae uniform ya yellow. Yangu ni real, authentic, organic crowd.
Magi anakuambia Makiadi hauna fans hapa, pole.
Mimi wacha nikwambie Makiadi, for as long as baba bado yuko kwa debe. Kurango yendi kwingine.
Hao wengine ni side shows. Na after baba tuko na Martha na
baba tunakuja na Martha. We need a lady president. It is time.
We shall have Martha and Matiang'i. Tumejipanga mpaka 20 what December.
Martha akitoka hivi, at least Martha akitoka yani tunataka a lady president baada ya baba, a lady president.
Mjaona vile kuna Mkenya amepropose vile anataka kuwa na Martha sasa. Roho yake.
Black anasema the only mass I can move ni ya ugali. Sawa tu kwa sahani, it's okay.
Unaona vile baba ako na magic touch. Akishika mtu anarembeka. Alishika Martha from nowhere. Martha karembeka.
I'm telling you,
alishika Dani, alidas Kitui. Mkiza Kitui sasa akiongea mbele wa watu unasikia yani hata watu wanachangamka.
On a serious note, Ndemba, I really like the way Martha Karua is dressing. Dressing yake ni mzuri. You know, she anaonyesha you can be a leader without ile kuona ipande ile nyingine ya kusexualize women.
Tabia
mbaya. I think hiyo ni kitu ni funzo mzuri sana anatufundisha.
Yeah. That is what I was saying that
you don't have to make people to focus the camera to focus on certain parts of your body. You don't need to sexualize politics in Kenya, and that is what you have always been trying to do. Mkitoka hapo mnaenda kuchukua huyu anataka kuwa women rep wa Nairobi, yeye akienda ni kiuno, mwingine haikuja huko ni kiuno, is as if kutoka hapo kwa kichwa kwenda juu there's nothing. But it is true there's nothing, kwa sababu sasa hizi academic papers za huyo mama wa kiuno they were coming out now. Alipata sijui mara D-, mara akaenda akapata executive masters before apate bachelors. I mean, no,
she has a diploma sijui ya business governance or something, alafu akaruka mpaka executive masters. Hapa katikati hakuna kitu wako naye.
Alafu akarudi kufanya bachelors. Alimaliza executive masters akarudi akafanya bachelors ILU. So unaona, obviously if that is your academic papers, you can imagine where else you want to take the focus.
That tells you that wewe ni mtu wa 350 ama ni mtu wa
hiyo mwingine na yeye amekuja wakati wa nini au ni kushindana. Umeona Azimio rally the women are so respectful. Hawezi ona mtu anakuja kukutingiza tingiza sijui nini, because you want you to focus on the brains. Martha anakuonyesha brains, not focus on my shoulder up, not on my waist down.
That is what we are saying here. You should not sexualize a woman ndio mchague kiongozi. You know, ile naona ati mtu anapea huyu women rep wa Nairobi Mike akishamaliza kuongea anataka kurudi, Faruki Beta anamwambia hapana, rudi kwanza. You saw that, right? You saw that rally. Yeah. Rudi kwanza.
Unakumbuka ile wakati on a campaign trail the one who stepped down, Karen Nyamu, what he was saying on the campaign trail. Ati sasa sisi tunataka chuma ambaye you know what kind of language is that?
That is rubbish.
Wewe unaanza kutuambia chuma, kwani what is going to happen in state house? Kwani huko ni kwenda kupima how chuma zinasimama? We don't need that.
Yes, that is nonsense.
They should not sexualize campaigns. Women have something between their ears, and the matter has proven that you can actually talk, you can have content, and people can listen to you. You don't have to take the focus on the camera downwards. The focus on what someone is saying. If a lady steps on stage, unataka tu kuona atafocus wapi. Ati kwanza unakuta there's a very bad video that came out when this sijui Mama Miradi, they went somewhere in Eldoret, and then she was telling the DJ, kwanza she came inebriated, and then she was telling the DJ, weka mziki, she wants to shake. You want to take the crowd to the wrong thing. Give us the content. Do not sexualize politics.
Correct. I agree with you.
It is not even sexualized politics. What Kenyans are looking for, and I used to say here that from a woman, they are not looking for a feminist. They're looking for a mother figure. That's what they are looking for. That is what Kenyans
and you know,
are looking for.
Yeah, that thing. I got into another forum and I was trying to address some people. Nikiwambia, this is not the kind of leadership we want. And the kind of comments I got from this young generation, you know, you can see how they have been misled to believing that life is all about sexuality.
No, you see it. Yes, my God.
And where is Margaret Wanjiru for that matter?
What has happened to her?
What happened to her?
Margaret Wanjiru alikuwa anataka kuwa governor.
Then
alipowekwa hapo, Sifuna amekuja na mbio ingine, ile mbio anampeleka haoni.
Where is she at? Mimi sijaiona hata kwa campaign ama wapi. What happened to her?
She's feeling intimidated because unajua sasa combination ya ODM na Jubilee Nairobi hiyo imekuwa mbaya mbovu.
Yeah, and she's doing poorly. Even the opinion polls are giving, I think, 33 against 67 or something.
No, it's 20-something. They are both running on 20-something. Both her and the other lady, whatever, Mama Miradi, they are on 20-something. The Azimio candidates are running at 60s.
Yeah, 60,
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, Sifuna is doing 67.
Yeah, 67. I think Pasari 65 or something. But then the thing is, you see, I don't think even the lady Margaret.
But have you even Makiadi? Have you seen the Kenya Kwanza campaigns in Nairobi? Have you seen even the Nanis working together?
No.
Have you seen Sakaja, Wanjiru, and Mama Miradi working together in the city?
No.
You see, it's so hard for even Wanjiru to campaign with Sakaja.
Yeah. I even doubt these polls that we are getting in Nairobi, because you know, to be honest, if and this is not being tribal, if the Raila's opponent was a Kikuyu candidate, I would imagine we'd go almost a 50-50 thing. But you know, Kenyan politics is tribal, and I don't see, especially in Nairobi, people are well educated and they can't stoop down to the lies of William Ruto. And if you add the tribal card, I don't see where Ruto is going to get the figures that they're giving him in Nairobi.
And even this youth thing you're talking about, this youth thing about Mnaongea ati sijui youths have been convinced. That thing has not happened in urban centers.
Yeah.
And it has not happened outside Central. And even in Central, when it was time for it to be confirmed, it was never confirmed. Two times. One, Kiambaa by-election. It didn't show anything. The second time was registration of people to an election. You didn't see how much if indeed that was something that was it's true what you guys are saying. And every time you guys come here, oh, you know, he has managed to convince the youth. Managing to convince, there should be a measure. What measure are you using to say he has managed to convince the youth?
I'm really waiting to disapprove guys here after 9th. Nimegojea sana kuona hao hivyo akipiga kura Mount Kenya.
Mimi huyu Abuya wakikuja naongea, you know, he has been able to convince this young youth. What is the measure? Because
not convinced. I have never said that he has convinced. I've said radicalized.
No, you see that now. Okay, you have used that now, but the only way you can convince, you can say when there's a measure. For example, if you'd have seen the youths in Central coming out in large numbers to register as voters because they want to put him, that would have been a yardstick. That would have been a measure. But you saw even IBC coming and saying the turnout even among the youths wasn't as good. So when you're saying they've been radicalized and they know that the only way we can put this guy into power is by voting. So how come you have been radicalized and you are singing this guy's name, but you are not taking the one tool that is very important, the vote? So what is it that is not happening? I mean, there are questions you want to ask. And this thing is not even happening in urban centers. It is not you have not talked about that even in what do you call it? Coast, Nyanza, you know, the other places. You're saying that radicalize the youths of Central, but we didn't see them coming out to register.
And to vote in the nomination also.
And to vote in the nomination. Those would have been two great measures. Number one, nomination. Nomination, by the way, Makiadi, you're right. You'd have seen them coming out in droves to vote in the nomination. It didn't happen. You'd have seen them voting overwhelmingly in the by-election. It never happened. You have seen them coming out so strongly to register as voters. It never happened. So what is the yardstick? It is just a narrative we have created that, oh, you know, they have radicalized the youth. Yes, but votes is not won by radicalization. It's won by the vote.
And you know that perception, Mr. Demba, was making Kenyans think that Ruto can win. That perception was making people think. But now,
you know,
it's proving
he was alone
correct.
for 4 years. He was alone for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason why people believed that he could win. But 2 weeks has proved the negative.
Now you see another frustrated fella down there in the comments called Black. Remember, the mistake you're doing is you are more on optics when KKA is campaigning on the grassroots.
Grassroots ni nini? There's a comment I also read from somebody ati nyinyi mnapiga kelele tu kwa TV, kazi yetu ni kutafuta huko grassroots. Sasa grassroots, kwani wakina Raila wanafanya campaign zao wapi?
Kwani Black ulikuwa grassroots gani leo?
Hata mimi ninashanganga hii ni grassroots gani wanaambia.
Wewe ulikuwa kale ndio tunamuuliza registration inafanyika wapi? Zinafanyika kwa grassroots.
Hawaku register.
Nomination inafanyika wapi? Zinafanyika kwa grassroots. Walikuwa wapi?
Unajua kama pale Raila alienda kule Umasaini huko Kilgoris. He went to a very remote place which is no politician has ever gone there.
Interior kabisa, yeah.
Yes. So which grassroots is this talking about?
This guy is always talking about grassroots. Wanasema mambo ya grassroots. And there is nothing different from what we are doing. The only thing they want to show kwa social media. Kila mahali wanaenda wanataka wa enhance hizo numbers, ndio watishe watu. Ngoja siku ya kura mtatafuta hizo watu.
Mimi ningetaka kuambia Black, ukiona vyaelewa vimeudwa. Ukiona watu wa Central, if you see a Kikuyu talking boldly on TV kwamba she's behind Baba, things are bad for Ruto. Things are bad.
Wacha waendelee kuenhance hizo images. Watatafuta hizo kura.
Alafu unajua hii language ya Black Makiadi ndio language ya Ruto. ati sisi tunatafuta kura kwa ground. Nasikia anasema unaona kura yangu inaweza kuibiwa kweli? Kama
That is what he was saying. That, and then today, I don't know whether it's today of Jana anasema ati Raila is hiding behind. He was saying what Raila is hiding behind mother and Uhuru. And the guy is saying,
you're right. You know, he said, yeah.
Mulisikia hiyo what he was saying about ati huyu ni kikaragosi na hata ukitafuta mwenyewe hata uwezi mjua, and he was trying to insinuate that ni Uhuru, and it came out so badly. Even if the people who are his audience kind of kept quiet because he was shaming himself. Hata ukitafuta mwenyewe umpati.
You know, he asked them ati si mnajua mwenyewe, alafu watu wakanyamaza. Akashindwa kujibu, hii akasema hata mwenyewe hajulikani.
Yeah, that one was a big retreat. I realized that was a retreat.
That was a retreat. because Mount Kenya is no longer willing to hold a conversation where you're insulting the president.
That was a big retreat.
They are no longer going there.
That was a big retreat because people hesitated to answer that question, and then he said, mwenyewe hajulikani. But then he went further to say, akili yake haifanyi kazi, sijui.
Yes. So can you imagine now someone starting to use the same language that people like Akina Sudi should be using? Sasa Ruto ndiye amejipindua kuwa bloga wake mwenyewe, anajiblogia sasa.
Akili haifanyi kazi, ati akiongea kitu anauliza mtu. I mean, hiyo si campaign.
Sasa what campaign is that?
Hiyo ni campaign gani Julia? Ati anauliza nimesema nini? I mean, I have seen Raila Odinga give speeches. Hata uko Chatham House, speech bila kusoma mahali. Anaongea even for 20 minutes bila kusoma mahali. And you can see even the history. Sasa huyu mwenye anakuja kutuambia Raila anauliza nimesema nini? I mean,
so he writes on such nonsense. That's what Demba is trying to say. That nonsense and propaganda haiendi mbali.
Desperation. It's desperation.
Sasa Black wewe enda kwa mtu wako mwambie endeleeni kufanya grassroots, but you need to do a lot of work. If at least you have been doing grassroots, then you guys need to do more because it did show up in
Black is saying, I don't know, he's saying kama ni Ruto ako milimani akiomba, ako milimani praying.
No, he was trying to insinuate Margaret Wanjiru anaomba. That's why you don't see her.
That's why we don't see her.
But Nairobi is going to be dangerous. Nairobi, I can fire alarm. Nairobi, Jubilee and Azimio ni firebomb. I don't think kuna mtu anaweza piga hiyo combination in Nairobi. I don't think.
And that is why I'm saying here Makiadi. You see,
Nini watu mumeona vile nani ana campaign? Unaona campaign ya
Igathe, yeah. You know, it started like a joke. It started like a joke. Watu wakaanza kwa media.
This guy is serving beer in the bars, man.
It was like a joke. Mpaka anaenda kushona na cherehani ya mtu. Yani it started like a joke. But right now watu wameshaizoea. Wana make fun, but he's making progress.
He's becoming popular.
Yeah. I even saw Sakaja is trying to do the same thing now.
Mpaka Igathe anaenda anaambia ati kidogo utapata Igathe amekuoshea nguo.
Alafu kuna mama ati amefungua mlango amesema malizeni kukula chakula, Igathe yako hapa kuosha vyombo. You know, it becomes funny.
That's good conversation. That's good conversation. Igathe
and I think, can you imagine Igathe and Sakaja kwa debate? Sakaja atapewa mingi sana.
Igathe is
good.
No, those two guys wanaweza pelekana upande wa content sijui, lakini hata Sakaja ako na kizungu yake kidogo.
I saw Igathe on a debate ya NTV.
Unajua Sakaja alichoma sana wakati anajaribu kutuambia ati yeye sasa ataanza ku build churches. From which budget? You know, some of the loose talk is very embarrassing.
Sakaja alichoma hapo, naye alichoma bet.
Yeah, he has a lot of baggage, especially in
I don't know why Sakaja didn't go back to defend his Senate seats.
And I don't even know why Sakaja went.
Ile walidanganyana hao watu watatu. Sakaja, Mutula Kilonzo Jr. na Malala.
Yeah, and Malala, I think somebody should petition. Hiyo mambo ya certificate yake, it's not real. Hiyo I think I don't think atatoboa. Alafu alitukana polisi. Wewe unatukana polisi bwana. Unatukana polisi na ndio unataka wakupatie clearance ya kukimbia for that seat, to run for
By
that
the way,
seat.
the publicity that Alai is giving it, even Alai has now even gone further, has started dealing with Aisha Jumwa. They will have it rough. Before, they will not be that comfortable. Because if you go to Alai's page, he has analyzed how Aisha Jumwa, the thing I was talking about here, how you can get...
clearance inafanywa saizi. Authentication sasa itafanywa na IBC sasa.
Mimi nangojea watu wametukana polisi ya kwamba hawahitaji masomo waende kwa DCI kupatiwa inaitwa nini, good conduct. Na hiyo makaratasi yao fake. Sasa ndio mtajua ile kitu inaitwa system. Naambianga black hapa system ina njia mingi sana za kudeal na. As you speak right now, Malala hana bodyguards. Alinyang'anywa wote. As we speak right now. Because aliambiwa sasa wewe unatukana watu wanakuchunga wa nini? If you don't need them, it's okay. Wacha tu pull. They were pulled from his
there's nothing very as bad as bodyguards being withdrawn. You are used to always feeling safe, and once they withdraw the bodyguards, unakuwa na wasiwasi bana.
But this is the same guy that was crying in Senate. Unakumbuka? He was the same guy that was crying in Senate akisema amenyang'anywa maisha yake iko kwa hatari. Tena unaenda kutukana polisi. Ati kazi ni ya watu kama hawa wenye wali drop out of school. Man, that was very bad.
Hapo alichoma bet. Kwanza anasema watu kama hawa, hiyo ni madharau for people. Alafu secondly ametusi.
There's a video I'll share with in the WhatsApp group. There's a gentleman who does business in Kakamega. He sponsors I think there's a football team which is in the Premier League.
It's called Toto.
That gentleman said, I don't know why you people want to jail Malala. The guy has never handled money, and you want to give him county funds. This boy is going to jail. Please save him from going to jail.
Abuya uko kwa nini? Uko kwa WhatsApp group ya Mutembe?
Yeah.
I've never seen you.
Hey, see, I think it's Makiadi who added me.
Yako ni admin Ndemba.
Ati?
Yako ni admin. Yako ni admin. Yako ni admin. Yako ni
kwa zote.
Au kwa zote. Utamuona huyu anatuma nini hapo. You'll see his name.
Wakenya si mutachoka na groups. Groups ni mingi,
iko ya matanga, ya mazishi, ya kuolewa, ya kulipa mahari, ya siasa. Everything. You wake up in the morning, Julia, and you find all these blue messages. Iko ingine ya kusema niko na shida fulani.
Julia, Wakenya wanapenda umbea.
Niko kwa group ingine ya my cousins. Sometimes they fight for 2 days. Yani wakianza vita ni kama the next day wanalala wanamkia the next day.
Haya, so Makiadi utatupatia stanza 1, Julia stanza 2, Abuya stanza 3. Naona Wakenya wameanza kuamuka, watatupata hapa waanze kuendelea na debate.
Watu wameingia Facebook.
No, then you can admit them and we leave.
No, it's Monday. I think they're going to work right now.
It's Monday. Unajua wewe Julia, wewe huko weekend bado. So wacha kufikiria Wakenya wako.
Monday huko ni kazini, hapa ni holiday.
Hapa ni holiday. Wakenya wako nini? Wakenya wakiamka wanaenda job. So Makiadi.
Okay, sawa. Wimbo wetu wa taifa, Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Question, Abuya ujalala, Wewe uendi kazini?
Abuya ni CEO, alipanga kazi kitambo sana. Sasa ni kukaa tu.
Sasa
Nitapatiwa
mimi unajua
fee.
niko 5th floor. I'm already in 5th floor.
What do you mean?
Si mimi nishafika half century. Sasa mambo yangu ni polepole.
Kwa sababu ulisema umechoka.
Mimi nishachoka.
Julia anashangaa.
I'm trying to interpret.
Julia, ambia Abuya mahali Julia yuko 5th floor ndio sasa unaanza maisha.
Correct.
You don't...
Yes. Abuya, you need to find a way to come here. When you land here, unaona life has just started. Wow. And people of my age, they become so much on demand. See, ati Kenya mnaniangalia mnaniuliza uko na bwana, uko na watoto, sijui uko wapi, yani hiyo maswali yenye haina njia.
You guys, but by the way, don't be surprised mkisikia nimekuwa nominated. Nataka niwe nominatiwe MCA kwa sababu ndio niwe nikipitia pale kwa county assembly.
Yani you want to become an MC? Are you serious?
MC ako na pesa, Julia. MC ana pesa mingi sana Kenya. Yeah, they have a lot of, they get a lot of money,
Okay, money from what they steal?
No, mshahara.
No.
They earn over 300,000.
Yeah, salary and ile committee allowances is about 365.
You see.
Okay.
Before you
Abuya, then you need a second wife. Kama uko na first wife.
Hey. So Abuya, what you're being told is this: 50 and above here, bado.
Acha kusema umechoka.
Unaona hata president hapa ako ngapi? Anaenda gonga 80 na bado watu wanampigia kura. So
Pelosi is how old?
82. Pelosi is 82 years.
Oh, 82 years.
Yeah, 82 if I'm not wrong. Pelosi niliana akicelebrate birthday yake ya 80 years.
So ukianza kufikiria unajua Abuya, ukianza kufikiria ati mimi nimechoka, utaanza kuchoka.
And then he's
hata hivyo I intend to, maybe in the next 1 or 2 years you'll see me coming to visit there. Nikiona ni kuzuri ninakaa hapo.
I just confirmed Pelosi is 82 years old. And you can see how she's very sharp. Very sharp.
Tell Abuya at 50 life has just started. Akina Themba bado ni watoto na akina Makiadi hapa.
Sisi hata hatujaanza kuishi life bana.
Hajaanza kuishi life.
Mimi niko rehearsal bana. Niko rehearsal.
Kwanza ile kitu inanichelewesha saa hii is I have twins who are in 3rd form. Those are, nikimalizana na hao tu hivi. Na utanipata nimejitembeza huko bwana.
Haya, sikia nikuambie age ya watu kama Clinton Hillary yuko 74, McConnell ile minority ako 80 years old, alafu Biden sasa ako 79, na unaona Biden akisimama tena watampigia kura.
Why are you bashing Raila bwana?
Na hata unashangaa exactly.
Raila alisema hata nani anaitwa Ida haja complain. Some people are saying that
Julia, unaulizwa uko na ngapi mami? Unaulizwa na David Olo huko. Iko mtu anapiga.
Wewe David Olo, hiyo ni swali gani unauliza Julia?
Anapiga darubi. Unataka Julia kwambie. Unataka Julia
kama hiyo ulizi.
Kwa mitambo.
Ulizi watu kama mimi, swali kama hilo ni swali.
You don't ask ladies. This is what they say. Ladies, I mean Julia wanasema hivi Of course, you don't ask a lady her age Lakini wanasemanga kuna statement walisema, if a lady can tell you her age, then she can tell everything.
Hii yako Themba hii.
Yes, don't ask ladies their age. That's the rule. Rule number 1.
Don't ask their age. But that's just Kenyan. Huku naonaga people just tell you their age even without I think that's just Kenyan.
It's Kenyan. It's a Kenyan
affair. Kenyan thing. Huku people tell you sijui how many years old. Hata hujamwambia.
No, it's because huku everything is about your age. I mean, everywhere you go, your age is something that I mean, it's It's a normal stuff.
And then there's that thing, social, whatever, social. People are very social. Robert, unaendaga kwa store, mukipanga line, mtu atakwambia life story yake yote kabla mfike kwa kashia umemjua na akujui. They just tell you whatever is in their heart.
And also, what I like, Makiadi, is the courtesy. That is something positive I've learned here. I mean, people will say good morning, like, come on. What's happening to Themba?
Themba anataka kututoroka.
Themba, you are trying to take off. Wait, we finish this one.
Tunamaliza Themba, unajua.
That people just say hi. That's a surprise I got when I landed here. And then when I went to school, the principal came and arranged my classroom, and a desk and a panga. Sasa mimi nikafikiria, principal wa Kenya, can he dare arrange a classroom for a teacher? So I observed that level of courtesy, respect, I think these are good things that we should borrow and even teach our children. And when we go home, we talk about them, because these people are very respectful. And then the other thing, that is where we are lacking. They are very accountable. Their yes is yes. Mtoto hata kama amefanya nini class, anakwambia nilifanya. Were you smoking? Yes, ma'am. And they say, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am. I mean, they don't know what it is to lie. Iyo kitu ya kudanganya, lying does not live in them. And if there are people who lie, then there are very few in this country. So that is something that I think I wish Kenyans could borrow. And I think we could go places like just being accountable. They are accountable in everything. Even like I look at there, they run the schools, the funding and all that. I mean, ukipewa, like usually they give us some money to buy stationery and all that. We got to account for that. How much, how did you spend that money? Kama you given stationery na hujatumia rudisha. Now hata kama ni penseli rudisha. Return those pencils,
Yeah, the culture is really good. You can walk into what do we call that, reception area. They have candies there, Robert. Kama unasikia uko na breath inakaa namna hii, wamekuwekea candies there for free. They are very, it's a very good, it's a very good.
Wanasema in the US, you can't die because of food.
Correct. Yeah, you can't die because, in fact, Americans are different from the Europeans, because I've been to Britain a few times, but here, they are so friendly. They stand there for their own and even for you. But what I liked most is the accountability and how much they are responsible and accountable, and they want to do things straight. They don't want hawajui shortcut ni nini, hawajui ati shortcut. They don't understand what that is.
That courtesy issue. When I came from Nairobi, I went to work in Malindi for 2 years. That was in 1999. Then I came to Mombasa. Every morning I wake up in the morning and I'm walking to work, and everybody is just saying hi to me. In Nairobi you don't talk to nobody. It bothered me for so long. Then I was asking myself, kwa nini mtu kila siku ati umeraukaje, umelalaje? What's wrong with these people? Why are they're disturbing me? It bothered me a lot.
Mimi nilikuja Abuya kufanya kazi Mombasa. I was there for some work for about 2 weeks. Mombasa Makiadi. Mombasa life is too slow. Mombasa wanaanza operation saa 4. Ukienda kutafuta breakfast anywhere very early in the morning, you might not get it. Because
exactly.
Saa 4 ndio utaanza kupata breakfast or something like that. Alafu jioni wamefunga mapema by 9 kumefungwa. Then salamu za watu wa Mombasa, yani zinachukua muda.
I had problems driving in the people are driving like somebody's driving like he's in his own shamba. He's not time conscious. He doesn't think like he's going to work. So when I'm driving a bit fast, somebody keeps on asking me, kwani wewe uko na haraka gani? The culture here is so slow.
Kama uko na haraka
unajua haraka ni ya nini mama?
Unaona salamu ukipatana na mtu kama Kiadi, salamu inaanza vipi? za nyumbani za mama
Mkaje.
wa jambo wako vipi? Yani salamu.
I have a few friends. I have a few friends. Some of the friends, my friends are in the shipping industry, big businessmen. You know, during like this Ramadan, there's a gentleman who every year, for almost 10 years, he gives me a call and he sends his driver with a whole goat. And ananiambia unatakaje ichinjwe nini? You know, you want, these guys are just they're in another world.
Yeah, and I think most if you ever get a chance to go to Northeastern, huko nako ikifika saa 7 mpaka saa 8 maduka yote huwa inafungwa, watu wanalala. I don't know if you guys
they take a nap.
Yeah,
That's a nice one.
I've seen that. Wanafunga maduka saa 7 mpaka saa 8 usingizi. And that is Kenya. Na black ajui hapa hawezi pata bibi wa pili.
Ni usingizi ama ni maombi Makiadi? Kuna swala ya saa 7 basi.
Nakuambia ikifika kuanzia hapo saa 7 saa 8 hakuna biashara inaenda.
Oh, by the way, they also go to the mosque.
They go kuswali, wakirudi wanalala mpaka saa 8.
Yeah. That is when children are made.
Now you are thinking
hey, you guys.
By the way, you know, I've also lived in
Abuya, sawa. Unajua naweza kupiga gumzo.
Abuya, you didn't answer me maswali. Sasa uendi job leo?
Mimi siko job.
So you are going to sleep?
No, I'll sleep until midday, and then from midday I'll go to check on business somewhere.
And then you come back kwa show ingine tena.
Then you come back kwa show.
Heri wewe, when I grow up I want to be you.
Wait.
When Makiadi grows up, he wants to be like Abuya.
Okay, wait. Balkis Mohamed, atitembe umedanganya Mombasa 6 tayari na maposho kila kona. Haya basi. Wacheni tulale. Unajua Wakenya, nimwambia Wakenya wameanza kuamka hapa sasa. Hata Black anaanza kusema sasa, tuonane kesho majaliwa.
Asante.
Ya Mwenyezi Mungu.
Yeah, God bless you.
Mchana mwema.
God bless you.